The story begins in White Devil City. Beneath the bright, full moon, a woman hovered above a massive castle. A violent, burning purple magic emanated from her body. Below, in front of the castle gates, a man knelt before her, hunched over and panting for breath. The woman above spoke. White Devil Saint, Chunbai. Then, she extended a delicate hand. Her beautiful face slowly turned grim. This woman was as beautiful as a goddess, with flowing purple hair and a graceful figure. She was the epitome of proud beauty. She said, "Your failure on this mission has put me in a very bad mood." Her voice then dropped. "So, you can die now." Hearing her command, the man below, named Chunbai, couldn't help but feel shocked and dismayed. From the look of him, he seemed utterly exhausted and wretched after a mission. Chunbai quickly pointed to his chest. He tried to shout, "Wait, Lady Dark Mother." Then he pleaded desperately, "Please, for the sake of my past deeds, give me one more chance." However, the beautiful woman ignored his words. Cold and merciless, she unleashed her magic. Her tendrils of power shot towards him. The purple aura filled the air. She spoke, "You lowly humans have no right to beg for chances. Along with your White Devil City, be buried in darkness." The entire massive castle was enveloped by the octopus-like tendrils of magic, its upper half destroyed. The scene was filled with a dark and strange atmosphere. The ground began to shake, cracking into large chunks. Chunbai gripped the sword in his hand tightly to keep his balance. Struggling in agony, the magical tendrils began to attack his body, tearing Chunbai's body apart, piece by piece. He fell into a formless void. He thought in despair, "I completed nearly 100 missions for her, and for one failure, I'm executed?" Chunbai's body plummeted at an incredible speed. He relaxed his body, letting the moment come. Still, he blamed himself. "Is it just because I'm a lowly human?" Chunbai fell into a river, floating on the surface. Only his upper half remained. Chunbai muttered, "I can't accept this. I won't submit." Even though his body was shattered, he could still speak. His upper torso opened its mouth wide and let out a loud laugh. His laughter was filled with regret for his entire life. Then, Chunbai suddenly arched his back and thrust his middle finger forward. His face full of hatred, he screamed, "You bitch hero! One day, I'll take your damn life." Without waiting for Chunbai to say more, the woman arrogantly and mercilessly stepped right on top of him. With a beautiful posture, she pressed down hard with the tip of her toe. Chunbai's upper half was pushed deep to the bottom of the river. His body began to crack even more and slowly disintegrated. Now, only death awaited him. Water was all around. Chunbai began to lose consciousness. His body went limp, resigning himself to fate. Only the hourglass necklace around his neck glowed. At that moment, the hourglass on the necklace suddenly flipped over. In the void, the scene changed. It was our protagonist, Chunbai again. Still fuming, he shot up, middle finger raised. Still cursing angrily. "Son of a bitch." This young man named Chunbai is the protagonist of our story. After his death, he was reborn in another time and space, lying on a bed. Before he could even adjust to this strange situation, his eyes flew open. "Wait, I'm not dead. Where is this?" Our protagonist was on a bunk bed. He sat up, looking around, his heart filled with astonishment. "My college dorm room? Why am I here? Didn't that bitch already kill me?" Those 10 years of trials felt so real. No, it couldn't have been a dream. Then he looked down at his chest and remembered the hourglass. "Wait," he blurted out. "The hourglass." He quickly recalled. This hourglass was an item I got 20 years after the trials began. Ever since the will of the universe descended. It's the most peculiar item I've ever seen. It didn't show any special properties, nor could it be destroyed. So I always kept it with me. The sand was always at the bottom. It wouldn't move even if I flipped it over. But now, it's at the top. He snatched his phone, holding it in his hand. He frowned, thinking. The sand flowed backward. Time reversed. I wonder what time it is now. He opened the calendar on his phone and found that it was June 5th, 2032. 10 days before the will of the universe descends. The trials begin. 10 days from now, on June 15th, the will of the universe will begin its descent, and the trials will begin. Over 90% of humanity will be wiped out. The dead will turn into all sorts of zombies and monsters. All conventional weapons will become useless. In a single night, the world will fall into apocalypse. However, along with the dangers brought by the cosmic trials, there are also opportunities. The survivors will awaken innate talents, and there will be countless dungeons. Magical equipment and items will also descend to Earth with the will of the universe. These wonderful things even attracted the gods who hold the power and laws of the universe. These gods cannot directly interfere in the trials, so they recruit humans under the guise of protection, profiting from it all. In my past life, my strength was weak. I had to put in a ton of effort just to join her ranks. I risked my life to complete the missions she gave me, trying desperately to raise my status. But I never expected to be eliminated just for failing one mission. Back in the present, our protagonist sat on his bed, looking at the news on his phone. He thoughtfully read each article. A new type of rabies? Or zombies from the movies? Patient at Jiangcheng First Hospital suddenly goes mad, bites people. A strange and horrifying incident occurred. Corpse reanimates during autopsy. Grasping the current situation, our handsome protagonist stood up. He clenched the phone in his hand. His expression resolute and serious. He thought, this time, I must become strong. So strong I don't need to rely on anyone or any god. I must become strong enough to trample the gods under my feet. Just you wait, hero. The scene shifts to Jiangcheng First Central Hospital. Our protagonist wore a large coat and a mask covering his face. He stared inside, thinking. 10 years after the trials began, someone once said they had discovered the only method to upgrade one's innate talent. He said that talents actually take effect 10 days before the trials even start. If you can discover and use your talent beforehand, you can upgrade it. Chunbai entered the hospital corridor, completely covered up. He walked with his hands in his pockets. Peeking through the small window on an observation door, he continued to think. My talent in my past life was E-rank virus resistance. According to that method, to upgrade my talent, I need to use a virus to activate and strengthen it. Behind a wall, Chunbai eavesdropped on a conversation between a doctor and a nurse. The doctor looked at the chart in his hands and said, "These are truly strange symptoms I've never seen before." The nurse replied, bewildered, "To me, this patient looks like something out of a movie." After the two left, Chunbai entered the room. At the far end of the room was a hospital bed. From behind a curtain, a pair of tightly bound legs were visible. The man on the bed had a face full of purple-blue veins. His eyes had no pupils. Two fangs grew long and sharp. At a glance, he no longer showed any signs of being human. Now, Chunbai stood by the hospital bed. He was holding a syringe. Looking at the patient before him, he said, "Just as I thought, a zombie." Then, very calmly, he inserted the syringe into a bulging vein on the zombie's arm. While holding the zombie's arm, he said, "To use and train my virus resistance talent, I can only rely on you." The syringe pierced the largest, most prominent vein, slowly drawing a purple fluid inside. Chunbai held the syringe, now filled with a glowing, reddish-purple liquid. He raised it in front of his face and said, "This should be enough to activate my talent." Back at the dorm, his roommates still hadn't returned. Chunbai looked around and said, "No one's here. Looks like they're pulling an all-nighter gaming and won't be back." Only then did he take out the syringe full of the virus solution. He stared at it thoughtfully, his face showing a hint of hesitation. If that theory is wrong, I could die right here. Despite his worries, Chunbai made his decision. He plunged the needle straight into his arm and injected the solution. The virus entered his body. He gritted his teeth. His whole body tensed up. He told himself through the pain, to hell with it. Before the reversal, my talent was only E-rank. Too weak to just scrape by. I had to struggle for 10 years just to see a glimmer of hope. Now, as he pulled the needle from his arm, the veins on his body turned purple-blue and bulged. The virus was spreading through Chunbai's body. He gripped the hand he had injected. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment. Many purple veins had spread across his body and up to his face. In this moment, Chunbai told himself, "If I still awaken an E-rank talent this time, even knowing the future, I'll be too weak to seize any good opportunities. To be reborn just to remain weak. I'd rather die now." Chunbai's limbs convulsed. He collapsed to the floor. His entire being seemed to drown in pain and exhaustion. Chunbai could only hear his own ragged breathing. Just then, in Chunbai's subconscious, He was fighting the pain in a void, crawling forward, and in front of him was the woman named Hero floating. He could still feel himself fighting the virus in his body, so he couldn't stand up, but he could still hear Hero's call. "Come here, Chinbai." The figure of Hero, with her purple aura, appeared before his eyes. With a beautiful and saintly posture, she opened her arms and said, "Give up your resistance. Pledge yourself to the darkness. As a lowly human, becoming a part of the darkness is the most fitting end for you." He cringed, his hands pressed against the floor of the void. In his agony, Chunbai could only manage a few words. "Hero." Then, Chunbai looked up. He stared at Hero with sharp eyes and a vein-covered face, saying decisively, "I will conquer you. How could I possibly fall here?" He lay face down like that all night. The next morning, in Chunbai's dorm room, our protagonist was now able to stand. He walked with a difficult gait, his limbs twitching, looking like a zombie. He stepped out of his room. At that moment, the door to the hallway opened. Chunbai turned his face. It was a face with red fluid streaming from its eyes and mouth. His neck was covered in purple-blue veins, and his eyes were completely white, looking just like a zombie. Chunbai's 3 roommates saw this and were scared out of their wits. All 3 of them turned pale and screamed their heads off. At that moment, one grabbed a broom for defense. Another struck a martial arts pose, and the third hid behind the door. Chunbai, in his extremely bizarre posture, slowly advanced towards them. His contorted arm made the 3 of them panic even more. They shouted his name, "Chunbai." This shout woke our protagonist up. He suddenly opened his eyes, startled, as if he had just woken up, his expression a bit dazed. This situation was really awkward. Chunbai didn't know how to explain this to his roommates. He froze for a minute. The other 3 guys did too. Then Chunbai put on a friendly face and said, "You're back." Knowing he looked very strange, he quickly pushed open the bathroom door, explaining, "I'm just gonna go wash my face." The friend in the blue shirt was a little worried, but he managed to reply as the door closed. Chunbai was now alone in the bathroom. He approached the mirror and saw the zombie-like signs on his body, and these signs were slowly fading. Chunbai smiled triumphantly, thinking, "It worked. The theory was correct. The zombie virus couldn't kill me, which means my talent has been successfully upgraded." Then Chunbai stroked his chin and said to himself, "I wonder what rank my awakened talent will be." Suddenly, a bright light, like a light bulb, appeared above his head. Below it was a notification panel that read, "Chunbai, congratulations, you have been selected as a pioneer. Pioneer title acquired. Awakened ahead of schedule." Our protagonist looked around, stunned. Then it felt very familiar. He thought, it's the voice of the will of the universe. He realized his body had returned to normal. Growing more excited, he continued to think, if I've already awakened, then he touched the notification panel in front of him, saying joyfully, "Open title panel." The title panel displayed, "Pioneer. Only those who discover, use, and train their abilities before the trials begin can possess this." All stats increased by 5%. Experience gained increased by 10%. Attribute panel awakened ahead of schedule. Reading this, Chunbai smirked. His face filled with excitement. He said to himself, "Percentage-based increases. And a perfect title, too." It was as if he had found a light in his dark life. Chunbai thought with a thrilled expression. Next up, the talent panel. He immediately placed his hand on a stone slate. His veiny hand gripped it tightly and began to awaken his innate ability. A system panel appeared. Talent, Virus, Monarch, SSS-Rank. Our protagonist, Chunbai, had now absorbed the innate talent. His entire body erupted with purple, fire-like magic. Behind him, the incarnation of his talent appeared. It was a demon covered in sharp spines, radiating an aura of death. Evil and grotesque. It looked incredibly terrifying, like a true demon king. Chunbai thought about what he now had and what he needed to do next. Virus Monarch is the strongest ability in the virus system. It can absorb, use control, improve, and even create viruses. He raised a hand, channeling his spiritual energy. Lightning like sparks flashed in his palm. He mused, "But before, I only had the ability to absorb." The absorption range was also very small. I need a large amount of virus to upgrade my ability. Then Chunbai said decisively, "The hospital. Of course, it's a good place to absorb viruses." He walked confidently towards the gate of the first hospital, expecting to easily and conveniently obtain a large amount of virus. But this time, when Chunbai saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but be stunned. The hospital gate was crowded with men and women. They were being chased by zombies, running in a panic. Everyone was screaming their lungs out. Help! Run! They're crazy! Crazy! Run! These zombies were chasing at high speed. Rushing towards him, a fat man ran up to Chunbai, yelling right in his face. It's a zombie! Only then did Chunbai turn his head in surprise and ask, a zombie? Then he turned to look. A cold smile formed on his lips. He thought, now I remember. In my past life, I heard people mention that Jiangchang experienced 3 strange phenomena before the trials began. One of them was the hospital lockdown. The scene was now in utter chaos. The zombies leaped up to 10 meters high, chasing after the scattering civilians. Unlike everyone else, Chunbai was not afraid at all. He got into a fighting stance, thinking, well then, this must be the hospital lockdown. Then he shouted excitedly, looks like I'm right on time. Chunbai gathered his strength and leaped. Rushing toward the zombie, he flew forward. His arm reached out, preparing to strike it. In an instant, our protagonist grabbed the zombie's face, controlled it, and slammed it to the ground. He quickly activated his ability. Talent skill, Virus Monarch, Virus Absorption. The zombie opened its mouth in pain, helpless against the magic flowing from Chunbai's palm. He sat decisively on top of the zombie, continuously absorbing the virus from it. The more he absorbed, the more excited Chunbai became. He wanted to absorb even more. He said with determination, excellent. Absorbing the zombie virus. The virus points I gain can be used to strengthen my abilities. This caught the attention of the remaining zombies. They all turned and attacked Chunbai in unison. He stood defiantly amidst the horde of zombies and declared, not a single one of you is getting away today. Meanwhile, in a 4th-floor bathroom at the hospital, zombies were everywhere. They were hunting for survivors hidden in the locked stalls. Just then, a young man with blonde hair was hiding in one of the stalls. His face was etched with fear. It's over. It's really over. This door isn't going to hold for much longer. At that moment, the zombie outside his stall was trying to break down the door. It slammed against the wood, making a thunderous booming sound. In this desperate situation, the blonde man could only think there's no way out. I'm going to die. But there was someone else in the bathroom, under the threat of death. The man seemed to lose his mind. He turned around, a twisted, tearful smile on his face, and burst out laughing at the other person. Even his tears streamed down his cheeks. With the blonde man was a short-haired nurse. She was sitting helplessly on the floor, sobbing as she trembled and said, directorly. Then she struggled to her feet. She saw the blonde man's bizarre behavior and asked in confusion, Lu Feng, what's wrong with you? He didn't answer. He just kept trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, his true colors were revealed. With death closing in, he became desperate. He began to verbally assault the young nurse with a terrifying tone. I chased after you for so long, and you always turned me down. Now we're about to die anyway. So why not let me have a little fun before the end? The terrified girl stumbled backwards, screaming, Lu Feng, are you insane? What are you talking about? Whether by fortune or misfortune, at that very moment, a zombie's hand punched through the door. A large hole was torn in the wood, revealing the bloody, disfigured zombie on the other side. It was reaching for them. When Lu Feng saw it, he spun around, his face pale with terror. So soon, he whimpered. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. He suddenly grabbed the girl's arm, startling her. Then, he shoved her hard toward the door. After that, he cruelly pushed the young woman's body toward the zombie. He used every last ounce of his strength, pushing the girl he liked to her death, screaming, Arg! I don't want to die. Next, Lu Feng scrambled over to the window, thinking, this is the 4th floor? The girl was now completely in the zombie's grasp. Lu Feng had planned to jump to escape, but then he reconsidered. He felt a wave of helpless despair and muttered to himself, it's only the 4th floor. But unexpectedly, the zombie lunged right for him. It closed in silently from behind, its mouth wide open. In that instant, death seemed certain either way. Lu Feng decided to jump from the window. He threw himself forward with all his might, shattering the glass. He began to plummet from the 4th story. The zombie leaped after him, but it was the first to hit the ground. Lu Feng was lucky he didn't fall all the way. He was left hanging from the railing. At that moment, All the strength drained from his body. He was covered in scratches from the broken glass. A few minutes later, the scene seemed to have grown much quieter. Zombie corpses lay strewn across the ground. The entrance was deserted. Arriving at the fourth-floor hospital bathroom, Chun-Bai had just casually tossed a zombie out the window. He was surprised to find a short-haired nurse lying on the floor in a strange position. He approached the girl. "Too late," he said. "She's a nurse." Looking at her like this, she must have just been bitten. Then Chun-Bai placed a hand on her forehead. He began to speculate. Maybe there's still time. Next, Chun-Bai glanced up at 3 twitching zombies on the ground before they fell still. He thought to himself, the military will be here to lock down the hospital soon. I need someone who knows their way around this place to be my guide. Chun-Bai crouched down. He began to channel spiritual energy into his hand and placed it on the girl's forehead, drawing out the virus from her body. Hopefully, I can save her. I'll pull all the zombie virus from her system. Let's see if I can stop the mutation. Strangely, as soon as he finished, color returned to the girl's face. She opened her eyes, awake. The nurse immediately sat up, a dazed look on her face. Seeing this, Chun-Bai was surprised he had actually saved her. He said to himself, "Did it work? She's completely back to normal." The young nurse turned around, her expression friendly. She crossed her arms over her chest and thanked Chun-Bai. "Thank you so much." He took the young woman's hand and helped her up, speaking gently. "It seems you never completely lost consciousness." The girl appeared to remember everything. "Yes," she replied. "I remember what happened." Chun-Bai began to ask for her help. "In that case, I have something I need you to help me with." The girl, in her torn clothes, was a little shy. She used her hands to cover herself and said, "No problem, but I'd like to change my clothes first." However, our clueless Chun-Bai paid her no mind. He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying loudly, "There's no time. Take me to the place in the hospital with the most viruses." The scene changes to a laboratory. At the entrance, a man's corpse lay on the floor. As the two of them entered, Chun-Bai grabbed a few small test tubes. He walked over to the nurse and said, "This should be enough." Hearing that, the nurse gestured around. "The lab is the place with the most viruses in the hospital. All the clinical samples are tested here." Just then, Chun-Bai took a glass beaker and poured the solutions from the test tubes, the viruses, into it. The nurse was utterly astonished. She blurted out, "What are you doing?" Chun-Bai continued his work, gesturing for her to be quiet. Our hero was beginning the process of absorbing the viruses. He wrapped his entire hand around the glass container, continuously absorbing the different types of viruses. A notification appeared. First-time absorption of hepatitis virus. Virus absorption +10. First-time absorption of influenza virus. And so it continued. The absorption points our hero received steadily increased. The spiritual energy in Chun-Bai's hand had shifted into a new form and color. He thought, absorb them all. Next up is, he looked at his hands, touching one with the other. He continued to think, use all of these viruses to strengthen the zombie virus. Inside Chun-Bai's body now was the virus system he possessed. He calmed himself and began to organize it. Blacklight virus, progenitor virus, T-virus, lost virus. As it stands now, my strongest upgrade ability is the Blacklight virus. Zombie virus has evolved into Blacklight virus. All attributes increased by 10. Abilities increased by 200%. Congratulations on obtaining the core foundation of the Blacklight virus. Evolve and devour. At that moment, Chun-Bai closed his eyes briefly. He focused intently, thinking Blacklight virus. This is a virus that specializes in evolution and devouring. The next second, the nurse ran to Chun-Bai's side to inform him. A zombie's at the door. This piqued his interest. He turned around, looking toward the entrance. A zombie with a blackened face began to stumble in. Chun-Bai said, "Stay right here. Don't move." Chun-Bai moved as fast as lightning. He flew over, grabbed the zombie by the throat, and lifted it off the ground, causing the nurse to clutch her chest in fear. Dealing with this zombie was also a way for Chun-Bai to test the power he had just absorbed. He thought to himself, my speed is much faster than before. This zombie must weigh around 75 kilograms. But it feels like I'm not using any effort at all. He tightened his grip on the zombie's neck. Chun-Bai's expression grew more ruthless. He smirked and said, "Perfect timing. I can use you to test out my new ability." Next, from the palm of his clenched hand, gripping the zombie's neck, a dark purple demonic energy emanated, slowly spreading out. It looked stronger and more venomous than his previous demonic power. Chunbai's viral energy morphed into dark purple tentacles. They looked incredibly gruesome. They squirmed, wrapping around the zombie's entire body. His ability now was almost exactly like a certain hero's. These tentacles gradually grew larger, enveloping the whole zombie. It writhed in desperation before being completely devoured. Soon, all that was left in Chunbai's hand was a single orb. This move is Evolve and Devour. It seems Chunbai can now use the Devour ability. He revealed a satisfied expression. Then, the demonic tentacles on his arm retracted back into his palm, disappearing into his bloodstream. He clenched his fist. Chunbai stretched his back and rolled his arm. He glanced to the side and thought, very good. The absorption speed is very fast, and I feel like some of my stamina has recovered. The nurse witnessed this scene, trembling in fear. Goosebumps covered her skin. She looked pitifully at Chunbai and timidly asked, "What you just did?" She was too terrified by the extraordinary sight. The girl collapsed to the floor, shaking too hard to speak. Chunbai, however, was perfectly calm. He nonchalantly rolled his wrist and asked her, "What's wrong?" Trying to regain her composure. The girl let out a long breath. Then she looked seriously into Chunbai's eyes and said clearly, "You saved me. I trust that you won't hurt me. I'll help you keep your secret." Seeing the girl take the initiative, Chunbai also began to open up. He held his hand out in front of her and introduced himself. "My name is Chunbai." The girl, still kneeling on the floor, also introduced herself. "My name is Su Xian." Suddenly, Chunbai moved closer to Su Xian. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What's that?" This left Su Xian very confused. Then he stared intently behind Su Xian, right near the window, and said, "The army and police are here. They've locked the place down. They're clearing out the zombies. We should go too." Then Chunbai took Su Xian's hand and pulled her. He said as they ran, "Quick, take me to the rooftop." "We'll leave from the roof." Su Xian replied, in confusion. "Can't we just leave through the exit? It's not like we've turned into zombies." From the ceiling, a zombie hung upside down, watching the two of them run past, hand in hand. Chunbai looked back and explained, "I don't have time to deal with quarantine and questioning." The next second, that zombie revealed itself, blocking their path. There were no clothes. It seemed to have mutated beyond human form. It stuck out a long tongue, its sharp, disgusting teeth on full display. This startled Chunbai. He let go of Su Xian's hand, letting the young woman retreat behind him. He took a step forward, facing it alone. This zombie was truly massive, 5 times bigger than him, completely blocking the hallway. Its eyes glowed, as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Su Xian saw this. Utterly horrified, the color drained from her face. She stammered out a few words. "Th-. What is that?" This zombie began to stand up straight, its power growing stronger. It opened its torn mouth wide. With its enormous body and long, sharp claws, it let out a massive roar that echoed throughout the area. It looked like this battle was going to be very difficult for Chunbai. The giant zombie blocked the path ahead. Chunbai crouched down, clutching his left arm. At his feet was a pool of dark red blood, and behind him was a terrified Su Xian. From Chunbai's arm, he pulled back his sleeve, revealing a small, bleeding wound. It was accompanied by his demonic, viral energy. Chunbai remained crouched. He lifted his face, a strange, cold smile spreading across it. Interesting, he thought. I didn't expect one could mutate. Chunbai's expression became more dangerous, his eyes sharp, the corner of his mouth lifting. He whispered confidently, "I wonder how absorbing you will make the Blacklight virus evolve." In an instant, the zombie monster pushed off the floor with great force, leaping onto the adjacent wall. Then it launched itself powerfully toward Chunbai. It lowered its head, mouth agape, its 2 eyes glowing, moving with incredible speed. Chunbai pushed back with all his might, his feet creating great friction against the floor. He quickly leaped up, spinning in midair. The monster's lunge missed, and it lost its balance, skidding across the floor. It then fell backward, its head slamming against the ground. At the same time, it took a direct hit from Chunbai's kick. His kick looked light, but for the monster, it was a critical blow. Chunbai then moved behind the zombie monster, while it was still unaware of his exact position. The zombie froze, its eyes bloodshot. Just then, it seemed to sense something behind it. It abruptly swung its arm, aiming to slash at him. But luckily, Chunbai's reaction was fast. He managed to dodge in time. That was way too close. Chunbai landed safely on the ground. He immediately grabbed two zombies hanging in the hallway, absorbing the virus from them. At the same time, he continued to charge toward the zombie monster. The monster roared furiously, focusing its strength toward Chunbai. It opened its mouth wide, its blood-red eyes reflecting its power and speed. It was determined to have a showdown with him. His hand was still absorbing the virus from a zombie corpse. Chunbai was in thought. He looked up at the zombie monster and said, "It seems its overall stats are on par with mine." Then he pulled his arm back, clenching it into a fist. From his fist erupted numerous ink-purple demonic tentacles. Chunbai gathered his strength, preparing to swing forward. Then he lunged forward, delivering a heavy punch to the zombie's chest. This critical blow sent it flying into the hallway wall. The monster shrieked in pain. Its cry echoed throughout the hospital. Meanwhile, Su Xin was so scared she sat on the floor. Chunbai's fist had left a large crater in the monster's body. The wall behind it was also shattered. With just one punch, he had rendered the monster immobile. In that moment, Chunbai realized something. He thought grimly, so tough. Chunbai pushed back with all his might, his hands and feet scraping the floor to maintain balance. Just then, the monster was face down on the floor, right in front of Chunbai. Before he could even get up, he looked up at it. He had thought the zombie monster was dead, but amidst the dust, it began to stir and get back up. And this time, it seemed even more ferocious, displaying an even more terrifying power. Seeing this, Chunbai was also a bit stunned. He took a step back, assessing the situation. This is bad. Dragging this out won't do any good, and I'll end up getting hurt. In this situation, Su Xin suddenly used her hand to smash open a medical box on the wall, making a loud noise. This timid girl then pulled out a fire axe. Trembling, she walked forward step by step and handed the axe to him, calling his name loudly, Chunbai. This gave Chunbai a spark of an idea. He turned his head and saw the axe being thrown up, spinning in the air, just as the zombie monster lunged at him with astonishing speed. Chunbai looked at it, and as swift as the wind, he leaped high into the air, dodging the zombie's claw attack. The force of its swipe was immense, even glowing with red, demonic energy. But unfortunately for it, it missed. Just then, Chunbai's hand caught the axe that Su Xin had thrown. He praised her loudly. "Nice one, Su Xin." Chunbai didn't land on the floor, but on the zombie's shoulder. He bent down, ready. He said confidently, "Here we go. Let's end this quick." Suddenly, claw and blade clashed. One gold, one white. They looked fragile, but were incredibly powerful. The result was, the zombie monster was struck by Chunbai's axe. Flesh and blood flew along the path of the cut. Its face showed extreme agony. On the other side, he also took 3 scratches from its claws. But for him, a small wound like this was nothing. At the same time, he still held the axe, a look of satisfaction on his face. What followed was a chaotic brawl. The two of them crazily lunged at each other, slashing and killing one another, as if they had both lost all reason. From various angles and levels. One attacked, one defended. A high leap, a low crouch. Each one wanted to be the victor. Our Chunbai used the ground as a springboard, pushing off hard with his feet. Then he swung the axe, spun around, and yelled, "Die." He aimed straight for the zombie monster. Chunbai threw all his strength into dodging the axe. But who would have thought the zombie would leap into the air? The missed throw ended up hitting its knee instead. After a struggle, the zombie was also exhausted. It knelt on the ground, seemingly wanting to rest for a moment. But Chunbai wasn't about to waste any more time. He immediately brought the axe down on its head. He then leaned down to look at it, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Still hanging on after all that? Just then, the axe was lodged firmly in the zombie's head. Chunbai had to brace his foot against it to pull the axe free. He pulled with all his might. One hand braced on his thigh, the other foot planted on the zombie's head. If you don't replenish your lost blood, your source concentration is going to be dangerously high. The zombie's eyes turned red. Blood vessels began to pop. It seemed to be trying to do something. The next second, with superhuman strength, the zombie monster plunged both hands into Chunbai's abdomen. And just like that, He was pinned tightly against the wall. This turn of events left Chunbai utterly stunned. He couldn't fight back. His mouth fell open in agony, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Su Xian witnessed this scene, completely horrified. She let out a terrified scream. Ah! The axe flew from Chunbai's hand, clattering to the floor. With a loud bang, Su Xian collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the bloody sight. Chunbai's face was covered in his own blood, but he didn't show a single trace of pain. He looked down at his stomach, torn open by two massive hands. "Huh, you're at death's door and you still won't run?" He smirked and shouted, "Excellent." Then he stared into the zombie monster's hideous face, taunting it. "You want to tear my body to shreds?" The tables had turned. The zombie monster's expression began to change. It opened its maw full of sharp teeth and let out a bewildered roar, as if it were suffering from unimaginable pain. From Chunbai's wound, hundreds of sinister, purple tentacles suddenly erupted. They writhed and stretched out, wrapping around the zombie's hands. This didn't cause Chunbai any pain. On the contrary, he grew even more excited, leaping up to attack the zombie monster. Catching it completely off guard, the system's notification panel appeared. Evolve. Devour. At the same time, the tentacles sprouting from Chunbai's blood vessels had crawled up to the zombie monster's neck. They slithered through every crack and crevice on its body, paralyzing it completely. Chunbai stood in the middle of the room, relying on his strange new power. The terrifying tentacles tightened their grip, completely enveloping the giant zombie. He lowered his eyes, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Scared now? He then narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting. He enunciated every single word. "It's too late." Chunbai floated in midair, leaning back, reveling in the energy he was absorbing from the zombie's body. Su Xian leaned weakly against the wall. She then lifted her face, a gentle smile on her lips, though her heart was filled with fear of him. "It's a good thing, Chunbai." A system notification appeared. Devouring complete. Mutated monster consumed. Tier 2 clawed zombie. A moment later, Chunbai landed softly on the ground. He had likely absorbed enough. Another notification panel appeared. Radiant virus evolving. A poisonous, purple aura emanated from Chunbai's palm. From his fingertips, this tentacle-like energy formed sharp claws. Another system panel appeared. Acquired ability of the clawed zombie. Looking at the gash on his abdomen from before, one could see Chunbai was completely unharmed. The tentacles had now fully retracted into his body. Devour, then evolve. He then raised his demonically long-clawed hand in front of him. In an instant, it emitted a blinding light. He said, "I knew choosing the Radiant HP virus was the right call." But it wasn't over. Just then, the sound of many hurried footsteps approached. It was the city's military forces. They were wearing bulletproof armor, a very high level of protection. They began to aim their guns at Su Xian, shouting, "Is that a survivor over there? Hands up!" Chunbai saw this and was slightly surprised. In front of them was a weak girl and a man. An entire Special Forces team formed a defensive line with their shields, suspicious of the two. So they announced, "I'm counting to 3. If you don't comply, we will open fire." The Special Forces soldier aimed his rifle and seriously yelled, "2." However, Chunbai didn't seem to care. He swept Su Xian up into his arms. He turned back coldly and said, "We should go." It was the first time a man had ever held Su Xian like this. Her face flushed red. She looked at him shyly. Over on the other side, the Special Forces soldier shouted the final number. He then yelled the order, "Fire." The guns were locked on target, ready to shoot. In an instant, countless bullets flew towards Chunbai. He immediately burst into a sprint. Su Xian was familiar with the hospital's layout, so she saw an escape route. She pointed to the left and said, "Turn left up ahead. It's the emergency exit. We can get to the rooftop." And so, Chunbai dashed in the direction she pointed. The gunfire was dense. Several bullets hit him. Blood splattered from multiple spots. Su Xian looked at Chunbai worriedly. "Chunbai, you've been shot." Chunbai, however, was incredibly calm. He focused on scanning the path ahead, saying coolly, "I know. Don't talk. Don't move." He then sprinted through the rain of bullets. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop of the hospital building, from the small room on the roof, Chunbai, still carrying the beautiful woman, kicked the door open and ran out. He had sent the door flying with a single kick. He then stopped. He looked gently at Su Xin and asked, "Where do you live?" Su Xin nestled in his arms, answering shyly, "Baiyong Feng Apartment Complex, Nancy Road." Chunbai's eyes gazed gently at Su Xin. With a kind, handsome smile, he said, "Okay." The moment the word left his lips, Chunbai leaped with all his might, scaring Su Xin out of her wits. Her eyes flew open in shock. It turned out he was jumping with her from the highest floor of the hospital. Chunbai's jumping ability was, to put it mildly, top tier. Having acquired the zombie's power, our protagonist was brimming with confidence. Just like that, he carried the beautiful woman from one building to the next. Su Xin was so scared she could only cling tightly to Chunbai. They finally arrived at the Baiyongfeng apartment complex on Nancy Road. Su Xin hurriedly opened her apartment door. Although her clothes were tattered and she was covered in dirt, she was very enthusiastic. She pointed towards Chunbai and said, "The bathroom's over there. Let me help you take care of your wounds." The clothes on Chunbai's abdomen were torn in a large patch, revealing a set of 8-pack abs. He calmly replied to her, "They're not there anymore. It'll heal quickly. It's fine." Despite him saying that, Su Xin was still worried. She approached him and said, "No way. I have to see." Chunbai had no choice but to go along with her. Wincing slightly from the memory of the wound, he took off his jacket. "All right then." In Su Xion's bathroom, Chunbai's clothes were tossed on the floor. Chunbai took off his jacket, revealing a perfect physique that would make any woman swoon. Su Xian, standing opposite him, was also quite interested, but she tried to restrain herself. She pointed at Chunbai's arm and said, "Look, there's still a strange mark here." But strangely, the rest of Chunbai's body was smooth and flawless. Every part of him was perfect. Su Xian looked on with a covetous gaze, her face flushing as she said, "Your stomach and chest. And here, it's still not completely healed." Su Xian reached her hand forward to point. Chunbai conveniently struck a pose, flexing his solid muscles to his heart's content. His lips curved up slightly. "If I ate you, I'd probably recover instantly." He then lowered his voice, his eyes full of seductive charm as he looked at Su Xian. Half joking, half serious, he said, "So, willing to offer yourself up?" Su Xian blushed shyly again. She wrapped her arms around her waist and mumbled, "You wouldn't eat me. If you wanted to, you would have done it a long time ago. You're awful." Chunbai moved closer to Su Xian. He gave her a playful wink and said, "That's where you're wrong. I didn't eat you before, simply because the circumstances weren't right." Su Xian's face was beet red. She was frozen to the spot, unable to say a word, only managing to let out a few stammered sounds. Seeing that she didn't resist, Chunbai slid his hand around her waist, pulling Su Xian tightly against him, pressing her close to his 6-pack abs. His hand mischievously unzipped her nurse's uniform. But now, the circumstances aren't bad. Quite suitable, actually. Su Xian was in a panic, but seeing Chunbai's 8-pack left her speechless. He continued, "So, will you let me eat you, so I can recover?" Though she was clearly ecstatic inside, Su Xian tried to act calm. She turned her face away, saying shyly, "Take a bath. Get cleaned up a bit. You'll taste better." Chunbai gently placed a kiss on Su Xian's small lips. The moment made the young woman's heart pound wildly. Chunbai said softly. Not long after, the couple was kissing passionately in the bathroom. Though they had just met, Chunbai's masculine and heroic actions seemed to have made this nurse trust him and give him everything, her entire being. This was despite how many men had pursued her before, all of whom Su Xian had ignored. Up next, the sounds of intense spelling lessons echoed from the bathroom. Su Xian was certainly getting a private lesson. On the table, Chunbai's phone lit up, displaying a message from an account named Zhaomu. "Chunbai, where are you? The campus bell, Songgu, is looking for you." Below there was a message from an account named Songgu. "Are you dead? Your roommate said you went to Jiangsheng First Hospital." The strange events that occurred in Jiangsheng before the advent were, in order, the hospital lockdown, explosions in certain areas, and the monster invasion. I don't really understand these 3 things clearly. Regarding information before the advent, there wasn't much available. Besides, no one took it seriously. It was all just mentioned occasionally in idle chat. Thinking about this, Chunbai frowned and sighed. Ugh, what a headache. Chunbai was on his way to buy breakfast. He quickly answered Su Xian's call. Su Xian, I've got breakfast. I'll be right back. Su Xian's voice on the phone sounded very rushed. Chunbai, there are 2 people here looking for you. They said Song Ziqiang sent them to get you. Chunbai asked, surprised, Song Ziqiang? Meanwhile, Su Xian peered through the peephole of her apartment door and saw 2 men in black suits and black sunglasses. They looked very dangerous. She said worriedly to Chunbai, they don't look like good people. Saying Song Ziqiang is looking for you must be a trick. Song Ziqiang is the queen of Jiangcheng. After all, Su Xian was quite panicked now. She pressed the phone tightly to her face, anxiously asking Chunbai, what should I do now? Chunbai quickly told Su Xian how to handle it. They're not lying. Just have them wait outside the door. After hearing this, Su Xian stammered, oh okay. Looking at his phone, at the missed calls and many messages from someone named Song Ge, it finally clicked for Chunbai. Song Ziqiang is Song Ji's mother, the classmate who keeps clinging to me. Standing on the street, Chunbai put his hands in his pockets, deducing. Looks like the young Missy ran to her mother for help. How interesting. Moreover, if Song Ziqiang was able to find Su Xian's place, then she probably already knows something. Chunbai's expression grew colder, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He said, looks like I have to pay her a visit. The scene shifts to a refrigerated warehouse on the outskirts of the city. This area was part of Song Ziqiang's enterprise. She had gone from rags to riches, becoming the wealthiest person in Jiangcheng. She was a titan in both the criminal underworld and the legitimate world. After the advent, she awakened an A-rank talent, quickly establishing her own power base. At that moment, Chunbai stepped out of a luxury car. 2 bodyguards with wary eyes escorted him. This woman, Song Ziqiang, had even managed to unify Jiangcheng in a 3-way power struggle. The true queen of Jiangcheng, an existence he could only look up to in his past life. Appearing before this brilliant woman, Chunbai was filled with admiration, but also a little wary. However, for the current Chunbai, he was completely confident in his pre-awakened talent. A smile touched his lips. He looked at Song Ziqiang with interest. But things are different now. If I can get her on my side now, then in the time before the advent, I can accomplish so much more. Just then, a red high-heeled shoe appeared, its heel deliberately tapping to draw attention. Chunbai was standing in the corridor of the refrigerated warehouse. The woman in the red coat and red shoes had just appeared. The bodyguards quickly bowed a deep 90 degrees. Director Song, they reported respectfully, Chunbai has arrived. This beautiful woman in the red coat was the aforementioned Song Ziqiang. She was the queen of this city, Jiangcheng. She possessed a seductive figure and a domineering sense of style. She strolled leisurely towards Chunbai, saying to him, Mr. Chun, I'm terribly sorry to have you come to a place like this, but I do have a few questions. Following Song Ziqiang was a cool-looking girl with long, moss-green hair, dressed in a suit. This girl said nothing, only silently observing everything around her master. After hearing these words, Chunbai raised his eyes, asking with extreme calm, what do you want with me? Song Ziqiang suddenly moved closer to him. As she walked, she tugged at the lapel of Chunbai's shirt. I was looking for you, she said, because my little girl came home saying she'd lost contact with you at Jiangcheng First Hospital. She was begging me for help. This left Chunbai a little stunned. The woman then tried to get even closer to Chunbai, tossing her voluminous hair as she continued. I had you brought here because I wanted to see for myself what kind of man could make my little girl so worried. Chunbai was very direct. He coolly asked Song Ziqiang to her face, I don't like beating around the bush. What is your real purpose, any Song? Though she was no longer young, Song Ziqiang was still incredibly captivating. She turned her head and began to get straight to the point. Very direct. Then I won't mince words either. Song Ziqiang decisively stamped her foot. She then spread her arms wide, making a direct offer to Chunbai. Be my man. How about it? If you like my little gooter too. Becoming my son-in-law isn't out of the question either. Song Ziqiang had extended the offer to be her son-in-law, but Chunbai didn't seem very interested. The moment Song Ziqiang turned away, he immediately voiced his opinion and his question. I see no reason for you to recruit me at this time. Only then did Song Ziqiang turn back to face him. explaining seriously, "After seeing your heroic performance at the hospital, Mr. Chun, who wouldn't be interested, right?" At this mention, it dawned on Chun-Bai that everything he did at the hospital yesterday, Chun-Bai was shaken. "The hospital? I can't believe what I did," was seen by so many people. Chun-Bai immediately shot back a question. "I recall destroying the hospital's cameras and power supply. How could you possibly know? And how did you find me so quickly?" In the blink of an eye, Chun-Bai had followed Song Ziqiang into an elevator. While pressing the floor button, Song Ziqiang said, "Don't underestimate this old auntie. At the very least, for the part where you walk from the main hall to the camera's location, my people were still able to recover the footage." Standing in front of the elevator, Song Ziqiang held her phone screen up for Chun-Bai to see. "Furthermore, it just so happens that I had someone inside the hospital. She filmed this." On the phone screen with a message from the green-haired girl, Ali, who followed Song Ziqiang. In the message, Ali stated that she was at the hospital where Chun-Bai fought the zombie monster, and she happened to witness the scene where Chun-Bai took care of those zombies. Song Ziqiang didn't believe it at first, not until Alei sent a video of Chun-Bai fighting the zombie monster. Now, Chun-Bai caught the eye of Queen Song Ziqiang. She handed the phone to Alei, who stood behind her. Song Ziqiang continued, full of pride and arrogance, "My luck has always been good. Among the survivors rescued from the quarantine zone, I found a colleague who was very close to Su Xin. Lu Feng." The name Lu Feng startled Chun-Bai. He never expected this woman to not only know him, but also Su Xin and her relationships. The scene flashes back to the previous night. At Su Xin's home, after an intimate encounter, Chun-Bai and Su Xin were resting on the bed. Chun-Bai, with his head resting on his arm, turned to her and said, "Back then in the bathroom, there was another guy named Lu Feng. Not only did he not protect you, but he tried to push you toward the zombies?" Su Xin, exhausted, lay her head on his shoulder and replied, "After he pushed me towards the zombie, he tried to escape through the window, but a zombie slammed into him. He hit his head on the glass and stopped moving." Chun-Bai then recalled the scene. "Oh, that thing hanging on the wall? I thought he was dead." At that moment, both he and Su Xin assumed Lu Feng was dead. She lay in Chun-Bai's strong arms and said, "It's for the best that he's dead. I'll hate him for the rest of my life. Let's just let it go." Chun-Bai just hummed in agreement. Don't be fooled by Su Xion's petite and lovely appearance. She was quite proactive. They had just finished, and now she was lifting her head, wanting more. She brushed her bangs aside, her face flushed, and asked tentatively, "I feel a lot better now. Should we continue, Chun-Bai?" Our man Chun-Bai found this a bit hard to resist, but he still gave a playful wink and teased Su Xian, "Come on. I really wouldn't have guessed this was your first time. Who was screaming so desperately just now?" Su Xian mumbled, embarrassed, "Sorry." Chun-Bai replied, "It's fine. We have plenty of time." As soon as he said that, Su Xian enthusiastically climbed on top of Chun-Bai, and they did things that are hard to describe. In his pleasure, Chun-Bai's face flushed. He was a bit shy. Su Xian said, "No way. Tonight, I absolutely must satisfy my savior." One could understand Su Xian's feelings. After all, it had been a long time since she'd been in a real relationship. Back to the present. In the corridor of the cold storage warehouse. Freight. Elevator 1. From outside the elevator doors, the voices of Chun-Bai and Song Ziqiang could be heard. "Ms. Song, can you tell me where the survivors are quarantined?" Song Ziqiang replied, "Become my man, and I'll tell you. How about it?" The two stepped out of the elevator. Chun-Bai said with a guarded expression, "Ms. Song, you underestimate me." The beautiful Song Ziqiang glanced at him. "You're right. A trivial piece of information is certainly not enough to buy your skills, but I can also..." Chun-Bai stepped forward. He stared at the wall, saying thoughtfully, "No, you misunderstood. What I mean is, you know too little about me. If you knew more, you would know." At this point, a smirk played on Chun-Bai's lips. He emphasized his words, decisive in his final sentence. "I could never be your man." After that, Chun-Bai made no effort to hide it and activated the magic, the virus in his body. Sharp claws grew from his hands. Chun-Bai said with clear confidence, "Instead, you will be my woman." Seeing the strange sight before her, Song Ziqiang couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "This is a mutation from the zombie virus?" Her loyal bodyguard, Alay, immediately rushed forward to protect Song Ziqiang. Then, Chunbai's hand moved slightly. Controlling the purple magic, he condensed a large mass of it in his hand. He shouted emphatically, "Wrong." Then, he used his own power to continuously transform, showing off his strength in front of Song Ziqiang. He stared at her and mimicked the words she had just said to him. "Become my woman, and I will tell you about this." "So, Auntie, what do you say?" As a wealthy woman, beautiful and mature, Song Ziqiang was faced with a young man, about her son's age, acting so arrogantly. She replied, slightly displeased, "You underestimate me too, Chunbai. These claws alone aren't enough to make me submit." Next, Song Ziqiang brought up Su Xian again. "Besides, you already have that pretty young nurse. Why would you be interested in an old hag like me?" Our protagonist was truly a master. In an instant, he smoothly closed the distance to Song Ziqiang. He caressed her chin, gently coaxing the beautiful woman. Who wouldn't be moved by this? Everything has its pros and cons. At least before the apocalypse truly hits. What you can offer me is far more than what Su Xian can. Although Song Ziqiang was older, hearing these sweet words, her heart still fluttered. Her cheeks flushed red like a girl in her 20s. She heard apocalypse and asked, "The apocalypse? You mean these zombies?" Chunbai showed his contempt for these low-level zombies. He said in a magnetic voice, "Zombies? These things are nothing but trash." At that moment, Song Ziqiang looked at Chunbai with dangerous eyes. Her tone suspicious, she continued, "Trash? It seems you know a lot." Chunbai replied, "More than you can imagine." Song Ziqiang extended her soft hand towards Chunbai, saying briskly, "We are both people who don't submit easily. Let's cooperate. My help in exchange for your information." Chunbai immediately shook her hand in agreement, saying, "It seems conquering the Queen of Jiangsheng is truly no simple task." Song Ziqiang said proudly, "Of course." Then, Song Ziqiang pulled Chunbai closer and whispered in his ear, "But I truly look forward to the day a man who can conquer me appears. Good luck, Mr. Chun." Just then, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from outside. Boom! It sounded like gunfire. This startled all three people in the room. They all turned pale with shock. Chunbai glanced towards the door and said loudly, "Gunfire? What's going on?" A clear look of unease flashed in Alay's eyes. Song Ziqiang looked out the window, saying cautiously, "Last night, Commander Huang of the Jiangqing military region sent Zhao Lianchong to negotiate with me. They requisitioned part of the cold storage to freeze zombies and quarantine the survivors rescued from the hospital." Chunbai nodded, indicating he understood. Song Ziqiang added with a heavy gaze, "This gunfire can only be from them. But why is this happening? There are only about 30 zombies in the warehouse. Frozen in the cold storage, they should be nearly unable to move. Half of our company is stationed here." Behind the worried Song Ziqiang, Chunbai stroked his chin, thinking, "Zombies in low-temperature environments become sluggish. I didn't expect them to be discovered so quickly, but they certainly don't know that. In extreme environments, the mutation rate of zombies increases." Chunbai searched his memories, connecting the clues. He calculated in his head. Suburban cold storage. Mutated zombie. After a moment of thought, Chunbai finally realized, could this be the location of the suburban bomb? Having almost figured out the whole situation, Chunbai took the lead, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. He said to Song Ziqiang and Alay, "Let's go take a look." Chunbai thought excitedly, "This is great. I wonder what kind of mutated monster it will be." In front of them was a giant monster, 10 times the size of a normal person. It looked as if it were formed from many zombies fused together. Its body was covered in countless tentacles and protruding human faces. It looked incredibly terrifying. It was attacking the soldiers. Everyone was trying to fight back, shouting, "Grenade! Throw a grenade into its mouth." A grenade with its pin pulled was thrown. It flew straight into the zombie's mouth, causing a violent explosion inside its stomach. However, this didn't cause much damage to it. On the contrary, it caused it to mutate into giant, round tumors, looking extremely grotesque. It opened its mouth in pain. From the holes in its body, many arms and legs of other zombies emerged. After swallowing the grenade, the monster fell silent again. The surroundings seemed to grow quiet. Only the dissipating smoke from the gunshot remained. The people fighting wondered if it was all over. but they were still observing the situation. In the smoke, the monster suddenly reappeared, looking even larger and more terrifying than before. It snatched a soldier and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Faced with this situation, the highest-ranking officer, Zhao Yinchong, had no choice. He had to start giving orders. Our weapons can't deal effective damage. Everyone, group up with the person next to you. Take turns throwing grenades to draw the monster's attention. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Is that clear? From behind the officer, Song Ziqiang stepped forward. She ordered him, Zhao Yinchong, tell your men to stop throwing grenades. Fall back. Seeing Song Ziqiang appear, the officer was a bit confused. He asked blankly, Boss Song, what do you mean? Seeing a group of people struggling against a giant monster, Song Ziqiang spoke up. She looked at it and seriously explained the situation. What I mean is, you can't hurt that mountain of meat. Don't let your men die for nothing. In this situation, Song Ziqiang could only tell the officer to retreat. Though reluctant, she said, have your men protect my warehouse staff and the survivors from the hospital. Then get out of here as soon as possible. When the officer heard this, he was extremely conflicted. He replied, I can't do that. This monster's speed is too fast. If no one holds it back, no one can escape. At that moment, a beautiful girl fell on the path. She couldn't run anymore. She weakly raised her hand to resist the monster's overwhelming presence. The monster's giant hand was about to slam down. This time, it would likely take her life. The girl's name was Lu Li. The situation was quite urgent. But Song Ziqiang's expression wasn't very panicked. She said calmly, just do as I say, Zhao Yinchong. Don't worry about that monster. She seemed to have great faith in Chunbai, so she wasn't very worried. Finally, she added a decisive sentence. Someone will take care of it. As soon as she finished speaking, just as the monster's giant hand was about to strike the fallen girl, it was stopped. Chunbai had appeared in a flash. Using his magic, he stopped the giant hand, and the girl named Lu Li was rescued by the soldiers and brought to safety. Chunbai's entrance was pretty cool. After blocking such a powerful blow, he just said calmly, just lending a hand. Almost dislocated my shoulder. It's this strong. Looks like I can't take it head on. Immediately after, the monster, having missed its attack, became enraged. It raised both giant hands to the sky, preparing to bring them down on Chunbai. On his hands, many sharp claws began to grow from the virus magic. And so, Chunbai used the force to leap up. He rushed up the monster's giant arm. He slashed multiple gashes along its arm, catching the monster off guard. The pain was so intense that a hand grew out of its eye. After one blow, Chunbai retreated and landed safely. He stood with one foot forward to maintain his balance. As for the monster, blood splattered on its skin. It stood stunned for a few seconds. This giant monster, with many large fleshy tumors and multiple faces on its body, looked incredibly disgusting. It staggered and spun a few times. The many faces on its body contorted in pain. It nearly fell in front of Chunbai. It seemed to have lost track of its opponent's position. It swung its arm and turned, and punched a wall, successfully destroying a large section of it. The officer witnessed Chunbai's power. He was completely astonished and asked, what is he? Are you raising a monster? Song Ziqiang had a proud expression. She winked and replied, what are you talking about, Zhao Yinchong? That's a person. He's my partner. Now back to Chunbai. He was standing on a giant mountain of meat. This made the monster's two eyes glow. It looked incredibly greedy. Chunbai put his hands on his hips and said with a powerful aura, you can't eat this. From Chunbai's body, many purple, glowing tentacles emerged. He was using his devouring evolution ability. Chunbai continued, it would be a waste to give this stuff to you. The root-like tentacles spread across the giant mountain of meat at his feet, glimmering with light. When the monster saw this, it found it very annoying. It swung its powerful fist and charged straight at him. The force of this monster's attack was so strong it punched through a wall. Its fist extended so far that its arm tore at the armpit. Witnessing it all, the officer and Song Ziqiang were both worried for Chunbai. But how could Chunbai lose to a mere monster? The system panel immediately appeared. System notification. Devouring complete. Acquired a large amount of frozen beef. At the same time, Chunbai was flying through the air. Having dodged the monster's punch, The system panel continued to display notifications. System notification. HP virus is evolving. Strength and endurance slightly increased. The monster staggered uncomfortably. Chunbai, now extremely calm and handsome, continued. As expected of high-quality beef. Not only did it restore my stamina, but can also upgrade me. It's replenishing my energy. Looks like I used up quite a bit. In midair, Chunbai maintained his composure. He flipped a few times and prepared for his next attack. As for the monster, it fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Just then, Chunbai decided to launch the final blow. The virus magic on his hands extended, forming sharp blades. He spun to build up power and shouted with a powerful aura, "Next! It's your turn to die." The monster was terrified. The two hands on its eyes clenched shut. Its mouth contorted as it screamed. Chunbai's attack was like a giant iron beam. It slammed straight into the monster's head, pinning it to the ground. It was like a slab of fat. Its own weight shook the entire area. But that wasn't all. Chunbai charged forward, and at the point of contact, he tore it apart. He dug into the obese body with increasing fervor. Indeed, technique is more important than size. Chunbai appeared and disappeared between the monster's hands as it fell backwards, losing strength. Looking incredibly cool, he was in a fighting stance. Both hands were covered in claws formed from virus magic. Chunbai tilted his head and said with a hint of arrogance, "Right on time." Then came the scene of him using his mutated tentacles to perform devouring evolution. Chunbai stood in the middle. He spread his arms, controlling the tentacles to grab the zombie's two giant hands. The officer witnessed this firsthand. He was utterly horrified. His face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out. He said, "What is that? That is definitely not human." Chunbai just smiled faintly and said, "Evolve." Everything was too simple for him. Standing on the head of a monster 10 times his size, he let the tentacles move at full capacity, reaching every corner, devouring this giant monster. Perhaps because it was so large, the speed at which the tentacles filled it was a bit slow. But regardless, this monster was done for. It screamed in despair. The officer still couldn't believe his eyes. He kept muttering, "That is definitely not human." Involuntarily, a thought flashed through the officer's mind. He held the walkie-talkie in his hand. His expression turned sinister. He muttered, "That's right. While these two monsters can't move." Noticing the officer's strange behavior, Song Ziqiang turned around cautiously. This officer didn't see Chunbai as a person. For the safety of everyone, he was planning to eliminate Chunbai as well. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, signaling to his subordinate team preparing for action. "This is Old Zhao. Our reinforcements have arrived. I'm requesting authorization for a missile strike. Coordinates are..." Before he could finish, Song Ziqiang's long, slender hand rested gently on his shoulder. The officer turned his head, a look of horror in his eyes, as if he just realized he had done something terribly wrong. Song Ziqiang, with her calm and commanding presence, spoke softly to the officer. "Calm down, Captain Zhao. Think this through. Right now, he's helping us, which means he's also helping you." Ali, standing behind her, was also visibly annoyed by the captain's intentions. Song Ziqiang's brow furrowed. She stared at the officer, displeased, her expression a clear warning. "Don't do something stupid, or this won't end well for anyone." 10 minutes later, countless gun barrels were aimed forward. It seemed Song Ziqiang's warning had had no effect on the officer. Surrounding Chunbai were scores of fully equipped soldiers. They wore body armor and had erected a barricade of sandbags. Chunbai looked down grimly at his own two hands. He was now the center of everyone's attention. The officer lifted a radio to his mouth. He gave the order to all his soldiers. "Rounds chambered. All units, stay alert." Over here, Song Ziqiang was furious that he had disobeyed her. At that moment, she approached the officer, reminding him in a low voice, "Captain Zhao, don't forget what you just said." The officer's expression was dead serious. He was completely focused, but he still answered Song Ziqiang. "I know. As long as he doesn't harm anyone, I won't give the order to fire." Ignoring everything around him, Chunbai leaned back, reveling in his newfound power. The air around him seemed to hum with a mysterious, viral energy. Then, two system panels appeared one after the other. System notification. First-time acquisition of Rosen-type zombie virus variant, strength type. Received 500 virus points. System notification. Talent unlocked. Virus monarch. Ability. Viral propagation. Chunbai calmly lifted his gaze. His eyes had grown more resolute. A new system panel appeared. System notification. Successfully devoured rare mutant. Juggernaut Rosen. Blacklight virus abilities have been greatly enhanced. Chunbai, showing off his power, smugly flexed his mutated arm, forming it into a set of razor-sharp claws, flaunting his abilities. Another notification popped up. System notification. Decomposition complete. Obtained Rosen ability, strength type. Ability, heavy hammer. Then, amidst the swirling dust, Chunbai threw another punch to test his strength. Now, after absorbing the monster, he had become significantly more powerful. He looked at the abilities mutated from his viral power. The virus in his hand had undergone a major change. The claws were sharper than before, with more practical, combat-ready details. Chunbai was impressed. It's evolved again, just as I expected. A definite improvement. He was now very satisfied with his abilities. One arm had become a razor-sharp weapon. It could be used as a blade. His other arm was now massive and swollen, designed for generating immense power in close-quarters combat. Looking at his arm, now swollen into a hammer fist, Chunbai thought with satisfaction. A heavy hammer. I can feel an incredible amount of power. Too bad there's nothing around to test it on. Feeling that was enough for now, Chunbai told himself, that's right. This is the biggest prize I've gotten today. After saying this, he decided to retract the tentacles on his body. In his hand now was a red orb. Its outer shell looked like rubber, covered in numerous cracks, that revealed a white substance within. Chunbai stood, leaning on one leg, staring at the apple-sized orb. Chunbai thought, this Rosen core is an extremely rare material. It can be used to craft equipment. If I can figure out how to control it, I could even use it to build an infinitely growing fortress wall. He brought the core up to his eyes. Chunbai glanced around before making a move. He hesitated for a moment, thinking, should I feed it a little something? And maybe try to grow a Rosen mountain? Chunbai paid little attention to the people warily watching him. While our hero was having an internal debate, countless people were waiting on his every move. Song Ziqiang approached him. Chunbai, she called out. Chunbai heard her, and quickly stashed the Rosen core in his jacket pocket. She extended a hand to introduce someone. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Li. As she finished, a girl in a black blouse and skirt stepped forward. She had long brown hair and was very beautiful. Meeting Chunbai for the first time, Lu Li's face lit up. Just then, Chunbai also maintained his composure. He politely crossed his arms and commented on the girl. Lu Li, I know you. You're quite famous in Jiang City. You're a popular streamer, right? The one secretly filming in a hospital. That was you, wasn't it? Hearing this, Lu Li was delighted. She excitedly flashed a peace sign and said cheerfully, that was me. Thank you for saving me twice. Chunbai intentionally moved closer to Lu Li. The girl was a head shorter than him, so he lowered his head and replied softly to her thanks, adding a question. It was nothing. When I killed that Rosen just now, did you film it? Afraid of upsetting him, Lu Li answered cautiously. I'm sorry. It's an occupational hazard. I can delete it. But Chunbai wasn't bothered at all. He said calmly, keep it. Just don't post it online. I have another use for it. Interrupting their conversation was the far from pleased military officer. He spoke up. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chunbai? Commander Huang of our military district hopes that you will report everything you know to us. Hearing this, looking at the officer behind the wall of sandbags, Chunbai didn't know what to say. Something about this brought back a few memories. Commander Huang. Huang Hongxi. That's a name that's hard to forget. After the apocalypse began, the Awakened were treated like dogs and pigs. At first, they used patriotism to placate us. After that, it was just exploitation and abuse. Chunbai had been one of them, so desperate that some days he didn't even have enough food to eat. But the ridiculous thing was, anyone who wanted to leave was branded a traitor by him, and then hunted down. He's the one who forced me to leave Jiang City. Back in the present, Chunbai turned and asked Song Ziqiang, Auntie Song, am I required to go and report to them? At this, Song Ziqiang's face darkened. She glanced at the self-righteous officer and said, Of course not. I haven't even heard the details myself yet. After that, Chunbai chuckled softly. He uttered a single word. Song Ziqiang suddenly turned forward again. With an air of arrogance and power, she announced, I know. Let me handle this. Song Ziqiang elegantly strode toward the officer. Before she could even speak, the other man spoke up in a panic. Mr. Chun, Madam Song, I hope you two will fulfill your duties as citizens of the Dragon Country. Song Ziqiang's red high heel stomped firmly on the ground. She stopped at the sandbag wall. She glared at the officer with piercing eyes, her face a mask of fury and seriousness. She said harshly, What damn duty? Don't you dare use that tone with me. You're not even fit to be a captain. Go and pass a message to Huang Hongxi for me. Tell him if he has something to say, he can come find me himself. This time, the officer was left completely speechless. He could only stammer out a few words. Emma. Before he could finish, one of his subordinates ran up urgently to report. Captain Zhao, the people in the quarantine zone are causing a riot. What are your orders? Coincidentally, Chenbai also needed some information about those quarantined people. He stepped between the two and asked the subordinate, Quarantined people? Is there anyone there named Lu Feng? Though clearly unwilling, the officer still turned his head and asked through gritted teeth, Is there or not? The subordinate had no choice but to answer nervously, Yes. He's the one causing the biggest disturbance. Now, Chenbai turned back with a very serious expression and spoke directly to the officer. Captain Zhao, I want to see this Lu Feng. The captain, standing opposite him, immediately agreed to Chenbai's request. He ordered his subordinate, Bring him here. The subordinate immediately saluted and replied loudly, Sir, yes, sir. A few seconds later, a man in a white shirt, with blonde hair, walked over. He spoke first. Captain Zhao, you were looking for me. Did my father call you? When everyone saw Lu Feng, they all moved closer, wanting to get a better look. It was indeed the despicable face of Lu Feng. Even after everything that had happened, he was still just as arrogant. He opened his mouth and said haughtily, My father is the vice president of First Hospital, Lu Huino. Before he could finish, a hand gently landed on Lu Feng's shoulder, forcing him to turn his head. It was Chenbai's hand. He placed his hand on the man's shoulder, secretly activating his viral propagation talent. Zombie virus. Chenbai's eyes still held a purple demonic glow, since he had just used his ability. He glanced at Lu Feng and said, feigning nonchalance, I was the one looking for you. Someone asked me to give you a message. Lu Feng looked at Chenbai, completely astonished. He asked, Who are you? Chenbai leaned in close to Lu Feng's ear, intentionally mentioning Susin. Last night, Su Xian told me in bed about how you pushed her towards the zombies. She wanted me to tell you that you should go to hell. Hearing this, Lu Feng was utterly shocked. He roared back, How do you know about that? There's no way she could still be alive. Chenbai deliberately stepped back, then shouted loudly to attract more attention. Everyone get back. He's about to turn into a zombie. Because the matter was so sensitive, everyone immediately grew cautious and began aiming their guns at Lu Feng. He started yelling angrily, You're the one turning into a zombie. Are you kidding me? At that moment, on Lu Feng's shoulder, the virus Chenbai had implanted began to mutate. Its tentacles wrapped around his neck. Lu Feng angrily charged at Chenbai. This made him look even more like a madman. He growled, You bastard. You dare to trick me? Su Xian is so difficult. How could she possibly be with you? Before he could finish the word you, Lu Feng's face was completely covered by viral tentacles. He let out a muffled groan. Lu Feng lunged straight for Chenbai. After being infected by the virus, his body mutated. Both of his arms turned purple, and tentacles burst from his eye sockets. Lu Feng clenched his arm. The viral energy flared and pulsed with light. He threw a powerful punch at Chenbai. Chenbai's fist, now 100 times larger than a normal one, whistled past the officer's face, scaring him half to death. Done. He retracted his still-smoking fist. Not bad, Chenbai thought. The power is much stronger than I imagined. Blood had splattered across half the officer's face. He stood there, frozen like a statue, not daring to move. The demonic tentacles on his arm gradually disappeared. Chenbai prepared to leave. He turned back and said to Song Ziqiang, Let's go, Annie Song. Your performance was acceptable. When we get back to my place, I can tell you a few things. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang was a bit surprised. Then she obediently fell and a step behind Chunbai, saying softly, "For now on, just call me Ziqiang. Or Sister Song is fine too." Chunbai, our straightforward hero, asked in confusion why. The beautiful woman moved closer to Chunbai. She took the initiative and took his hand, saying gently, "I don't think partnering with you would be a bad deal." Then she took the initiative again and asked, "If I wanted to be one of your people, is it too late?" Chunbai's performance had won over this iron-willed woman. Hearing her words, he didn't know what to say. Our hero is a true master indeed. After a moment, he looked off into the distance, his voice deep. "Well, that depends on your value and your performance, Sister Song." An expensive white car sped down the wide road. This was Song Ziqiang's car. Inside, Ali was in charge of driving. In the passenger seat was Lu Li. Song Ziqiang and Chunbai sat in the back. She now turned to him and said, "Perfect timing. I'd like to invite you to my home for a meal, Mr. Chun." Perhaps because he was tired after the battle, Chunbai only said a few cold words. "Before we get to your place, don't bother me." On the contrary, Song Ziqiang was very enthusiastic. She quickly replied. In the car, Chunbai put his hands in his pockets. He took a quiet moment for himself to think. Time to open the rewards. Let's see what goodies I got for beating the Rosen. Just then, a notification panel appeared before Chunbai's eyes, displaying his item inventory. I'll open the inventory. There are 2 skill books. Looks like my luck isn't half bad. Now, a new notification appeared. Bloodthirst and Rampage. All attributes +3. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. During cooldown, all attributes -50%. Chunbai stared directly at the notification screen. He seemed to be concentrating, calculating. The drawbacks of this thing outweigh the benefits for me. The 2 books in Chunbai's inventory were displayed on the panel. Muscle Reinforcement. Greatly increases muscle mass. Doubles the growth efficiency of stamina and strength. After looking for a moment, he felt it wasn't right either. This one's no good either. From what I know, using this will turn you into a monster. A muscle-bound freak for life. Your flexibility would be drastically reduced. Then, Chunbai narrowed his eyes at the system panel again, beginning to carefully consider his strategy. Although they're useless to me, in the early stages of the trial, the value of these 2 skill books is extremely high. They'd be great for building up a force or winning people over. A new number appeared on the system panel in front of Chunbai. 6 gold coins. 35 silver coins. Chunbai's gaze drifted out the window. He continued to think. Speaking of building a force, it's about time to get started, isn't it? The reward for killing the Rosen was 6 gold coins. Just enough to create a chat group. A notification appeared. Confirm creating a chat group. At this, Chunbai reached out and selected yes. He had spent 5 gold coins. Chunbai calculated. I can use the chat group to summon the initiators. Help them build a foundation before the trial begins. The competition in the later stages of the trial is intense. Building relationships before the trial is also quite important. The system panel continued. You're creating a chat group. ID number 001. Please set a name. Selecting cancel will automatically assign a name to the group. Chunbai chose to cancel naming it. A notification appeared. Notification. You have created chat group number 001. An image of Hero appeared in Chunbai's mind. The woman he hated to his very core. Chunbai's thoughts were filled with resentment. He made a vow. Hero, I will rebuild White Emperor City and turn it into a divine kingdom. As for you, Chunbai's hateful gaze fixed as he gritted his teeth. In his heart, he thought, you will become my most pathetic dog. 3 hours later, at Song Ziqiang's villa, as expected of the richest person in Jiang City, the place was both luxurious and spacious. Chunbai sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He looked very distinguished. Song Ziqiang was full of doubt. After listening to what Chunbai had to say, she stroked her chin and asked him again. In the universal trial, over 90% of people will turn into monsters. The rest will become evolved, and firearms, along with most electronic devices, will become useless. Chunbai clasped his hands together. He spoke with a serious and decisive tone. This is all I can tell you. It should be enough for you to handle things. And enough for you to gain the upper hand, right? Song Ziqiang immediately turned her head and shot him a subtle glare. She arrogantly made another demand. It's not enough, Chunbai. Let's be direct with each other. What do I have to do to become one of your people? Our hero leaned back against the sofa. He rested his chin on one hand and said leisurely, "First, your abilities. I have no use for worthless things." Chunbai now had the upper hand. He continued, "Second, loyalty. Like a dog, absolutely loyal to its master." It seemed Song Ziqiang was completely captivated by him. Despite his arrogant attitude, her only concern was how to become one of Chunbai's people. Song Ziqiang narrowed her eyes. "Loyalty. I can do that." Then, with an incredibly confident posture, she stood before Chunbai and enthusiastically introduced herself. "As for ability, I believe I am more than qualified. Power, money, status. In Jiangcheng, no one can compare to me." A look of immense satisfaction showed in Chunbai's eyes. He gently reminded her, "The rules and values after the advent will be completely new. Your power, your status, your money, none of it will have any value, except to make you a more appealing slave." He then told a story about the tragic fate of Song Ziqiang and her daughter during the advent. They were hung up and sold at auction. Below them, a massive crowd had gathered. Chunbai let her know that no matter how beautiful or wealthy, no matter how high their status, once the apocalypse arrived, they would be left with nothing. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang seriously posed a question: becoming your loyal dog and becoming someone else's plaything, what's the difference? At this point, Chunbai no longer held anything back from Song Ziqiang. He looked directly into her eyes and answered bluntly, "One allows you to unleash your power on the world stage. With the other, your master won't hold you back out of fear, because I will always be stronger than you, forever above you." Song Ziqiang was completely won over by Chunbai. She waved her hand, brushing back her hair. "I think," she said with excitement, "if I hesitate any longer, I'll miss this incredibly important opportunity." Song Ziqiang pivoted on her heel, the sound echoing on the floor. Then, the woman desired by countless men knelt before Chunbai. Although she was much older than him, she was utterly reverent. "I'm willing to offer everything to you, master." Even Chunbai hadn't expected to achieve this level of submission. He was silent for a moment, then regained his composure. In a deeply satisfied tone, he told her, "I must say, your fame and status provide a very high spiritual value. It pleases me greatly." He reached out his strong hand, caressing Song Ziqiang's delicate chin. He now viewed the woman known as the Queen of Jiangsheng as a subordinate under his command. He spoke sweet words to her. "Show me your charm once more." Then he gave her a task. "Also, I have a few things I need you to do." Song Ziqiang submitted to Chunbai's arrangements. She was as obedient as a puppy. The phone in Lu Li's hand suddenly received a message, startling her. Coincidentally, Ali also seemed to have just received a new message. On Lu Li's phone screen was a message from the group chat 001. It turned out that the task Chunbai had given Song Ziqiang was to create this group chat. In the group, Song Ziqiang sent 2 messages. The content was, "Ali, have Lu Li send you the video of Chunbai. Then take her home. She's been through a lot these past 2 days. Let her get some proper rest. After that, find someone to get Chunbai's post to the top of all major forums." The title of his post is "To the Pioneers." His ID is Pioneer by D. Ali read the task Song Ziqiang had assigned her. She thought for a moment, but showed no particular reaction. Ali immediately approached Lu Li. "Lu Li, the director told you to send me the video of Chunbai. Then I'm to take you home to rest." Lu Li asked blankly, "Home? Is there nothing else you need my help with?" Ali replied, "Director Song said you've been through a lot these last 2 days. She wants you to go home and rest well. Get your strength back." Hearing this, the beautiful Lu Li immediately stood up. She said softly, "Although I almost died at the hands of a zombie today, the shock doesn't seem as intense as the first time I saw the tragic fate of that family." Remembering the moment Chunbai saved her, Lu Li's heart filled with gratitude. "I don't know if it's because deep down, I've already accepted the fact that I might die at the hands of a zombie. And Chunbai's strength is also very reassuring." A moment later, Song Ziqiang's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was her daughter. Seeing this, Chunbai picked it up. "It's Songge," he said, surprised. Song Ziqiang's daughter was on her way. She called her mother, saying into the phone, "Hello. Ali said you told me to come back. What's going on?" Chunbai casually answered the call. "This is Chunbai." On the other end of the line, Song Ji's voice was full of shock. "Chunbai, Why are you answering my mom's phone? Where's my mom? He started to act mysterious, using an ambiguous tone to lure Song go back. She's busy eating. No time to talk. Come back and we'll talk. It's very important. Song sounded a little worried. All right, she replied. And you, Chinbai, wait for me at home. I sent you so many messages and you didn't reply. Before she could finish, Chinbai hung up. Songa held her phone, fuming. He hung up on me. Her face flushed with anger, and she cursed through gritted teeth. Chinbai, you jerk. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel before me. Truly a girl obsessed. She won't change even in her next life. The daughter was going crazy for Chinbai, while the mother had become his slave. Who knows what kind of spell Chinbai had cast? He sat arrogantly on the chair, stroking Song Ziqiang's head. Like an obedient puppy, she looked up at him. Master, can you protect my daughter as well? Chinbai said. Her abilities are lacking, and her personality is too spoiled. But then, he leaned in close to her face, speaking gently. If she just tries harder, I can guarantee that, when the advent arrives, she very likely won't turn into a monster. Song Ziqiang was no longer the imposing queen. She was now no different from a girl in her 20s. Feeling the man's touch, her face flushed and her heart pounded. Thank you, she said shyly. Master. At a secret warehouse on the outskirts of the city, Songgu and Song Ziqiang sat in an expensive car. After hearing the story, she asked her mother suspiciously, Mom, are you sure you weren't tricked by Chinbai? You actually believe something so incredible? Song Ziqiang crossed her arms, leaning back in her seat to rest. She seemed to pay no mind to her daughter's words. That's why I stopped you from looking for Chinbai last night. Once we got out of the car, don't say a word. Just obediently watch him. Seeing her mother so serious, Songgu just mumbled a non-committal aha. Standing before an abandoned building, waves of roars echoed from within. Ollie had brought Chinbai here. Mr. Chun. Yesterday, I went all over the city, searching for traces of zombies and monsters. In the end, this was the only place I found them. Ollie then continued to explain the location in detail. This place used to be an underground casino, but now the house and the gamblers inside have all turned into zombies. The number is around 160. No special zombies like the liquor were detected. Chinbai looked ahead, only grunting softly in acknowledgement. He stamped his foot firmly, then propped his hand on his chin in thought. A zombie slaughterhouse. No, impossible, because the hospital was indoors. The liquor was extremely difficult to kill. However, this place is in a remote location. Even if something happened, it would be hard for people to remember and spread the word. After thinking for a long while, he turned to ask Ollie, you went to all the places rumored to have monsters and zombies? But this was the only real one. Ollie answered honestly, that's right. Song Ziqiang and her daughter Song Gu had arrived. They gathered behind Chinbai. At this time, Su Xian and Lu Li also appeared, understanding the situation. Chinbai didn't act rashly. He analyzed. It seems someone else is collecting zombies. The place where he's collecting them must be a zombie slaughterhouse. The army only dares to take on a few dozen zombies at a time. Someone is collecting all the monsters and zombies. At this moment, Chinbai spoke with a powerful aura. Is it a curious warrior or a pioneer who knows everything? This is something to look forward to. Chinbai grabbed his right wrist, twisting it to warm up. A dangerous look crossed his face. Open the door, he said. Upon receiving the order, two men pulled the large doors open from either side. Chinbai stood in the middle, ready to greet them. The moment the doors opened, hundreds of zombies poured out. Every single one had bloodshot eyes, ferocious faces, and convulsing limbs, scaring the two soldiers so badly they nearly collapsed. Right from the start, more than a dozen zombies rushed out. Each one could jump 10 meters high. They were fierce and ravenous. Faced with such a chaotic situation, Chinbai remained incredibly calm. He targeted one, leapt high into the air, and delivered a precise kick, causing its body to nearly fold in half as it slammed into the wall. As for Su Xian, her job was to film with her phone, but she was pale with fear, and Songgu couldn't help but feel nauseous, doubled over, dry heaving. Just a few minutes later, Chinbai's hand was on the head of a zombie. A purple aura emanated from his hand. As he absorbed its virus, the system immediately appeared. System notification. eliminated over 300 zombies. Congratulations on receiving the title. A purple, demonic energy erupted from Chun-Bai's entire body. He felt as if he were being infused with a massive amount of energy. Standing on a mountain of zombie corpses. This was a glorious victory. The system panel appeared. System notification. Zombie Hunter, E-Rank. All attributes +5. Damage to zombies increased by 5%. Now, 2 new notifications appeared on 2 consecutive system panels. System notification. Collected 500 zombie virus points. Virus points can be used to exchange for the zombie virus serum formula in the zombie virus talent tree. Seeing this, an idea flashed in Chun-Bai's mind. He chuckled smugly. Zombie virus serum formula. This is good stuff. Even evolved individuals who have awakened their talents can be affected by the zombie virus. At that moment, the system panel appeared. Unlock the zombie virus serum formula. Chun-Bai pressed the yes button. Cost 300 virus points. After all, not everyone is immune to the virus or has a superhuman physique to resist it. With his work done, Chun-Bai cheerfully walked to the door. He waved Song Ziqiang over, telling everyone to come inside. The things I told you all before we left. Do you remember? The 4 women waiting for Chun-Bai were now ready. Song Ziqiang took the lead. She hoisted a baseball bat with high spirits, confidently replying, "We remember." Only Song Ge was still feeling sick. Song Ziqiang tapped the baseball bat against her hand, enthusiastically repeating Chun-Bai's instructions. Using cold weapons to slaughter zombies will significantly reduce the chance of turning into a monster. Killing zombies with your bare hands will guarantee you don't turn into a monster. After Song Ziqiang's group finished speaking, Chun-Bai grabbed a zombie by the neck, held it out in front of them, and said, "Then show me what you've got. 1 for each of you. Who's first?" One would have thought Song Ziqiang would be the first, but Ali pulled on her gloves and spoke up. "Me." Chun-Bai decisively let go. The freed zombie lunged at Ali. At that exact moment, she also charged forward, meeting it head-on. In the instant of contact, Ali used her agile body to take down the skinny zombie. She flipped over it in a somersault. The zombie was a man, yet Ali subdued him with a single move. He fell flat on the ground. The whites of his eyes showed in agony. The force was strong enough to break the zombie's neck, causing it to spit up blood. Chun-Bai was very pleased. He chuckled softly in praise. Fast speed, precise strike. A moment later, it was Song Ziqiang's turn. She swung the bat, drawing a C-shaped arc, and slammed it into a zombie's face, making it vomit blood on the spot. Not only that, Song Ziqiang continued to attack its temple repeatedly. She beat it relentlessly, the zombie's face scraping against the ground. It was a pathetic sight. Chun-Bai stood by with his arms crossed, watching. He was not pleased. He stroked his chin and said, "Not enough strength. She falls once, and it takes you more than 10 tries to finish the job." Then it was the next person's turn. The other zombie was like a puppet, tormented until it was torn to shreds. Its eyes were rolled back, and it lay motionless. A pitiful sight. Next to the zombie, Su Xian lay on her back on the ground. Her legs were still wrapped around its body as she panted. Chun-Bai watched with his hands on his hips, a helpless look on his face. He criticized Su Xian directly. "You're too weak, still getting pinned down by a zombie." Seeing her daughter trembling in fear before her fight with the zombie, Song Ziqiang approached to encourage her. "Song Ke, you're the only one left." Song Ke's eyes welled with tears. She clutched the baseball bat tightly. Oh God, who would have thought this girl would be scared out of her mind before even making a move? Song Ziqiang tried to get closer. "My daughter," wanting her to be more resolute. But Song Ke was a timid young lady, spoiled since childhood. She didn't have the courage for this. She hugged the baseball bat and screamed, "I can't do it. I can't." Chun-Bai just glanced over and said, "Scared like this before you even fight. A failure." Chun-Bai walked away from the two of them. Then he called Song Ziqiang over. "Song Ziqiang, come here." She was comforting her daughter. She answered immediately. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly gave her a mission. Alex has been to all the places rumored to have zombies and monsters, but he came up empty. This isn't normal. I need you to investigate this thoroughly. Song Ziqiang trotted after him. She looked back at her daughter while replying. Then she hesitated, mentioning her daughter. Chun-Bai about Song Ke. Chun-Bai didn't turn around as he scolded. "She's pathetic. Especially Song Ke. I don't have time to train her slowly. You figure it out. But then, Song Ziqiang continued with a hopeful look in her eyes. But without your ability to eliminate the virus. Before Song Ziqiang could finish, Chunbai held out an A4 sheet of paper in front of her. It startled her. He said firmly, "Take this." Song Ziqiang asked doubtfully, "This is?" She took the paper. Looking closely, Song Ziqiang realized. Zombie virus serum formula. This process is incredibly complex. Chunbai put his hands behind his back and instructed Song Ziqiang further. You can gather the ingredients and create it yourself according to the formula. That's the value of these pharmaceutical formulas. Now, Song Ziqiang seemed to understand. She gave a satisfied smile and said softly, "Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to complete the task you've given me, and I will guard this formula well." At this point, Chunbai felt that was enough. He wanted to leave, hands in his pockets. He turned and said, "Get to work, and get someone to take me back." Song Ziqiang bowed more than 90 degrees. She quickly replied, "Yes. I'll have Alex take you back." After he left, during this time, Chunbai looked at his phone, thinking about the current situation. A lot of people must have seen the post I made by now. I wonder if anyone has contacted me. Chunbai read through the comments on his post. An ID named Strongest King of the Prairie said, "I met the White Emperor before. The Green Emperor has returned." Then came the comments below. Account, 30-year lazy cancer. I hear you can answer my questions. I have an advanced math problem. Wonder if you can solve it. Account, Pikachu Tank. Hey, Pioneer. I'm an idiot. The idiot from Resident Evil. Account, Professional Network Architect. 1 pick for +3 experience. Account, Lustdao Patriarch. The White Emperor is the ancestor of all mutants. I'm warning you one last time. Do not leak information about mutants on normal human social platforms. Account, Boss Who Doesn't T-Pay. Not a bad imagination. Which mental hospital did you escape from? Trying to write a novel? After reading, Chunbai was speechless at these people's comments. He could only click his tongue. What a load of nonsense. Suddenly, something on the phone caught Chunbai's eye. He was startled by a private message from a stranger. A user with the ID, "I'm not a noob," sent him a private message. The content read, "Hey, boss, I really know about it. I'm an initiator. Boss, what do you know? Boss, why aren't you answering my DMs? Did you see them?" Chunbai's interest was piqued. He looked at the messages and said to himself, "Looks like it's not all just idle gossip. I might actually get something out of this." Chunbai lowered his head and began to reply to the account with the ID, "I'm not a noob." He used the initiator name White Emperor. "Boss, are you there? Boss, just give me a sign." "What the hell is an initiator anyway?" He replied, "What's your talent?" Noob replied, "Boss, you finally answered me. My talent is S-Rank mental control." The person continued sending messages. "Wait, I shouldn't just be saying this carelessly." Chunbai replied, "You can't. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Then he sent, "I'm not a noob," a long message. You can find a contact method on the initiator board. Unlock it first. Search for chat group 001. I've explained some of the basic situation in the chat group. If you have any questions after reading it, contact me again. Chunbai immediately added the noob account to the chat group. A group message notification appeared on the phone. "Welcome, Han Xiao, to the chat group." Seeing that the person had changed their name, Chunbai was surprised. "Han Xiao," in the chat. Han Xiao sent a message. "It's real. I'll change my name in the group first." Your account, Han Wang, asks, "White Emperor, can I invite people to the group?" Chunbai asked back, "Who do you want to invite?" The other person replied, "There's another person below named Shui Chuan. He saw you weren't answering and came to ask me what I knew. But I told him I didn't know anything, so he stopped bothering me." Chunbai asked suspiciously, "Shui Chuan?" His expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have some doubts about this name. He muttered to himself, "An initiator, Shui Chuan. It can't be a mistake." Chunbai recalled the image of a white-haired man. That person looked like quite a dangerous character, based on the experience from his past life. When Chunbai heard this name, his mind immediately went to that person. The highest level evolved, the strongest at the White Emperor level, known as the Water Lord. Chunbai quickly typed on his phone's keyboard, writing a reply. "You can. If you find any other initiators, you can invite all of them." As if finding new joy on his path to power, Chunbai's gaze grew even more determined. He smirked. "Interesting. Group message notification. Welcome, Shui Chuan, to the chat group. 7:30 in the evening. Luli had been given a mission by Song Ziqiang. She was standing in a narrow, messy alley, calling Song Ziqiang. Luli, did the investigation yield any results? Luli leaned against the wall and reported, the city lord of Jiang City is behind it. They're transporting all the collected zombies to Xingmang's container yard near the Jiang City pier. Then, Luli's expression turned worried as she continued. I sent people there to gather more information. It's past the time we agreed to meet up, but they still haven't returned. I think. The scene shifts outside. Luli's voice can be heard. There's no need to wait any longer. As she finished speaking, she stepped out of the alley. Right at her feet, a man and a woman were lying on the ground. There were probably 2 zombies that someone had knocked out. Luli screamed in terror. Aya! She was so scared she curled up into a ball, trembling uncontrollably, sobbing as if she were about to cry. Witnessing this scene from above, a man with green hair burst out laughing. Huh. He was a clean, handsome man. He sat on a windowsill, waving and calling out. The trembling Luli was startled when she heard his call. Her small frame wouldn't stop shaking. She looked up, thinking, I'm dead. I've been discovered. The scene changes to Song Ziqiang's villa. It's a beautiful, sunny day. The phone screen shows 2 messages from an account named Lu Huai. White Emperor. I just joined the group. After reading the files in the group, I've learned a lot. Then, the person asked again, but there are still a few things I don't understand. My talent's description is a bit confusing. Could you take a look for me? The owner of the phone replied, send it to me. The person looking at the phone messages was Chun Bai. He sat comfortably in a chair, reading Lu Huai's information. SS-Rank Wood body. Wood is a wood of extreme Yin. It possesses endless life. The soul can inhabit the body, achieving eternal life. Activate Wood body. Consumes 1 point of spirit. Opens the Yin soul. Consumes 1 point of physique. He crossed his legs, murmuring, I can't believe it's an SS rank. He replied to the message. The cost to activate the ability is a bit high. A normal person's initial stats are only around 3 to 5 points. The other person replied immediately, yes. That's why I've been hesitant. Chunbai analyzed. If your spirit is higher than 3 points, you'll consume spirit to open a body. The principle is very simple. Physique is the foundation. Don't risk it, or you'll end up hurting yourself. Lu Huai replied, I have 5 points of spirit. Thank you, White Emperor. The clacking of Song Ziqiang's red high heels echoed as she approached the chair where Chunbai was sitting. Seeing her, Chunbai turned his head and said, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? Song Ziqiang said with a worried face. Luli found out everything. All the collected zombies were taken to Xingmang's container yard, but Luli has been captured. The other party has demanded I come to negotiate. As she finished speaking, Chunbai abruptly stood up. He asked, did the other party contact you, or did Luli sell you out? This question made Song Ziqiang suspicious. Her eyes widened, as if she'd had a revelation. Under Chunbai's cold and stern gaze, Song Ziqiang quickly bowed and explained, Master, itrainad Luli myself. I can guarantee she would never betray me. Besides, she was only commanding from behind the scenes this time. The problem might be with the person she sent to investigate. Chunbai's expression softened slightly. His voice was also gentler. If that's the case, I'll go rescue her. Song Ziqiang pushed herself up with her hands. Her face filled with joy. She said gratefully, thank you, Master. The scene changes to Xingmang's container yard. Luli was tied tightly to a chair. A man was standing and pouring wine next to a very expensive-looking set of table and chairs nearby. This person called out, Miss Luli. The man who had waved at Luli earlier was now swirling a glass of wine, his hand resting on the table. This man's name was Xingmang. He looked a bit roguish, but was quite handsome. Xingmang advised Luli in an arrogant tone. It seems you have some misunderstanding. I haven't touched you out of respect for Song Ziqiang. If, after we meet, she chooses to submit, you'll be my woman. If not, then he narrowed his eyes, growling in a perverted and dangerous tone. You'll all become my toys. Luli was tied to the expensive chair, looking incredibly frail. She trembled with fear at Xingmang's cruelty. At her feet was a wine glass, shattered on the floor. Next, he brought another glass of red wine to Luli's face. Speaking from behind her, Come on. I'll pour you another glass. You better not spit it out this time. Luli tried to dodge away, her legs shaking. She tried to use her feet to push off the ground to resist the man. His voice was monotone, refusing the easy way and wanting to do this the hard way. Won't be pleasant. No one noticed that on the dining table, a steak was being cut and enjoyed by someone. It looked incredibly delicious. Chunbai had appeared here at some point. He held a piece of pre-cut, high-quality steak. He said leisurely, such a lack of class. What if the young lady doesn't like to drink wine? Both Xingmang and Lu Li were surprised by Chunbai's appearance. Xingmang was both shocked and angry, thinking to himself, when did this guy get here? Chunbai stood up, holding out the piece of steak, deliberately provoking him. Hungry. I've tried this steak. It's not bad. Being saved by a handsome man. Lu Li was so moved she blushed. Xingmang stood watching, slowly backing away. Who are you? Chunbai didn't answer Xingmang's question. He gently fed the meat to Lu Li, telling her, I'm here to take her home. This was probably the most delicious steak Lu Li had ever eaten. Being personally fed by a handsome man, Lu Li ate with her heart fluttering. She was completely captivated. Xingmang sat back in his chair, sipped his wine, and began to size up Chunbai with the calm posture of a wealthy man. Song Ziqiang sent you. To be able to get in here without me noticing, you're the first. Shenbai Yuntia Luli. The ropes felt her feet. Chunbai still paid no attention to Xingmang. He kindly instructed Lu Li, go on. Ziqiang is waiting for you in the car. Lu Li quickly left, not forgetting to reply, yes. Seeing Chunbai's attitude, Xingmang, guess something, he said directly. It seems Song Ziqiang already belongs to you. Chunbai didn't shy away. He looked straight at Xingmang and replied nonchalantly, that's right. Xingmang stomped his foot on the ground, creating a loud noise. He was both angry and amused. Interesting. Very interesting. In contrast to him, Chunbai remained incredibly composed. Then, Xingmang pointed his empty wine glass at Chunbai, saying, the queen of Jiang City wouldn't be conquered so easily, would she? You must have some impressive tricks up your sleeve. Xingmang poured Chunbai another glass of wine, beginning to show good intentions. We could have a little chat. I'm very interested in those tricks of yours. Of the three major powers in Jiang City, I've already won over the city lord. You've won over the queen. Now only the commander is left. Xingmang held 2 glasses of red wine, slowly approaching Chunbai, continuing to persuade him. Come and help me become the king of Jiang City. We can make you my right-hand man. Cheers. After all that talk, Chunbai just smirked and said 3 words, I refuse. No one had ever been so arrogant with Xingmang before. This left them both shocked and embarrassed. As a result, the 2 freshly poured glasses of red wine shattered on the floor. Xingmang looked displeased, his brow furrowed. He began to threaten. Let me tell you something. I possess an S-rank talent. That's the highest rank there is. Don't tell me you prefer to do things the hard way too. Facing Xingmang's imposing aura, Chunbai still appeared very calm. He spread his arms and casually approached his opponent, saying, before I came here, I observed the surroundings. You're not just collecting zombies. You're also using living people to create them. After circling Xingmang, Chunbai continued, a person like you, possessing great power, is nothing but a menace. It's best if you die early. After saying these words, Chunbai's attitude became more terrifying. He smirked a dangerous smile, lowering his voice. Also, you're not worthy of my service, because my talent is SSS-Rank. At this, Xingmang channeled spiritual energy into his right hand. His hand was quickly covered by a layer of sharp claws. Rough. Xingmang said, my talent is slaughter evolution. It can transfer a portion of the target's attributes to myself. I can grow endlessly. He proudly displayed his steel-hard claws, which were covered in crackling blue electricity. They looked incredibly fearsome. He continued arrogantly, an invincible high-tier ability like this is only S-rank. It seems your SSS rank is about to make you a god. Outwardly, Chunbai replied just as confidently. Something like that, but I can't tell you the details. But inwardly, he thought, so it's a pure combat talent. It can grow endlessly, and it has claws, so it's probably equipment-based. Xingmang charged forward. He lunged like a werewolf with 2 sets of sharp claws. shouting with a menacing aura. "You arrogant fool. I hope you can boost my attributes after you die. Don't disappoint me too much." The two clashed. The speed of an S rank and an SSS rank was so fast that all that could be seen was a massive streak of light and the slashes of their claws in the air. Chunbai also activated his viral power. His arm mutated into claws even more ferocious than Xingmang's. After they both landed on the ground, they grappled and skidded a long distance. Seeing the fight wasn't going to be easy, Xingmang unleashed his power. He used a skill, Massacre and Rampage. His outer shirt was torn to shreds, revealing bulging muscles, extremely appealing. His eyes shone like two flashlights. Xingmang said, "So, it's a transformation-type talent. Quite interesting indeed, but still not strong enough." In contrast to Xingmang, Chunbai made no new moves. He thought grimly, "It's a skill. It seems he hasn't revealed his full abilities. I wonder what effect this skill has. I need to be more careful." Xingmang leaped into the air, launching a powerful punch from above. His claws carried a dense spiritual energy. Chunbai clenched his left fist into the shape of a hammer, preparing to meet the impact. A deafening boom echoed. Two massive streams of power, one blue and one purple, collided from the heavy punches of the two S-Rank and SSS-Rank talents. The two streams of power were so terrifying that everything around was damaged by the shockwave. At Xingmang's container port, the battle between Chunbai and Xingmang was still raging. The sky was gradually darkening. The surroundings began to show damage. Chunbai sent Xingmang flying into the air with one move. But it was no problem. He used his left foot and his right knee to land steadily. Then he charged forward again, clenching one fist, and lunged to attack Chunbai. Chunbai braced himself to defend. Clenching his own fist, Chunbai punched towards Xingmang. But very quickly, his giant fist was caught by Xingmang's hand. After gaining the upper hand, Xingmang asked arrogantly, "Are you still okay? Because it looks to me like you're exhausted." His two hands gripped both of Chunbai's fists. The two men faced off, using all their strength to hurt the other. Chunbai was trying his best, but it was clear that, in this confrontation with Xingmang, he was starting to tremble slightly. His opponent continued to provoke him. "Don't you have a SSS rank talent? Stop holding back. Let's see it." Chunbai said nothing, continuing to exert all his strength. Then he managed to force out, not showing any weakness, "My talent has been active for a long time. You just didn't realize it." Gauging his opponent's strength, Xingmang confidently swung both arms with great force, channeling his talent's spiritual energy into his hands. His power swirled violently. Xingmang shouted triumphantly, "Still playing tough?" Then, Chunbai's eyes widened in shock and defeat. He opened his eyes wide, bracing for Xingmang's incoming attack, as if he had completely exhausted his strength. It only took a moment for Xingmang to send Chunbai flying, slamming him into the container on the opposite side. The force of the impact was so great it created a thunderous boom. Xingmang glanced over, sneering at Chunbai's condition. "Your strength, physique, and agility are all clearly inferior to mine, and yet you still like to play these little tricks." The last blow that struck Chunbai tore a massive hole through the container, shoving him deep inside. Xingmang clenched his still-clawed hand and continued, "Let me show you what absolute power really is. Your pathetic little games." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped abruptly. Xingmang's eyes widened in shock. Black fluid began to pour from his mouth. Something inside his body was invading and wreaking havoc. Feeling the strange sensation in his body, Xingmang thought in confusion, "What is this?" As Xingmang stood there, stunned, a flood of system notifications appeared around him. Virus has exceeded physical immunity threshold. Strength -2. Physique -3. Agility -2. Spirit -5. Then, a series of similar notification boxes popped up one after another, continuously draining his strength and agility points. Xingmang's physique and spirit stats plummeted. Next came an urgent notification about his current condition. Negative status inflicted. Photophobia, hydrophobia, abnormal body temperature, slowed cognition, slowed movement, increased stamina consumption. Seeing this information, Xingmang's eyes were wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming in shock, "What's happening?" from within the wreckage. Chunbai propped himself up against the container wall and stood. He glared as he stepped out, remarking with a hint of admiration, "Your physique really isn't half bad. It took this long for the virus to take effect." Then, with a mysterious smile, he asked, "With so many afflictions, how are you feeling?" Feeling utterly enraged. He had thought victory was in his grasp, only to have the tables turned at the last second. Xingmang's power erupted. A fierce energy flared around him as he roared, "You despicable little rat." As the words left his mouth, Chunbai teleported directly in front of him. Using his own mutated claws, he pierced straight through Xingmang's chest and out his back. Xingmang screamed in shock and agony. A moment later, he fell limp in Chunbai's grasp. From the wound, viral tentacles began to squirm out of Chunbai, preparing to consume Xingmang's body. Just then, Chunbai spoke. "TCH, I told you, my abilities aren't so simple. Too bad you didn't believe me." Quickly, Chunbai's viral tentacles completely enveloped Xingmang, leaving only his face exposed, now a deathly purple, showing no signs of life. As he absorbed Xingmang, Chunbai muttered with anticipation, "I hope the benefits I get from absorbing you." He broke into a satisfied smile and continued, "Won't disappoint me." Xingmang was consumed until only a set of claw accessories fell to the ground. At that moment, the system panel appeared. Evolved human absorbed. Blacklight virus has completed preliminary awakening, providing a significant attribute boost and becoming a base attribute of the sovereign virus. Now, the system panel displayed another piece of information. System notification. Blacklight virus's consume ability has evolved. Can now choose to view a portion of the consumed target's memories. Low probability of acquiring skills possessed by the target. After reading, Chunbai scrolled through the system panel and said, "The attribute boost provided by the Blacklight virus has changed from an active skill to a passive base attribute enhancement. This is a huge benefit." After analyzing the changes, Chunbai decided to check how much the provided attributes had increased. Before, it was a 30-point boost to physique and agility, and 20 to spirit, plus 100% recovery ability. The system panel displayed Blacklight virus, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, un physique plus 50, spirit plus 40, vitality recovery plus 200%. He read his own analytical data on the system panel. Evolver 001. Talent, Sovereign Virus. Level 2, Strength, 65 plus 3. Agility, 171 plus 3. Physique, 61 plus 3. Spirit, 48 plus 2. Willpower, Luck, Gold coins, 6 gold, 34 silver, 91 copper. After reviewing this section, Chunbai muttered with satisfaction. A significant boost indeed. Each stat increased by 20 points, and it's now added to my base attributes. Bending down, he picked up Xingmang's iron claws. Chunbai thought to himself, "Looks like I can't just mess around anymore before the apocalypse hits. Normal people with base stats below 5 are just too weak for me now." Chunbai looked at the system panel he received after absorbing Xingmang and exclaimed, "Equipment, a blueprint, and consumable items. This guy's luck was pretty good. He must have killed a mutated zombie. Otherwise, there's no way his stats and gear would have been stronger than mine." The system displayed. Xingmang's claws are zombie claws. Ghoul claws. Agility plus 10. Strength plus 8. Successful hits on an enemy grant stacking recovery. Attached skill, Phantom Claw. Increases movement speed by 10% and attack speed by 20%. Equipment requirements. Agility greater than or equal to 25. Evolution level greater than or equal to 2. Below that was a high-grade blueprint, Biocatastrophe. Materials required for Biocatastrophe, Ghoul Fin Mountain Essence. Tyrant Bone, Heretic Heart, Overlord Brain. Reading this, Chunbai said in amazement, "Another C-grade crafting blueprint? This guy's luck stat must have been pretty high." Our handsome protagonist was now more confident than ever. He was excited, looking forward to new battles and new upgrades. He mumbled, "But now, all of this is mine." As he left the container port, night had fallen. Chunbai walked and reflected on his journey so far. Ever since coming back to the past, my talent has gone from E rank all the way up to SSS rank. The rumors about the three strange events also brought me a decent haul. At the same time, I also managed to bring Song Ziqiang to my side. The future city lord of Jiangxin. Lost in thought, he found himself beside the car where Song Ziqiang and Lu Li were waiting for him. Click! The car door opened. Song Ziqiang opened the door to her luxury car, inviting Chunbai respectfully. Master, please get in. Chunbai thought to himself. With my current strength, hunting down the scattered monsters that appear before the trial's descent seems like a bit of a waste of effort. Chunbai stretched out his hands, focusing his energy to stabilize his aptitude. Now, Chunbai had changed his mind. He decided, in these final days before the descent, I need to focus on organizing and preparing for the changes that are coming. Leaving the container port, the group returned to Song Ziqiang's villa. In the back of Chunbai's mind, a mysterious voice seemed to be deliberately reminding him. The trial. Chunbai stood on the balcony, from which he could see the entire city. He was silent, lost in thought. The voice echoed again. It's about to descend. Knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Chunbai turned around. He answered loudly. Come in. The door creaked open, swinging slowly inward. It was Song Ziqiang, followed by Su Xin and Lu Li. They were holding some documents, looking as if they had important news. Song Ziqiang's face was beaming. She spread her smooth hands and reported to Chunbai, Master, fortune has favored us. We've completed the diplomatic mission on time. Lu Li reported enthusiastically. In the designated zone, with the mountaintop villa as its center, all topographical and population data have been confirmed to be accurate. Once the apocalypse arrives, we can immediately begin the cleanup operation and establish complete control and occupation of the area. Meanwhile, Su Xian fumbled with a few sheets of paper. She read her report shyly. The procurement of supplies is complete. The list has been organized and sent to you, sir. Chunbai didn't turn around. He kept his gaze fixed out the window, responding with a simple, but the arrangements we made earlier, all three of us have confirmed them. At this point, Song Ziqiang asked again. The time is almost here. Do you have any other instruction for us, sir? Picking up his phone, Chunbai glanced at it, as if his focus was elsewhere. He offered a word of praise, then answered dismissively. All right, good work. Just leave the documents on the table. He stared thoughtfully at the information on his phone screen. On it was a message he had already typed out. The trial begins in 10 minutes. Don't get complacent just because you have a head start and rare talents. Stay calm. The dangers of the trial are beyond your imagination. I don't want anyone from this group to be missing in 10 minutes. Chunbai was dead serious. He remained deep in thought for a long time, seemingly very worried. Now, the scene reveals who the other members of the group are. At the same time, those with a head start and rare talents, like Chunbai, also receive the message. An anonymous young man in a hoodie replied, Thank you for the reminder, Lord Sovereign. A stylish girl with green hair said, Thanks, White Emperor. 9 minutes left. A muscular man working out in a gym also received it. He replied, 8 minutes. I can't wait any longer. A trendy guy with a streetwear style spoke up. 7 minutes. Calm down, old man overlord. Finally, a sweet-looking lowly-type girl texted in the group. 6 minutes. Lord Sovereign, I'm so nervous. Everyone in the group chat was waiting for the moment the trial would begin. They kept messaging every minute. 5 minutes left. Don't be nervous, little sis. We're all here. For minutes. I'm really looking forward to it. 3 minutes. At this point, Chunbai called over to Song Ziqiang and the others. All of you, come over here and watch. It was the final 10 seconds. 9 seconds. In the spacious room of Song Ziqiang's luxury villa, they could see the entire city spread out before them. With his hands in his pockets, Chunbai gazed into the distance and continued. It won't be long now. This peaceful scene will soon be a thing of the past. The three women behind him waited with him, looking out the window. 7 seconds left. This world is about to face the apocalypse. 6 seconds. Su Xian trembled all over. On the verge of tears, she said to Lu Li, Only 5 seconds left. Ali, I'm so scared. Lu Li remained calm, comforting her. Don't be afraid. 4 seconds left. Song Ziqiang watched in silence, not daring to blink. Su Xian clutched the 2 pieces of paper tightly, also holding her breath as she looked outside. 3 seconds. Lu Li didn't move a muscle. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. trying to appear strong. 2 seconds left. Chunbai seized the crucial moment, shouting, "This moment!" Chunbai had waited a very long time for this. This was his chance to conquer and avenge everything he had suffered in his past life. Chunbai's eyes were resolute, trying to maintain his composure. But deep down, he felt an intense mixture of anxiety and turmoil. Now, midnight, June 15th, the trial descends. The city was bathed in a blood-red hue. The moon, unnaturally large, was also stained crimson. The atmosphere turned grim and terrifying. The world had become a living hell. Buildings crumbled, leaving chaos in their wake. Is this the apocalypse? The Blue Star Apocalypse trial has officially begun. To survive, humanity must become evolvers. Evolvers use their innate talents and can level up by gaining experience. Other resurgent races and numerous challenges will also join this battle for survival. Within everyone's trial grounds, countless secret realms and dimensional rifts will appear on Blue Star. Whether these are dangers or opportunities will be determined by your own strength. Use all your power to grow and evolve. After the moment the trial began, the hourglass of time completed its bonding, initiating connection. Noticing the hourglass around his neck beginning to glow, Chunbai looked down in surprise. He thought, the hourglass of time is bonding with me. The hourglass shone brighter and brighter. Worried that the others would discover his secret, Chunbai thought, this is bad. They're still here. No one can know about the hourglass. He immediately ordered them, get out of here now. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Chunbai's eyes widened. He stammered, you guys. Song Ziqiang, Luli, and Su Xen all stood frozen before him. All the color drained from their bodies. Their skin turned pitch black. The three women were motionless, like statues. Chunbai was scared out of his wits. He was speechless. He instinctively looked around. The world outside had lost all its color. Everything seemed to have stopped. More accurately, the entire world had turned into a photographic negative. Chunbai thought in astonishment. Even the falling airplane is frozen in place. It's not just matter, but space and time themselves seemed to have stopped. Chunbai stood stunned for a long time. He looked around blankly, at a complete loss. Then a single thought echoed in his mind. It stopped. The hourglass floated in an undefined space. The place resembled the vastness of the universe. Chunbai felt as if he had fallen into an illusion. He was surrounded by points of light, like stars in the cosmos. It was a wondrous, magical scene. The small hourglass on his neck began to glow, emitting dazzling streams of energy. Not understanding what was happening to him, Chunbai was utterly bewildered. He could only let it happen, helpless. Just then, a notification appeared. Hourglass of time, connection complete. A system panel appeared with the following content. Hourglass of time. Active skill. Return to any past. You can return to any point in the past. All items and experiences gained in the erased timeline will be removed. Remaining cooldown. 72 years, 6 months, 7 days. This skill's cooldown cannot be reduced by any skill or equipment effects. Reading this, Chunbai finally understood how he had been reborn. He murmured, return to the past. So it really was the hourglass that allowed me to be reborn. Then, another notification appeared that stunned him even more. Save and load state. The notification panel displayed. Save state. Marks the current physical, spiritual, and skill state. Anokodon. Load state. Loads the save state. Loading does not affect current items and memories. Cooldown 1 hour. Not yet unlocked. Usage Hoikyomo. Soul connection. Understanding what the system was telling him. Chunbai thought excitedly. Such a powerful, life-saving skill. This is amazing. And the cooldown is only 1 hour. Returning to reality. Instantly, everything Chunbai had just seen and felt returned to normal. Song Ziqiang came to his side. Her expression confused. She asked worriedly, I felt like you just called for us. Did you have instructions for us? Or did I miss here? Chunbai turned around. His attitude now extremely serious as he addressed Song Ziqiang and assigned tasks to the group. You didn't miss here. I need you all to go and confirm the security of our villa. The night is dangerous. Tell everyone to be on high alert immediately. At dawn, we'll begin clearing the villa grounds. The three beautiful women obeyed Chunbai's commands. They replied in unison, yes, sir. The next day, the city was a tragic sight. Everything had been reduced to rubble. Many buildings were severely damaged. At Song Ziqiang's villa, Chunbai and Song Ziqiang stepped out the front door. Below the steps, hordes of zombies were tearing at each other and at the people trying to escape. Song Ziqiang quickly rushed down, taking out a piece of amethyst copper. This amethyst copper radiated a purple spiritual light. A notification box appeared, analyzing the item. Amethyst copper transforms objects into amethyst or forms amethyst for attack and defense. In addition, Song Ziqiang also had a piece of equipment called Crystal Insight. A data analysis circle appeared before her eyes. The system analysis notification read, "Power increases with spiritual force." Crystal Insight can inspect a target's attributes. Effectiveness varies based on the difference in spiritual power. Appearing before Song Ziqiang, the Crystal Eye of Insight was analyzing the approaching zombie. Common zombie. Getting bitten will result in infection with the zombie virus. Weakness, head. With such a powerful tool, it was too easy. Song Ziqiang immediately slashed at the zombie's head. Swish! The zombie was sliced in two. After being trained by Chunbai, Song Ziqiang had become quite professional. Over here, many days zombies were still searching for the scent of humans. From a distance, a familiar female figure was spotted standing on a tall building. It was Alex. She had a very cool aura. She bent down, gathering her strength. Her hand gripped a knife tightly. The system panel displayed her class as Shadow Assassin. Stealth aura, difficult to detect. Increased sensitivity. Agility in darkness, plus 30%. First attack speed on target, plus 100%. After gathering her power, Alex suddenly leaped. Only a black shadow could be seen. She gracefully and decisively swung her knife from place to place. The zombies piled on top of each other, falling like stacks of hay. Truly a badass big sister. Surprisingly, in the main hall of Song Ziqiang's villa, a guard in black, wearing dark sunglasses, carried an unconscious man. His eyes were bruised as he shouted, "There's an injured survivor." Over here, Su Xian channeled spiritual energy with both hands. She was healing the injured victim. Seeing the newcomer, she said, "Inject him with the zombie virus serum. I'll treat him right away." She had awakened the super recovery talent. Greatly increases self-healing and stamina recovery. Can be actively used on others. The night scene outside was a bit cold and quiet. No longer as noisy as before. Chunbai leisurely walked into the room and said, "I see the current situation isn't too bad." Hearing this, Lu Li turned and replied, "Yes. Thanks to your prior arrangements. Favorable circumstances and popular support are all in our hands." She walked to the balcony, looking down at the large amount of manpower and supplies. Along with the protective barriers, Lu Li carefully reported, "So far, there have been no unexpected incidents." Chunbai felt much more at ease. He looked up at the sky and said, "I'll leave this place to you girls. I have something else to do." Lu Li looked at him happily and replied, "Yes, sir." Without a second thought, Chunbai flew into the air like a gust of wind. His speed was so fast that only a column of wind shooting straight into the sky could be seen. This also had a side effect. It lifted up Lu Li's skirt. She blushed with embarrassment and covered herself. A moment later, on the mountain road of East Mountain, Chunbai sped along the long road like a tornado. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. At this moment, he thought, the initial stage of the apocalyptic trials is quite troublesome, because things like vehicles and guns can't be used. Running and flying. His speed was like lightning. He even crossed rivers and lakes. Chunbai estimated to himself, but with my current speed, I should be able to make it in time. The first day the apocalypse descended, I saw that thing in my past life. A symbol appeared in the sky above Jiangxing University. It was a long time before I knew what that symbol meant. Later, I regretted not getting there in time. Chunbai steadied his mind. He made a resolution, telling himself, this time, I must seize that opportunity. At Jiangxing University, dark clouds and a gray sky loomed over, making the place more gloomy than ever. Our protagonist was absorbing the virus from zombies. Needless to say, in just a moment, they had all fallen at his feet. He looked up and smiled with satisfaction, saying, I'm here. This is the place. All beings are eager to see this symbol. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Red like fire, flickering behind the clouds. Chunbai ran at full speed, thinking, the symbol indicates that a god's incarnation has descended here. Very close. It's right in front of me. Suddenly, a man's foot stomped heavily on the ground. Catching Chunbai's attention, the person said loudly, Evolved one over there. Please stop. A man with a large nose wore a hat that obscured his vision and a white cloak. He said with a smile, in the early stages of the trials, strong young lads like you are not many. I am a merchant. Are you interested in making a deal with me? Realizing this was no ordinary character, Chunbai immediately turned around. He said humbly and cautiously, Of course, sir. To trade with someone like you is a great honor for me. The mysterious man spread his arms and replied, It's just a deal with a merchant. What's so honorable about it? Chunbai slowly approached. He wore a radiant smile, appearing very friendly. Then he began to express his admiration for this person, saying, I have heard of your divine name. To behold you through the symbol, I have long day and night to meet you. A benevolent, fair, and generous existence, rich and powerful. In front of the man who called himself a mysterious merchant, Chunbai's attitude was extremely respectful. He bowed to him. Chunbai enthusiastically and decisively called out his name. God of transactions, Lord Li Da. This man with the appearance of a merchant was a god of transactions. His name was Li Da. It seems Chunbai might have to trade something important. At Jiangqing University, the scene was extremely gloomy. Li Da handed Chunbai a sparkling blue card. He responded to Chunbai's praise, You flatter me, you flatter me. I feel a strong connection with you. This is a gift for you. Consider it a meeting gift. Li Da was short and stout. He tried to hold the card up in front of Chunbai so he could see it clearly, and said, This is the gold membership card of our Goblin Merchant Guild. You get a discount when buying items at the Goblin Merchant Guild. Chunbai reached out to take the card. He appeared very happy and interested on the outside. Because he knew this person, he thought to himself, I met him in my past life. He really has no resistance to flattery. This move was truly beneficial. Thinking this, he took the card and said, Thank you, my lord. You are as benevolent as the rumors say. Li Da spread his arms. With a look of anticipation, he got to the main point. All right, since you've agreed to the transaction, then I'll show you my finest goods. Immediately, detailed information about the two items he wanted to trade appeared. On the right was the Thunderwalker class change scroll. Control lightning. Use lightning to temper the body. Control lightning to destroy enemies. Also possesses extremely strong close combat abilities. Exchange price. A rank powerhouse certificate. 500 gold coins. On the left was the Soul Reaping Death. A legendary sniper rifle. Only a gun expert can use it. This is the masterpiece created by Goblin and the God of Transactions, Li Da. Chunbai was astonished. His eyes widened in admiration. It's the Thunderwalker class change scroll from my past life. So it was bought here, and there are so many other precious professional items. Then he showed a look of regret and said sadly, I'm sorry, Lord Li Da. I want all of these things, but I can't afford them right now. Hearing this, Li Da waved his hand. The two information panels immediately disappeared. He wasn't one to easily give discounts or freebies. Li Da said, I know the trials have just begun. Evolved ones don't have much money on hand, but my fine goods are not trash. Go and earn some wealth. We will trade again later. Chunbai's face fell. He remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Da was about to leave. Chunbai called out to him and said a long sentence. Lord Li Da, although I can't afford your goods, I have heard that gods cannot directly participate in the trials. Hearing this, Li Da glanced at him, his heart full of suspicion. He continued, You need to invest in evolved ones to be able to profit from the trials. Then Chunbai bowed and explained more seriously, You must have come here with the intention of investing, right? Li Da turned around, interested. When he heard the opportunity for profit, his left eye lit up. Li Da said with a laugh, Haha kid, you know quite a lot. You want me to invest in you? Chunbai immediately seized the opportunity. He very skillfully mentioned a treasure he wanted to borrow from Li Da. I heard that you have a treasure in your hands that is praised by the gods. No evolved one can refuse it. Invest in me. You won't regret it. The conversation was quite long. Li Da conjured a chair and sat down to talk with Chunbai. He crossed his legs and arrogantly mentioned the conditions. An investment must have a return. That is an item that all the gods covet. What makes you think you can use it to bring me a profit? Lida, who was known for being stingy and selfish, looked at Chunbai frankly and said clearly, even if you are someone I admire, I will not take a loss for you. Immediately, Chunbai revealed his mutated claw arm to Lida. This is my ability, Virus. Monarch. He clenched his other giant hand and began to display his power. The purple light on his two arms grew brighter. From behind Chunbai, a monster appeared. It was the illusion of the Virus Monarch. Chunbai showed Lida his innate talent and current level. He said, please see. This is my ability. Chunbai's presence greatly astonished Lida. He clapped his hands in praise. It's actually an SSS-Rank talent. A very special talent. Completely different from the talents I know. Then he excitedly looked up at Chunbai and said, the Blue Star trials are indeed very interesting. So captivating. But I don't plan to invest that treasure so soon. He calmly stood up from his chair. Lida gave a decisive answer. So be it, kid. I've decided to give you a chance. You must cherish this opportunity. Then he expressed, if it weren't for seeing your talent, and the fact that you don't have the aura of any other god, I wouldn't have agreed. Chunbai's spirits lifted. His eyes lit up. He exclaimed in surprise, I can receive that precious investment? No, it's not enough. Things weren't that easy. He held up two fingers and wagged them. He interrupted Chunbai. Talent does not represent the future. Among the gods, there are also those with talents below a rank. Then he pointed at him and reminded, to receive the highest investment from me, you must use your own strength and growth to prove your worth. Next, a system information panel appeared. Mission notification. The god of transactions, Lida, and Goblin have issued an SSS-Rank mission. The final investment. Accept. After seeing the notification in front of him, Chunbai was stunned for a few minutes. Chunbai used all his composure and decided to answer, accept. This was as good as Chunbai signing a contract. Lida spread his hand. In his palm was a gold coin. He said to Chunbai, when you complete the mission, you can use this coin to summon my projection. Then he flicked the gold coin. It flew towards Chunbai. He continued, I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. He caught the gold coin with 2 fingers. Chunbai immediately asked about the treasure. Lord Lida, I wonder if you could let me see that treasure that all the gods covet. Lida was very willing. He easily summoned a book surrounded by a golden spiritual light. Lida answered very casually, of course. This is the dual profession class change scroll, an SSS-Rank special item. It allows you to have 2 full-time professions simultaneously. Attributes after professional growth. Attributes and skills stack and take effect simultaneously. Seeing this high-level support item with his own eyes, Chunbai excitedly thought to himself, dual profession. Lida clasped his hands together. All the images disappeared. He only showed Chunbai this much. He smiled mysteriously and said one last sentence, all right, kid. The transaction is over. I should be going now. Lida's body gradually became blurry, like an illusion. He was preparing to teleport to another place. Before leaving, he happily said a few words of farewell. Today's unexpected harvest is truly delightful. I hope you can complete the trials. After Lida left, only Chunbai was left to study the system panel. Chunbai muttered, mission panel. The system mission panel in front of him displayed the final investment. Mission introduction. If you want to receive the most valuable investment from the smartest and greatest goblin and god of transactions, you naturally need to present sufficient proof. Talent is just a stepping stone. Ability is the real investment capital. At this time, another system panel appeared, displaying the mission objectives. Mission objectives. Find a special secret dungeon in Jiangxing University. Defeat the creature that Li Da is interested in, and bring a part of its body to Li Da. Mission rewards. Content and interpretation rights. Rewards belong to the god of transactions, Li Da, and Goblin. After reading, he pondered. The right of interpretation belongs to Li Da, as expected of the god of transactions. A glint of ambition flashed in Chunbai's eyes. He frowned and speculated. The rumors about him in my past life were very good. If I complete the mission excellently, he probably won't treat me unfairly. Then he propped his chin with his index finger and looked up at the sky, continuing to think. But there are already dungeons in the early stages of the apocalypse. It must be a very well-hidden dungeon. I've never heard of it before. Chunbai's feet took strong steps as he left. He was wondering with difficulty, where should I start looking? Inside the gymnasium of Jiangxing University were piled many desks and chairs, lockers, and other items. Students' belongings were piled up in front of the main door to block it. There were many people inside. Among them, a group of people were bullying the others. A male student with a bruised face was beaten until his nose bled. Then he was thrown straight towards the group of weaker people. A tall and strong guy, with great strength, was bullying the weak. He stepped on a male student and said aggressively, "Now, all of you take off your clothes. Put on a show that pleases me. Beg you to make you my slaves. Hurry up." Behind him were two accomplices, a male and a female. They looked very arrogant. Then he gritted his teeth and said excitedly, "Otherwise, you will all have to die." Then he continued in a contemptuous tone, "Do you hear me? You lowly monkeys." A male student couldn't take it anymore. He shouted in protest, "Go to hell, you dog." Behind him, another male student tried to sit up. They both had one thing in common. Their bodies were covered in wounds. The tall and muscular guy was waiting for this opportunity. He clenched his fists. His anger flared. His eyes seemed to flash with electricity as he said fiercely, "If you want to die, then I will help you fulfill your wish. Don't worry. I will let you die very comfortably." Suddenly, the girl in revealing clothes, who was his accomplice, pulled his arm and said, "You're going too far." The guy was stunned for a moment. Then he angrily swung his hand and slapped the girl with a loud sound. He hit her so hard she flew away, her face contorted. He shouted, "Get lost, you bitch." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room, which was blocked by many desks and chairs, was suddenly pushed in by a strong force from outside. Everything was thrown into the air and shattered. Dust filled the entire gymnasium, frightening everyone inside. The victims were all in a pathetic state. They stared out in shock. It was Chunbai. Who else could it be but our handsome protagonist? He stepped on a locker in the middle of the doorway and said in a contemptuous tone, "Did you beat up these students?" The tall and muscular guy was scared, but he still stubbornly replied, "So what if I did? You got a problem with that?" Chunbai gathered his strength and leaped. His arm mutated into a claw. Chunbai said softly, just two words, "It's you." The big thug was scared out of his wits. His lackeys were also stunned into silence. Chunbai slashed down from top to bottom. He left them with one cold sentence, "Then go to hell." Before the thug could even react, he was hit with a fatal blow. He stood frozen, a pathetic sight. Another one of his cronies, seeing this, tried to sneak attack Chunbai from behind. But how could these small-time punks be a match for our brother Bai? Swish! Blood sprayed into the air, splashing onto the face of their female accomplice. She was frozen in fear, stock still on the spot. Chunbai's dangerously infected arm was clamped around the head of that crony. He hung unconscious in Chunbai's grip. Chunbai asked everyone in a friendly tone, "All you students here, are any of you studying medicine? I'm looking for something. I need someone familiar with medicine to help me." Now, in the gymnasium of Jiangxing University, the weaker students had been saved by Chunbai. After he finished his question, everyone having just calmed down, answer one by one. "Not me. I'm in engineering. I'm a foreign language major." At this moment, a hand pointed at the scantily clad girl, accusing, "It's her. I remember she's a med student." This girl didn't look very friendly. Seeing the demonic flames flare up on Chunbai's hand, she immediately began to tremble in fear, begging, "Don't kill me. I didn't hit anyone." Then this foreign girl struck a rather bizarre pose and started rambling nonsense. "I like people from the dragon country. Yes, I have white skin and blonde hair. Right, I'm very, very good." Everyone's attention was on this foreign girl. Seeing her ridiculous actions, the male students roared with laughter. Only a black-haired girl felt sorry for her and didn't laugh. The foreign girl knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, "Please spare me. I'll do anything you say." The black-haired girl stepped forward and spoke up for her. She really didn't do anything. It was just those two guys. Having seen enough, Chunbai understood the situation. His face darkened. He replied coldly, "I know." After everyone had settled down, they all began to file out of the gymnasium. Chunbai glanced at the foreign girl and said to the others, "She stays. The rest of you can go." Hearing this, she was shocked and also a little surprised. Then Chunbai added in front of everyone, "Once you're outside, Just follow the trail of zombie corpses to the East Mountain Villa area in Jiangxing. Say the name Chunbai. The people there will help you. A male student spoke up and asked, "We're leaving right now. The campus is full of zombies." A girl in pink next to him chimed in, "The East Mountain Villa area is really far." The black-haired girl said hesitantly, "Well, most of the students were worried. Chunbai had things to take care of. He couldn't escort them. He tried to say a few words to ease their worries. The zombies on the way here, I've already cleared out most of them. You can rest assured. If you can survive this, you will become the evolved." Chunbai's meaning was that they needed to become strong on their own, to survive in the long run. Then he added another cold reminder. If you don't dare to face the zombies now, when they start evolving on a massive scale, the only path for you is death. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. It was true. At this point, nothing was more important than their lives and their strength. The black-haired girl cheerfully approached Chunbai and said to him, "I understand. Thank you. We'll be going now." The foreign girl watched everyone leave, her heart in turmoil. She approached Chunbai. "Can I go with him? Why are you making me stay?" Chunbai was silent for a long time. A terrifying silence. Suddenly, the girl became flustered, her cheeks turning bright red. Who knows what was going through her head? She felt very embarrassed. She wondered, could it be? Then she took the initiative and stepped closer to Chunbai, narcissistically voicing her thoughts. "I get it. Dragon Country students all like beautiful foreign girls. You too. That's why you're keeping me here." Then she added enthusiastically, "You don't have to use force. I consent." Hearing this, feeling that something was very wrong, Chunbai quickly and bluntly retorted, "I have no interest in your type. Don't you remember me saying I need someone to take me to the medical school to get something?" The foreign girl was dealt a harsh blow, her face flushing red again. She stammered a few apologies. "I was too panicked then. I didn't hear you clearly." Then she started overthinking again, assuming Chunbai wanted to be alone with her to do dirty things. She yelled, "But you can't humiliate me." Chunbai turned away, his face dark. What followed was a thinly veiled boast about her still being a virgin. The foreign girl said worriedly, "I'm not that kind of person. No one has ever touched me. I can prove it." Chunbai just gave a slight smile and said, "Fine." At the gymnasium of Jiangxing University, the foreign girl's pants were ripped in many places, so she had tied a jacket around her waist to cover up. She complained breathlessly as she walked, "I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore. Can't we rest for a bit?" Chunbai walked on with his eyes casually closed, paying her no mind. "No," he said flatly. She was trying to tighten the jacket. Chunbai put a hand on the beauty's waist and said in a tone that brooked no argument, "We have to go." Chunbai pushed the beautiful girl forward at high speed, causing the jacket to fall. She shrieked in alarm, "My jacket!" In a flash, they arrived at the Medical Academy's research building. The scene just now almost cost her jacket. Luckily, the girl managed to catch it with her toes. Having arrived, she retied the jacket and complained shyly, "You're so mean. If I hadn't used my foot, my jacket would have fallen off." By now, Chunbai was completely ignoring her. He looked ahead and asked, "This is the research building, right?" The foreign girl glanced at it. "It's on the 3rd floor," she answered. "Only professors are allowed in the lab. I heard there are a lot of specimens inside, and documents about bacteria and viruses." A moment later, she carefully hid behind Chunbai, continuing to ramble. "Also, the path down to the basement isn't a garage. It's a crematorium. If you're asking for the most mysterious place, that's all I can think of." Chunbai replied quickly, Got it. Follow me." Arriving at the medical laboratory, there were many test tubes here, filled with colorful solutions, and large, very modern machines. Specifically, this was the virus research lab of Jiangxing University. As soon as they entered, something caught Chunbai's attention. He looked at it and exclaimed with excitement, "I didn't expect this place to be a treasure trove." Chunbai quickly reached out his hand, absorbing the virus samples from the test tubes. Behind him, a flood of system notifications appeared. Notification: first-time acquisition of mutated influenza D virus. Heat-sensitive. Received 30 virus points. Notification: acquired influenza B virus. Received 3 virus points. Notification: acquired influenza A virus. Received 7 virus points. Notification: acquired influenza a virus antigenic variant. Received 5 virus points. Chunbai said with interest. So many flu viruses, that's normal. After all, this is a university. Finally, a summary notification from the system. Notification. Sufficient influenza viruses collected. Influenza can be upgraded to a skill. Requires a small number of points. Reading this information, a look of keen interest appeared in his eyes. He said, upgrade influenza into a skill. Well then, let's give it a try. Immediately, a new notification appeared. Notification, upgrade successful. Below, it was an analysis table. Skill acquired, plague flu. The virus can be released. Infecting targets within a range. All attributes of infected targets will be reduced. Also applies a negative status effect, sneeze. Can interrupt any activity requiring concentration. Can be charged and aimed after activation. The effectiveness of this skill depends on the target size and species. Grasping such useful new information, Chunbai was visibly pleased. He thought to himself, not bad. This is powerful. This sneeze trick is brilliant. Then he continued to sink into his thoughts. Based on the previous talent system, I never paid much attention to real-world viruses. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention when upgrading from now on. He looked up with eyes full of hope, expressing his sincere admiration for this wondrous talent. An SSS-Rank talent is truly terrifying. He thought of Lida and mused. I still have some points left. The god of transactions trial won't be simple. I should use everything to increase my strength first. Opening the Blacklight virus skill tree. After absorbing a few virus samples, he paced back and forth, thinking about the 2 skills he received from unlocking the Blacklight virus. Upgrade unlocked. Passive skill, wall crawling. Can use the Blacklight virus to firmly adhere to any surface. Balance and sense of direction are also significantly enhanced. Passive upgrade unlocked. Combat focus. Ability to focus is significantly enhanced. Vision and reaction speed are also improved. Control over all muscles in the body is doubled. Chunbai clenched his fist, focusing his mind. Chunbai's muscles tensed, making his arm tremble. He slowly brought his hand closer to the wall. Chunbai wondered, all the muscles in my body? With just a light push, the entire large wall cracked into countless small pieces. The foreign girl, witnessing this firsthand, couldn't believe it and covered her mouth, already scared out of her wits. Now, standing before Chunbai, she trembled even more, clamping her mouth shut, not daring to make a sound. Any sound at all, she thought in a panic. Was that tremor just now caused by him? Good thing he didn't use this move earlier. Otherwise, I would have been blown to bits long ago. But Chunbai was only focused on his own power, seemingly having forgotten everything around him. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. If I can control my muscles, forget about attacking at extremely close range. Even a single strand of hair could unleash my full power. Women are truly troublesome and hard to understand. Finished with his business, Chunbai turned around. Seeing the foreign girl's strange gesture, he asked, why are you blushing? She touched her cheek, rambling, it's nothing. Chunbai wanted to go elsewhere. He said, the thing I'm looking for isn't here. Let's go to the cadaver lab. A short while later, the two arrived at the basement of the Virology Institute, the storage room for the cadavers. The foreign girl found the place very dark and spoke up. Mr. Chun, there's no power here. He, walking in front, suddenly stopped, because something had appeared. Chunbai paused and said, wait. I think there's something. The foreign girl clumsily bumped into his back, letting out a yelp. A room appeared before them. Above it hung a red nameplate. Chunbai exclaimed with excitement. This is the place. The door opened, and the two prepared to enter. The nameplate on the room read, Incineration Room. Chunbai pushed open the double doors with both hands. Worried the girl might be in danger, he said, you wait here. But the foreign girl was more afraid of being alone. She looked around and replied, Mr. Chun, I'm scared. Chunbai's footsteps approached a circle of fiery light. Around it was a circle that looked like a talisman or a magic array. The system notification board appeared. Reminder, do you confirm entry into the cold crematorium instance? Level requirement, 5 to 10. Chunbai didn't think twice. He reached his hand toward the center of the glowing red circle and said calmly, accept. Half an hour later, information appeared on the system panel. You have entered a special instance. Successfully clearing the cold crematorium can turn it into a permanent instance. If you cannot clear it within 2 days, this instance will disappear forever. After entering, he was in a dark and cold area. In front of Chun-Bai was a giant furnace, connected to a large smokestack leading straight up. Behind it were several hospital beds. On them were corpses, all completely covered by white sheets. Seeing this eerie scene, Chun-Bai couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder I've never heard of this place. Sensing the presence of a living person, the corpses under the sheets began to stir on their own, throwing off the white cloths. Chun-Bai had already assumed a combat stance. He channeled his viral energy and said, "Bring it on." 2 zombies abruptly stood up. One leaped high into the air. It had mutated with many legs and 2 arms, lunging like a hungry demon. The one on the ground threw off its white sheet, as if sounding an alarm for other, more terrifying monsters to begin to rise. The multi-legged zombie clung to the ceiling like a spider. But this spider was naked. On the floor, there was another one, over 2 meters long, crawling like a lizard, silently approaching Chun-Bai's feet. He gritted his teeth, observing the situation. Chun-Bai swung his right arm. A single swipe neatly took care of the crawling zombie. System notification. Defeated reanimated cadaver. Received 400 EXP. He looked up at the multi-legged zombie on the ceiling. It opened its mouth wide, releasing a wave of blue demonic energy. Its posture was incredibly menacing. From its small mouth, it shot a swirling wave of demonic energy toward Chun-Bai. A strong wind rose around them. Chun-Bai quickly dodged to the side. Chun-Bai looked up at it, assessing. No wonder they didn't all attack at once. So, it has this ability. But then he gathered his strength and leaped up, saying softly, "This warm-up is dragging on a bit too long." Chun-Bai swung his left fist, blazing with purple demonic energy, and launched himself toward the zombie. His eyes were as sharp as blades. He roared, "Die!" He shot straight up, a powerful punch landing squarely on the weak point of the spider zombie, pinning it to the ceiling. It shrieked in pain. The next second, the system panel appeared. Defeated Stitch Spider. Received 1000 EXP. Chun-Bai landed on the ground. He put a hand on the floor, glancing at the spider zombie. It fell at the same time, several of its legs broken, sticking straight up into the air. He said, "Worthy of a special instance. The experience is really high." The commotion had awakened the other zombies on the beds. More and more zombies threw off their sheets and stood up, assuming defensive stances. Some climbed onto the ceiling. Others started smashing things wildly inside the giant furnace. The harder the game, the more Chun-Bai liked it. He flashed an excited smile and said loudly, "Come on. The more, the better." The outcome was predictable. 2 notifications appeared on the system panel. Received 400 EXP. Received 1000 EXP. Chun-Bai continuously punched and kicked each zombie. The system, accordingly, kept announcing experience gained. Received 1400 EXP. Received 200 EXP. And so it continued. Chun-Bai enthusiastically fought his way to the last one. An hour later, all the zombies had fallen at Chun-Bai's hands, lying scattered across the dusty floor. A notification appeared on the system panel. After the recent battle, Chun-Bai had reached a new level. System notification. Leveled up. Current level 6. You have received 2 free attribute points. Inside the furnace in front of Chun-Bai, banging and screaming could be heard. Chun-Bai slowly approached it, saying leisurely, "All your little minions are dead. Why haven't you come out yet? Do you need a hand?" Just as he was about to act, the furnace let out a massive explosion. The door was blown off its hinges. Chun-Bai's eyes flew open. He stared ahead, on high alert. From within the giant incinerator, a grotesque, purple mass of flesh crawled out. It had eyes and a nose. It squirmed like a maggot. Chun-Bai was taken aback. How is this possible? Why is this pile of flesh giving me such a strong sense of danger? I have to kill it before it finishes transforming. While he stood on guard, the gelatinous monster sprouted legs. It crawled off the steps. Chun-Bai moved in a flash. Using his viral power, he lunged forward to stab it. But to his horror, the monster instantly morphed a massive, powerful arm. It easily blocked his attack. He exhaled a cloud of purple viral mist. It was an evolved flu virus. The evolved flu virus. The viral mist slowly drifted toward the monster's mouth. From a writhing mass of flesh, It had nearly finished mutating, sprouting limbs, and standing up. The system panel appeared. Skill ineffective against target. The mass of flesh had now grown even larger. It swung its arm. A streak of red fire flashed. It slammed Chunbai into the ground. The impact shook the entire room. Dust and debris filled the air. Slammed hard against the floor, Chunbai endured the pain, pushing himself out from the rubble. He frowned and clicked his tongue. This was shaping up to be a tough challenge for our hero. The gelatinous monster had successfully evolved into a large, powerful body. Its head was completely bald. It had 2 eyes. Its face strongly resembled a fly. Its rough skin was enveloped in a layer of scorching red energy. It was called a bioweapon monster. The bioweapon monster lunged forward without hesitation, moving at extreme speed. It opened its massive mouth and dove toward Chunbai. It let out a long, piercing shriek. Chunbai reacted just in time. He leaped high into the air to dodge the attack. Then, he closed the distance. He delivered a vicious slash. The shockwave from their clash caused considerable damage to the surroundings. After landing a blow on the bioweapon monster's head, Chunbai flipped backward, successfully evading its counterattack. Chunbai moved behind the monster. His feet slid across the floor. He landed safely on the ground. Faced with this tough opponent, Chunbai looked up, a smirk playing on his lips. Ever since I was reborn, nothing has forced me to go all out. A few more days of this, and I'll get rusty. Chunbai muttered to himself as he focused his mind. He was determined to take it down. I guess I'll use you for a warm-up. An hour later, the battle raged fiercely. The monster still had plenty of fight left in it. Chunbai landed a powerful kick on its shoulder. The monster was injured, but it immediately healed and regenerated at a terrifying speed. No matter how I hit it, it's useless. Signs of fatigue were beginning to show on Chunbai's face. He glared at the bioweapon monster, analyzing it. Interesting. Infinite regeneration? Now, Chunbai finally brought out his secret weapon. The hourglass cutter spun ceaselessly, emitting a jade-green light. This was known as the Duxu state. Chunbai landed on the ground. He stomped his foot firmly. Let's see if you're really immortal. An hour later, with the help of the hourglass's Duxu state, the bioweapon monster looked battered. Large chunks of its outer skin were peeling off. Its entire body trembled. Chunbai asked cheerfully, "What's wrong?" Slowing down. "Don't tell me you're already done for." Another hour passed. The bioweapon monster had melted into a puddle of slime. It trembled as it crawled on the ground. Chunbai paced back and forth, eyeing it. "Hurry up. I'm not done playing yet." Another hour later, it had reverted to its flesh lump form. But the lump was now even smaller than when it first appeared. Only then did Chunbai stop. Looks like this thing can't recover anymore. Then, in an incredibly relaxed tone, he hurled a few insults at the monster. "Seriously, guess it's time to end this." He decisively stomped on it. Squashed flat, it splattered like a puddle of mud. Lying motionless on the ground, the system panel appeared. Bioweapon monster eliminated. Received 10,000 experience points. Level up. Current level, 5. You have received 2 free attribute points. Hearing the new information, Chunbai was stunned. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Next was a new system notification. Dungeon cleared successfully. You may leave the instance at any time. The cooled incinerator dungeon has been converted into a permanent instance. Refresh time is 3 days. Would you like to upload the video of your clear as a pay guide? All proceeds will go to the uploader. You can choose to hide your identity and face. You may set the viewing price. After the series of notifications, Chunbai reviewed them carefully. He pointed and selected Upload, and chose to hide his face. At the Dongshan Villa District, inside Song Ziqiang's villa, Su Xin stood by a small chair next to the bed, treating Song Ziqiang's injuries. Song Ziqiang saw something. She quickly sat up, murmuring a name. Su Xin glanced over curiously. A new notification popped up in the group chat. Evolver has uploaded a clear video for the Nightmare level Secret Realm. Cooled Incinerator. Viewing price is 1 coin. Below was a video of Chunbai battling the bioweapon monster. Both girls leaned in to get a better look. They said in unison, "Let's see." At that moment, the other members in the group chat also received the video notification. Everyone was watching. Each had their own reaction, but generally, their goal was the same. Alan stared intently at the screen. After watching the video, her expression changed. "He's so fast. I have to slow down the video just to see his movements clearly. Bite is incredible. A black-haired player in the group shouted excitedly. Brother Bai is so cool. That fight was insane. A tall, muscular man exclaimed in disbelief, no way. That monster's regeneration is way stronger than Brother Bai's. So much stronger. Is it really okay for Brother Bai to fight so recklessly? A pink-haired lowly was full of admiration after watching the video. She couldn't stop praising him. Emperor Bai has fully recovered. The group chat was flooded with all kinds of comments about the video. Back to Chunbai. Inside the cooled incinerator dungeon, Chunbai bent down to absorb the virus. He was alone in the room. The system panel appeared. Special composite variant acquired. Received 300 exclusive evolution points for the tyrant virus. He held out his hand, absorbing streams of viral power. Chunbai's body trembled. He thought, the tyrant virus's exclusive evolution points aren't the same as talent evolution points. They can only be used to evolve the abilities and skills of the tyrant virus. Then his spirits lifted. Still, this is great. A system notification appeared. Tyrant virus has evolved. Health regeneration speed, plus 300%. Another new notification popped up. Tyrant virus passive ability activated. Acquired A-rank skill. Cellular regeneration, bioweapon monster. The system then provided a more detailed explanation. Cellular regeneration. Consume a certain amount of stamina or excess body energy to recover at maximum speed. Can restore lost limbs. Passive skill can be toggled on or off. After gaining so many benefits, Chunbai clenched his fists. He exclaimed happily, awesome. The drop rate for passive skills is already so low. And it's even an A-rank skill. Then his expression shifted. He grew even more curious about the reward he was about to receive. Finally, let's see what a nightmare-level boss drops. 3 items appeared before Chunbai. They glowed with a golden light. They looked incredibly valuable, enveloped in a smooth layer of spiritual energy. The system panel displayed new information about the 3 items Chunbai received. Class change scroll, biochemical fiend. An evil class. Enhances oneself by absorbing other life forms. It can stimulate its own cells to increase strength and regenerative abilities. Note, excessive absorption may lead to gene collapse or mutation. Class change requirements. Level 10, Evolver. Constitution greater than 15. Chunbai crouched down. He picked up a cylindrical object, a unique A-rank class. High risk, high reward. But I already have the tyrant virus. In Chunbai's hand was a tube containing a blue liquid. This was a C-rank gene essence. Perfect gene essence. After use, can significantly enhance one's physical attributes. Each evolver can only use this once. Chunbai popped the cap off with his thumb. Not bad at all. He then poured it straight into his mouth, gulping it all down. As soon as he absorbed it, the system announced, permanent strength, +2. Constitution, +6. Agility, +3. He reached out and picked up a round piece of fabric, holding it up. It turned out to be a shirt, made of very thin material. Chunbai held it by the sleeves to examine it. This thing is strange. Is it a special tool or a piece of equipment? The system provided a detailed explanation. Faceless skin, a special skin product containing various genes. Possesses excellent defensive capabilities. Can alleviate the problem of loose skin. Agility, +10. Constitution, +10. Defense, +10. Body reshaping. Wearing it for a long period can improve your physique. Effect is more pronounced on females. Skin morphing. After wearing, you can change the color and shape of any part of it at will. After reading, Chunbai thought for a moment. The skin morphing description is a bit vague. Does it change my body or the equipment itself? He had his viral tendrils hold the skin. He quickly scanned through his item inventory. Then he remembered something. That's right. I also picked up a few other odds and ends. Earlier, he scrolled through his list of collected items. It's all just common leather armor. It can be worn under my main armor. His attention focused on a thick brown book. In this book, this skill isn't bad either. The system displayed its details. Cell activation temporarily boosts cellular activity and regenerative capabilities. Cooldown is 10 hours. Note, this skill book has no effect on those who already possess this skill. He let out a faint smile. No effect, huh? No problem. This kind of life-saving skill book should fetch a good price in the group chat. In his hand was a tissue sample from the bioweapon monster. It had now shriveled into a tiny piece. He decided it was time to leave. I just need to hand this piece of the boss over to Lita to complete the mission. Thinking of Lita, Chunbai said confidently, "He'll never expect me to finish the mission this quickly." Suddenly, he paused. Something felt wrong. Goblin, God of Transactions. The system panel displayed a question. Leave the instance? Below were the options, yes or no. Chunbai reached out, hesitating. No, something's not right. Chunbai gathered his thoughts, trying to figure out Lita's angle. Lita isn't just some wandering merchant moving randomly through the game. He must have come here for a reason. He told me I was an unexpected gain. An unexpected gain. He recalled that day. As he was leaving, Lita had cheerfully said to him, "Today's unexpected harvest is truly delightful. I hope you can complete the challenge." So, his real objective was most likely this special instance. Chunbai crossed his arms, walking towards the door, lost in his deductions. But the things I got are valuable. But not so much that an incarnation of a god would need to come personally. Could it be that his purpose has nothing to do with this instance? Or did I miss something? Looking at the incinerator beside him, Chunbai stopped thinking. He stood there for a long time. Chunbai decided to open the incinerator door. I'll go inside and check. If there's any place in this instance I haven't been, it can only be inside this incinerator. He boldly climbed inside. Chunbai propped his hands on the furnace wall, which was full of smoke vents. He analyzed it carefully. The cremation bed, the fire pit. The walls are covered in soot. Nothing special. He looked up at the giant smokestack opening. It was pitch black inside. Chunbai wondered, could it be up in that pipe? Looks like I'll have to climb up and see. If I don't investigate thoroughly, I might miss something important. With that, he didn't hesitate, jumping forcefully up into the large smokestack. The next second, he was running up the wall of the pipe. This pipe is big enough to fit my body. Chunbai looked around. His expression changed. This pipe is really long. It goes far beyond the height of the room. Chunbai saw something that startled him. Up ahead, the smokestack was blocked. He exclaimed in surprise, the top. Is it a dead end? He leaned back tiredly, resting against the obstruction. He pushed at it with his elbow to see what would happen. Still in disbelief, Chunbai thought, could there really be nothing here? Impossible. Suddenly, a shimmering, gold-plated face poked out from the obstruction. It let out a wah at Chunbai. He instinctively threw a punch. To his amazement, it had no effect. Chunbai's eyes were filled with confusion. The system displayed its information. This thing is called a mask, but it has no specific name. The root cause of the incinerator phenomenon is unknown. It looks like a face. It appears to have some function. The mask emitted a strange golden light, illuminating the entire dark pipe. He quickly grabbed the mask. As Chunbai tried to pry it off, he guessed, is it a prop? The system can't identify it. And there's a question mark. It's very likely a fragment of an SSS-Rank prop, or a prop related to a god. Chunbai examined the mask. He looked at it with satisfaction. This really is a good find. It seems Lita's real purpose was this. I have to find a way to keep it. Now, outside Jiangqing University, at the underground incinerator. Night had fallen. Chunbai crawled out of the incinerator. The foreign girl had been waiting for him for so long that she was sitting down to rest. Hearing the noise, she turned her head and called out. Confirming it was Chunbai, she was instantly overjoyed. She quickly jumped to her feet. You're so strong. I saw your video. I love you. Chunbai replied with a blunt question. Do you have any gold coins? The girl froze for a moment. But then she answered, I helped out when the others were fighting zombies. Right now, he was only thinking about the pricing. I wonder how many gold coins I have now. Pricing it at 1 coin should get a lot of views. Chunbai immediately checked the system. He saw the system display. 869 gold, 93 silver, 15 copper, 894 gold, 12 silver, 45 copper, 912 gold, 75 silver, 32 copper. After checking his account balance, Chunbai, like many others, sighed in frustration. Still not enough. I need 1,000 gold to unlock the vault. He closed the system panel. He closed one eye, thinking, the vault is protected by the will of all things. It severs all forms of detection. It's the safest way to keep a prop without it being discovered. Looks like I'll have to wait a while longer to complete the mission. A while later, Chunbai and the foreign girl were walking on a side path behind the medical school's main building. The foreign girl pointed ahead and asked, Are we almost at the Dongshan wilderness area you mentioned? He walked with his hands in his pockets, answering coldly, No. There are too many unforeseen dangers at night. We'll find a place to spend the night first. Hearing this, the foreign girl looked pleased. She got ready to go with him. There are several high-end hotels not far from the school. The amenities are very good. It's not a holiday, so it shouldn't be too crowded. Plus, they're all high-rise buildings. It should be very safe. Chunbai turned around. He looked at her with a deep gaze. You lead the way. A moment later, the foreign girl took Chunbai to a love hotel near Jiangxing University. Inside their rented room, the sound of lively conversation filled the air. The girl had changed into a nurse's outfit. She wore fishnet stockings that went over her knees, bending over to show off her curvaceous figure to Chunbai. But he was picky, remarking coldly, I'm not into this style. The girl replied bashfully, Sorry, I thought you chose this hotel because you wanted to see this. Chunbai leaned back in the chair, spreading his arms wide. And playing the part of a bad boy, he said, I don't want to see a show, but I don't like you wearing that. Embarrassed, the foreign girl turned away and whispered, Then let me change into something else. 15 minutes later, she changed into a police uniform, complete with handcuffs as an accessory. Once again, she flaunted her ample curves in front of Chunbai, but she still couldn't satisfy this king. He said with a look of disgust. Third time, the girl cosplayed as a female teacher. Her accessory was a ruler. She knelt on the floor, striking a pose. Chunbai complained again that she lacked the right vibe. Next up was a cute student look. The girl shyly posed, tried to evoke a youthful romance. Chunbai remained unimpressed. Boring. You're already a student in real life. Don't they have anything more interesting here? So, this time it was a little fox. The foreign girl crawled on the floor, afraid Chunbai would criticize her again. She asked timidly, Well, how about this? He lay on the bed, propping his head up with his hand, and smiled. Chunbai stayed silent for a moment, then turned his head. He nodded in approval. Not bad. Just be a good little pet tonight. Come here. A while later, still at the Love Hotel near Jiangxing University. The two had finished their business and were completely exhausted. The foreign girl was fast asleep. Chunbai sat up at the head of the bed and called out, System, activate warehouse function. The system panel began to appear. Warehouse activated. Consumed 1,000 gold. You may choose your successor. This space cannot be detected by any ability or skill. It is an absolutely private and secret space protected by the will of the universe. Please use it wisely. System notifications continued to pop up. Reminder, mask has been placed in the warehouse. Chunbai hurriedly put on his coat. Preparing to leave, he said, All right, time to enter the next phase of the mission. He flicked a gold coin into the air. The coin flew into the glowing magic seal in the center of the room, summoning the god of trading to conduct a transaction. Chunbai's face was full of confidence as he awaited Lita's arrival. At the Love Hotel near Jiangxing University, night had fallen. The city lights were coming on. He stood before the shimmering seal, thinking, There's a saying that has been passed down. When trading with Lita, he will adjust the reward based on his mood or the value of the trading partner. Of course, I was considered very valuable in Lita's eyes in the past. He looked around vigilantly. He pulled a squirming lump of flesh from his pocket. Lita appeared, looking cheerful. He walked over, speaking happily. Kid, I didn't expect you to summon me so soon. Mission accomplished? Prove your worth already? Chunbai immediately threw the lump of flesh at Lita and replied, That's right. Here is the proof. This is the mission requirement. A part of the creature's body from the dungeon. The monster Chunbai had just defeated had now shriveled into something very small. It rolled on the floor at Lita's feet. Looking at the dried-up piece of meat, like a giant raisin, its whole body twitched weakly. Lita observed it for a long time, then guessed. Looks like this thing has been dead for a while, hasn't it? Lita slammed his cane hard against the ground. He put his hands on his hips, scolding him. You finished the mission last night, didn't you? Why didn't you call me right then? Chunbai didn't know how to answer, because he was busy driving last night. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lita glared at him and asked sternly, You really want that scroll, don't you? Chunbai finally whispered, Because I don't understand it. Then he put on a confused expression. He pointed towards the dungeon and questioned Lita. I respected you so much. Why would you hide the dungeon's difficulty from me? This psychological attack even flustered Lita a bit. At that moment, he feigned displeasure, lying. Only after I entered the dungeon did I realize it was a nightmare-level instance. If I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, I'm afraid I would have died in there. Lita leaned on his staff. He walked a slow circle around Chunbai. Then he finally spoke. So that's how it is. My boy, I understand your frustration, but I can also offer you an explanation. Chunbai looked at him, slightly annoyed. Lita smirked. His voice grew deep. An explanation. In truth, that was also part of the test. A treasure of this magnitude I cannot entrust to someone who can't handle unexpected situations. Do you understand? Chunbai instantly understood Lita's scheme. He let out a sigh. All right, I get it. What's the reward and the next mission? Lita now stood directly in front of Chunbai. He gripped his staff with both hands. He lowered his head, speaking with focus. Very well. Hiding that information was my mistake. Besides, you've already proven your strength. In that case, Lita raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. He looked at him with wide eyes and said, the reward for this mission is yours to choose. Lita smiled, emphasizing, the next mission will be the final round. How about it? Chunbai confirmed the mission. He bowed low, a formal, European-style gesture. He replied with reverence. I'm deeply grateful for your explanation and your generosity. Lord Lita. Just then, Lita snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. He invited come. The limit is any item B rank or below. Please, make your choice. With just a single snap, countless items and equipment cards swirled around Chunbai and Lita, glowing brilliantly. Chunbai was truly shaken. He chose a B-rank scroll. I want this one. With Lita's vast experience, he didn't even need to look to guess what it was. The blueprint for a town portal scroll, is it? Lita gave another mysterious smile. He looked at Chunbai with approval and added, you have a good eye, and your goal is very clear. In that case, next up is the final stage of the mission. Mission request. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Whatever information it displayed caused Chunbai's expression to change. He was stunned for a long time. His eyes were wide, staring at the system panel. On it was written, Lord Lita wishes to grant you an SSS-Rank quest. The ultimate investment. Obtain 2 SSS-Rank class change scrolls. Do you accept? Seeing the reward was 2 SSS-Rank scrolls. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chunbai was utterly astonished. He stammered, T2. 2 SSS-Rank scrolls? This is too difficult. Lord Lita. Chunbai bowed his head. A few beads of sweat trickled down as he spoke. You must know that. Even gods aren't born with SSS-Rank classes. Faced with Chunbai's hesitation, Lita smiled knowingly. He said, of course I know. My first class was only A rank. However, Lita's hat shadowed his bright blue eyes. He gazed into the distance, speaking with profound meaning. This is my finest treasure. Naturally, it must be paired with the absolute best. Otherwise, I would find it very difficult to part with it. Chunbai spread his hands. He had no choice but to agree. All right, it seems I have no other option but to accept. At the Dongshan Villa district, a giant, pink-furred rat had the corpse of a man clamped tightly in its jaws. It stared into a house, shrieking incessantly. Screech. Mutated giant rat. Strength 18. Agility 20. Physique 19. Spirit 3. The level difference between them was too great. Unable to see other abilities, Ali and Song Ziqiang hid behind a crumbling wall for cover. Ali peeked out to observe the rat. Compared to before, more and more of them are showing up now. If even 2 of our squads ran into that thing, they'd be completely wiped out. Song Ziqiang asked anxiously, a level 5? Its stats are 3 or 4 times higher than ours. Ali replied cautiously, we can't deal with it. Song Ziqiang looked at her heavily injured subordinates, powerless against the rat. She said worriedly, what do we do now? We can't handle this thing. First of all, we need to get away from it. But we still need someone to stay behind and keep an eye on it. Suddenly, Ali's eyes caught something. Her eyes lit up. The giant rat seemed to go berserk, charging toward the crumbling wall where the 2 were hiding. Ali quickly grabbed Song Ziqiang. The 2 of them fell to the ground. Song Ziqiang managed to shout, everyone scatter! This thing's out of control. It staggered about, crashing wildly into everything. It was causing serious casualties. Rubble flew everywhere. Ali forcefully helped Song Ziqiang up, speaking urgently, Lady Song, you need to get out of here right now. Song Ziqiang struggled to her feet, replying in despair, it's too late. It's too fast. Just as she finished speaking, the mutated rat leaped high into the air, spreading its four limbs, and opened its mouth, revealing two long fangs. It dove towards the two women. Right above the rodent monster's head, a ball of light coalesced like a thunderclap. Inside was the silhouette of Chunbai. The next second, he stomped down on the rat's back with incredible force. It was slammed flat into the ground by his superhuman strength. The ground itself cracked. When Song Ziqiang saw Chunbai, her eyes lit up. She was ecstatic, crying out, "Chunbai!" Chunbai stood on the giant rat's back. He looked coolly at the two of them. "Looks like I wasn't too late." Then he focused again, assigning tasks to everyone. "Ali, go get people to clean this place up. For those we've lost, give their families a larger compensation. As for you, Ziqiang, come back with me and explain what just happened." Back at Song Ziqiang's villa, everyone was gathered in the living room. Song Ziqiang sat beside Chunbai, explaining, "After we cleared out the zombies, during our inspection, a large number of mutated rats, each over a meter long, appeared out of nowhere." Chunbai looked at the report in his hand, assessing it. The initial sighting was in the eastern part of the villa district. Luli approached with a report in hand. "My sincerest apologies, Master. Those beasts appeared so suddenly. They destroyed 6 warehouses. The total number of casualties has exceeded 100. The specific details are here." Chunbai took the paper. He looked at Luli, saying with concern, "None of you are at fault. It looks like you haven't had much rest either. All of you, go and rest for now." Luli respectfully retracted her hands. She immediately replied, "I'll go clean up the remaining mutated rats in the villa district, and I'll investigate their origin while I'm at it." Song Ziqiang sat on the armrest of the sofa next to Chunbai. Leaning in close to him, she offered to take care of him. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. But if we all go to rest, it wouldn't be right to leave no one to attend to you. So, I'd like to recommend someone." Chunbai saw the logic in that. He nodded in agreement. "All right." Song Ziqiang turned to the door and called out, "Ling Yu." The door slowly opened. A fair-skinned, blonde woman with a perfect figure walked in. She tied her hair up, smiling as she spoke to Chunbai. Song Ziqiang gestured to introduce her. "This woman's name is Qin Lingyu. She was rescued when we were clearing the villa district. I'm sure you two are already acquainted. She studied law. She used to be a lawyer. She can help you establish rules. And she's also willing to become your woman." Chunbai leaned back into the chair like an imposing boss. He held out a hand as if to seal a deal, and he spoke first. "Qin Lingyu stays. The rest of you go rest." "Damn, he's good." First, it was the foreign girl, and now it's the lawyer, Qin Lingyu. A moment later, everyone else had left the room. Only the two of them remained. Qin Lingyu placed a hand on her cheek, saying shyly, "What do you need me to do? Just give the word." Chunbai reached out and stroked the beautiful woman's chin. "All right, first," he chuckled, and asked suggestively, "I've heard that people in your profession are very skilled with their mouths. Let me experience it for myself. How about it?" Qin Lingyu looked very pleased. She obediently clasped her hands behind her back, saying sweetly, "Of course." Her full chest jiggled with the movement. Chunbai leaned back comfortably on the sofa. Qin Lingyu happily knelt down below. She looked up with a shy expression. "Thank you, Master, for this reward." After a while, Chunbai offered a few words of praise. "Your technique isn't bad. I'm very satisfied." He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. From up here, he could see the entire landscape. He adjusted his belt and called out, "Come here." Qin Lingyu immediately ran over, responding, "Yes." He turned to face Qin Lingyu directly. He instructed her seriously, "Listen closely while I tell you the rules for this place." Qin Lingyu was also very perceptive. She turned her full backside towards Chunbai, inviting him to enjoy the view. Then she said softly, "Master, please begin." Chunbai hadn't expected Qin Lingyu to misunderstand. He said at once, "Begin what? Why are you in that position? Didn't you hear what I just said?" He felt so embarrassed he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Qin Lingyu's face turned beet red. She stammered an explanation, "I am sorry. I didn't hear you clearly. It might be because of my B-rank ability, focus dot. This ability helps me when I'm concentrating on thinking, perceiving, or working. It can increase my thinking speed and sensory acuity, but it blocks out all other external information." Chunbai brushed the matter aside. He looked forward and explained, "I called you over here so you could see the 3 areas of Dongshan, the Villa District, the high-end residential area on the mountainside, in the residential area at the foot of the mountain. Then he put his hands on his hips. He continued seriously, I want you to use these different areas to create different sets of regulations. Qin Lingyu seemed to only be paying attention to his firm abs. Her eyes were glued to them as she replied, yes, I can do that. Do you have any other requests? Chunbai had probably recovered his stamina. He asked with renewed interest, requests. I'm very curious about your ability. The handsome man leaned in close to Qin Lingyu, whispering, come here. Let me see just how sensitive you can become when you're focused. Qin Lingyu was like an automated chip. The moment she heard the intimate words, she understood. She blushed and replied, why yes, sir. Qin Lingyu immediately began to concentrate. She struck a beautiful pose that perfectly showcased all her assets. Then she announced softly, I'm ready. What followed were the loving sounds of her reciting the alphabet. Until noon the next day, the sun was shining brightly. White fluffy clouds drifted by. At the Dongshan drainage culvert, the Linjiang floodgate, a number of people began to gather there. Chunbai pointed inside. He instructed everyone. Last night, I found this place using blueprints and the tracks left by the pack of mutated rats. Inside is their nest. He propped his foot up on the edge of the culvert. He stared intently inside, adding, although I could clear this place out by myself, I want to use this opportunity to train some trusted followers I can rely on when I'm not around, to protect everyone. Therefore, I've chosen a few of you. I brought you all here to level up. Chunbai's intention was to forge more powerful core members. He turned around. He placed great hope in them, continuing to become the pillars of the Villa District. Are you all ready? Those present included Song Ziqiang and Ali. Behind them stood numerous subordinates, all kneeling to receive their orders. Ready, master. Chunbai smoothed his hair back, thinking to himself with satisfaction. In my past life, I had to serve others. Now, to be served like this, it's still a little strange. Get up, he said. Having men call me master feels a little weird. From now on, you'll all call me the White Emperor. Hearing this, everyone cheered in response. Yes, White Emperor. During this trial period, Chunbai was their protector. So while he offered no material wealth, he commanded immense respect. He turned around, completely satisfied. Chunbai led the way, stepping into the murky water. He stood before the sewer grate and reached out. With a single squeeze, he crushed the iron bars. Let's begin, he roared. The system panel appeared. Special mission activated. The sewer occupant. Chunbai was surprised. The system mission perfectly aligned with his original plan. Did you guys get the mission too? They all had. Yes, they replied. We got the notification as well. Ali read the system mission aloud. Mission request. Eliminate all mutated rats and the Rat King. Investigate the source of the mutated rat swarm. Rewards will be determined upon completion. One of the men also reported to Chunbai in amazement. White Emperor. We received the same mission. 30 minutes later, everything was ready. The group entered the sewer together. The inside was pitch black, forcing them to use torches. Song Ziqiang looked into a corner and said, it's really dark in here. Good thing I had people bring torches for light. Chunbai observed his surroundings. It's cleaner in here than I expected. Ahead of Chunbai's group, a constant rustling echoed through the tunnel. Hidden in the shadows was a dense swarm of black rats. Chunbai raised a hand to warn the others behind him. Everyone, be careful. They're here. The rats swarmed as if in a frenzy, scrambling over each other to charge forward. Each one was incredibly vicious, as if they had been craving human flesh for a long time. Meanwhile, Chunbai had already activated his ability, Sovereign Virus. His hands morphed into a sharp claw and a heavy sledgehammer. He crouched into his stance, a smirk on his face as he welcomed the rat swarm. Quite a few of them, huh? Not just him, but all the fighters behind him charged forward at the same time, their heavy footsteps splashing through the water. Chunbai swung his hammer, sending several rats flying. Many more were torn to shreds. He roared, commanding the group. Everyone advance. If any are still moving, finish them off. A short while later, the brutal battle with the rat swarm was over. Their bodies floated lifelessly on the water's surface. A man pointed deeper into the tunnel and reported to Ali, found a piece of rat leather equipment over here. Meanwhile, Song Ziqiang was observing their progress. She reported to Chunbai. This section of the sewer was cleared out quickly. We've already cleared 16 sections. We're getting close to the source. Chunbai sat on a sewer pipe, thinking. Not bad, he replied. The dark-haired man spotted another rat. He pointed in fear and shouted. Here comes another one. Looks like it's just one. Confident in her own abilities, Song Ziqiang spoke up boldly. Just one? Let me give it a try. Chunbai didn't forget to remind her. Don't forget to use your reconnaissance skill first. This rat was much larger than the grunts from before. It slowly poked its head out. Of course, Song Ziqiang replied with determination. Within her pupils, her abilities system began analyzing the creature before her. Suddenly, her expression changed. This is bad, she said anxiously. It's a level 7 boss. The giant rat revealed its full form, bearing its incisors, in a show of aggression towards Song Ziqiang. Song Ziqiang shouted, her confidence wavering. I can't see its specific stats. Its strength is nearly 30, and its speed is over 40. Its physique. The moment the beautiful woman called out, Chunbai was ready to act. He shot forward like an arrow, his mutated claws aimed straight for the target. Song Ziqiang quickly shouted a warning. White Emperor, be careful. Thinking it was a powerful foe, Song Ziqiang was suddenly left stunned. Letting out a soft, huh? Chunbai executed a beautiful mid-air flip, slashing with his claws. With just that one light strike, he sent the giant rat flying, its 4 legs kicking up at the sky. After defeating the boss, Chunbai received a reward. Plague Leash. Defense item. Agility +5. Toxin resistance. Reduces the weakening effect of poison. Plague set. All attributes +1. Equipment requirement. Level 5. Equipment description. The emissary of plague spreads faith and death. Everywhere they go, pestilence follows. Standing on the corpse of the giant rat, Chunbai looked at the glowing card in his hand. A little puzzled. An equipment drop? And it's part of a set. This rat king dropped a piece of set gear, he thought to himself. Equipment. A small, wondrous change occurred. The old shoes on Chunbai's feet were replaced by the boots from a card. At the same time, the card vanished. He looked down at them and said, the quality is a bit low, but if I can collect the other pieces, the set bonus should be substantial. He stood up and announced to the group, the Plague Rat King is dead. All that's left of the mission is to investigate the source. Now, the team led by Chunbai and Song Ziqiang continued deeper into the sewers. A bit discouraged, Song Ziqiang had just finished complaining. We've passed through 5 more sections, and we haven't seen a single old rat. Just then, Chunbai held up a hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Wait, he shouted. From ahead, a green mist was spreading toward them. Everyone halted, while Chunbai alone walked into it. A series of system notifications popped up continuously. First time absorbing plague spores. Virus points +10. First time absorbing bone spur blight. Virus points +2. First time absorbing rotting pestilence. Virus points +15. First time absorbing mutated dark green plague spores. Virus points +14. First time absorbing the Black Death Plague. Virus points +20. This place was damp and dark. The perfect breeding ground for all sorts of viruses. Coincidentally, this was a huge advantage for someone with Chunbai's profession. Chunbai spread his arms, taking it all in, but he felt something was off. He thought, it's normal for sewers to have viruses and some bacteria, but these strains I'm absorbing didn't exist on Earth before the trial. And there's so many different types, enough to harm even an evolver. Now he was even more certain. He frowned, confirming his suspicions. He thought, it seems the source of the mutation isn't far from here. Knowing the danger ahead, Chunbai now ordered everyone to turn back. Song Ziqiang, you all can't go any further. Return immediately. They all trusted him completely. So upon hearing the order, they simply replied, yes, sir, and turned to leave. Now, Chunbai was alone. He moved forward, step by careful step, his heart filled with excitement. Interesting. With every step he took, his virus points increased substantially. He continued to think, I wonder how high my points will get by the time I find the source. A little while later, following the current where the virus concentration was highest, he came to a turn. Chunbai was certain. This must be the place. For me, this is paradise. Through the toxic viral mist, the hazy figure of a long-rotted human corpse appeared, hanging on the wall. Before Chun Bai was a disheveled corpse, pinned to the wall by giant spider-like threads. A strong smell of mold and pestilence filled the air. In its hand, the skeleton was still clutching a cylindrical object. Chun Bai was quite surprised. Looking at this sight, his mind raced with questions and deductions. His mouth fell open. "A corpse?" he exclaimed. "Is this the source of the plague?" Chun Bai waded through the water, approaching the body. The stench of decay and rot grew stronger. But to him, it felt completely normal. He leaned on his elbow, thinking, based on the concentration of the plague virus, the source must be that scroll over there. Chun Bai shifted his attention to the cylindrical object in the corpse's hand. That was where the aura of the virus was most dense. Chun Bai reached out and touched it directly, pulling it from the skeleton's grasp. It was a scroll like one used by ancient kings. He pulled it open with both hands. There was writing inside. At a glance, Chun Bai realized this wasn't an item. There was no explanation for it. The scroll read, "The high priest has sacrificed his life. Therefore, I leave these prophecies. Our great God has reached the supreme realm in the trial of apotheosis. We sacrifice this world, leaving only the mark of our God's sect in this trial. Our lives will become the steps for our God's awakening. Our spirits will accompany our God for eternity. Our names will be passed down from generation to generation. Dophile, sect of pestilence. All things wither. Life is eternal." After reading, he couldn't help but wonder aloud to himself. The Dophile sect of pestilence. How have I never heard of them? He held the scroll, his eyes full of anticipation. He thought, well, whatever. I'll just absorb all the viruses here first and figure it out later. Suddenly, the viral tentacles on Chun Bai's body shot out uncontrollably, growing like roots from his hand. Chun Bai cried out in alarm. What's happening? He could barely control his own arm. His body trembled, and streams of green and purple energy pulsed from his arm. Now, the system's notification panel appeared. System notification. Special mission Master of the Sewers complete. System notification. Received 2,000 experience points. Randomly drawing reward. System notification. Congratulations. You have received the item, Wall of Flesh. The skeleton slumped into the murky water, its skull seemingly about to crumble into dust. Chun Bai clutched his left arm, watching it. Another notification box appeared. Sigil of Pestilence. Proof of a core member of the sect of Pestilence. Condensed from countless terrifying plagues. Within this sigil's range of influence, other plagues will undergo a transformation. Immediately, the so-called Sigil of Pestilence appeared in the palm of Chun Bai's hand. He said, somewhat confused, "This is the Sigil of Pestilence?" The system panel continued to display information. System notification. You have not been enslaved by the pestilence. Receive the Sigil of Pestilence. Conditions met to trigger the next mission. System notification. Sect of Pestilence mission has appeared. Difficulty, SSS. Chun Bai's head snapped up in shock. An SSS-Rank mission. A hint of unease crept into his heart. The system panel displayed the mission details. The Dophile sect of Pestilence. Mission introduction. To welcome the true God of their prophecy. The Dophile sect of Pestilence sacrificed the former God's domain, bringing countless treasures to this world. Receiving the Sigil of Pestilence means you are qualified to become the true God of the prophecy. Seek out the members of the sect of Pestilence. Accept their challenges. Prove that you are the true God of their prophecy. Is it you? Mission objective. Find an emissary of pestilence. Chun Bai finished reading. He said to himself, a mission related to divinity. He remembered the god he had served in his past life. Hero, becoming the god of pestilence. That means I'd be qualified to face Hero head-on. An emissary of pestilence, huh? I have to find one immediately. Before Chun Bai's eyes, a vortex of purple and white spiritual energy formed. It looked like the eye of a storm. Chun Bai approached it step by step, thinking, is this a dungeon being formed? Chun Bai raised his hand before the vortex. Just then, the system appeared. System notification. Hell difficulty dungeon, plague sewer is forming. System notification. Time remaining, 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 59 seconds. Keeping his hand raised to feel the energy, Chun Bai couldn't help but be curious. Hell difficulty? That's even harder than the nightmare rank. Cold incinerator dungeon. He turned to leave, his gaze resolute. It takes a whole month, he said in a firm tone, for the dungeon to form. Looks like the level of this dungeon won't be low. I'll come back in a month to check it out. A little while later, seeing that there was no more danger, Chunbai called the rest of the group to come in. Song Ziqiang was the first to test it. She held her hand out to the dungeon vortex and said, "The Dongshan sewer dungeon has finished forming. Difficulty, normal. Required level, 1 to 10. Entry limited to 3 times per day." Chunbai cracked his knuckles. As he walked up beside Song Ziqiang, he said loudly, "Level 1 to 10. Just right for us to grind some levels." Song Ziqiang was startled by his sudden appearance behind her, but she still turned with a smile and replied, "You're back. I've already sent people to call everyone over to take turns leveling up here. We can't waste 3 chances a day." Chunbai looked at her with satisfaction. He praised her gently. "You did a good job." 20 minutes later, he pointed to the swirling dungeon entrance. He began to organize the teams to enter. The space inside the sewer dungeon isn't very large. It's best to go in groups of 4 to 8. Also, he added in a serious tone, "Your lives come first. Loot comes second. Does everyone understand?" "We understand," everyone replied in unison. After getting things in order, Chunbai turned to Song Ziqiang, Ali, and Su Xin. He instructed, "All right. For your 3rd dungeon run, I'll go with you. But you have to handle it on your own. I'll decide whether to step in based on how you handle the situation." Immediately after, everyone replied in unison, "Yes, White Emperor," after confirming that everyone understood the arrangements. Chunbai turned to the entire group. He pointed to the system panel and said, "First, I'm creating a party. Then I'll add all of you." A notification box appeared in front of everyone. Notification: Evolver 001 by invites you to join the party, White Emperor's Palace. After reading it, the beautiful Song Ziqiang's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed, "Number 001? Chunbai spread his hands, explaining it away as if it were nothing. "The number is just the order we became Evolvers. What's there to be surprised about?" Song Gu approached with a serious expression, confronting Chunbai directly. "Hey Chunbai, why didn't I get a party invite?" He replied coolly, "Because I didn't invite you." A smirk played on Chunbai's lips as he looked at the frail-looking girl. Then, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and stepped closer to Song Gu, lowering his voice to a whisper. "This is my harem. Only the loyal and the capable can join anytime." Song Gu immediately blushed. Taking a step back, he brought up the old incident again. A little kid who peed her pants at the sight of a zombie doesn't get an invite, of course. Song Gu remembered that day, and her face turned bright red. Her lips trembled with embarrassment. Song Gu tried to compose herself, bristling like a porcupine to defend her pride. "You can't look down on people. I've grown up." She was the same age as Chunbai, but Song Gu still looked very childish. And because of that, Chunbai found her incredibly cute. His heart softened. He laid out several equipment cards in front of her. "All right then," he said warmly, gesturing to them. "Pick a piece of gear, then go into this dungeon. Let me see how much you've grown up." A little while later, inside the sewer dungeon, the team had already begun their advance. It wasn't long before they encountered more rats. Song Gu, who was weak to begin with, was still trying her best to put on a brave face. She stepped forward on her own and seriously instructed everyone, "Please don't help me. Let me handle this myself." Ali and Song Ziqiang let Song Gu do as she pleased. Chunbai watched from behind. After a moment, he turned to ask Lu Li, "I still don't know what your and Song Ji's talents are." Lu Li casually demonstrated her ability for Chunbai, explaining, "My talent is B rank, illusory perception. I can create illusions based on my imagination. It's not very useful in a fight." Song Gu was charging toward the rats. Lu Li told him, "Her talent is C rank, innate wisdom. It increases her experience gain and proficiency growth by 50%. Chunbai turned to look at Song Gu. So he asked, "It's a rapid growth type?" "Right now, in the middle of a battle, it's not as useful as your illusions." Lu Li looked at him. "That's right," she replied matter-of-factly. Not long after he finished talking with Lu Li, Song Gu had already dealt with the rats. Their bodies floated on the water's surface. To show off her skills, she planted a foot on one of their corpses. "So, how was that?" she said in a loud voice. I killed 3 of them all by myself. These rats are way tougher than zombies. Chunbai walked over. He praised her cheerfully. Not bad. Since you're trying so hard to become a member of my harem, I'll make an exception and agree. Her pride was suddenly stung. Sangha blushed, flustered. She squinted one eye, trying to act aloof and indifferent. Who wants to join your stupid harem? I just wanted to prove my own strength. Chunbai really knew how to tease a girl. He pretended not to hear. All right then, he said. I'll respect your choice. I won't send you an invitation anymore. Hearing that, Sangha threw all her pride away. She waved her hands in a panic, shouting, Wait. Chunbai. He deliberately kept teasing her. Wait for what? He asked. Sangha was too embarrassed to look Chunbai in the eye. She turned her head to the side, admitting with a bright red face. Don't, not send it. Can't I join? Please. This was too much. Chunbai still wouldn't let her off the hook. He put his hands on his hips, striking an arrogant pose. He continued, Seeing how reluctant you look makes me want to send it even less. This guy is so infuriating. Sangha was choked up, at a loss for words. In her extreme embarrassment, she just stammered. Seeing her daughter in such an awkward position, Song Ziqiang immediately came to the rescue. She walked over, affectionately stroked her daughter's hair, and smoothed things over for her. Master, please stop teasing her. She really does want to join. This morning, she was even upset with me for recommending Qin Lingyu to you instead of her. She was sulking all day. Sangha was so touched she was on the verge of tears. She called out. Chunbai leaned in close. He whispered a few teasing words to Sangha. For your mother's sake, go ahead and accept the invitation. The naive girl's eyes widened as she looked at him. Just then, a system notification appeared. System notification. Evolver number 102, Xiao Gu, has accepted the invitation to join the Bai Di Palace. Seeing the notification panel, Sanggu embarrassedly scratched her neck, her joy obvious on her face. Then she skipped off happily. As she ran, she shouted, I'm gonna go lure some more monsters over here. Chunbai and Song Ziqiang watched her skipping away like a child. Chunbai clicked his tongue. This fragile little princess. Song Ziqiang understood her daughter's mood. She's just stubborn, she said. Besides, don't you worry. Once we complete this dungeon and return to the villa, as she spoke, the scene changes. She reached out and caressed Chunbai's cheek. She swayed her hips with alluring grace, moving closer to him. Then she whispered intimately, I guarantee that little girl will be calling you daddy. Chunbai looked with satisfaction at her 2 round, firm assets. A woman like you, he said, a woman like you is truly decisive. Song Ziqiang had been suppressing her own desires for a long time. She struck a voluptuous pose, though her words said something else entirely. Of course, I have to be decisive. The times are changing too quickly. Xiao Gu is a pampered young lady. She's never experienced such hardship. Having a father like you is a very good thing for her. What was her real intention? Such a strange act. Song Ziqiang's gaze deepened. She leaned close to Chunbai's ear. Her breath was like an orchid. Isn't that right, my love? The scene shifts to the bathroom of a high-end apartment in some hotel. A girl was leisurely enjoying the bliss of a hot bath. She let out a comfortable sigh. Ah, this feels so good. And she said gratefully, thanks to the monarch's wise advice, I'm able to live so comfortably in this apocalypse. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. System notification. Evolver Bai's team has achieved the first clear of the Dongshan Sewers dungeon. System notification. Evolver Bai has posted a clear video for the Dongshan Sewers dungeon. Viewing fee, 10 coins per watch. The moment she saw the notification, the girl's eyes flew open in shock. On the screen was the video of Chun Bai demonstrating his power in the sewers. The girl shouted, Monarch! He cleared another dungeon. She reached out and tapped to play the video. She couldn't stop marveling. So amazing. I've never even seen a dungeon before. Then, she lamented spending 10 coins to watch it. 10 coins? Louis, I'm going to go broke. In the video, she saw that Chun Bai was surrounded by beautiful women, and they were all willingly subservient to him. She dried herself off while watching. The beautiful girl dried her hair, her eyes never leaving the video. Then she blushed with envy and said, Why are there so many women? Elsewhere, a brawny man, with a long spear slung over his shoulder, was also watching the video. He commented on Song Gu. This kid's talent isn't bad, but her combat experience is severely lacking. Many corpses lay scattered at the man's feet. He continued, I want to see that by guy in action. Fast forward it. A street-style kid who loved to skateboard also got the video in his group chat. He noticed that the monster levels deeper inside were very high. Even with Bai's guidance, those girls couldn't possibly clear it. He'll have to handle it himself in the end. When they saw Song Ziqiang shout, the boss is here, it looked very powerful. Looks of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Many talented individuals simultaneously received the video from Chunbai's team. A dark-skinned man sitting some distance away spoke up. Well, how strong is that lowlife from the east? Two tall, muscular men were watching video. One of them turned and replied, there's definitely no problem. It's just that our luck was bad, and we didn't encounter a dungeon. He can't possibly compare to Thor's S-rank talent. The white man, sitting in the lead position, watched very carefully. No, he said. He took down the boss in an instant. He is much stronger than me. Back to the girl from before. She lay on her bed, shaken by Chunbai's power. That must be a level 10 boss, she said. That must be a level 10 boss. The monarch is truly powerful. The combat methods he taught those women are so useful too. Then, because she was so infatuated with Chunbai, she struck a strange pose on the expensive bed and sighed. If only I could be in the same city as the monarch. I'm so jealous of those other girls. Getting personal guidance from the monarch. The scene shifts back to Song Ziqiang's villa. Chunbai and she were in the study. He stood with his hands resting on the desk, looking at Song Ziqiang. Once everyone has cleared the dungeon, they'll probably have a fair amount of low-level equipment. You, Qinling Yu, and Luli need to coordinate quickly and establish the base's economic and equipment trading rules. Song Ziqiang replied seriously, yes. Do you have any other instructions? He pointed to the equipment he had collected over the past few days. I have something else to entrust to you. You must know how important these things are, right? Song Ziqiang placed her hands on the desk and leaned in for a closer look. Her expression was blank, as if she were seeing these items for the first time. Then, with a look of utter disbelief, she picked up a rosa core. A rosa core. You can use it to form a city wall. Stronger than any wall we could possibly build. If used correctly, it would be an immense deterrent. Song Ziqiang had only ever heard of these items, never seen them with her own eyes. She picked up a scroll next, saying with interest, after using it, you can return to a marked location within 10 seconds. This thing is a true, life-saving artifact. With it, we could absolutely become the sole rulers of Jiangsheng in a short time. Taking out the hide Chunbai had collected earlier, she was as delighted as a child. She sighed covetously. Just by changing its shape, it can become any piece of equipment. Chunbai sat down in chair. He stated his opinion. This one feels less important than the first two. Song Ziqiang, still holding the glowing hide, suddenly sat up straight on the desk, facing Chunbai. She spoke with a hidden meaning. How could that be? You are the true master of everything here. She leaned forward as she continued. Therefore, the equipment that can satisfy you is the most important. Not long after, this woman, known as the Queen of Jiangsheng, actively threw herself into Chunbai's arms. Chunbai seized the opportunity. He immediately asked a favor of her. I don't understand women's things. I was wondering if you could give me a few surprises? Song Ziqiang poked at Chunbai's firm muscles. There will be surprises, but they won't be from me. Song Ziqiang gazed at Chunbai with infatuation, as if lost in a dream. She mentioned Song Gu in a soft voice. I've already said it. I want Xiao Gu to officially have a father. I'll go help her get ready. Please wait a moment. Song Ziqiang's villa. It was already late at night. The villa was dark, except for one room with its lights on. In that room, Chunbai was busy holding a small, red-tailed leopard cub that was wagging its tail. The little golden-haired kitten, Qinling Yu, was sleeping soundly in Chunbai's arms. He gently placed the little kitten on the bed. So pitiful. Chunbai had blessed many other stray cats. Su Xin, Song Ziqiang, Luli. Ali was also exhausted. Each one had fallen asleep to recover their strength. Chunbai was now the envy of every man. He turned his head domineeringly, looking at the notification panel. Notification. You have equipped the Plague Cloak. System notification. Plague set. All attributes +5. Reduces the debuff resistance of those you touch. As usual, After finishing his business, he got dressed and left. This time, Chunbai wore a long, knee-length coat. The outfit made him look like a handsome Korean drama star. He put his hands in his pockets, murmuring, "I ran the dungeon 3 times today, and only got 1 piece of the plague set. If I could get 1 piece from every 3 runs, then I can complete the set in 3 days." Just then, the system suddenly displayed a new notification. System notification. Group member Meng Meng wants to have a private chat with you. Leaving the room, Chunbai casually closed the door behind him. He saw the notification. HM? Meng Meng, you wondered. He tapped on the private message in the system. Meng Meng's message appeared. "Hello, Lord Monarch. I saw your dungeon clear video. It's clear that you can devise combat methods based on each person's talents and abilities. I'm really not good at fighting, so I was also hoping for your guidance." After reading, he said in a low voice, "So she wants guidance." Chunbai replied to Meng Meng, "To provide guidance, I need to have a certain understanding of you. If you trust me, then tell me your talent. Only then can I help you." Then, Chunbai sent another message. "If you don't want to reveal your talent, just revealing your attributes is also fine. However, I can't tell much just from looking at attributes." This character, named Meng Meng, the one who messaged Chunbai, turned out to be a pink-haired lowly. After reading the message, she was startled, and she started clattering away at her keyboard again to reply. "No, of course it's my talent. I'll send it to you now." While waiting, Chunbai recalled his past life. In his previous life, he had never heard of this girl, Meng Meng. He then surmised, the people in this group are pioneers at the very least. Her talent must not be bad either. It seemed the girl had replied. When he saw the content clearly, his eyes widened. In utter shock, on the screen appeared the image of a goddess bathed in a halo. Dreamscape points, 31 points. Chunbai's expression rarely showed such a huge fluctuation. He truly couldn't believe it. It's SSS rank, an infinitely growing supernatural power. How could such an ability be unknown? It seems she must have died in my past life. After calming his emotions, Chunbai sent a message. A SSS talent is very complex. Can you tell me the specific effects of your talent? Meng Meng thought for a long time. She sent a reply. Of course. Then she sent the explanation. Skill, Dream Butterfly, allows me to enter a dream world identical to the real world, and can also be used to enter other people's dreams. In an instant, Meng Meng's room seemed to fill with the things from her dreams. Meng Meng sent another message. I can also obtain many items in the dream. She sent a series of messages explaining. Specifically, dream weaving can adjust everything in the dream world. But right now, the things I can adjust are still very limited. Dream Share allows me to create a dream totem and invite others into my dream world. Chunbai focused, carefully reading her messages. He then made a satisfied and high appraisal internally. As long as her real body isn't found, she's practically invincible. Because she trusted Chunbai completely, Meng Meng continued to send messages, pinning great hopes on him. I think I can send you a dream totem in the form of a painting. Could you enter my dream world for 10 days to guide me? Please. Chunbai knew this would be very troublesome, and he didn't want to get into trouble. He skimmed the message. He replied hesitantly, I can't agree to this. Because in a dream, I won't have any form of protection. Meng Meng immediately begged earnestly, making a promise. Please don't refuse. I can sign an evolution contract with you, guaranteeing you won't suffer any harm. Hearing this, he remembered the evolution contract, a pact between evolvers. It seemed this was the first time Chunbai had heard of such a thing, so he was a little unfamiliar with it. He sent a serious message back to Meng Meng. An evolver contract. It requires notarization from the universal will, and costs at least 10 gold coins, right? Then, he sent another, more cautious message. If you can afford 10 gold coins, why do you need me to teach you combat skills? Meng Meng replied with 2 messages. The monsters I kill in the dream world also die in the real world. I can also use Dreamscape to adjust the drop rates of monsters in the dream. That's why I have enough gold. I can also give you other gifts. For example, these 2 things. Meng Meng looked extremely sincere. She was willing to give all her important items to him. She sent another message. Mental Perception, D-Rank Skill Book. Reading this, he greatly admired Meng Meng. The corner of Chunbai's mouth lifted slightly. He thought to himself, this ability is really powerful. You could say it's no less impressive than my own Sovereign Virus. She sent another message. Execution Order, F-Rank Special Item. Meng Meng replied again. Please. Although I'm very strong in dreams, I'm extremely weak in the real world. Meng Meng bit her lip. Only now did she reveal her fear. Meng Meng typed her reply. I have an extremely strong feeling that if my combat skills don't improve, I'll die sooner or later. Reading this, Chunbai looked into the distance, assessing. Her intuition isn't wrong. This ability does absolutely nothing to improve her physical body. This is its fatal flaw. Seeing how pathetic this SSS class profession was, he started to open up. He replied, all right, send over the Evolver contract. Then, he focused and stepped outside, thinking about this girl, Meng Meng. If she's willing to sign the contract, then of course I have to help her. A talent this powerful. I have to recruit her for my team. The next second, a notification panel appeared. Notification. Evolver Meng Meng has sent you an Evolver contract. Evolver contract. Meng Meng pledges not to perform any actions that would cause any harm or negative effects. If the contract is breached, she will lose her status as an Evolver. The contract is valid for 24 hours. A contract for everything. It's the only way to be sure. Chunbai decided to help Meng Meng this time. He clicked, I agree. After that, he returned to Song Ziqiong's villa. Chunbai lay down in a different bedroom. Since this morning, he had been thinking about Meng Meng's situation. The dream totem required one to relax and stare at it for 3 minutes. If the observer was on guard, it would take even longer. Speak of the devil, and she appears. Meng Meng sent Chunbai a card-like image. On it was a drawing that looked like some kind of strange, magical seal. Chunbai rested his head on the soft pillow, looking at the seal. At the same time, he thought to himself, if this ability evolves to the point where you can spy on people in their dreams, that would be terrifying. Then he closed his eyes, preparing to enter a long dream. What a strange system. The moment he closed his eyes, Chunbai appeared in front of Meng Meng. They were both in a room. This was Chunbai's dream. But thanks to Meng Meng's ability, it was still a reflection of reality in her house. The adorable Meng Meng, with her wide, round eyes, was hugging a teddy bear. She then blushed, stammering a greeting. Hello. Lore by. My name is Meng Meng. Meng as in Mencius. Meng as in dream. I'm the Meng Meng who just signed a contract with you. Seeing her, he also began to introduce himself, then followed up with a series of questions. My name is Chunbai. You can just call me Bai. Is this your dream world? This place isn't suitable for combat training. Meng Meng put the teddy bear on the floor. Oh, she said, turning around cheerfully. No, not here. With that, she used her ability to open a portal to a hidden realm. The girl pointed to it and explained, I've already cleared out the gymnasium not far from here. Seeing this for the first time, Chunbai was completely astonished. From the moment he arrived, he had noticed the girl blushing as soon as she saw him. His eyes widened in shock. What is this? Looking inside, Chunbai could see that Meng Meng had created a secret realm that was an exact replica of Jiangqing. And the gymnasium, she mentioned, was inside a building. On its roof was a terrace like a giant courtyard. After observing it for a long moment, Chunbai finally spoke up. He asked a series of amazed and skeptical questions. This is the gymnasium you were talking about? Your dream world is this big? Despite her top-tier ability, Meng Meng didn't boast at all. She explained everything in a friendly and clear manner. Not exactly. The dream world exists independently. It doesn't depend on me. As a dream traveler, I can only enter and modify it, based on my days of exploration. The dream world and the real world mirror each other. After hearing Meng Meng's detailed explanation, Chunbai understood. He said excitedly, so that's how it is. I get it now. So, shall we start training at the gymnasium right away? Meeting Chunbai, Meng Meng was overjoyed. She ran ahead to lead the way, then playfully spun around and shouted, Let's go. Chunbai had been a little distant at first, but now he trusted Meng Meng. 5 minutes later, in the dream world, the gymnasium's basketball court was pitch black. There were no lights in the room. It felt a little eerie. She snapped her fingers. A small spark flashed from her fingertip. She said, Let there be light. In an instant, the lights turned on without needing any power, illuminating the basketball court. Everything was now clearly visible. Seeing the ability the young Meng Meng displayed, Chunbai asked, Are you still in middle school? Meng Meng turned and smiled. Then she boasted, Hee hee, Before the apocalypse, I was a novelist. Chunbai sat on a step, his hands resting on his knees. In a serious tone, he said, "If you want to improve your combat effectiveness in the real world, the best way is to fight." He then began to instruct Meng Meng. "Don't use your dream world abilities to attack me. Let me see your current combat level first." The adorable girl proudly confessed to Chunbai, "My attributes in the dream world are boosted to match my spirit power level. Right now, my spirit power is 48. You should be careful." "My lord." Chunbai pushed himself up. He casually told Meng Meng, "Don't worry. Just come at me with everything you've got." Meng Meng steeled her resolve. She clenched her fists and said, "Here I come." The girl threw a punch with all her might. She yelled with great vigor. Who would have thought? Chunbai dodged it with a single move. He dodged to the left. Meng Meng's punch missed. She almost fell flat on her face. How embarrassing. Meng Meng blushed and huffed. Chunbai assessed her. "Your center of gravity is unstable. You can throw a punch, but you can't pull it back. That won't do." The girl seemed to be thinking about something. Then she pressed her lips together firmly. This was probably Meng Meng's state of intense concentration. Next came the second move. Helicopter blades. Meng Meng spun her arms in circles, charging towards Chunbai with her eyes closed. The girl yelled, "Wah!" Chunbai gave a faint smile. Then he raised a hand to cover his head. He helplessly assessed and teased her. "Is this the turtle fist for 5-year-olds? You're trying to hit someone else, but you're the one who keeps falling." Although Meng Meng possessed an SSS class profession, she had no technique whatsoever in front of him. Chunbai gave her a quick look, and then started pointing out her flaws. First, control your center of gravity. Not being able to retract your punch is your biggest weakness. Watching Meng Meng continue to throw punches weaker than Song Ji's into the air, Chunbai wearily sat down and sighed. Second, you need to know where you want to hit first, not just flail around wildly like this. This time, he used his high speed to approach Meng Meng directly. Third, he said, observe your opponent. Don't just focus on your own attack. Meng Meng was like a dazed fish. She was only now starting to understand. Chunbai personally took Meng Meng's small fist to adjust her form. He said, "All right, I know what your level is now. For now, just remembering these 3 points is good enough." The handsome guy and the pretty girl were training together in the gym. It was just the two of them here. So Chunbai gave a blunt assessment. "Just now, I was only using about 20% of my speed, and you couldn't react at all." Hearing this, Meng Meng immediately apologized. "It's because I'm so bad." When Chunbai heard that, he immediately cut off Meng Meng's line of thought. He stared at her small lips and replied, "What are you apologizing for? Just keep practicing hard." At such a close distance, Meng Meng started to feel a burning heat. She blushed and let out a long breath, not daring to look at Chunbai. "I know," she replied. 7 days later, at the Dongshan Villa area, Chunbai was resting on the sofa. Song Ziqiang came from behind, placing 2 watermelons on the table. She said to him, "Master, the rules of Dongshan have been posted everywhere. There's a person in charge of explaining at each notice board." Hearing this, he said with satisfaction, "Good. The Dongshan settlement is finally on the right track. Eating the same meal every day gets boring. It's time for something new." Feeling that everything was very stable, he delegated tasks to Song Ziqiang. "The area around Dongshan. I've already cleared it out these past few days. Next, I'm leaving the management here to you. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning." Today, Song Ziqiang was intentionally not wearing a jacket. She agreed. Then she asked curiously, "Why are you leaving so soon, Master?" "I thought it would be a few more days. Your plague set is still missing 1 piece." Chunbai summoned the system panel. It displayed, "Plague set, all attributes +10. Inflicts a weakening resistance reduction effect on contact. Attacks will be accompanied by a random plague effect." He rested his hands on his knees, leaning forward to read the text, and explained to Song Ziqiang, "I don't have time to look for the last piece. There are many more opportunities and treasures out there, far more valuable than this. I have to go and claim them." Song Ziqiang was growing more and more intimate, like a king and queen. She hugged him from behind. Then she reminded him softly, "Then you must remember us. Come back soon. Otherwise, if your White Emperor Palace floods, there will be no one to tame the waters." Chunbai was squeezed so hard his head tilted. He was also intrigued and replied with his own suggestive words, A flood of my own territory? Now, then. He moved his lips close to Song Zichion's and whispered, "Go and call the others here. Tonight, we must have a thorough discussion on how to clear the waterways." It was rare for Chunbai to take the initiative. Song Zichion quickly agreed. "Yes, master." Late at night, it was that brightly lit room again. This battle seemed even more arduous and lasted even longer. It was still the 6 little kittens from the night before. Chunbai took meticulous care of each kitten, leaving no one feeling neglected. With his 6-pack abs, his handsome face, and his peak physical form, Chunbai made everyone drunk on their own happy screams. Everyone was immersed in a complex web of romantic love. In their eyes, our protagonist, Chunbai, was not just a great profession holder, but also a deeply romantic man. Rose petals fluttered in the air. They called it ecstasy. Early the next morning, as usual, everyone was sleeping soundly, exhausted. Chunbai once again left quietly first, leaving the 6 poor kittens lying on the large bed. Leaving the room, he unexpectedly saw Li. He spoke first, so she wouldn't have to search in vain. "Are you looking for Zichion?" "She's not awake yet." But Ali wasn't looking for Song Zichion. She quickly said, "No, I came to find you." Chunbai asked, "What is it?" Ali came closer, reporting more clearly. "Someone is causing trouble in the residential area at the foot of the mountain." He started walking and repeated, "Even this comes to me? Haven't the rules of Dongshan already been established?" Then he turned around, a bit impatiently, and asked, "Don't they know how to follow the rules?" Ali hurriedly clasped her hands and apologized. "My apologies. We have the situation under control." Then she hesitated before continuing, "But one of them is a former classmate of yours." Hearing this, he had to temporarily postpone his plans. Changing his plans, he told Ali, "Take me there." Ali also hurried to follow. "Yes, sir." The 2 of them arrived at the residential area at the foot of the mountain. This place was also part of the Dongshan Villa area. As they descended a few steps, someone spotted Chunbai's arrival. He pointed excitedly and shouted loudly, "Chunbai is here. I see Chunbai. Up there." Ali pointed to the people below and briefly explained the situation. "These people are dissatisfied with our fee of 1 gold coin per day. They also want us to protect their homes and settlement for free, but they don't want to pay any price for it." Chunbai grunted in acknowledgement. He said nothing more, just slowly walked down. Then he said to the guy who had been overjoyed moments before, "Li Shun, I knew it was you." Seeing Chunbai approach, Li Shun was ecstatic. He waved his hand excitedly and shouted, "Chunbai, it's me, Li Shun." Since they were acquaintances, it was easier to talk. Chunbai got straight to the point. "Our rules aren't strict. 1 gold coin is just the price of killing a single zombie, even if you can't kill one. There are other paying jobs in the settlement. So why are you gathering people here to cause trouble?" Li Shin pointed to the crowd, holding many protest banners and signs. He explained, "The issue isn't the money. It's that you're in the wrong. The apocalypse is upon us. We should be helping each other." This guy was the lazy type. He was trying to take advantage of his slight acquaintance with Chunbai. Then, he loudly addressed the crowd, rallying them. "You have resources now, so you should help everyone through these hard times. Take my advice. As the former student council president, Chunbai, if you can achieve great things and benefit everyone, then abolish this rule. Everyone will be grateful to you." Chunbai looked at the guy with disgust. He tried to close his eyes, hiding his strong emotions. "Ah," he said, "I can't be bothered to waste my breath on people like you." From the moment he was reborn, Chunbai had realized that kindness is a sin. Therefore, faced with these demands, he answered coldly in front of everyone, even for someone he once knew. "Everyone listen up. These are the rules. Anyone who can't handle it, get out immediately. If you're not gone in 3 minutes, you'll be killed without mercy." After saying these heartless words, Chunbai calmly stepped forward. He spread his arms, appearing very calm. As he walked, he said, "Here, these are the rules. Don't like it? Get the hell out. 3 minutes. Anyone left will be killed. No exceptions. Next." Chunbai coldly crossed his arms. "Orderet, Ali. Start the timer." Ali immediately replied, "Yes, sir," refusing to see the writing on the wall. That Li Shun guy laughed, oblivious to the danger. "We don't need 3 minutes or 5 minutes. I absolutely will not leave. I am here representing the welfare of the people. Everyone will stand with me. They will appreciate me. The people behind him had the same expression. At that moment, a soldier in heavy armor and weapons couldn't hold back anymore. He cursed straight to his face. Cut the crap. 1 gold coin is no burden for the people here. The only ones who aren't satisfied are either selfish or just looking out for themselves. Then, the rest of the people also turned on Li Shin one by one. One person shouted, "We won't protect people like you. Useless trash. You can't even kill 1 zombie in a day." The lead soldier also spoke up. "If you can't earn 1 gold coin, come to my house and be my guard dog. I'll even give you 2 gold coins." Now, the vast majority of people no longer supported Li Shin. They shouted loudly, "Get out. We built this place. It has nothing to do with you." The pressure from the crowd made him sweat profusely. Then, an extremely venomous look appeared on his face. There was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and say, "You people." After that, he stood before everyone and shouted, "Fine, I'll go. Who would want to join this hellhole anyway?" The guy even warned Shinbai. "You just wait, Shinbai. You're kicking me out, but you'll regret it." The people behind him saw that the situation was not good. They all hung their heads dejectedly, no longer enthusiastically holding their banners and signs like before. At this moment, Shinbai casually approached Li Shin. "Wait," he said. Li Shin, still clueless, asked back, "What? Regretting it now, are you?" He even put on a superior air. He noticed that on Shinbai's hand, the magical tentacles of the virus were writhing, gathering into sharp claws. Without another word, Shinbai gently swung his arm. It passed straight through the upper half of Li Shin's body. The guy still didn't understand what had happened. He stared wide-eyed at his own fresh blood, then fell down in agony. Those who followed him and witnessed this scene were so terrified they could barely stand. The scene fell into a dead silence. Not a single soul dared to make sound, until Shinbai broke the silence. "You said it right." He deliberately raised his razor-sharp claws, letting the hot, fresh blood drip down. Then he spoke softly. "If I let a piece of trash who hates me get away, that would be the only thing I'd regret." Ali held up the system timer board. She looked at the remaining people and announced, 2 minutes left. "Aren't you lot going to scram yet?" The tide had turned. Now, these people were like headless flies. A young man immediately dropped to his knees. Snot and tears streaming down his face, he begged, "I'm willing to follow the rules here. About gathering to cause trouble. I accept the punishment willingly. Please, just give me one more chance." Shinbai reverted his arm to its normal state. While looking down at him, he said, "You're a smart one. Find 5 gold coins. You'll be back to normal in a month." Hearing this, he felt a mix of shame and joy, crying while repeatedly thanking him. "I'm willing. Thank you. Thank you so much." Shinbai's act of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was incredibly effective. Afterward, everyone else kowtowed, speaking in unison. "We are willing too. Please give us another chance, sir." Feeling there were no more obstacles, Shinbai turned around coldly, handing the work over to Ali. "I'll leave the rest to you." Ali turned back to look. "Understood. Please rest assured, sir." Shinbai left for a while. When the system sent a notification, Meng Meng sent a message. This jogged Shinbai's memory. He was a bit surprised. The message Meng Meng sent to Shinbai was full of worry. "Master, it's so hard for me to raise my strength right now, even though my spirit is very high. But I don't have any attack skills at all." Shinbai replied, "Be patient. It will come in time. I'll keep an eye out for skill books for you, specifically spirit-based attack skills." Meng Meng continued to ask, "Which city are you in, master? Once I can go out, I'll definitely come find you." Shinbai replied immediately, "Jiang City." Meng Meng replied happily, "That's so close. I'm in Wuchang." Shinbai chatted with Meng Meng as he walked. When he reached the stairs, he replied, "If you're willing to follow me, I can come pick you up." Meng Meng replied with joy, "Really? That would be great." Recalling his past life, Shinbai pondered, "Wuchang? In my past life, I received my class quest right near Wuchang. Although it wasn't SSS-Rank, it can still be used to trade for some necessary materials or information." He looked up at the sky and made a decision. "Then let's go to Wuchang first." In a hotel in Jiang City, a man in a red shirt pulled the curtains shut and asked, "How much food do we have left?" Another man in a green shirt stood in the middle of the room. Hands in his pockets, he replied, "Not much, laping. With a dozen of us, it won't last more than 3 days." This long-haired man's real name was Jiang Laping. He punched the door in anger and spoke resentfully. It's all because of that damn special zombie. He narrowed his eyes in frustration and continued. It casually killed 5 of our people, without making a sound. Its intuition is unmatched. Look down there. A mutated zombie covered in armor. That has even evolved powerful magical energy. Jiang Laping couldn't help but feel cornered. If we just go down to the 10th floor, it can already sense us, let alone stepping out the front door. The man next to him, Sun Jiha, held his injured arm and sighed. Looks like we're going to be trapped here until we die. 2 girls from their team ran over in a panic, pointing outside to report. You guys look over there quickly. Sun Jiha and Jiang Laping were startled. They looked out the window, only to see a black shadow with agile limbs, easily jumping from one building to another. Jiang Laping couldn't see clearly. He blurted out, "What the hell is that thing now?" "I can only see a blur." Sun Jiha guessed. "Don't tell me it's another new type of special zombie." The group stared intently outside, realizing that dark shadow could bring danger. Jiang Laping anxiously pulled the curtains closed and said, "Moving across rooftops like that, it's too dangerous. We'd better keep the curtains closed." However, the girl in red had a different thought. She hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, don't rush. I think that looks like a person." Saying that dark shadow was a human was indeed hard to believe. Sun Jiha immediately retorted, "How is that possible?" Jiang Laping also pressed her. "You didn't see it wrong, did you?" This red-haired girl was named Wei Shire, and the yellow-shirt girl always following her was Zhuang Shui. Shire was very confident in her eyesight. The beautiful girl kept staring at the shadow while speaking. "I definitely didn't see it wrong. Don't forget what my ability is." It seemed Shire had a talent for observation. That was why she was so certain and confident. Shire's eyes widened. She voiced a warning. "He's heading towards us." Outside, a figure was leaping back and forth between the buildings. The silhouette was extremely familiar. He smelled the mutated zombie near Shire's group's building and moved closer to it. The muscular monster. That tall creature also sensed a powerful energy nearby. It also turned its head to look. Chunbai stopped on the rooftop of a building. He called up the system panel to confirm. "A tyrant? Perfect. What an unexpected harvest. It just so happens I have a weapon blueprint made from tyrant bones." Not long after, the tyrant zombie had moved right below the building he was standing on. It looked up at Chunbai and roared. He looked at it, calmly analyzing first. Using a sledgehammer to smash it will affect the drop rate and the integrity of the tyrant bones. Chunbai jumped down from the high-rise, simultaneously transforming his left arm into his viral claws. Chunbai shouted loudly, "Then I'll just take its head." The curtains were pulled down. Shire's group was in the high-floor apartment, hiding behind the curtains, secretly watching the situation. Sun Jiha asked Shire, "I can't see clearly. Beauty Wei, what's the situation now?" Zhuang Shui didn't dare poke her head out. She stood behind and screamed, "You guys stop looking. It's too dangerous." Shire revealed a look of astonishment. As the one with the clearest view, she gasped, "They're fighting." That person transformed a pair of claws. Jiang Laping grit his teeth looking down, speaking in disbelief. "I told you that was a monster. No normal person can transform into a pair of claws." As soon as Jiang Laping finished speaking, Chunbai's speed was shockingly fast. Shire, watching from above, said in awe, "Did he kill the monster already? It looks like he's absorbing the monster." Then, her eyes opened even wider. Her face behind the curtains was full of shock. She blurted out, "Wait, I saw his face." In the girl's eyes, she saw Chunbai, who was incredibly cool. He had defeated a rampaging monster in mere minutes, then stood there arrogantly. What girl could resist that? Down below, Chunbai's system panel popped up a notification. "You have slain the elite tier tyrant zombie. Received 2,000 experience points. Successfully plundered the elite mutated tyrant. All virus attributes increased. Received 800 virus points. Received 500 exclusive evolution points for the virus." Then another notification appeared. Blacklight virus has acquired a new form, Bio armor. In an instant, Chunbai felt the new form of the virus transforming on his arm. Chunbai's left arm evolved into a giant shield. His whole body was wrapped in a purple magical film of the virus monarch class. Now his aura was even more intense, proving his abilities had improved significantly. The system continued to notify. Blacklight virus acquired new form, shield. The veins on his body were also dyed a deeper viral color. Chunbai shook his right wrist and said, "Body hardening can reinforce all parts, unlike other forms that affect body shape and cause inconvenience. The shield's defensive capability is nearly double my own. Truly not bad." Just then, after clearly seeing the face of the person Shire and Jiang Laping were watching, she immediately realized this was the famous person from the system announcements. Wei Shire was overjoyed, like meeting an idol. She immediately threw open the curtains and shouted, "It's Chunbai! It's Chunbai!" Hearing a girl loudly call his name, Chunbai looked up to observe. Who is it? In the high-rise apartment, Wei Shire forcefully opened the window to see her idol Chunbai more clearly. From below, he only saw someone in a small window frame. He was a bit confused. The happy shouting just now suddenly went silent. Chunbai was extremely curious. He walked closer to the apartment building, wanted to see who needed help. Looking at the window that had a figure but was now strangely silent, he felt it was very suspicious. Inside Wei Shire's group's apartment, Jiang Laping, for everyone's safety, anxiously covered Shire's mouth. Pulling her back, he said, "How can you be sure he is the Chunbai you know? What if he's a monster in disguise?" Zhuang Shui thought that made sense. Hiding behind some cardboard boxes, she chimed in, "That's right. He easily killed that monster that blocked us for so long. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." About 30 seconds after Shire shouted, Chunbai's shadow had already climbed up to the room's window. He deliberately spoke loudly. "Is anyone inside? Hello. My name is Chunbai. Did someone just call my name?" Inside, the fangirl, hearing Chunbai's voice, Shire was even more certain. She pushed Jiang Laping away, rushed to the window, and replied excitedly, "Chunbai, it's me. It's Wei Shire." Wei Shire forcefully pulled the curtains open. Seeing Chunbai hanging by one hand on the window, seeing Shire, he spoke. "Oh, it's Miss Song's friend. I wonder who it was." Wei Shire happily asked about Song K's situation. "Chunbai, do you know how Song K is doing? Is she okay? Let's go inside and talk." A moment later, the four members of Shire's group and Chunbai sat at a table chatting. Chunbai explained his current situation. "I built a base in the Dongshan Villa area. There are several hundred people living there now. Song Ziqiang is helping me manage that base. So Song K is very safe." Hearing that her friend was living well, Shire was incredibly happy. She said, "Really?" The other members, hearing Chunbai's story, felt curious about the base he mentioned. Zhuang Shui was stunned. She didn't know what to say. Jiang Laping spoke up. "You build a base? With hundreds of people?" Sun Jia also asked in shock. "The Queen of Jiang City is helping you manage it? You're not blowing hot air, are you, buddy?" Chunbai crossed his legs and leaned back in the chair. He said, "You'll know when you get there. I generally don't tell lies, they're so easily exposed." The sound of a lock opening. Suddenly, a man pushed the door open and barged in. When he saw Chunbai, his face lit up with joy and excitement. He shouted, "Chunbai." Chunbai was also very surprised. Turning his head, he asked in confusion, "Kaizheng?" Lin Kaizheng said, "I heard someone call your name, so I ran over immediately." Afterward, one by one, his old friends appeared. Hearing Chunbai's name, they ran in. Zhao Mu squinted to see clearly. He said, "It is Chunbai. It's really you." Li Feng hurriedly pushed up his glasses and followed behind. Chunbai was also happy to see his friends. He stood up, beaming with joy. "Why are you guys here?" Now, Chunbai's friends had a big reunion here. Lin Kaizheng put his arm around Chunbai's shoulder, recounting the story of the day the apocalypse descended. Jiang thought since the campus bell Wei was working a part-time job, he brought a whole crowd over to hang out and support her. Zhao Mu chimed in with an explanation. "We planned to ask if you were free that day, but Li Feng kept saying you were busy." Toward these kind-hearted folks, Chunbai was gracious and friendly. After listening, he immediately made an offer. "Are there a lot of Jiang University students here? If you guys want, you can head to my base at the Dongshan Villa District." He pointed toward Dongshan and warned them in advance, just so no one gets blindsided. "There's a rule over there. Everyone has to turn in 1 gold coin every day. I don't know if that's acceptable to you." And so, everyone responded in unison with joy. "Of course we can." Right now, Jiang Laping brought up the tyrant zombie Chunbai had just destroyed. Recalling it, he still felt angry. If that monster hadn't blocked us here, we could have even earned some gold by now. Then, looking a bit worried, he asked for Chunbai's opinion. But the road to the base is extremely dangerous. I don't know if you could travel with us? However, Chunbai turned down the request. He spoke frankly. I still have other things to do, but you guys can rest easy. On my way here, the only thing I ran into was just that one tyrant. Jiang Laping put his hands on his hips. He asked again, feeling a bit let down. So you didn't encounter any other monsters? Then our luck really was just terrible. The next second, Chunbai fanned out a pile of equipment cards like a magician. Then, he spread the cards out on the table. He called out the names of his closest friends. Kaijing, Zhaomu, and Tian Ran too. These are low-level items. I don't use them anymore. They're for you guys. Everyone stared at the pile of gear on the table. They were all dumbfounded. After dividing the loot, Chunbai gave his final instructions before leaving. I really have to hit the road. You guys know where the base is, so I'm heading out first. Chunbai's level and his friends' levels were worlds apart. So receiving this low-level gear was incredibly precious to them. Jiang Laping thanked him on behalf of the group. Thank a lot, Chunbai. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunbai walked out the door, leaving leisurely, under the admiring gaze of everyone. He didn't forget to raise his hand high in a wave. Lin Kaizheng added a reminder. Chunbai, be careful. Our protagonist instantly leaped out the window, soaring between the high-rise buildings. The cityscape today looked truly grim. A system panel popped up with a notification. Meng Meng is requesting a chat. Chunbai read her message floating before his eyes. Master, that King Han of yours is whining in the group chat. I think my new ability can help him. Reading this, he stopped in his tracks to reply. There are too many groups. Just tell me straight what happened. Immediately after, he stood up straight, rubbing his chin, thinking about that name. My King Han, huh? Oh, it's Han Xiao. The scene shifts back to the apartment with Chunbai's friends. Someone approached Jiang Laping anxiously, reminding him, Brother Jiang, let's head to the base. Jiang Laping leaned back in his chair, sitting in deep thought. With another evolved one, the base will be that much safer. This is even more important for us. He thought about the long and dangerous journey. Speaking seriously, that's true, but we need to prepare thoroughly for this, because we pretty much have to cross all of Jiang City to get to Dongshan. Seeing Jiang Laping hesitate, Li Feng pushed up his glasses and spoke. Wait, I think. He hadn't even finished his sentence when everyone's attention shifted to the window. Everyone cried out in shock. Huh, Chunbai, why are you back already? Wei Shur approached the window where Chunbai was climbing in. She asked curiously, Did something happen? Chunbai replied, Yeah, I need a temporary room to handle some business. Hearing this, the kind-hearted Zhao Mu enthusiastically said, Then take mine and Kaijing's room. And so, Chunbai happily threw his arms around his two friends, demanding, I want to be alone. Lin Kaizheng draped his arm around Chunbai cheerfully. No sweat. Just use my room. We can stand guard in the living room for you. Wei Shur was puzzled, but watched them silently. Suddenly, she remembered something. She hurriedly ran up to him and called out, Oh right, Chunbai. Wait a second. She ran so fast. Wei Shur bent over, panting for breath, as she asked, I forgot to ask earlier, do you know Song Ji's evolution number? I want to add her as a friend. He turned around, immediately rattling off a string of numbers for her. 990,225. Taking advantage of Wei Shur's question, Lin Kaizheng also chimed in. Hey, Chunbai. So what's your number? Zhaomu, I want to add you too. Chunbai didn't hide it at all and replied. 001. His evolution number is 001, which proves Chunbai was the very first person to evolve. So when Lin Kaizheng heard this, he couldn't believe it. Thinking his friend was joking, he burst out laughing like he'd heard the best joke of the year, shouting loudly, Ha ha ha, we've all evolved. So how come your dry sense of humor shows absolutely no sign of evolving? Standing beside him, Zhaomu awkwardly patted Lin Kaizheng's shoulder, whispering, Kaizheng, just send the friend request first, then you'll see. A system panel appeared in front of Kaizheng, displaying a notification. Evolver 001 has accepted your friend request. This time, Kaizheng really couldn't hold back his shock and gasped. He stammered, unable to say another word. Chunbai understood his friend's state of mind. He just smiled slightly, saying, Kaizheng, don't just stand there gaping. Hurry up and go. 10 minutes later, Kaizheng lay paralyzed on the sofa in the living room, muttering to himself, "Is Chunbai's number for real? That number is just too beautiful." Zhao Mu also rested his chin on one hand. Looking deep in thought, he continued. He said that's the order of evolution, which proves he was the first person to become an evolver. Having said that, Zhao Mu recalled past events. He turned and nudged Kaizheng with his elbow, asking, "That's right. Do you remember what Chunbai sent in the dorm group chat a while back? That message about the school pushing the physical fitness test up to mid-June?" Kaizheng answered immediately. "Of course I remember. Because of that news, we stupidly trained for over a week." Then, he suddenly sat bolt upright, realizing something wasn't right. Kaizheng realized, "Wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me Chunbai knew about the apocalypse beforehand?" Zhao Mu looked extremely serious. He was also a bit suspicious, but not entirely sure. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But didn't we also benefit from that training? Lin Kaizheng sat up straight, agreeing with Zhao Mu's point. "That's true. We really did benefit from the information Chunbai provided." Zhao Mu nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. Noticing that Wei Shi had been burying her head in her system panel this whole time, Kaizheng saw her face practically glued to the screen. He spoke up. "Huh? Campus bell Tion. Why is your face so red?" Wei Shi didn't feel like talking. She just walked out of the room, making an excuse. "Nothing. I need to go back to my room first. Don't forget what Chunbai said. Absolutely do not enter his room." Click. The room door closed. As soon as Wei Shi stepped out, her face turned bright red. Her heart was pounding, both hands clutching her chest. In her heart, she cried out, "Oh, Chunbai, just now." Wei Shi was messaging Sangge. "It's me. It's Wei Shi. Tianer, huh? How did you know my number?" "Chunbai told me. I knew it." The moment he goes out, he goes around teasing the flowers and the moon. "You're my best friend, right? We're all in the same boat anyway." "Of course. That's great. When we all live together later, I won't be the only one calling him daddy anymore." "What are you talking about?" After reading Song Ji's message, Miss Wei Shi seemed to have realized something. She squeezed her flushed cheeks, muttering, "Could it be her thoughts are the same as mine? How is that possible?" Thinking of the scene where Chunbai takes care of several kittens at once, Wei Shi's eyes instantly lit up. With a rich expression, she thought, Chunbai and Little Song, and everyone else, all together. Just then, Wei Shi heard voices talking. "Listen to me, Brother Jiang. This matter isn't that simple." She was incredibly curious. She started moving lightly along the wall to hear more clearly. It was Li Feng talking to Jiang Leiping. "Chunbai is definitely scamming us. There are too many holes in his story." Jiang Leiping was also weighing it up. He replied, "I also think it feels a bit fake. This whole thing is a bit absurd for a normal person." So on the surface, they were enthusiastic with Chunbai, but in their hearts, they were still suspicious. When Jiang Leiping left, he said, something about Song Ziqiang helping him manage the base. No matter how you hear it, it sounds like bragging. Wei Shi heard this conversation and was extremely worried. Looks like an internal dispute is about to happen. Elsewhere, a system panel popped up with a notification. Motto Dream Space. Young Master Han. Chunbai wanted private space specifically to enter the dreamscape. He fluttered his butterfly wings, hovering in midair, speaking, "Hello, everyone. I had to arrange some things in the real world, so I'm a bit late." Then, he lowered his voice and continued. "Looks like I'm the only one left, huh?" In front of him were two people from the chat group who had awakened talents. They were gathering in Mengmeng's dreamscape. Mengmeng was overjoyed to see Chunbai. The guy in a hoodie is named Han Xiao. His nickname is Your King Han. He carefully took off his hood, standing up to introduce himself. "Emperor Bai, I am Han Xiao. I finally get to meet you. I knew early on that you must be very handsome, but I didn't expect you to be 30% more handsome than I imagined." Mengmeng gave Han Xiao a side eye, teasing, "What a bootlicker." Han Xiao smacked his lips, defending himself. "No way. Not at all. I'm speaking nothing but the truth." The guy with the street style is named Wuya. As soon as he saw Chunbai, he approached to speak. "Greetings, my lord. I am Wuya." Mengmeng said she could bring one more friend from the group, and I happen to have a slot. My talent is fear incarnation, materializing fear at SS rank. Wow, SS rank. Mengmeng is SSS rank. Han Xiao felt like he was falling behind. Frowning, he said, "So that means my S rank mental control ability is the weakest one here?" Fortunately, Chunbai immediately smoothed things over for him. Although your talent rank isn't high enough, your luck isn't bad. If you hadn't encountered this specific difficulty. Hearing this, Han Xiao was a bit surprised. Next, Chunbai turned his head to look at Meng Meng affectionately and continued. Meng Meng wouldn't have been able to pull you in either, because Meng Meng at that time could only pull us into her own private dream world. Meng Meng pursed her lips in a shy smile. Chunbai continued explaining. Handing the totem in the dreamscape to you as a core, that is the power that allows everyone to come to your house to play. Actually, Meng Meng only learned that yesterday. Meng Meng replied. Han Xiao scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Ha! Looks like my luck really isn't bad. That's enough for greetings. Chunbai immediately got straight to the point. He said, all right, Meng Meng can't maintain the four of us in the dream world for very long. You guys hurry up and state your difficulties. And so, Han Xiao presented his first. I have an exclusive dungeon mission. I'll send the mission screenshot to everyone. The distance isn't too far. Let's talk on the way. All three focused on listening to him. A system panel appeared. Exclusive mission, S-Rank. Family mystery. In your father's belongings, you discovered a medical record from Red Star Mental Hospital. On it is the name of a person you have never heard of. You feel curious about this. What are the symptoms of this hereditary disease? Why has my aunt never been mentioned? Is your powerful mental talent related to this hereditary disease? Red Star Mental Hospital seems to hold the key to decoding this mystery. At Red Star Mental Hospital number 16, the dreamscape shifted to the location. Han Xiao pointed at the dungeon there and said, this is Red Star Mental Hospital. By the time I found this place, it had already turned into a dungeon. Han Xiao stood gloomily in front of the dungeon, voicing his problem. I tried entering once, but I quickly gave up. Chunbai remained silent, letting him continue. Han Xiao crossed his arms, frowning as he recalled. I really couldn't fight off the nightmare difficulty monsters from levels 5 to 12. I can't wait until I level up to come back either. After I abandoned the dungeon the first time, the Universal will reminded me that someone has already noticed my presence and might take everything away from here. After Han Xiao shared honestly, Chunbai immediately understood the issue. A halo of light flashed beneath his feet, and he spread his hands and said, I got it. System notification. Hint. Does the party wish to enter the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon? In a dream space, the handsome Chunbai turned and called to everyone. Let's go in. A moment later, inside the motto dream space, inside the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, Chunbai, Han Xiao, Wuya, and Meng Meng, the four of them appeared at the hospital gate. Encountered something unclean. Wuya said, just a small mob. Meng Meng observed carefully, then said, I feel like something's wrong here. Han Xiao looked a bit tense. We just entered the dungeon, but the small mobs aren't weak at all. We should still be careful. The first monster to appear was a mutated zombie nurse. Before death, her neck had been snapped. Her eyes hadn't even closed. Her body was broken in many places. So this nurse monster held a syringe in a very bizarre posture. Wuya took point. He stepped forward. Rolling up his sleeves, he said, Everyone wait there. Let me test this monster's strength. Just as he got close, that nurse monster lunged from a distance toward Wuya. Fast as lightning, Wuya immediately displayed his SS-Rank class ability. Fear Incarnation. A giant scarecrow illusion appeared behind him, radiating a dense green aura. The monster hurriedly slammed on the brakes. It saw the majesty of an SS-Rank class, scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. Strangely enough, this monster's heart was still bright red and beating thumping hard. The monster frowned, looking quite pitiful. The giant face, accompanied by a grotesque smile, got closer and closer. Wuya's aura blazed. He snapped his fingers and said, Fear mode, detonation rule. In the blink of an eye, the monster's tiny heart ignited. It fell to the ground, screaming in agony. The fragments of its heart turned to ash. It died on the spot. A system panel popped up with a notification. Party member killed frenzied nurse. Experience points have been distributed. This move made everyone look at him with new eyes. Meng Meng exclaimed in admiration. That looks so much like a final boss villain move. Han Xiao praised him in shock. Powerful enough. Even Chunbai spoke up to praise him. Not bad. The reward from the first monster was a card. On it was displayed. Piercing blast ring. Rank D. Active skill. Unleash a mental attack accompanied by a sharp explosion. causes mental damage to targets within a certain range. The sound of the skill will attract the attention of monsters. We have finished reading. Turning to everyone, he said, "Everyone, our luck isn't bad. This is an AoE explosion skill." Hearing this, Chunbai felt it wasn't for him, so he calmly yielded it. "Han Xiao, you and Ming Ming both have mental talents. You two choose." Han Xiao wasn't very interested. He cheerfully said, "I don't need it. I just need the mission item. Besides, my talent already has similar skills." And so, Ming Ming excitedly snatched the card. Jumping up and down, she said, "Then I won't be polite. Thank you." The little girl hugged the card to her chest, then started using her talent ability to learn it. Rings of bright spiritual energy swirled around Ming Ming. The system panel appeared. Learn skill. Piercing blast ring. A moment later, Ming Ming returned to normal. Chunbai approached, saying to Ming Ming, "Ming Ming, try out this skill." Ming Ming was afraid that making noise in the dreamscape would cause trouble. She timidly said, "Master, the damage range of this skill isn't large, but the sound range is huge. If I use it, even the monsters in the patient rooms will be lured out." But luring them out was exactly what he wanted, so he analyzed it for Ming Ming. The important part is its monster luring function. Searching for them one by one is too troublesome. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Understanding this, Ming Ming replied. At this moment, the beautiful Ming Ming executed the move. Countless rays of spiritual light diffused outward in a circle. System notification. Piercing blast ring. A few minutes later, the shockwave from the newly learned skill attracted a massive amount of zombies and monsters, crawling down from the hospital building, gathering where the four of them stood. Front, back, left, right, they were everywhere. Chunbai looked very satisfied. Although there were many monsters, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He shouted excitedly. The luring effect really isn't bad, seeing so many zombies and monsters crowding in. Han Xiao, the weakest, was a bit scared. He said, "There are way too many monsters in this dungeon." Turning to defend Wu Ya's flank. "The number of zombies is huge." He spoke up. "Everyone be careful. Don't get distracted." Even Ming Ming lost her confidence. She frowned and said to Chunbai, "Master, with so many monsters, is this really okay?" Only Chunbai maintained his calm and confidence. He shouted arrogantly from within the encircling zombies, "Of course it's okay." This surprised the other three members. Remembering something, our Chunbai scratched his head sheepishly. Just in time to use them to test my newly upgraded skill. Han Xiao had unleashed his move. Surrounding him were countless sharp blades. Assuming a combat stance, he said, "Since the team leader said so, I'm relieved." He spun around. Countless blades from his move flew out like a scatter shot, piercing straight into the vitals of many zombies and monsters. On this side, Wu Ya's class illusion was 10 times larger than before. His entire body seemed to merge with dark magic, igniting the source of fear. Wu Ya clenched his fists, shouting, "Hunt!" Countless tentacles extended from the shadows, like tree roots wrapping around each monster, and squeezing tight until they couldn't struggle. Playing even bigger was Ming Ming, creating an earth-shattering explosion with one hand. Clean and decisive. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, only to see Ming Ming on one side hoisting a giant cannon. Wu Ya and Han Xiao were startled. Good heavens, this is... They were both surprised by the little girl's power, carrying the massive cannon on her shoulder. Ming Ming licked her lips and said, "That felt good. Let's do another one." Being boys, Han Xiao looked at Ming Ming's rocket launcher and couldn't help but exclaim, "The creation ability in the dreamscape is too perverted. Will Big Sis Ming Ming be able to create a Gundam in the future?" We thought that made sense. Continuing, definitely possible. Then, Wu Ya's gaze drifted toward Chunbai, who was dealing with a zombie. Wu Ya glanced over, thinking to himself, "But why hasn't the team leader made his move yet?" On this side, Chunbai had used his ability. Monarch Virus transformed both his arms, but he was strangely quiet. Chunbai was testing his new skill. He looked at his body in deep thought. The power has finally reached its limit. The charging speed of this skill is a bit slow. Looks like it'll be hard to fully charge during combat. After a long while, a smile bloomed on Chunbai's lips. He whispered, "Done." As the ancient said, good food is worth the wait. Now is my showtime. He slammed both hands hard onto the ground. Just one strike caused the earth to crack open. His arms, magically transformed by the virus, acted as powerful wings supporting his strength. From beneath the ground, countless giant spikes erupted from nowhere, piercing through the entire horde of zombies. One strike from Chunbai. Powerful energy radiated outward, causing the team members to recoil in fear. The ground, impacted by the power as if swept by a storm, quickly sprouted a forest of giant spikes, extending for 10 meters. Dust billowed everywhere. Seeing how handsome Chunbai looked, Meng Meng screamed in adoration. So strong, master. We stood there in a daze, thinking to himself, one move. He wiped them all out in one move. Han Xiao dropped his jaw, exclaiming, good heavens, Emperor by his god tier. Chunbai had cleared out the horde of zombies with a single strike. He dusted off his hands, thinking everything was over. From a hole in the wall, 2 nurse zombies crawled out. Seeing them, Han Xiao's eyes flashed with intensity. He realized there are still 2 alive. Immediately after, he launched several throwing knives to support Chunbai and shouted, let me handle them. Chunbai simply flicked 2 fingers, catching Han Xiao's flying knives in the blink of an eye, saying, wait. Too lazy to even turn his head to see what the 2 zombies looked like, Chunbai controlled his tentacles to bind them tight. These 2 nurses, I left them alive on purpose. Han Xiao froze on the spot, so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide his face. He stammered, caught with one hand. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into. We patted Han Xiao's shoulder. An evolution system panel appeared in front of Chunbai. System notification. Ability, predatory evolution, active. You may choose to view any memory of the preyed-upon target. There's a low probability of obtaining a proficiency skill from the opponent. Chunbai, having just absorbed the 2 sub-bosses, he placed his hands on their heads, immediately viewing the memories of the 2 female zombies. Chunbai mused, so that's how it is. Reading and absorbing the target's memories. Since I got this the night before last, I haven't used it once. In Chunbai's vision, he saw a murky red space and a strange symbol drawn on a woman's corpse. He wondered, what is this? The body was hanging from cross, covered in painful marks. She had endured terrible torture. Miserable screams echoed. Chunbai was astonished. He blurted out, what the hell is this? Going deeper into the stream of memories of this unfortunate victim. There were many crosses. Women were tied to all of them, arranged in a long row. Standing at the end of the row of crosses was a man. His eyes flashed with a cold light, wearing a white lab coat stained with blood. The nurse was crawling on the ground in pain. The woman screamed in terrified despair. Don't come over here. I beg you. Don't come over. The man spoke in a gloomy voice. Head Nurse Kong. Head Nurse Kong. Be quiet for a moment. Followed by earth-shattering screams. That day, perhaps that male director was giving a head massage to the dead woman, asking, crazy? Your mental state is so weak, and you plan to offer yourself to my master? What a pity. A crazy woman can only serve as a sacrifice for next month. A brunette nurse saw Head Nurse Wong looking tired. She spoke up. Head Nurse Wong, don't be too heartbroken. Everyone is just rejecting you because of what happened to Head Nurse Kong. Head Nurse Wong replied with a sorrowful face. I know. I really like Head Nurse Kong too. She recalled Head Nurse Kong lying motionless on the medical cart, whispering, such a good person, and beautiful too. Why did she suddenly go crazy? Then she unconsciously repeated over and over, 16, 16, 16, 16. The short memory segment shifted back to reality. Chunbai saw through the remnants of the past inside the 2 zombie bosses' heads, thinking, 16? In a demon magic circle? I figured it out. Chunbai recalled his past life. He thought, in my past life as a demon hunter, I heard that a dungeon in a certain mental hospital in Mado was related to demons. It could even summon a demon god to descend. It's a pity that back then, my level exceeded the dungeon's limit. I only read related posts on the Evolution Forum, and didn't pay much attention to it after that. Done. Chunbai turned to everyone and said, all right, let's go find clues for Han Xiao's exclusive mission. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Then, Chunbai didn't forget to warn everyone. Be a bit careful. Don't split up. His attitude suddenly became serious. Chunbai looked into the distance and said, it's very likely that a powerful creature still exists here. Half an hour later, still inside the dreamscape, Chunbai's group climbed a long, high staircase. Han Xiao stood below and shouted, "All the monsters in this building have been lured out. It's been so long, and we haven't seen a single one. We've searched 3 floors already. No clues at all." Meng Meng spoke as she walked. "It's not like there are absolutely no clues." Wu walked with his head down, mentioning the number 16. "Here, the frequency of the number 16 appearing is very high." Walking closer to Chun Bai, Wu clarified his thoughts. "Whether it's 16 or 18. I just want to know why the dungeon boss still hasn't made a move. Is he so scared of Emperor Bai that he dares not show his face?" Chun Bai remained silent, not answering Wu Yu's remark. Suddenly, a low, eerie voice drifted from deep within the dark corridor. "Kid, you seem a bit arrogant." A gloomy demonic aura radiated out. Sensing that the owner of the voice was no pushover, the 4 immediately deployed their class abilities for defense. For people, for auras. In front of them, a large, hairy foot suddenly stepped out. At first glance, it wasn't human. Now, stepping into the light, they could clearly see that the thing was a demon. Its face was a skull, and it had 2 long, sharp horns. Its whole body was rippling with muscle. Its hands were hosed with sharp claws. It grunted, introducing itself. "This old man is the director of Red Star Mental Hospital." Perhaps the director of this hospital had evolved into this terrifying form. In this form, he is also an apostle sent by Solomon, the 16th demon god of the 72 demon pillars. Han Xiao screamed, He's a demon." Wu Yu repeated, "Demon god's apostle." Meng Meng looked at him with hatred. The demon walked out step by step, speaking aggressively. "Pretending to be calm is useless. Becoming sacrifices for my master is your only outcome. You, girl, if you are willing to loyally serve the master and bear children for the master." He targeted the young and beautiful Meng Meng. The demon narrowed his greedy eyes, roaring as he continued, "I might spare your life." Meng Meng was so disgusted she wanted to vomit. She snapped, "Ugh, dream on. Go bear children for your master yourself." Chunbai chuckled coldly. He knew this type too well, saying, "A low-level demon converted from human. Aren't you being a little too self-righteous?" At this moment, the majestic magic power in Chun Bai's body burned like a wildfire. Chun Bai shifted into monarch virus mode, his whole body brimming with power. He said, "If you have real skill, show me. Don't play these boring games here." The Demon King also sensed the fighting spirit. He began to unleash his power. Countless demonic auras surrounded him. He retorted, "Truly humans who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then, I will make you understand." The phantom of the ghost behind him roared majestically. The demon raised both arms high and howled, "Just what kind of power the master has bestowed upon me." That giant phantom face was 10 times larger than Wu Yu's illusion, making it pale in comparison. Chun Bai's group, facing the wrath of the demon director, all felt fear. What ability is this? Han Xiao was the first. He held his face, looking panicked. This isn't good. Deep within Han Xiao's soul, he was heavily wounded, thinking, what is this horrible feeling? He struggled endlessly under the demon's control. Even Meng Meng, with her SSS-Rank ability, couldn't withstand it. She held her head in pain, crying for help. "Master." Even Chun Bai fell into a difficult situation. He knelt on one knee, pondering, "Damn it. The thing I hate most is this kind of mental-type demon. Always exerting constant mental pressure. Although my mental strength isn't low, I don't have any mental-type abilities. This is going to be very disadvantageous." At this moment, he decided it was best to end the battle quickly. Thinking this, Chun Bai moved instantly at high speed, dashing straight in front of the demon. In just a split second, Chun Bai landed a powerful punch on the demon's stomach. It was so painful his face twisted. He swung his hand to counterattack, but missed. But this little attack was nothing. The demon approached Chun Bai, whispering arrogantly. Just in time, Chun Bai was a bit confused. The next second, the aura of hell enveloped Chun Bai, so dense his silhouette couldn't be seen. Just now, Chun Bai had evolved to a higher level and received a shield. He quickly used it to block the blow. Chun Bai tried to resist within the damage of the hell magic. A moment later, seeing Chun Bai could still resist, the demon director was visibly more interested, praising, "You actually have some skill." But next, he continued with arrogance, "You actually managed to block it. But don't dream of breaking my hell domain. And the result of this is being defeated by my mental suppression. Only Chun-Bai could still stand firm and try to defend. The others seemed to have lost their ability to fight, only able to hold their heads in agony. Chun-Bai was also gradually losing his footing. He staggered under the demon's mental attack. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, then roared furiously. Dead end. There is no escape. The demon's whole body surged with power. Dense aura, screaming in this desperate situation. Struggle. Scream. Show me your despairing faces. Han Zhao's eyes gradually became dangerous. He covered a sneer with his hand. Hith hith. A bright halo appeared. It countered the death energy disturbing their minds. And this resisting halo was unexpectedly emitting from the top of Han Zhao's head. It emitted an even brighter, dazzling light. Wu Yi said in astonishment. The mental suppression is disappearing. Ming Ming exclaimed. If you have this ability, why didn't you use it sooner, Han Zhao? Even Chun-Bai looked at him with disbelief. Regarding this move, that idiot Han Zhao innocently explained. I don't know what happened, but it seems I just need to release a little mental energy, and I can resist his suppression. Ming Ming was speechless. Han Zhao finally has some use. The demon noticed his counter ability. He approached and spoke. Han Zhao, so you are a descendant of the Han family, the master's bloodline. The demon deliberately got close to him, then tossed out a few words of seduction. Don't think relying on your bloodline to resist mental suppression is enough. Hellfire can still turn you all into ashes. Han Zhao didn't back down at all, retorting. He spread his hands and interrupted. Aren't you the master's dog? Why do you want to kill the master's descendant? Aren't you afraid the master will kick you to death? The demon's eyes turned bloodshot, immediately explaining angrily to Han Zhao. Just a clan that wants to betray the master. If I can kill you, maybe the master will even reward me. You all just go turn into ashes in hellfire. This truth made the demon even more furious. He leaned back, flying into a rage. Fire from his mouth burned fiercely. He shouted, Hell! In a flash. Wu Yi, Ming Ming, and Han Zhao. The three of them immediately flew forward, shouting in unison. Can't let him breathe fire. Stop him, quick. Strangely, Chun-Bai just stood calmly still, thinking the demon would spew a long stream of fire. Just as he took a breath, he sneezed. Achoo! A few useless sparks spat out. The three charging forward had to brake hard. Seeing this scene, they asked the demon suspiciously, Do you have the flu? Or is this a new move? Don't forget our protagonist is a virus class. Chun-Bai put his hands on his hips, remarking with a bit of dissatisfaction. The effect is slower than I thought. Seems the constitution of someone at the demon rank isn't bad. If I can't beat you, I'll give you a taste of a virus. Chun-Bai approached lightly, step by step. The monster's face turned pale. He coughed incessantly. Even speaking was difficult. You, cough. What did you do? Now. Chun-Bai approached the demon without fear, whispering a few words. It's just a skill that makes the enemy sneeze nonstop. I just happened to upgrade it recently. This skill is called pulmonary infection flu. The demon was stunned. On the control panel, the content appeared. Evolved skill, pulmonary infection. After releasing the lung strain onto the target, it will enter the first stage within 1 second to 10 minutes. The specific time depends on the difference in constitution between the two parties. Chun-Bai immersed himself in the aura. The flu virus was summoned. His whole body glowed. The panel continued to display. First stage. All attributes gradually decrease and randomly spawns 3 to 5 disease-type debuffs. All spells requiring channeling time will be affected by the sneezing effect, leading to reduced accuracy, delay, or failure. Entering the second stage. Constitution will drop below half. The demon curled up, shivering from fever. He coughed as he spoke with difficulty. Impossible. How could I get sick? Chun-Bai's system continued to display content. Second stage. All recovery abilities minus 90%, leading to difficulty concentrating. Randomly spawns 5 to 10 disease-type debuffs. Respiratory ability begins to decline. Now, the demon found it hard to even stand firm. He was still very angry, coughing ceaselessly as he spoke. I am a high-level creature. How could? Chun-Bai leisurely put his hands in his pockets, following the demon's footsteps. It's already the third stage. Loss of effective respiratory capability. The lung flu weakened the demon's ability to breathe. Trembling, he tried to open his mouth wide to inhale. The demon gradually collapsed. Chun-Bai looked down from above, pondering. Not bad. Demons need to breathe too. Truly didn't waste the massive amount of virus points I used. System notification. Eliminated dungeon boss. Health Apostle Zhao Chonglin. Based on combat contribution, received 30,000 experience points. Without much effort, that demon fell before Chunbai. Face down on the ground. Chunbai crossed his arms, very satisfied. Then he turned to look at his 3 teammates huddling together and shivering. Chunbai found it strange. He pointed at them and asked, "What are you guys doing?" They were being too dramatic. Just a little thing like that scared their hair straight. Han Xiao, Meng Meng, and Wuya immediately covered their mouths and noses. Han Xiao was speechless. "There's a virus." Meng Meng said warily, "I don't want to catch a cold." Wuya backed away saying, he held his mask tight. Huff, huff. Understanding everyone's fear, Chunbai chuckled, turning to explain, "Relax. If I don't actively release it, you guys won't get infected." And so the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Meng leaned back wearily, exclaiming, "So strong. Emperor Bai, this skill of yours is truly invincible." Han Xiao idiotically kept hitting like. Chunbai just focused on the system, saying, "Stop the bootlicking. This demon's constitution wasn't strong. That's why it was so effective. Besides, there are plenty of monsters that don't need to breathe." Then he turned to speak to Han Xiao. "The notification about clearing the stage and posting the walkthrough video. I received it too. How is your mission going now?" Han Xiao stood up straight, then glanced at the system panel and asked back, "Why isn't there a mission completion notification?" Chunbai looked forward, speaking with determination. "That proves there are still side missions in the dungeon. Hurry up and find them." Then he turned back to ask about posting the video to the evolution system. "Oh, right. I'm preparing to post the clear video. Is there anyone who doesn't want to show their face to get famous?" Unexpectedly, it was Wuya. He immediately spoke up. "Trouble the team leader to blur my face for me." Meng Meng looked at Chunbai infatuatedly, also speaking up. "Me too." Han Xiao clasped his hands together, happily adding, "Let's be humble. First, let's see what good loot the boss dropped. Then help me find the side mission." A moment later, the video was uploaded. The content was, Evolver by leads team members Meng Meng. King Han and Crow have cleared the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, Red Star Mental Hospital, levels 5 to 12. The walkthrough video has been uploaded. Viewing price is 5 coins per view. Scene shifts to Jiangcheng. Inside Song Ziqiong's villa, she and Ali watched the system notification video. Handsome and beautiful evolved humans were also paying close attention to news about Chunbai. They all received the video notification at the same time. Everyone was both shocked and curious. In a certain room, a long-haired young man with bulging muscular arms. One could guess this character was also very powerful. He saw the video Chunbai uploaded. As he prepared to click and watch, an interested smile appeared on the young man's face. Jiangcheng, in a room on the 15th floor of the hotel. Chunbai's old classmates were gathering to watch the battle video against the demon. Jiang Leiping and Li Feng, the 2 guys, remained silent. Zhang Shui stood in the back watching with Wei Shini. She recognized something, even though his face is covered. "I remember those hands with the sharp claws very clearly. Looking at it through this video, this is definitely Chunbai." Wei Shini sat in front of the 2 men. She crossed her arms. She spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "Say something. Kakadu-tang? Didn't 2 certain people just seriously analyze that Chunbai was a scammer?" Li Feng couldn't believe it. Sweating profusely, he said, "Isn't Chunbai still inside the hotel room?" Then he stubbornly refused to believe it, making excuses. "Besides, even if this is Chunbai, this video only proves his combat power is strong. It doesn't provide any evidence that the base he mentioned is real." Jiang Leiping heard this and nodded. "You have a point." With a suspicious attitude, he suddenly stood up and said, "That's right. This might actually be even more terrifying." He continued his speculation. "Have you guys considered this? Could Chunbai be trying to trick us into going his base, only to turn us into his own personal nutrients?" Jiang Leiping's overthinking face twisted as he imagined Chunbai as a demon. He continued, "That is the scariest possibility." Just then, Wei Shini pointed out the issue directly. She stood up, preparing to defend Chunbai. "Li Feng, everyone can see that you and Chunbai don't get along. He gave equipment to everyone. You're the only one who didn't get any." And then, Wei Shini turned to Jiang Leiping, scolding him. "And you too, Jiang Leiping. You guys are just being stubborn, aren't you? The two of them stammered, speechless. So, Wei Shini took out her system panel, tapped a few times. Then she glared at these two idiots and said, "Then watch the video I just sent you too." As soon as they looked at the video, they saw a slimy monster that looked like a giant wall of flesh. Its whole body was bright red. There were many mouths filled with sharp teeth chewing on zombie flesh. Zhang Shui saw this scene. She covered her mouth and screamed in horror. "What kind of monster is that? Shini, what do you mean by sending this?" Wei Shini replied seriously. "Bosong just sent this video to me. Let's watch it together." Jiang Leiping and Li Feng, after receiving the video, stood frozen like statues. Li Feng stuttered. "This is..." In the video, Bosong appeared. She explained directly. "This is the wall of flesh, the outer defense layer of our base. It only eats zombie corpses." "Ha! Shini, you must be scared to death, right?" "Okay." Bosong filmed the video herself, introducing Wei Shini to the base where she was staying. Bosong waved happily and said, "Didn't you want to see the base? Using the will of the universe's video function isn't cheap. I could only buy 10 minutes. That should be enough to see from the foot of the mountain to the summit, right?" Next, Bosong walked to a stall at the foot of the mountain, cheerfully introducing it. The foot of the mountain is the most crowded place. Anyone can come here. You only need 1 gold coin a day to join. But if you want to cause trouble, you'll lose your life. Then she moved the camera to introduce the mountainside. The mountainside is where many of our relatives live. There are currently plans to expand with more entertainment zones. After introducing the mountainside, Bosong pointed the camera toward her mother's villa area, happily sharing. "This is the villa area on the hilltop. It's also where I live. Now you know where my house is. The hilltop isn't crowded, but it is absolutely safe. Ordinary people can't get in here." Because they were best friends, Bosong whispered a bit of inside information to Wei Shini. She blushed and said, "But when you first arrive, you can stay here. You said Chun Bai hasn't made a move on you yet. But that's just a matter of time. That big pervert." As soon as Chun Bai was mentioned, an unusually happy look appeared on Bosong's face. She expressed her longing to her best friend and enthusiastically urged Wei Shini to come to the base quickly. "Anyway, hurry up and come here. I have so much to tell you." "All right, I have to go run a dungeon now. I still need to improve my physical stats. Otherwise, us girls won't be able to handle Chun Bai." Wei Shini blushed bright red from embarrassment. Zhang Shui was intrigued hearing this. She leaned in close and asked Wei Shini quietly, "Together, did you ask Bosong how many women Chun Bai has?" Wei Shini lowered her head and replied, "That's not important." Zhang Shui. Wei Shini covered her burning red cheeks with her hands. She wasn't running or jumping, yet her body felt strangely hot. Wei Shini thought to herself, "If I had known, I should have watched it myself before sending it to others." Bosong's realistic description immediately won Li Feng's trust. He spoke up immediately. "Then there's no problem now. I really didn't expect Chun Bai to be so formidable." But wait, Jiang Leiping was a bit unwilling to accept it. Li Feng awkwardly turned around, adding, "Actually, earlier I was just raising a few possibilities for discussion." What distracted Jiang Leiping was Wei Shini. He pushed Li Feng aside, hurriedly saying, "Shini, you can't be Chun Bai's woman." Wei Shini glanced at Jiang Leiping warily. She whispered angrily, "What do you mean? When did I say I wanted to be his woman?" Jiang Leiping hadn't even confessed yet, and Wei Shini was already being this fierce. Jiang Leiping seemed to find hope again. His spirits lifted. He continued, "Right, he's too promiscuous. With so many women, you definitely wouldn't like that, right?" But Wei Shini remained silent. So Jiang Leiping seized the opportunity. He blushed and said directly, "I'm different. I only love you alone." Realizing Jiang Leiping was going too far, Wei Shini put out her hand to stop him, speaking quickly, "Stop. Don't come any closer." Then Wei Shini put her guard up, showing an attitude that she wasn't to be messed with. Jiang Leiping, who he wants, how many people he wants, has nothing to do with me. In front of everyone, how many times have I rejected you? She was very serious now. Wei Shini looked straight into Jiang Leiping's eyes, answering bluntly, "I will repeat this one more time. I don't have a single shred of feeling for you. Stop liking me." Back to the progress of Chun Bai's evolution team. In the Motto Dream Space. Inside the Red Star Mental Hospital Dungeon. 4th floor. Chun Bai was absorbing the power of that demon, until its corpse became charred and shriveled. Meng Meng, Crow, and Han Xiao witnessed this scene. None of them were not terrified. Chunbai turned around, letting out a loud exhale. Looking at the system panel. System report. This creature's body contains special bloodline atoms. You may choose to continue usurping or extract them. Absorbing the bloodline atoms will affect the virus. Conflict within the body. In an instant, the corpse in Chunbai's hand had shriveled by half. He just finished reading and muttered to himself. The demon even granted a bloodline to its subordinate. Extract it from me. His action was as casual as eating a meal. 2 notifications popped up in succession. Hint. You have usurped a special creature. Received 500 exclusive evolution points for the Tyrant virus. Hint. Activated. Ability to absorb the target's skill. Received skill. Hellfire protection. A test tube appeared in his hand. Inside was a red liquid. A small system notification popped up. The extracted bloodline atoms have become an item. The card for this vial of liquid read. Description. Bloodline atoms. Item. Weak bloodline essence of a demon. A-rank potion item. Condensed from within the body of a demon bloodline. After consumption, one can obtain a weak demon bloodline. Usage requirements. Mental strength greater than or equal to 20. Constitution greater than or equal to 20. After reading, looking at that tube of bright red bloodline, the liquid inside seemed to sparkle with red light. Chunbai asked in surprise, "These are bloodline atoms?" He snapped his fingers, storing it in the system warehouse. He said, "Extracting it actually turned it into an item. I thought it would just disappear." This time Chunbai turned back around. The demon had vanished. The other 3 were shocked once again. Not knowing what to do, he asked, "What's wrong? Did this boss drop anything good?" Han Xiao was the sharpest. He picked up 2 books, saying cheerfully, "A lot. A whole lot. There's a class change scroll, Class A, Hell Messenger, and a book, Skill, Hellfire Flames. Also A rank." Meng Meng happily pushed up her glasses, adding, "Besides that, there's also an armor blueprint and a D rank equipment. This blueprint is Breath of Hell. Detailed blueprint for crafting the Goatman's horn. Required materials. Crafting armor rank CD. 1 horn of a purebred demon. Hellfire. 1 dark crystal. Note, the rank of the finished product is determined by the materials. Once an S-rank Goatman appears, it will be unique. After that, no one can craft an S-rank Goatman anymore." After reading the blueprint, Chunbai rubbed his chin in thought, remembering something. Horn of a purebred demon. It just so happens I know a place where I can get this. Seeing that this thing was useful, he happily said to the 3 of them, "I'll take this blueprint. Give the class change scroll to Han Xiao. He has the demon bloodline. The skill goes to Meng Meng. Crow also helped out just now. The equipment is for you." Han Xiao shouted happily. "That distribution is too reasonable. Emperor Bai is awesome," Crow said. "Then thank you, Emperor Bai." He also greatly admired Chunbai's fairness. As for Meng Meng, she was so happy she couldn't speak. The happiest one was none other than the silly Han Xiao. Not only did someone help him clear the dungeon, now he even received a gift. He exclaimed joyfully, "The final step is to help me find clues for the mission. Little Han thanks everyone in advance for your help." Chunbai, Meng Meng, and Crow felt Han Xiao was being a bit dramatic. Both were a bit speechless. In the director's office on the 4th floor, Han Xiao led the way. He turned around and said confidently, "I think the clue might be here. Unless that demon director has another secret room." Han Xiao began to gently push the room door open. His expression changed instantly. His facial muscles went slack. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Holy crap! This is..." In front of Han Xiao, a giant statue stood tall. It had huge bat wings and long horns, although only the silhouette could be seen. One could imagine its power was even greater than the demon just now. Han Xiao backed away in fear. Chunbai stepped forward to take a look. It turned out to be just a stone statue. Meng Meng said, "This statue actually has such an imposing aura. What demon is this?" Relying on his knowledge, Chunbai answered, "This is Zepar, the 16th demon god of the 72 pillars of Solomon. Also the master that Zhao Chonglin spoke of." He smiled faintly. Then he placed his hand on the statue, continuing his explanation. "The reason this statue has such great power is because Zepar has infiltrated this statue in some form. Interesting. I wonder if that director found a way to summon this demon. About 100 years ago, A woman of the Han family fell in love with a projection of Jiepai on the blue star. From that day on, every generation of the Han family produced a pair of fraternal twins. Of the two, the daughter, upon reaching adulthood, would live here forever, becoming the bride of Jiepai. The son, however, would marry and have children, completely unaware of any of this. Inside the Medu dreamscape, within the Red Star Asylum, the director's office on the 4th floor, Meng Meng read aloud from an old book she found near the statue. A few years ago, Han Zhao's father somehow learned the truth about the Han family's legacy. To escape this fate, to prevent his daughter from being forced to spend her entire life in this asylum serving a demon, he chose to kill his own daughter the moment she was born. Hearing this, Han Zhao's face went pale. He couldn't believe what he was hearing was real. Meng Meng continued reading. Zhao Changlin discovered and stopped Han Yong. He then reported the matter to Jiepai. For this betrayal, Han Yong was stripped of his bloodline. Afterwards, Han Zhao's sister was taken by Jiepai and raised as his own. And for his service, Zhao Changlin received the demonic bloodline as a reward. Meng Meng was furious after she finished reading. She slammed the book down on the table, sighing. This must be the contents of that crazy director's diary. Most of it is just him being jealous of the Han family's bloodline. He just calls Han Yong a fool. It also records his history of earning rewards for his service, swearing loyalty, and so on. Piecing this much together was the best I could do. By now, Han Xiao had composed himself. He approached Meng Meng, holding up his system panel. After you finish speaking, Boss Meng Meng, I received the next part of the quest. Thank you, Boss Meng Meng. To be honest, reading those words was incredibly painful. Thank goodness you were here. Meng Meng turned her head and replied, don't mention it. I prefer finding clues this way anyway. Seeing Chun Bai, still focused on the statue, Meng Meng asked, Master, you started studying this statue the moment we got here. Is there something wrong with it? Chun Bai flicked a sharp spine on the statue's calf. It was like a switch. Of course there is, he said. Immediately, the statue automatically slid to one side, revealing a secret entrance before their very eyes. Everyone was stunned. The three behind Chun Bai gasped in awe. Wu Yi stammered, is this? Han Xiao blurted out, holy shit. It's a secret room. Meng Meng asked curiously, what else is hidden here? Only Chun Bai remained calm. He gave a faint smile. Outside the asylum, the entire sky was stained a brilliant crimson. A moment later, the four of them stepped through the secret door. The entrance led them down a long flight of stairs. Han Xiao wondered aloud. At this depth, we must have gone from the 4th floor all the way underground, right? Chun Bai answered, at least 2 or 3 floors underground. I've reached the stairs here. The deeper they went, the darker and gloomier it became. But Chun Bai wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he grew more excited. We must be close. If I'm not mistaken, below us should be. Ahead of them was a sliding door leading into a brightly lit room. Chun Bai continued, the place where Zhao Changlin summons Jiepai, or communicates with him, or where he performs sacrifices to Jiepai. The scene inside was bathed in a vibrant, eerie red light. There were numerous crosses. These crosses, wrapped in chains, were embedded in the ground around a mysterious magic circle. Ancient, glowing characters floated on all 4 sides. Chun Bai walked to the center of the circle. Wu Yi looked around and said, the smell of blood in here is so thick. Chun Bai picked up the circular object in the middle. He stared at it intently. Seeing this, Meng Meng asked, Master, what are you looking for? He picked up a coin-shaped object and said, I've turned on sharing. See for yourselves. The item's information card appeared on everyone's system panel. Hellgate Core, special item. A core inscribed with a hellish magic circle. Can be used to activate the Red Star Asylum Dungeons. Summoning Circle. Requirement. Sacrifice 16 lives along with their souls and fresh blood. Following that, 2 more notifications popped up. Warning. This is a unique item. Warning. The summoned demon god is subject to the dungeon's rule restrictions. Its level will be limited to level 12. After the summoning, the dungeon's difficulty will be raised to hell level. Han Xiao asked, dumbfounded, summon a demon god? After a moment of thought, Wu Yi's eyes widened. There's a level restriction after summoning it. Doesn't that mean? Meng Meng, both excited and hopeful, cut in, Master, If we summon the demon god and then kill it, won't we hit the jackpot? Chunbai said only one thing. I'm only level 8. What about you guys? That one sentence sent everyone crashing back down to earth. Meng Meng replied dejectedly, level 5. Wei answered, level 4. The big oaf Han, Xiao tried to comfort himself, level 3. Almost level 4 though. Chunbai made a throat-slitting gesture and said, exactly. The moment it's summoned. You'll all die instantly. Then he took out the core and continued. Your levels aren't even in the double digits. You don't have classes or equipment. Where do you get the nerve to think you can kill a level 12 demon god? Han Xiao leaned back, stretching. He laughed awkwardly. Ha! Isn't it because we have you here, Lord Bai? Even Chunbai was at a loss for words. He slung an arm around Han Xiao's shoulder. He explained patiently. Even with me here, it's useless. There's a massive difference between a true demon god and one with a diluted bloodline. You all should know this, right? Everyone listened intently to his every word. Chunbai continued. Wait until you've hit the dungeon's level cap. And gotten your classes. Then we'll come back. Wei leaned close to Meng Meng, making a request. Then you have to bring me along next time. My lords. Meng Meng blinked, confirming. You'll be our first priority. A few minutes later, they left the dark, secret chamber. Returning to the area with the stone statue, Meng Meng spoke up. So, this dungeon run is over. Is there anything else you guys want to do? As soon as she finished, Han Xiao spoke up. My lords, there's still something I don't quite understand. Han Xiao clutched his head, putting on a confused expression. That demon scion had a younger sister. I was thinking, did all of these things just suddenly appear when the apocalypse began? Chunbai walked over to Han Xiao. He answered his question. I don't know if they came from the void, or if they've always existed, but now, they are very much real. Then he turned the question back on him. Why do you suddenly ask? Do you remember what happened to your father before the apocalypse started? Han Xiao rubbed his chin, trying to remember. Don't remember, he finally said. Our relationship wasn't very close. To me, he was just an ordinary man. Then Han Xiao shared his thoughts with the group. There was nothing special about my father's life. The most unusual thing was, he turned into a zombie completely different from all the others. Hearing this, Wei exclaimed in shock. A demonic zombie? Now that's pretty damn special. An image of the demon they had just fought flashed through his mind. However, Han Xiao immediately denied it. He continued with some hesitation. No, that's not it. It had nothing to do with demons. Han Xiao recalled the scene of his father losing control that day. He turned into a plague zombie. His entire body was covered in patches of purple and green. Those things gave me a feeling of absolute terror. So much so that I didn't dare touch them at all. Because of that, I was forced to quickly master my psychokinesis. You could say it was the last lesson my father left for me. Chunbai asked curiously, a plague zombie? Han Xiao immediately answered in detail, yeah. There must have been a problem at the chemical plant where my dad worked. His colleagues in our apartment complex also had those patches on their bodies. With a basic grasp of the situation, he could piece together some clues. Chunbai thought to himself, that chemical plant? It might be related to the S-Rank, plague sect mission. So he put his arm around Han Xiao's shoulder again, proposing, I'm very interested in that chemical plant. When I get to Medu, I'll need you to take me there. Han Xiao readily agreed. Of course, no problem. Just then, Wei suddenly raised his hand, asking Chunbai, Lord Bai, I have some questions about my abilities. Chunbai opened his arms welcomingly in reply. If you have any problems or information, you can take this opportunity to bring it up. Let's figure it out together. The lively discussion continued inside the asylum. This was a pretty good haul, Chunbai thought with satisfaction. I've even gotten some more clues about the plague god's quest. Completing the dungeon means leaving the dream. Waking up, Chunbai groggily opened his eyes. He was immediately met with the sound of violent coughing. He shot awake, looking around. He saw a few of his friends collapsed on the floor in pain, coughing nonstop. Chunbai asked urgently, What's wrong with you guys? Wei Shi, hiding fearfully outside the doorway, called out, Chunbai. A few minutes later, Chunbai carefully helped his two friends onto the sofa to rest. He couldn't help but ask, What happened? Didn't I tell you guys not to come in this room? I released a lot of viruses as a precaution. Li Feng clutched his stomach, panting in pain. He coughed miserably. I have over 20 disease like debuffs on me right now. Jiang Laping just lay there, whimpering weakly. All 30 of my attribute points have dropped to 0. Damn it, Chunbai. Do you have an antidote? After settling the two unlucky fools, Chunbai immediately replied, I've already removed the viruses from your bodies. Your attributes will recover in a little while. You guys rest here. I'm going to take Wei Shi out first. Wei Shi was now a little hesitant. She called out to him timidly, deciding to tell him the truth. Chunbai, that Jiang Laping. He actually wanted to kill you. He was completely shocked by what he heard. Chunbai asked in disbelief, Kill me? What reason does he have? Wei Shi sadly brought up Song Ge. She began to tell him the whole story. It started because he and Li Feng didn't believe the base you mentioned was real. So, to verify it, I asked Song Ge to send over video. But I never expected that Song Ge said you have a lot of women. So they got jealous. Just like that. Wei Shi told Chunbai the entire story from beginning to end. And that's what happened. The two of them moved to another room. Wei Shi continued. After I rejected him, he completely lost it and rushed over, wanting to kill you. He said all our problems started after you showed up. That if he just killed you, everything would go back to normal. After hearing this, Chunbai clicked his tongue. He had a look of utter disdain. Is he an idiot? What kind of logic is that? At this point, Wei Shi let out all the awful things Jiang Laping had done. She raised her voice angrily. He's a complete moron, and he's always threatening any other guy I even talk to. He even hounded my childhood friend until he was forced to drop out of school. She brought up old grievances. If Song Ge hadn't protected me, he would have used the same coercive tactics he used on other girls on me. It was clear this guy was a complete hypocrite. He had been putting on a righteous act from the very beginning. If I didn't have some talent of my own, I'm afraid I would have been ruined by him long ago. In the other room, the coughing from the two men grew louder. They had probably regained some of their senses. Hearing their voices, Wei Shi looked over with hatred in her eyes. She continued speaking to Chunbai. Being trapped in this hotel with him, every single day has felt like a year. Thank God his talent isn't that strong. He couldn't force me to do anything. The next second, Wei Shi turned back around. She looked at Chunbai with deep admiration. She praised him with innocent sincerity. You know, Chunbai, I think you're so strong now. And knowing that Song Ge is still alive, I'm just so happy. Wei Shi gazed at him intently with her beautiful, campus belle eyes. Suddenly, the room became strangely quiet. The two of them moved closer to the door. Wei Shi asked Chunbai, Jiang Laping was tormented by your viruses for so long. Will he die? Chunbai walked over and answered, he won't die. A large amount of common viruses will rapidly weaken attributes, but it takes a while for them to actually kill someone. Wei Shi immediately suggested, I have an idea. She leaned in close to him. She prepared to whisper her plan. Chunbai asked innocently, what do you want to do? Wei Shi said, I hate him down to my bones. I want to make it so he won't be able to die in peace. The door swung open. Jiang Laping was on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath. Through his bloodshot, diseased eyes, Jiang Laping saw Chunbai and Wei Shi locked in a passionate kiss. He was so angry he felt like he was about to explode. Chunbai whispered, you wanted to piss him to death. One kiss should be enough, right? Wei Shi shyly whispered back, it's enough. What else were you thinking? That was my first kiss. 2 days later, in the mountain forests outside Wuchang, Chunbai leaped between sturdy tree branches like a bird. The terrain here posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. System notification. Song Ziqiang is requesting a private call. Chunbai, busy as he was, turned his head. A flicker of curiosity crossed his face. He then landed on a large branch. What's up? In the study of Song Ziqiang's mountaintop villa. She sat in a swivel chair with a graceful posture. She picked up a few papers from her desk. She began her work report. I'm here to report on the situation. Our people have picked up Wei Shi's group along the river. They're on their way back now. Chunbai praised her. Good work. Song Ziqiang immediately tossed a stack of papers onto the desk. She continued to question him. There's one more thing. Over the past few days, there's been a lot of discussion on the Evolver forum about a mysterious chat group. They say it's a gathering place for experts. There are rumors that you are the group's leader, and that the group is full of people who have awakened their talents. The ones who, not long ago, were called pioneers. Song Ziqiang's expression turned serious. She pressed Chunbai for an answer. Is any of this true? Chunbai stood casually on a large branch and asked back. Chat group 001? Of course. Did you forget about the post I asked you to promote a few days ago? With the information confirmed, Song Ziqiang swiveled her chair around. She exclaimed excitedly, "Doesn't that mean we'll have a lot of experts serving us in the future?" An idea occurred to her. She continued, "Oh, right. How should we handle the posts on the Evolver forum about chat group 001? Chunbai lightly hopped down from the branch. He replied cheerfully, "No need to worry about that for now. I'll decide after I've read the posts. For now, just send me the titles of the posts with the most discussion." Song Ziqiang replied immediately, "I'll arrange it right away." The post read, "A pre-apocalypse post confirmed. The self-proclaimed Lord Bai knew about the universal trial in advance. Analysis. Lord Bai's explanatory video. Many top experts are members of the same chat group. If monsters existed before the trial, then Evolvers could have too. Chat Group 002's admin has spoken. It's highly likely that Chat Group 001 was created before the trial." After reading, he narrowed his eyes and thought, "Looks like it's time to officially launch Chat Group 001. Chunbai focused on the system panel as he walked. He mumbled his analysis. This can not only create massive influence and authority, but it can also help the members of the group gain a sense of collective honor. It'll be more convenient to recruit the experts in the group later on." He was walking steadily on a lush green lawn. Suddenly, the world around him became withered and desolate. Only then did he notice. The forest that had been vibrant just a moment ago was now a scene of utter ruin. The sky was the color of blood. The trees were dead and withered. The ground was covered in a white frost. To be more precise, it was a graveyard. Just then, the system panel appeared. System notification. You have entered the hidden instance, the village of the heretical faith. Chunbai clenched his fists in delight. He pumped his arm. "Finally," he said happily. "The hidden instance for the S-Rank Demon Hunter class quest that I found in my past life." The quest panel appeared. Mission 1. Stop the villagers from summoning the demon. Difficulty. Upon completion, all participants will receive 500 experience points and may leave the instance. Mission 2. Destroy all of the corrupted villagers. Difficulty C. Upon completion, all participants will receive 1,500 experience points and may leave the instance. Mission 3. Destroy the demon summoned by the villagers. Kill all of the corrupted villagers. Difficulty B. All participants will receive 5,000 experience points and a C-grade vial of low-level demon bloodline. He recalled his past life. Back then, there was a man named Chun Erqiang. He had led a team into this demon instance. Chun Erqiang stood on a stone platform and announced loudly, "Everyone, we just need to enter the instance. Complete mission 2 and then pull out. Any equipment that drops will be set to team mode. Contribution points will be divided fairly. If you don't get any loot, you'll still get a gold reward. In the future, your big brother Chong will absolutely not let you suffer any losses." Back then, to earn a little gold, I fell for Brother Chong's lies. I joined his team and entered this instance. I never expected that Brother Chong would intentionally miss his shot. His mistake allowed the villagers to summon the demon, but he then led his own cronies to retreat from the battle zone. His goal was to use everyone else's lives to weaken the demon. By the time everyone realized it was a trap, Brother Chong had his men surround the battlefield. They mercilessly killed any evolvers who tried to flee. That Brother Chong had recruited nearly 100 people, all of them solo players and small teams struggling to survive nearby. Absolutely no one could organize an effective resistance in time. So many people died unjustly under the pincer attack of the demon and Brother Chong. After realizing there was no escape, the remaining people could only turn back and fight the demon to the death. That slim chance of survival never existed in the first place. Brothers charge. Not until the last person had fallen did Brother Chong lead his team toward the exhausted demon. But what he never expected was that I was still alive. I knew I'd be silenced if they found me, so I stayed quiet while they fought. I barely managed to crawl to the edge of the dungeon. At that moment, I tried to use the mechanic that allows you to leave after completing mission 1 or 2 to escape. At that time, by a strange coincidence, just as I was about to leave the dungeon, they killed the demon. They began to distribute the contribution points. Back then, the system panel was flooded with notifications. Contribution point distribution has begun for the item. S-Rank Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. Notification. Your point total is 100. Notification. You have received the item. S-Rank Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. They used the contribution point function to lure cannon fodder into a trap. And in the end, they lost the best loot because of it. What goes around comes around. That group of people frantically searched for me afterward. It forced me to leave Wuchang and find somewhere else to hide. The place where Chunbai was standing now was that same hidden village instance in the outskirts of Wuyang, on the small path outside. Thinking of this, Chunbai still felt a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but wonder, what a shame. I didn't get to see the look on Brother Chong's face back then. Suddenly, Chunbai saw something. A jolt went through his body. A shambling zombie, head lolling, blocked the path. Its body was torn and bloody. Corrupted villager, deceased. So there's already someone in the instance. Chunbai stared at it for a long moment, making a judgment. In my past life, Chun Erqiang killed the demon, and was the first to clear this hidden instance. That shouldn't happen for another 2 months or so. He scratched his head and continued. But I don't need to worry about someone getting here first. He thought, but who could have possibly discovered this hidden instance so early? On the other side, also in the outskirts of Wuyang, a jolt went through his body. A shambling zombie, head lolling, also in the outskirts of Wuyang, in the central area of the hidden village instance. Many people were fighting monsters and zombies. System notification. Mission 2 has been completed. Experience reward has been received. You may leave the hidden instance from the village outskirts. The red-haired young man, this life's version of Brother Chong, had just finished off a zombie. He turned back to the others. Excellent. Zhang Long's judgment was right on the money. We can leave after completing the second mission. Let's go, boys. We'll come back for this boss next time. Just then, a man in a green shirt suddenly froze. He pointed ahead and reported loudly, Brother Chong, someone's coming. All eyes turned to Chunbai. Several people moved towards him, but he seemed to ignore them. Turning to leave, Chunbai acted completely casual. He strolled forward, speaking first. You all getting ready to leave? Just as Brother Chong walked past him, Chunbai immediately asked, In that case, I'll be taking this boss. You guys don't mind, do you? Unexpectedly, the man replied cheerfully, Not at all. Be my guest. Chunbai smirked, a look of contempt on his face. He muttered, So, it is Brother Chong. I didn't expect them to find this hidden instance so early. After taking a few steps, a kind-hearted, curly-haired man in a gray shirt turned back to warn Chunbai. Hey, be careful. That's a level 11 demon boss. Chunbai waved from a distance, replying with false sincerity. Thanks for the heads up. Take care. A moment later, a giant demonic monster, looking like a herald of hell, its entire body glowing red, growled before the tiny Chunbai. What an interesting little insect. It seems you're not afraid of me. Or perhaps, you know you're about to die, and have simply accepted it calmly. It bared its sharp teeth, stomping its feet powerfully in a show of force. Faced with this racket, Chunbai simply replied in a soft, gentle voice. I'd simply forgotten. It's been too long since I faced a demon alone. As for low-level demons like you, I've always killed them on sight. Humiliated like this, the demon turned purple with rage. It immediately raised its fist, charging forward to teach Chunbai a lesson. You human maggot, die for me. But in the blink of an eye, Chunbai had dashed behind the demon. Switching positions, it was surrounded by a dense flurry of slashes and swipes. Chunbai continued in a low voice. As a demon hunter for 10 years in my past life, the number of demons I've killed is countless. His claws were slick with fresh blood. Drop by drop, the blood fell. Chunbai knew every move and weakness of the demon. He even knew the path of every blood vessel in its body like the back of his hand. Numerous deep gashes appeared on the demon's body and began to gush blood. It was grievously wounded. Its entire body was paralyzed. Chunbai retracted his hands, which had transformed into 2 giant claws. In the demon's eyes, there was only unwilling resignation. It hadn't even had a chance to make a single move. 2 notifications appeared in succession. Notification. Demon Clan Warrior OL has been eliminated. Level 11 Elite Chieftain. Received 130,000 experience points. Notification. Mission 3 completed. Reward. 5,000 experience and 1 vial of C-grade, low-level demon bloodline. Chunbai finished reading and looked up, feeling a bit proud of himself. This feeling is so familiar. Looks like my skills haven't gotten rusty at all. Just then, Brother Chong's group suddenly realized they had received rewards. They all shouted, "Brother Chong, I got the participation reward. 5,000 experience points and a bloodline item." "I got it too." Brother Chong stared at his system panel, his face blank with disbelief. An instant kill. A young man with curly hair approached him. "Brother Chong, you don't think he's going to absorb the boss's body, do you?" Brother Chong shook his head, frowning impatiently. "Let's go take a look." At that moment, 2 more notifications appeared on the system. Notification: you have devoured a special species. Received 350 exclusive virus evolution points. Notification: choose to discard bloodline essence. Received A-grade common demon bloodline potion. The group walked over to Chunbai. He was just closing his system panel. Chunbai feigned surprise as he turned to them, asking, "Why are you guys back? Don't tell me you want a share of the loot?" Brother Chong had a completely different demeanor now. He smiled warmly. "Haha, are you kidding me? The boss. You killed this last one all by yourself. I wouldn't dare ask for a share of the loot." Chunbai glanced at him with disgust, thinking, putting on that righteous act again. Too bad. I've already seen right through him. Then, Chunbai took out 2 test tubes and a scroll. He said deliberately, "This boss dropped some pretty good stuff. Look, this is a B-grade demon bloodline potion. This is an A-grade demon bloodline potion. There's even an S-rank demon hunter class change quest scroll." With these precious items on display, Chunbai deliberately provoked him, trying to awaken his greed. "Are you sure you're not tempted?" In Brother Chong's hands, several small test tubes rattled. He gestured to one of his lackeys. The curly-haired lackey understood. He immediately and carefully placed all the test tubes they had received into his hand. "Brother Chong," he said, "these are all the blood vials everyone just got." This Brother Chong was certainly not a simple man. He spoke with purpose. To say "I'm not tempted" would definitely be a lie. Then, like a man of great integrity and righteousness, he held out all the test tubes. "But," he declared, "we're not unreasonable people. You completed the mission. Naturally, everything that dropped belongs to you." Chunbai took them. He knew this man's hypocrisy all too well. He just chuckled in reply. "Sounds fair enough." He clenched his fist, storing all the items in his system inventory. Chunbai put his hands on his hips, turning away bluntly. "You all came back. I doubt it was just to congratulate me. If you have something to say, just say it." Now Brother Chong started trying to get friendly again. He pretended nothing was wrong. "Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to make friends with a master like you." He was calculating how to get information from Chunbai. Brother Chong casually tried to ask where he was based. "It's because my little brother has been clearing out the west suburbs of Wuchang recently. It would be bad if he accidentally trespassed on your territory." Chunbai was wary of his words. He thought, "The west suburbs? I think Meng Meng is in a residential complex near the stadium in the west suburbs." Chunbai's suspicion grew. He guessed, this guy might seem friendly on the surface, but he's really trying to find out what I'm doing on his turf. Chunbai put his hands in his pockets. He replied cautiously, "Don't worry. My territory is in Jiangcheng. I only know that the west suburbs of Wuyang have a stadium." After speaking, Chunbai looked away with disgust, thinking, "Let's see if I can get any information about their forces near Mengmeng." Brother Chong once again extended his hand enthusiastically. He began to express his desire to form an alliance. "We just took over the West Suburb Stadium a few days ago. We're probably clearing out the surrounding area now. With your strength, big brother, you must have a considerable force in Jiangcheng. Let's be friends and help each other out." After hearing the invitation, Chunbai didn't rush to answer the cunning man. Chunbai thought warily, they've already cleared out the stadium. For people like him, this so-called clearing is just another way of saying conquer and kill. Then he thought of Meng Meng. No wonder. No one knew about Meng Meng in my past life. She was probably cleared out by these people. Just then, system notification, Meng Meng has sent you a message. Seeing this, Chunbai immediately said to Brother Chong, "Hold on a minute." Then he turned away to read the message. "Master, a lot of evolvers suddenly showed up in my building. I think they're searching for something, going door to door. At this rate, they'll find my place soon." Chunbai replied, "They're clearing out zombies and other evolvers. Don't let them into your apartment. I'm on my way." After reading Meng Meng's message for help, the pieces finally clicked into place for Chunbai. He was silent and contemplative. They messed with his people. That was not okay. Immediately, Chun-Bai's anger flared. Countless tentacles surrounded his body. Seeing Chun-Bai's sudden change, Brother Chong said hesitantly, "What do you think you're doing?" The words had barely left his mouth when Chun-Bai struck out in a rage. He sent his virus tentacles to grab the shameless man by the neck. "Die," he roared. Several large tentacles plunged straight into his throat. Just a few minutes later, system notification, evolutionary devouring, memories acquired. Brother Chong's body was now only a torso, cocooned in tentacles. As Chun-Bai absorbed him, he thought, "The memories I'm getting are fragmented. I can't pinpoint the exact location of the Jinhui International Residential Area and the stadium where Meng is." The remaining men witnessed Brother Chong's death, terrified. They all scrambled to get away. In an instant, only Chun-Bai was left. They yelled to each other, "Run." Chun-Bai lowered his head, speaking menacingly. "Looks like I'll have to leave one alive to lead the way. The one who warned me to be careful of the boss. Seems to know a lot." In the west suburbs of Wuchang, the Jinhui International Residential Area, Building 16. Inside Mengmeng's room, the frail girl held a baseball bat in front of the door. Outside, someone was banging on the door violently, shouting, "Anyone home? Open up." Meng held her ground firmly, not daring to make a sound. Outside was a tall man, enjoying banging on other people's doors. He threatened, "I'm going to count to 3. If no one answers, we're coming in." Further away, 2 more thugs were waiting, ready to rush in the moment Meng opened the door. The girl's hands, holding the large baseball bat, were shaking like a leaf. She shouted weakly, "You're not welcome here. Go away if you force your way in. Don't blame me for what happens next." Hearing Mengmeng's voice inside, the group of men became even more excited. The one banging on the door laughed like he'd won the lottery. "Haha, boys, looks like we've got a girl inside." As soon as the other 2 thugs heard there was a woman, they immediately perked up. The man outside said, "Hey, little sister, figured out how you're not going to be polite yet?" The one leaning against the wall chimed in, "Don't worry, sis. Get ready. Your big brothers are coming in right now." Meng was furious. She let out a scream with all her might. From her small mouth, an incredible shockwave erupted. It reverberated through the room, causing objects to blur. Even the perverts outside, their noses and ears began to bleed profusely. They clutched their heads, screaming in pain. Meng breathed a sigh of relief. The wooden baseball bat fell to the floor. She was exhausted from screaming so loudly. She collapsed to the floor, clutching her head. Gasp! From using so much force. Meng also coughed up blood. "Damn it," she thought to herself. "This skill still requires a certain physique to withstand. It's only been a little over a second, and my throat is already raw. Most of my strength is gone, too." After that terrifying scream, the situation had improved slightly. Meng looked at the door, thinking, but there's no movement outside now. With my spirit power, I should have at least knocked them unconscious. Outside, only the weak coughing of the 3 men could be heard. The 3 of them had gone from standing to lying on the ground. There was a pool of blood by each of their mouths. The one with the pink rooster-like hair, though exhausted, was still defiant. He contacted his comrades. "Cough, boys. Converge on the 12th floor of Building 16. There's a girl who can attack with spirit power. My whole team is down. Hurry up and get her. An attack that strong. She definitely can't use it again anytime soon." 10 minutes later, Mengmeng's door was being pounded on again, hard and fast, even more violently than before. She was huddled in a corner of the wall, startled. Meng panted, her face weary. She turned her head to look. "They're back again?" she thought. "Looks like I have no choice but to fight to the death." Just as she had that thought, the door to her room was smashed open. The door was hit with incredible force. Splinters of wood flew everywhere. The sound of many men's footsteps began to pour in. A bald thug with a scar at the corner of his eye spotted Meng. He said excitedly, "Well, look what we have here, a little beauty. Why are you sweating so much, little sister? You must be tired." The rooster-haired man from before turned his head, as if he'd found a treasure. He provoked her with a sneer, "Little sister, why aren't you screaming this time? Such a pretty figure. But your screaming is so unpleasant. Let your big brother help you out. Girls shouldn't be screaming and making a fuss." The 2 men reached out with their filthy hands, cornering Meng. She struggled to her feet, thinking, with what little stamina and spirit power I have left, I can probably unleash Hell's Carving one more time. Meng Meng roared in her heart. All of you can just die. At once. Meng Meng focused her spirit and unleashed her ultimate move. Hell's Carving Flame. From Meng Meng's body, a black and purple poisonous mist emanated. It seeped directly into every cell of the two villains. They writhed in agony. A few minutes later, Hell's Carving ended. Meng Meng, exhausted, propped herself up on the floor with her hands, panting. She thought, Master was right. The four attributes have to complement each other. Having one attribute that's too high isn't good. She took down one, only for another to take his place. Seeing Meng Meng exhausted, these men became even more smug. The man in the tank top said gleefully, Boys, looks like this little chick is done for. The one in the shirt, with his hands in his pockets, arrogantly ordered, Beauty, get on your knees and lick, or die. Pick one. Meng Meng struggled to her feet. She was too tired. My head hurt so much, she thought. I feel like I'm about to pass out. This was perhaps Meng Meng's most desperate moment. She reached a hand towards the window, screaming in despair in her heart. No, I can't. I won't fall into their hands. The blonde pervert behind her was like a madman. He roared, What are you even asking for? This little bitch chose death a long time ago. The leader was even more ruthless. He ordered directly, Boys, get her. Have your fun. Countless hands reached out, grabbing Meng Meng's arms, hair, and legs. She struggled against them. The men said viciously, Hold her down. Damn it. The bitch still has some fight left in her. Because she had used a powerful shout earlier, Meng Meng couldn't make a sound now. She screamed desperately in her heart. Help me. Somebody please help me. Just as the two perverts used their masculine strength to cruelly pin Meng Meng's arms, Meng Meng was helpless. She looked toward the large window. A figure was hurtling towards it at high speed. It was Chun Bai. He always showed up when his comrades were in trouble. Chun Bai burst into the room, shattering the large glass window. He immediately delivered 2 kicks, striking the two perverts squarely in the face. The two thugs were sent flying, teeth knocked out. The pain was so intense they immediately let go of Meng Meng. In that moment, Chun Bai caught her in his arms, landing safely on the ground. Meng Meng fell into Chun Bai's embrace. She said to him with tears in her eyes, Master, you're here. I'm sorry. I'm still too weak. I almost. Chun Bai was afraid of hurting Meng Meng. His movements were incredibly gentle. He leaned in close, asking, It's not your fault. You did a great job. You did a great job. Want to rest a bit? Leave the rest to me. Then, Chun Bai shot a hateful glare at the mob of trash. He growled in a terrifying tone. You dare bully my disciple? None of you are leaving here alive today. Chun Bai gently placed Meng Meng on the nearby sofa to rest. One guy hurriedly drew his sword, confused. Where did this guy come from? Another guy shouted angrily. That little brat has backup. Forget it. Brothers, kill him. Chun Bai said nothing. He lowered his head, not letting anyone see his eyes. His entire body radiated purple magic energy. In an instant, he grabbed the first guy by the mouth, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. Turning to the guy with the weapon, Chun Bai used him as a shield. He seized the chance to prepare a claw strike. But this guy was weak as a slug. Chun Bai only gave him a light toss, and he slammed into the wall, cracking the wall itself. A few minutes later, the surroundings became silent. Not even a faint sound remained. Chun Bai glanced around, whispering, That's everyone. A weak voice from Meng Meng called out, Master, I feel so awful. Chun Bai immediately turned around, extremely worried. Meng Meng was writhing on the sofa. She clutched her stomach in discomfort, kicking her legs and moaning. No, don't. So tired. Master. Chun Bai approached her, carefully observing her movements. He said, Exhausted stamina combined with mental overload, leading to headaches and hallucinations. Within the hallucination, it was unknown what Meng Meng was seeing. She blurted out, Master, where are you? Her hand reached out, groping the air. Chun Bai immediately grabbed her hand. To reassure her, he rubbed the little girl's head, then pressed her soft white palm against his cheek, saying gently, Meng Meng, Master is here. While Chun Bai wasn't paying attention, the rooster-head guy picked up an axe from behind, preparing to ambush him. Since he didn't know Chun Bai's true strength, this reckless fool was instantly impaled by a spike, dead on the spot, dealing with an enemy without even looking. Chun Bai, calmly continued comforting her. Don't be afraid. Master will protect you. Then he focused power into his tyrant virus arm and slammed it hard onto the floor. The floor tiles cracked open. Then countless massive, sharp spikes pierced through everyone lying on the floor. He wanted to ensure they were all exterminated. While watching, he stroked the pitiful Meng Meng with heartache. Chunbai whispered to himself, no one can hurt you ever again. 1 hour later, Meng Meng was lying peacefully on Chunbai's lap. Looking at the little girl sleeping soundly on his legs, he thought, her complexion is much better now. Inside the room, 2 people were at peace, but in front of them lay scattered corpses. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the doorframe. Making a noise, Chunbai looked out vigilantly. An honest-looking man poked his head in, introducing himself. It's me, Mr. Bai. It's me. This was the kind person who had warned him in Brother Chang's team earlier. Chunbai called out, if you're here, that means Chun Erqiang's team has been wiped out, right? Only after Chunbai spoke did the man dare to enter. He knelt before Chunbai, confessing, yes, Mr. Bai, following your instructions. I found a way to trick them into coming here for you to kill. Now, none of Chun Erqiang's trusted aides remain. Hearing this, Chunbai asked him, so are the remaining people your friends and family? He shook his head, hurriedly answering loudly, no, Mr. Bai, I don't have any parents. I don't have any close relatives either. I only have a wife and child. Chunbai leaned back in a chair, nodding as he listened. The man began to explain desperately, sweating profusely. The reason is that I have an A-rank scouting talent. True, That's why Chun Erqiang used my family to threaten me into joining his team. He recalled painfully and continued speaking. If my talent were mediocre, my family would have been raped and killed, just like my neighbors and friends. A wise man submits to circumstances, Zhang Long. Chunbai prepared to extend an invitation to this man. I understand. Your talent isn't bad. Besides, you were the only one who warned me to be careful of the boss. I appreciate that. Do you want to come to Jiangxing with me? The man hesitated, not daring to agree immediately. He stammered. Chunbai saw his attitude, trying to appear relaxed, so the man wouldn't feel pressured. He said, if you don't want to go, that's fine. I am not Brother Chang. I don't like using power and manipulation to oppress anyone. I will respect your choice. Hearing this, the man immediately expressed his desire to join Chunbai's team and explained, of course, I hesitated just now because in Chun Erqiang's base, there are still many people held as slaves just like my family. Hearing this, Chunbai immediately opened the system warehouse, generously accepting all the remaining people. I can take them in, but if there are too many people, taking them straight back to Jiangxing won't be easy. How about this? You stay in Wuchang and stabilize the situation first. He then took out a test tube containing a red liquid. With a flick of his finger, the test tube flew toward the curly-haired man. Chunbai continued, this potion is a gift for you. Using it will increase your strength. I've also sent you a friend request. Wait until the situation is stable, then contact me. At that time, depending on the situation, you can decide whether to develop in Wuchang or come to Jiangxing together. The man joyfully received the test tube with both hands, thanking him repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. After Zhang Long left, Meng Meng seemed to have gradually recovered. She slept soundly on the sofa, drooling slightly. Chunbai sat beside her, watching her. He summoned the system, opening the item warehouse. He narrowed his eyes, thinking with suspicion. This thing. I just gave the potion to Zhang Long, and now it's turned into this. In the system item slot, a mask appeared. Chunbai stared at it for a long time, as if calculating something. He propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I remember when I stored items in the warehouse back in the secret realm. It hadn't mutated like this. He scrolled through the items he had collected so far, telling himself, back then, I stored the class change mission scroll, and those demon bloodline potions. Chunbai made a gesture, swiping to control the system. He muttered, let's try moving it somewhere else. Strangely enough, no matter which slot he moved the mask to, the glowing points in its eyes still looked toward that potion. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the system analysis. It's the demon bloodline potion. Its eyes keep staring at that potion, and its mouth is wide open like that. Does it want to consume these potions? Chunbai held the mask and a few vials of potion. He brought them closer, thinking, these low-quality bloodline potions are useless to me anyway. Why not try feeding it? After all, it is the treasure that Lita wanted. Maybe after feeding it, it might unlock some functions. Thinking this, he decisively shoved all the potions into the mask's gaping mouth. It let out a surprise sound. Then another vial. Then 2 more. Take them all then. 5 minutes later, the strange mask suddenly changed its expression. From an O-shaped mouth to a squinty-eyed smile. He thought that was it. 1 second he was confidently saying he didn't need the bloodline. The next second he was clenching his fist in anger. That's it. This damn glutton. All my bloodline potions. Just to get 1 full meal. Then he comforted himself. Whatever. It's normal for a special rank treasure to eat this much. Just as he thought 10 vials of bloodline potion had gone down the drain. The next second, the mask spat out a round purple pearl. The shape was a bit weird. The purple object fell out, rolling on the floor. Chunbai watched it roll back and forth, thinking, this thing, does it eat and poop from the same mouth? What did it just spit out? Do I have to clean up its poop now? He actually took a piece of tissue to wrap his fingertips, picking it up, surprised inside. This is the information card for the purple object. Common demon bloodline essence. Potion item. A potion refined by a special method. Condenses the demon bloodline constitution. The higher the usage stats, the better the effect. Usage requirements. Physical strength and agility greater than 75. Holding the bloodline essence. He held it up to the light to examine it. Carefully, he said excitedly, it really can refine demon bloodline. Combined with the demon bloodline obtained in the secret realm, wouldn't I have an endless supply of high-grade demon bloodline essence? Then he remembered the mission scroll. Chunbai held it in his hand and said, I was in such a rush to help Meng Meng. I haven't even looked at this class change mission scroll yet. The info card for the scroll appeared. S-Rank Demon Hunter class change mission scroll. Can only drop from killing the first purebred demon creature. It is a unique special class change mission scroll. Completing the mission within will turn it into a Demon Hunter class change scroll. The system panel appeared again. Mission requirements. Using the scroll will transport you to the first layer of the abyss. Within the abyss, kill 100 demons and 100 fallen demons. Then the mission will be complete. Leave the abyss. After reading, he spoke with a determined tone. Enter the abyss. This time, I won't struggle so hard to complete the mission. Chunbai sat on the bed, focusing on the mission scroll in his hand. He said, the headquarters of the demons, the abyss, is a place full of danger and opportunity. Meng Meng was still sleeping on his lap. Meng Meng's small eyes slowly opened. She sat up like a little girl, then bowed her head and rubbed her eyes. Chunbai instinctively reached out his hand. Meng Meng rubbed her eyes and looked up, looking blankly at Chunbai with her big round eyes. She exclaimed in surprise. Master! Seeing him was like a surprise gift for the little girl. Meng Meng threw herself into his arms, chirping, Wah! Master! Master! Chunbai was knocked off balance by Meng Meng. He said, all right, I'm here. It's okay now. I killed all those bad guys. A few minutes later, after calming down from her excessive excitement, Meng Meng sat obediently beside him and said, Master, I'm still too weak in real space. I want to double my physical training. Chunbai rubbed Meng Meng's head, speaking gently. Training won't improve it that much. Just maintain the schedule I arranged for you. Your main goal right now is to level up and understand how to control your skills. Hearing this, Meng Meng was a bit worried. She asked back innocently, but the experience needed to level up is really too much. And I've already cleared out almost all the monsters near my dream world. Now Meng Meng lowered her head. Try not to let anyone see her teary eyes. She said, I don't have the ability to travel far, and I can't find any dungeons. To adjust her mood, Chunbai enthusiastically invited Meng Meng to join his team. How do you feel right now? Wait until you rest a bit. Then we'll go back to Jiangsheng, okay? There are definitely enough dungeons there. Meng Meng was just waiting for this sentence. Joy appeared on her face. She answered immediately. I feel very good. No need to rest. Let's go. Like a child urging Chunbai to go to Jiangsheng. However, he grabbed Meng Meng's small hand, saying gravely, Wait. He quickly scooped Meng Meng up into his arms. Wanted to play kitten here. He said, if I let you walk on your own 2 legs, we won't reach Jiangsheng even by next month. Meng Meng kicked her legs in surprise and screamed. Just like that, Chunbai carried a beautiful girl and jumped from the window of the high-rise building. He said, hold on tight. Don't open your eyes. If the wind pressure feels too strong, tap me. Meng Meng curled up in his arms, only daring to reply with a yes. And so, Chunbai used his domineering strength, jumping from building to building, finding the way back to Jiangcheng. Some time later, Chunbai had carried Meng Meng quite a distance, arriving at a forest. This was the mountainous area on the outskirts of Wuchang. The two were about to enter a village secret realm. He landed gently, putting Meng Meng down. The system panel popped up a notification. Announcement. Entered the village of Ghost God Worship Secret Realm. Meng Meng looked around. She exclaimed in sheer amazement. The surrounding scenery changed in the blink of an eye. So this is a secret realm. Chunbai walked ahead and answered. One of the differences between a secret realm and a dungeon is the entrance. Only when you pass through the gate of a secret realm do you receive the entry notification. Therefore, for evolved humans, accidentally wandering into a new secret realm poses a huge risk. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Meng's eyes lit up. She asked him excitedly, I remember. Master really knows a lot. So do you need me to learn monsters next? Contrary to her excitement, Chunbai turned his head back, replying with a less than enthusiastic expression. This is not the dream world. Every time you use a skill, it is extremely critical. Near the entrance is relatively safe. You wait for me here. It was the don't let the woman lift a finger move again. Chunbai. Whoosh. He flew toward the stairs in the distance. Going deep inside, Meng Meng was speechless. She could only wait happily. After entering, Chunbai dealt with a few minions first. He thought to himself, Mission 3 has changed. It's no longer just killing demons, but killing all demon guards and dark priests. He swung his arm, slashing down one enemy, kicked another one down, wondering in his heart, the mission reward doesn't include bloodline potions either. Can I not get bloodline potions anymore? Throwing these two guys to the side, he channeled his spiritual energy. His body surged forward. Magic energy radiated in all directions. Chunbai decided, whatever happens, just kill the boss first. 30 minutes later, at the central square, Chunbai sat on a high wall looking down. In the square, there were many people holding swords, and a leader wearing a cloak. He shouted, Intruder. This man held a magic staff. A long cloak covered his head. There was a large birthmark on his face. He was planning to capture the intruder, Chunbai, as a sacrifice for the demon. The words hadn't even left his mouth. This dangerous hooded leader was startled to see Chunbai descending from above at breakneck speed. In a flash, Chunbai appeared behind him. Chunbai activated his evolution skill, Dissolve. His tentacles surrounded the leader, stripping his cloak right off, making him look very pathetic. A few minutes later, this guy was completely absorbed by Chunbai. Only his head remained. The remaining people surrounded him, simultaneously rushing up to attack. Many sword wielders focused their attacks, slashing at one target, Chunbai. He quickly transformed his arm into a giant shield to block. These slashes seemed useless against Chunbai. Two system panels appeared, eliminated the dungeon boss. Dark Priest Qiandahai, level 15, received 45,000 experience. This creature contains special blood elements. You can choose to continue absorbing or extract. Absorbing blood elements may affect the Blacklight virus in the host body. He leaned sideways, dodging the killing intent. Revealing a confident smile, he said, Not bad. I can use evolution usurpation to extract demon bloodline. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. Chunbai slammed one hand hard onto the ground. The hand holding the shield borrowed the momentum to swing hard. All those who were gripping swords and slashing at him were all knocked into the air. The result was giant spikes aimed at each target, piercing through them. Amidst the magic aura of the tyrant virus, Chunbai's system continued to notify. Extracted. Obtained C-rank low-grade demon bloodline potion. Resolved. Now is the usual absorption time. Chunbai waved his tentacles, finishing off a prey. He said, Small bosses can indeed be separated into bloodline potions. Moreover, the rank is the same as the boss. A moment later, Chunbai went to the other side, absorbing two people at the same time. Busy working, he told himself. Elite monsters can also be separated into bloodline potions, but ordinary monsters cannot. That makes sense. It's normal not to have any. At the village secret realm in the forest outside Wuchang, Meng Meng still sat obediently on the rock, waiting for her master. She could sense it. Her master had killed the boss. He had also killed many bosses and elite monsters. Waiting for so long, she started to get bored. Meng Meng propped her chin in her hands, thinking innocently. Master wouldn't forget about me, would he? I haven't done anything. I haven't gotten any experience. Even just letting me help out would be nice. Just as she was thinking this, Chunbai's voice suddenly appeared. Meng Meng, get your skill ready. This was a bit sudden. It startled her, and she lurched forward. He was running at full speed. He tried to shout loud enough for Meng Meng to hear. Use your annihilation skill. Your widest range. Don't worry. They aren't full health monsters. With your spirit power, it definitely won't be a problem. Whatever Chunbai said, she would trust and follow unconditionally. Meng Meng focused her mind. She replied loudly, yes. She sat on a large rock, waiting for him to arrive. Then she began to use her ultimate move. Roar! A shock wave erupted from her tiny throat, reverberating throughout the space. System notifications immediately began to ring out. Killed. Level 10 Corrupted Villager. Plus 250 experience. Killed. Level 12 Corrupted Village Woman. Plus 400 experience. Killed. Level 1 Corrupted Tourist. Plus 300 experience. Killed. Level 14 Corrupted Butcher. Plus 500 experience. Killed. Level 10 Corrupted Farmer. Plus 300 experience. Level up. Received 2 free attribute points. Looking at the string of experience notifications she received, Meng Meng leaned close to the screen and shouted, whoa. Just then, system notification. All missions have been completed. All monsters have been eliminated. You may choose to leave at any time. Meng Meng couldn't believe her eyes. She cheered with joy. Wow, Master, I'm already level 6.5. That's so much experience. Chunbai had returned. He put his hands on his hips, also proudly showing off his own achievements. I hit level 9 too. From her perch, Meng Meng couldn't contain her emotions. She swooped down like a little bird, throwing her arms around Chunbai. She said sweetly, thank you for luring the monsters for me, Master. I could just die. I love you so much. Another notification popped up. Notification. Song Ziqiang has sent a video call request via private message. Meng Meng was too busy hugging her master to notice. Chunbai turned his head and saw it. Connect, he said. Immediately, he asked with concern, what's wrong? You don't look well. Did something happen? Witnessing this scene, how could Chunbai's harem possibly remain calm? Song Ziqiang was furious, but she still had to report the situation. She spoke in a pouting tone, Master, we need your help. A goblin has appeared in the residential area, calling himself the god of trade. Hearing this, an image of Lita immediately flashed in Chunbai's mind. He exclaimed in surprise, the god of trade? Chunbai's attitude changed abruptly. He stared at the screen, asking urgently, Lita, what's he doing in the residential area? Song Ziqiang was also surprised that Chunbai knew the name of the self-proclaimed god of trade. She subconsciously asked back, you've forgotten him? On the other end of the line, Song Ziqiang began to recount the story via video call. It's a long story. I'll make it brief. That Lita fellow came to find me after staying in the settlement for a day. He took out a level 3 city building order, an A rank 1 as an investment. At this point, Song Ziqiang's expression became more cautious. She continued, but the condition is that after the city is built, we have to build him a goblin merchant guild in the best location. And that goblin merchant guild must be tax exempt for life. Chunbai crossed his arms, thinking, high-level city building orders are extremely rare. A city recognized by the Universal will also has many convenient functions. This investment, for us, had 100 benefits and no drawbacks. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang felt much more at ease. She added, that's great. I thought so too. But there's another problem. This city building order isn't something we can use whenever we want. We have to use it immediately. Chunbai propped his hand on his chin, hesitating for a moment. But he quickly made a decision. An A-rank city building order quest will trigger a monster siege. With the settlement's current strength, it will indeed be very difficult to withstand this attack. But you don't need to worry. I'll be back within a day. This news put Song Ziqiang in a bit of a difficult position. She immediately expressed her concern. Then should I delay for a day? Wait for your return before accepting this investment. Chunbai waved his hand. Ending the call, he said, that's Lita's investment in you. Besides, I've already accepted other investments. Oh right, you can praise Lita a lot. You can also mention me to him. Understood. Song Ziqiang immediately became serious again. She clasped her hands and replied, you can rest assured. At this moment, Chenbai took out a few system cards. Meng Meng, come here quick. Meng Meng immediately ran over. I'm here, master. Chenbai laid out a lot of equipment. He said, this is all my physique-boosting equipment. See if there's anything you can use. Try to raise your physique as much as possible. Meng Meng replied with adorable innocence. Okay, master, but which one should I choose? He looked at Meng Meng with a meaningful expression and said, there's an urgent matter to handle at the base. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up when I'm going at full speed. Meng Meng widened her innocent eyes and looked at him. Okay, she replied. A moment later, Meng Meng was wearing a lot of equipment, so much that she looked like a little Santa Claus. She said in a tiny voice, Master, I'm all equipped. My physique is now over 30. My defense has also increased a lot. Chenbai gave a satisfied thumbs up. Very good. The scene shifts back to Song Ziqiang's villa. She walked in beaming from the living room door. She spoke politely to Lida. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Lord Lida. We've decided to accept your investment. Lida sat with his legs crossed on the sofa. He spoke up. You are indeed a capable and decisive woman. No wonder you were able to build such a large settlement in these times. What's even more admirable is that you can manage thousands of evolvers in an orderly fashion. Despite such high praise, Song Ziqiang didn't become arrogant. She replied humbly, you're too kind. My management and business skills are probably not even 1/10,000th of yours, a god of trade. That you would choose to invest in US is an honor for the entire settlement. Lida tugged lightly on the brim of his hat. He praised her relentlessly. What a humble woman. I'm becoming more and more convinced that you can build this place into the most suitable city for evolvers to live in. He placed his clasped hands on the table, leaning forward slightly. Then he lowered his voice and continued. When that time comes, we'll have to ask you to look after our Goblin Merchant Guild. Song Ziqiang sat down gracefully, affirming, that's a matter of course. Following that, this scheming woman spoke while showing off her beauty to Lida. Actually, the manager of our settlement has admired you for a long time. When he learned that there would be a Goblin Merchant Guild in the city, he gave up his explorations outside and is rushing back with all his might. He was also very polite. He asked curiously, and who might that be? At this point in time, not many evolvers know about me and the Goblin Merchant Guild. Song Ziqiang thought of Chunbai. Then she said decisively, I'm sure you know him. His name is Bai. He has also received an investment from you before. As soon as he heard the name, Lida's eyes lit up in surprise. He no longer had his initial carefree demeanor. Lida turned his head away and muttered, it's that kid again? No, this investment won't do. Seeing Lida's hesitation, Song Ziqiang spoke up, it won't do. You can't invest anymore. Lida held a red card in his hand. He looked at the glowing card and said, not exactly. I just didn't expect that brat to be the manager of this settlement. With that brat here, this will be more suitable. From one surprise to another, Song Ziqiang asked again, innocently. A gold city building order? Lida slid the card across the table, pushing it in front of Song Ziqiang. He said, that's right. This is an S-rank gold city building order. The city building quest is S-rank. For that brat, it shouldn't be too difficult. If he can make it back in time, you guys might even have a chance to get an S-rank monster siege. Suddenly, an information panel popped up. Lida has sent you an S-rank gold city building investment quest. Song Ziqiang looked at the system panel in front of her. She was so shocked she jumped to her feet, stammering, this is... The system panel displayed. S-rank gold city building order investment. Un quest description facina felice. After one day of preparation at the center where the city building order is used, all surrounding monsters will be strengthened and will continuously attack the city building site. Hold out under siege for 5 days. The quest will be completed. Un quest reward facina felice. The area with a 10,000-meter radius, with the city building order as its center, will become a region recognized by the universal will. And you will receive the S-rank gold city building order reward. Picking up the card from the table, Song Ziqiang read it. Her expression changed. This range is indeed much larger than the A rank. Lida only waited for this moment. He then made a decision for this deal. He asked frankly, the danger is naturally greater. What do you think? Do you dare to accept this investment? Song Ziqiang fiddled with the card. She looked Lita straight in the eye and replied, "Of course. With lore by here. What is there for me to fear?" One day later, at the rooftop of the large villa in the Dongshan settlement, Song Ziqiang was already there. From a distance, she saw Chun Bai carrying a bundle of white, leaping between the tall tree branches. Not long after, he landed on the rooftop. As soon as he saw Song Ziqiang, Chun Bai said, "The return trip took longer than I thought. The monsters have gathered. I had to clear a path." Song Ziqiang rushed over, saying joyfully, "That's great. It's so good that you're back." In his arms was a tightly wrapped Meng Meng, sleeping soundly. He said, "I'll take the kid to her room to sleep first. You tell me the current situation." And so Chun Bai, carrying Meng Meng, walked inside. Song Ziqiang reported as she walked, "There's less than 20 minutes until the siege begins. We've set up 3 defensive lines based on the existing terrain. The direction facing Jiangsheng is the key defensive area. We've also prepared a number of defense plans." After taking Meng Meng to her bedroom, Song Ziqiang thoughtfully held out a suitcase and said, "This is all we could prepare for now." Chun Bai praised her reassuringly. "You did very well." Meng Meng was still fast asleep. Then, Song Ziqiang handed over the suitcase containing. She reported honestly, "There's also this. We've been continuously clearing out the sewer dungeon these past few days. We finally found the remaining pieces of the plague set." Taking the suitcase, Chun Bai immediately pulled her closer. He said vaguely, "Thank you. Choosing you was truly one of the best decisions I've ever made." Song Ziqiang leaned into his embrace, replying, "Being chosen by you is also the luckiest thing that's happened to me so far." On one side, Meng Meng was snoring. On the other, Chun Bai was holding the waist of the queen, Song Ziqiang. Song Ziqiang leaned in close and whispered, "Actually, I was very nervous, but seeing that you were still in the mood to bring another girl back, I felt much more at ease." Chun Bai glanced lovingly at Meng Meng. Then he explained, "She's not a woman I brought back. She's my disciple. Her talent is no less than mine." Now, Chun Bai pointed at Meng Meng and instructed, "Later, have Song Gu come and take care of her. Let me know as soon as she wakes up." Song Ziqiang was a little jealous of this preferential treatment. She looked at the sleeping Meng Meng, her expression innocent. He said, "This kid is the key to us keeping the settlement, so we can't afford to be careless." Song Ziqiang replied, "Got it. I understand." Now, he carried the suitcase and walked out, saying, "Let's go. We should go meet the besieging monsters." Ziqiang hurried to follow. She replied enthusiastically, "Yes." At the Dongshan Mountain gathering area, at the foot of the city wall, a large number of zombies appeared. Not as a lot, but an extremely large number. These zombies were of all sizes. Some were mutated. Their appearances were all filthy and grotesque. Chun Bai's eyes narrowed. He said in a low voice, "This is the attack from an S-rank city building order quest." He stood on the base's city wall, looking at the horde of zombies. He thought, in my past life, my Baidi city was only B rank when it was founded. The number of monsters compared to this S rank is truly a world of difference. From Chun Bai's vantage point, there were at least tens of thousands of zombies. They gathered together like they were at a festival. Faced with this momentum, he remained very calm, muttering, "You could say it's a world of difference." Although the distance was still far, he estimated that it would be another 3 minutes before the zombies reached the city wall. Each and every one of them was roaring hungrily. Inside the city walls, Song Ziqiang brought a little girl with the talent of sound transmission closer. She whispered into the little girl's ear. Just like that, Song Ziqiang's words were amplified by the little girl like a loudspeaker. "Everyone in the Dongshan gathering area. We are about to face a monster siege that will last for 5 days and 5 nights. But there's no need to worry. We have the strongest city walls in the world, the most abundant resources, and the most stable rear guard. We have over 100 B rank talent comrades, nearly 10 A rank or S rank talent experts, and even 2 SSS-Rank peak powerhouses standing in the middle of the crowd." The little girl continued to convey Song Ziqiang's words, shouting, "We don't need to worry about failure, because in 5 days, we will have the best and largest territory in the world. At that time, the defending guards will enjoy the convenience of the infrastructure at a discounted price." Hearing this, Many people cheered with joy. Song Zichung's gaze became even more determined. The little girl's voice carried out. Everyone, there's 1 minute left. Are you ready to start harvesting gold coins and experience? Everyone was fired up, full of momentum, and brimming with anticipation. Without a trace of fear, they roared, ready. Chunbai turned his head and praised Song Ziqiang. Well said. Very imposing. She casually replied to his compliment. Having you and the little girl you brought back makes me feel very confident. Chunbai then turned his head to look at the other little girl, saying with admiration, this little girl's sound transmission and amplification talent is not bad. He didn't forget to instruct. Have someone take the kid to a safe place. Song Ziqiang held the little girl's hand tightly and replied. Now he turned to Lu Li and said, Lu Li, how are the preparations for the live broadcast? Lu Li immediately replied, respectfully, as per your orders. I have chosen to use the highest-end live camera provided by the Universal Will. It can be controlled. At this, he was finally at ease. Chunbai turned to look outside, praising Lu Li very good. Then he prepared to give the order. You can start the live broadcast now. Lu Li looked at his back with a happy expression and replied. Now, there's only 1 minute left until the monster siege. On the Evolvers forum, a notification with a camera icon appeared. Live city building with an S-rank gold city building order in Jiangxing. A second later, it had already attracted the attention of many people across the continent. They commented enthusiastically, Jiangxing, it's definitely clickbait. And it costs 1 gold coin to watch. Wudi Yingming replied, for sure. Our entire gathering area had to work together to defeat a boss just to get a D-rank city building order. Guei Mei Xiaoya. No, it's real. Oh my god. There's so many zombies. Eric, does anyone know where this is? If they succeed in building the city, I'm definitely going to settle there. New World Emperor. Why is it an Easterner? It's almost time. The countdown to the zombie siege was on. 4, 2. Chunbai also prepared to summon his tentacles. He muttered, here they come. Then, 1 second, 0. The preparation time for the defense was over. At that very moment, the humanoid zombies from before had evolved. Their bodies had become larger. They were covered in sharp spines. Some were even covered in round pustules. They looked incredibly disgusting. The monsters have been strengthened. The system announced the start of the siege. Ali was a little flustered by the zombies' mutation. She said with regret, they're buffing them right as the siege starts? What a waste. I should have killed a few before they got enhanced. Song Ziquan looks proudly at Chun Bai's sturdy back. She speaks from behind him. He already knew the monsters would be enhanced, but he said buffed monsters drop more coins and EXP. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Bai leaps into the air from the crowd. He unleashes an earth-shattering strike into the swarming mass of zombies. Terrifying power launches them into the air. Limbs scatter everywhere. In that moment, he thinks to himself, the zombie stats have tripled, but the coins and EXP have tripled too. Now, Chunbai makes his move. He grabs a zombie by the head. He's injecting the plague into it. Mana tentacles appear. The virus rises, enveloping the target. A system panel pops up. Plague link. All attributes plus 15. Reduces resistance of those in contact. A smaller system panel continues the notification. Additional function. Plague transmission. Cooldown, 5 hours. These costs mean nothing to Chunbai. He swings his arm. He shoves the zombie away, knocking back several others. The system panel continues to notify. Inflicted plague on an enemy. Spreads at extreme speed. Causes continuous corrosion damage and weakens attributes. The infected, a massive swath of them collapses within Chunbai's poisonous viral mist. Chunbai looks with satisfaction at the falling zombies. He thinks, great skill. The damage isn't high, but the powerful spread combined with the stat debuffs. This could make the siege exponentially easier. A moment later, thousands of zombies in the rear naturally begin to avoid the ones he infected. Didn't think they'd be this smart. Chunbai exclaims in surprise. Where did that mental shock come from? The infected zombies pile up in heaps. The other zombies separate from them. Observing, scanning the thousands of zombies ahead. Chunbai deduces, there is definitely a lord in this horde. One that can command the undead. No wonder these zombies aren't trampling over each other, but advancing in an orderly fashion. He immediately activates his ability. Chunbai charges into the middle of the zombie pack. His hands swing continuously with force, creating a massive whirlwind. killing hordes of zombies. He thinks, I have to find the Lord. An uncontrolled mob is much easier to deal with. I just don't know the Lord's position. It might take quite a bit of time to find it. He thinks, I must take down the Lord first. Only then can I easily control the battlefield. Chunbai narrows his eyes in thought. If I go look for the Lord now, the front line won't have me decimating the undead. The zombie Lord will command the tide to launch an all-out attack on the defenders. There will definitely be casualties. But if I don't use this chance to find and kill the Lord, and wait until zombies from other areas threaten the gathering zone, our manpower will be scattered. I won't be able to leave then, either. Caught between a rock and a hard place. I'll charge forward and kill as many as I can for now. Chunbai finally thinks of getting help. Looks like if I want to solve this situation perfectly, I still need Meng Meng's help. It's not just normal zombies. Many evolved zombies are spitting venom at him. Chunbai raises his shield to block. On a soft bed, Meng Meng is still snoring away with her mouth open. Chunbai screams in his mind, Wake up, please, Meng Meng. The next second, as if by telepathy, right at that moment, Meng Meng suddenly opens her eyes slowly. Brother Song is in the room looking after Meng Meng. Seeing the girl wake up, he says happily, You're awake? Meng Meng just woke up. She feels very strange. She stammers, You? Who are you? Meng Meng blushes, looking around. Then she asks frantically with a hint of fear, Where is this? Where's my master? The news of Meng Meng waking up is immediately reported to Chun by Brother Song. Meng Meng is awake. I'm explaining the current situation to her. Receiving such good news in a critical moment. Chunbai's spirits lift instantly. He says, That's great. After listening to Brother Song, Meng Meng immediately sends him a message. I'm sorry, Master. You were moving at full speed. It was too fast. I couldn't handle the wind pressure. I got exhausted and passed out. I understand the situation now from Brother Song. I'll enter the dream to help you kill monsters right now. Chunbai replies immediately, No rush. I will describe the appearance of a specific zombie type. You need to quickly use your dream entry ability to find it. This is indeed a solid plan. Chunbai persists in holding the line, letting Meng Meng help him search for the zombie lord. Very quickly, Meng Meng receives the message. She reads it aloud. Normal humanoid body shape. Shoulders have protrusions like cloth armor. Very large head, covered in a hard outer shell. Shoulders have extending tentacles. Massive mental power. Stabilizing her mind, Meng Meng instructs Brother Song first. I'm entering the dream. Please don't let anyone near me. Thank you. Seeing Meng Meng sink into sleep, Brother Song doesn't understand at all. He asks, Why are you sleeping again? How did she fall asleep so fast? In the blink of an eye, Meng Meng has entered the dream space. It connects to the real world. She stands on a high city wall, looking down. She can't help but marvel. So many zombies. Without hesitation, Meng Meng suddenly spreads her arms wide, activating the spiritual power of her dream weaver talent. Those points of light instantly turn into giant boulders. A massive amount of them, falling from the 10-meter-high wall. The giant rocks fall at high speed, crushing countless zombies flat. Meng Meng sees the high efficiency. She cheers internally, Whoa, dream space is still the best. She stretches confidently, warming up a bit. She mutters, All right, gotta find the zombie master talked about. Borrowing power from high above. Meng Meng imagines herself sprouting a pair of beautiful, magnificent wings, soaring high above the countless filthy zombies. She says, Can't delay the mission master gave me. Until evening, after a day of fighting with everything he had to protect the base, Chunbai lands wearily on the city wall. He lets out a long sigh of relief. Sweating profusely, he reaches out to take a water bottle from Song Ziquan. He speaks, Sister Song. What are the specific casualties and wall damages? Song Ziquan immediately answers with a heavy heart. Thanks to your slaughter on the front lines, we have 0 deaths in battle. Furthermore, while the monsters at the base of the wall were thinned out, we went out for a few rounds of killing. Only a few members were injured. Listening to her report, the situation today is quite optimistic. Song Ziquan looks at Chun by gulping down water. She continues. The damage to the wall is also extremely minimal. I think you can rest easy. Let others take over the watch. Finishing the bottle in one breath, Chunbai doesn't feel safe handing it over. He refuses seriously now. The current situation cannot be considered optimistic yet. Now he explains clearly about the zombie lord. After understanding the battlefield situation, Song Ziquan is panicked. Her mouth gapes in shock. A lord? Respectfully taking the empty bottle from him, Song Ziquan asks carefully, so that kind of zombie actually exists? Chunbai gestures to explain. Today we only saw enhanced versions of normal zombies. The number of special zombies could be counted on one hand. His expression grows more worried. He says heavily, I have a feeling that Lord might be hoarding its strength, preparing to wipe us out in one go. Upon seeing her master, Meng Meng rejoices like she struck gold. She runs over calling, Master! Master! Behind her, Brother Song is also beaming. They haven't seen each other in days. She calls Chunbai from afar. Seeing Meng Meng running over happily without a care, Chunbai calls out, Meng Meng. Brother Song is out of breath, chasing after to remind her. Slow down a bit. Over here, Song Ziquan sees Brother Song arriving too. She's very surprised, thinking, Little brother? Chunbai turns to speak to Song Ziquan. Tell Luli not to live stream here. She replies quickly, understood. A moment later, Song Ziquan returns to report, Emperor Bai. Luli has diverted all of the Cosmic Will's live drones away. Chunbai hums in acknowledgement, then continues with a serious expression. Meng Meng's ability is very special. Absolutely no outsiders can know about it. Song Ziquan replies, understood. Meng Meng runs up to them, bending over, panting heavily. Different from his usual coldness, he pats her shoulder very gently and asks, Why the rush? Did you find the Lord? Meng Meng tries to answer between breaths. Not yet. She lifts her innocent head, clarifying the situation. Although I sensed some mental fluctuations a few times, each time was very short. I can only determine the general direction. Her tracking skill hasn't locked on yet. I'm sorry, Master. Even though she hasn't helped much yet, Chunbai has no intention of blaming her. He speaks gently to Meng Meng. Don't always say sorry. I know you've tried your best searching. Meng Meng looks at him, nods slightly, yes, sir. Then, she turns around. Wiping her sweat, she says, But it's not like I found nothing. Brother Song, the map. Brother Song replies immediately, right here. Brother Song opens the map. Meng Meng begins to explain. Although I didn't find the Lord, I discovered some suspicious gathering points of special zombies. Each place has a few hundred special zombies. As she speaks, Meng Meng points her finger at a location. She says, For example, here, near the Jiang City Farmers Market, there are 200 or 300 fat ones, over 2 meters tall, red eyes. Now, Meng Meng circles several strongholds with her finger, explaining in more detail. On Dongjiang Square, it's full of strange zombies with no arms or chins. On the Riverside TV Tower, it's crawling with a type of extremely fast zombie. From the start to the end of Manhwa Commercial Street, it's full of muscle-bound zombies with firm limbs. Chunbai imagines their forms, then strokes his chin and continues. Fatties, tanks, hunters, and screamers. These are all Stage 2 evolved zombies. Song Ziquan stands by the side. She crosses her arms and chimes in, You're right. Sure enough, they intend to finish us off in one go. Then, Song Ziquan's gaze becomes even more solemn. She asks further, Emperor Bai, what do you think of the strength of Stage 2 evolved zombies? Chunbai explains to Meng Meng and Song Ziquan. The level of Stage 2 evolved zombies is at least level 10, based on the numbers Meng Meng described. I'm afraid they've gathered over 1,000 of them. Chunbai frowns. His gaze becomes even colder as he thinks. With this amount, if it were just me alone, it's not like I wouldn't have a chance to win. But Chunbai states the scenario he's worried about bluntly. Once the zombie lord evolves further, under the lord's command, they absolutely will not gang up on me. Instead, they will attack the city walls with full force, slaughtering the residents inside. When that happens, it will turn into a game of who kills faster. Our survivor count would be hard-pressed to exceed 10%. Hearing this, the faces of all 3 girls turn pale. They lose their initial confidence. Song Ziquan turns to face the zombies. She shouts hatefully, We must eliminate this lord first. I'll go investigate immediately. See if there are any evolved humans in the city with talents for tracking mental fluctuations or finding monsters. However, Chunbai is very calm. He stops Song Ziquan. Don't rush. I've already thought of a suitable person. A moment later, Tianbai contacts Ansiya. Do you have the ability to trace the source of mental fluctuations? Han Xiao jokes. Emperor Bai, my talent is spirit control. Naturally, I'm extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual power. Chunbai replies immediately. Do me a favor. Hansiya continues. Is it about that lord you mentioned on the stream? Chunbai confirms. Correct. I'll clarify the situation and plan for you first. The afternoon of the second day of the siege. At the villa area of the Dongshan gathering zone. In the dream space, Meng Meng uses her ability to bring Han Xiao in for support. Han Xiao looks at the scenery around him. He says admiringly, "Is this Emperor Bai's base?" The stream only showed the city wall side. I didn't expect such a huge villa area. Meeting Chun Bai just then, Han Xiao happily asks, half joking, "Emperor Bai, if I move here, can I stay in a villa?" Chun Bai welcomes him warmly. He waves his hand, happily replying, "Of course you can. There are plenty of empty villas on the mountaintop. You can pick whatever you want." He was just joking. Who knew it would be real? Han Xiao is deliriously happy. He pretends to be surprised. I'm grinning ear to ear. Since Emperor Bai is so good to me, then I have to give it my all today. I'm ready. Are we heading out right now? Meng Meng asks Chun Bai, a bit confused. Master, which type of special zombie are we killing first? Chun Bai turns around, thinking for a few seconds, then looks ahead and says, to the Riverside TV Tower. On the Dongsheng Riverside TV Tower, a high-rise building covered in glass windows, is crawling with zombies like ants on a path. These zombies are densely packed, climbing up together, even biting each other. Chun Bai, Meng Meng, and Han Xiao, the three of them watch from afar. Chun Bai speaks up. Those hunters are the only zombie type that can ignore the walls. They're also the biggest threat to the gathering zone. Next, he looks at Han Xiao and says, that lord definitely won't sit idly by while we kill these hunters. When that time comes, it'll be your turn to shine. Han Xiao, after the last dungeon battle, is very confident. He replies immediately, just leave it to me. With that said, Chun Bai leaps into the air. Meng Meng also uses her ability to sprout wings and fly after him. Chun Bai turns to Meng Meng. Let's go. Meng Meng. Meng Meng replies determinedly, yes. Unknown if it was accidental or intentional. They left Han Xiao standing there alone, stunned, heart full of confusion. He points at his own face excitedly, thinking, should I research how to use spiritual power to fly objects? A moment later, Meng Meng flies to where many zombies are climbing the wall. She executes the move, Psionic Shock. A powerful shock wave emits from her. Many zombies are paralyzed, releasing their grip and falling. Meng Meng opens her cute eyes wide, thinking proudly, I'm still very strong in the dream space. This emitted shockwave also partially attracted the attention of other zombies. As if starving for days, they start rushing over, turning toward Meng Meng. Boom, 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 boom. Meng Meng is startled. She was just gloating for a few seconds. Now she's panicked. Too fast. Oh no. Right at that moment, many disgusting naked zombies rush recklessly toward Meng Meng. Every single one attacks viciously at the same time. Meng Meng can't react in time. She screams in fear. Can't dodge it. I'm in trouble. Chun Bai is here. How could he let a zombie touch Meng Meng? Chun Bai rushes in like Superman, shouting, Meng Meng, stand still. He traces a C-shaped arc. Moving successfully, he rushes in, repelling all the zombies without letting Meng Meng get hurt at all. Chun Bai's system panel displays. Rank A skill. Hellfire clone. Whole body enveloped in hellfire. Continuously consumes spiritual power. Inflict burns to both body and soul on enemies upon contact. He activates the power of the virus, Monarch. Giant spikes thrust out from the long wall. They pierce straight through each zombie, destroying a massive group. They are left hanging, suspended on the spikes. Next is a display of perfect teamwork between master and disciple. He tears apart high-level zombies on one side. Meng Meng blows out energy to destroy low-level zombies on the other. A moment later, Chun Bai stands leisurely on the roof of the building. He is letting the virus tentacles absorb. He says, that's the last one. Two system panels pop up one after another. Evolutionary usurpation. Seized elite variant body. Tier 3 speed zombie. The hunter. Received 200 virus points. 50 virus evolution points. Repeated usurpation. Benefit adjustment. Minus 60%. Meng Meng hovered in the air, looking down. Counted. 297 of them. It's only the second day of the siege. Why have so many of these elite, evolved zombies gathered here? After listening, Chun-Bai spoke up to explain. Speed-type zombies naturally gather very quickly. This is probably the entire population from Jiangxing, maybe even from the neighboring cities. He looked at the cityscape, predicting the zombie situation. Later on, some stragglers will naturally drift in. But by then, the Lord will be dead. Without the Lord's organization, their sporadic attacks won't be anything to fear. Meng Meng looked delighted. She flew closer to Chun-Bai and asked, "Yes, should we go pick a gathering point and sweep them?" Just as he was about to speak, Chun-Bai suddenly noticed something. He spotted a small object flying towards them. With lightning-fast reflexes, he caught a flying dagger between two fingers. He said, "Looks like we don't need to." It turned out to be a letter sent by Han Xiao. There was a small note in the handle of a knife. Found it. Chun-Bai opened it to read. Reporting the news from Han Xiao. He has locked onto the Lord's position. This news made Meng Meng overjoyed. After receiving the intel, Meng Meng and Chun-Bai immediately set off. In a mountainous area northeast of the Jiangcheng gathering zone, Han Xiao stood on a high mountain ridge. He pointed into the distance and said, "The source of the mental fluctuation is in that ravine ahead." Chun-Bai looked in that direction. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect it to be behind us. It seems its intelligence isn't low." Han Xiao beamed with a bright smile. He clenched his fist excitedly, looking at Chun-Bai, urging him, "Emperor Bai, let's go kill the boss. I can't wait anymore." Contrasting with Han Xiao's liveliness, Chun-Bai looked into the distance. His expression remained calm. "We have to return to the real world before we can go kill this lord." His excitement cut short. Han Xiao asked with a hint of disappointment. "Huh? Why is that, Emperor Bai?" Chun-Bai had more calculations in mind. He needed to prepare for the future. He wanted to arrange something for his reputation. So he said bluntly, "I have to live stream killing this lord. This is an excellent stepping stone to boost my fame." Patting Han Xiao on the shoulder, Chun-Bai promised, "You help a lot this time. If anything drops that suits you, I'll save it for you." Han Xiao immediately cheered up. He replied, "Thank you, Emperor Bai," preparing to return. Chun-Bai looked up and spoke to Meng Meng. "We should wake up now. Meng Meng, you can lead Han Xiao to eliminate some Tier 2 elite zombies." Meng Meng was happy that she could continue fighting to grind experience. She hurriedly asked, "Which type?" Images of several zombie types flashed through his memory. Chun-Bai described, "The Screamer. This type of zombie has evolved mental powers. It just so happens that you too can counter them. Although they don't have melee capabilities, they can emit a scream. For enhanced zombies, they're a very dangerous type." Having said that, he gave a friendly farewell, deciding to leave early. Meng Meng understood. She spoke up, "Got it, Master." Han Xiao also firmly guaranteed to complete the mission. A moment later, exiting Meng Meng's dreamscape, Chun-Bai arrived alone at the mountainous area northeast of the Jiangxing gathering zone. He stood where Han Xiao had stood in the dream, thinking to himself, "It's right here." Chun-Bai looked thoughtfully toward the valley, thinking, "Very close. Although I don't have a detection ability, I can feel the aura of a high-level evolved virus." Carelessly, from behind him, a zombie was preparing to ambush. This zombie's two fingers had mutated into two scythes. It swung them around twice. But Chun-Bai reacted with extreme speed. He dodged it effortlessly. The moment he saw the zombie's appearance, he was surprised. The hunter, a high-speed evolution type, superior to the stalker. The zombie lunged again, using the two scythes attached to its body to attack Chun-Bai. He analyzed. Most likely, these are the guards the Lord keeps by its side. This type of zombie loves close combat. Its speed isn't much inferior to mine. Just as the zombie rushed toward Chun-Bai, he switched states. One hand turned into a shield. One hand turned into a claw to block. The parasite on this monster flashed a green light. Chun-Bai calculated silently. "I have to pretend my ability isn't enough. Reveal a weakness. I need to lure them into attacking me." Without much effort, the zombie was already trembling. Chun-Bai continued thinking. "Otherwise, if a close-quarters fight starts, it will drag on for a long time. It wouldn't be good if the Lord took the chance to slip away." But, just as he calculated, another zombie rushed in. This time, it also intended to ambush. But Chun-Bai knew. He thought excitedly, "Here it comes." Aiming for the distance and speed, Chun-Bai grabbed the first zombie's hand and threw it at the second one rushing in. They screamed in pain. The two ugly faces of the zombies were smashed together by Chun-Bai. Full of panic, they tumbled in the air. Chun-Bai seized the moment. One punch smashed both their heads. It was the familiar evolutionary usurpation scene again. Two system panels popped up. Evolutionary usurpation. Notification. Usurped elite variant. Tier 4 speed zombie. The hunter. All abilities. Ultraviolet virus increased. Notification. Received 1,000 virus points. 750 virus evolution points. He let his hands be enveloped by virus tentacles, absorbing the two giant zombies. They shriveled up until only a few limbs remained. Two more system panels appeared. Notification. Usurped elite variant. Notification. Received 900 virus points. Repeated usurpation. Benefit adjustment, minus 10%. Chun-Bai's usurpation ability had evolved into a new form. He raised the scythe blade he had just fused from the zombie, saying with satisfaction, "A new form, huh?" The system panel popped up. Notification. Ultraviolet virus received a new form. Blade form. The next second, just as he stabilized the new equipment, Chun-Bai felt a surge of power that could not be underestimated. He thought, mental tremors? Such strong mental power. I knew there was something unclean nearby. Chun-Bai looked up at a high tree branch nearby. He raised his voice in challenge. I thought you would take the chance to run away. Do you really think you can kill me? The dark shadow on the branch was the zombie lord. Its body sprouted many thick, long tentacles. Its head was bumpy, full of disgusting pustules. At a glance, it looked like an octopus. Chun-Bai kicked off the ground and jumped up. He said aggressively, "Then you made a big mistake." One fatal blow. Chun-Bai charged up, slashed off the zombie lord's cumbersome head. It didn't put up any resistance at all. Just like that, Chun-Bai neatly finished it with two cuts. Its cumbersome head hit the ground with a thud. Just as Chun-Bai landed, he evaluated silently. This boss is a bit weak. A loud shout came from nowhere. "Emperor Bai." Chun-Bai was startled. Turn around. It was Song Ziqiang. She rushed over and hugged Chun-Bai tight. Smiling, she said, "Thanks to Emperor by destroying the Lord. Without a commander, the future waves of attacks will be much easier to deal with." He asked in surprise, "You guys are?" Perhaps Chun-Bai hadn't taught these students in a long time. These eager girls had all come out. Everyone invited him enthusiastically. Song Ziqiang scratched his head and said, "Of course, we're congratulating you, you bad boy." Luli cast a flirtatious glance. "You're so reliable." Lingyu was even bolder. She sent out many signals of love, calling out loudly, "Master!" So, the four of them surrounded Chun-Bai. Everyone was intimate and cherished him, making him want to enthusiastically exchange knowledge with them. Standing in the middle, he said happily, "You really grasp my weaknesses and hobbies perfectly, huh?" Right at the peak of his excitement, Chun-Bai's emotions were cut short. His expression returned to a look of disinterest. He whispered. However, the two sides in Chun-Bai's hand spun around, slashing out with the force of violent storm. His harem of beauties revealed their true forms. They were all just illusions created by that zombie lord. Song Ziqiang's illusion was just a strand of its magical aura, dispersed by a powerful slash. They all turned into transparent bubbles. Floating in the air, there was a certain poetic quality to this battle. Chun-Bai realized, illusions of this level? Don't bring them out to make a joke of yourself. That zombie was still intact. It wasn't as easy to deal with as it looked. Chun-Bai turned around. His attitude changed. Although you created illusions, you still couldn't disrupt my basic judgment. Looks like your mental strength stat is lower than mine. Huh? The zombie lord's pride was hurt. It trembled with rage. It opened its mouth wide and growled. Chun-Bai's face darkened. His cold eyes stared it down. He said arrogantly, "Mr. Zombie Lord." The confrontation between Chun-Bai and the zombie lord. This event was being broadcast live on the continent-wide system. Many people were watching and commenting continuously. Was there a hallucination? No wonder I saw him slash the air twice. Too bad the live stream doesn't show hallucinations. I thought there was an invisible monster. This high-level zombie doesn't look very strong, does it? Haha, not strong. You go kill a minion then. Our Ngao City just had a mantis zombie appear. We only managed to kill one the day before yesterday. The team was all A-rank talents. I'm in Ngao City too. That was our strongest team. You just said it's a mental evolution type. Its mental power isn't as high as his. Did I hear that wrong? You didn't hear wrong. I heard it too. That's absurd. I suspect this whole siege is a hoax by that despicable yellow-skinned monkey. Laughing my ass off. There are always clowns who refuse to accept reality. Another system panel popped up. Everyone, go to Broadcast Room 3. They've started attacking fiercely over there. At the city wall of the Jiangcheng Gathering Zone. Phase 2 physical evolution zombies. And the violent giant tanks. Now, every single one of them was even more ferocious. Some evolved into giant fat guys. The strength of the small ones was also greater. They were thrown 10 meters high by the big ones. More agile than the big fatsos. This way, they could climb up the city walls. Alert the whole unit. Kill the zombies being thrown up first. Song Ziqiang was still struggling to guard this spot. The zombies being thrown up rushed forward viciously. Besides Song Ziqiang, there were other class holders fighting against these zombies together. C-rank talent. Not just delivery. Quite proud of throwing things. Throwing accuracy increased. Thrown damage increased. C-rank talent. Firefly, arrow no return. Can change the flight direction of fired arrows. C-rank talent. Invisible resistance. Can change a certain flight trajectory. They continuously fired countless arrows and stones, relentlessly attacking them. Among the zombie horde was a massive, hardened zombie. It rushed high into the air. This zombie had set foot on the city wall. It even had a move that emitted shockwaves. The zombie puffed up its chest and roared loudly. The dense shockwaves made many class holders' ears ring and heads throb. The younger ones couldn't withstand the pressure and had to retreat. One class holder ran ahead, saying, "The fourth defensive line is breached." They've started throwing zombies onto the fourth wall. Seeing that they were screwed, Song Ziqiang activated her ability. She leaped up, took a stance, ready to throwing knife, shouted loudly, "Don't panic. Hold your positions." Song Ziqiang swung her arm with force. The giant throwing knife was launched, flying with terrifying power, making even her teammates dodge in terror. On this side, Ali was busy exterminating zombies. Her body moved as fast as lightning. Wherever she went, zombies died. The zombie that emitted the shockwave earlier took a hit from Song Ziqiang. It seemed it hadn't taken much damage yet. It grinned. Haha. Hearing this provocative laugh, Song Ziqiang angrily reached out her hand, snapped her fingers, then snorted coldly. After a light snap of her fingers, the skill Magnetic Needle Spike was activated. It transformed into an iron pillar as thick as an ancient tree, stabbing straight into the stomach of the zombie that had been smug just seconds ago. A moment later, the situation finally stabilized temporarily. Song Ziqiang spread her arms and shouted to everyone. "Everyone hold on. Emperor Bai will destroy the Lord, commanding them very soon. If we get past this wave, we will definitely win." As soon as she finished speaking, the class holders cheered enthusiastically. Song Ziqiang's image was broadcast live. In the system, many people commented with praise and expressed their infatuation with her. "She's so strong. Not watching anymore, brothers. I'm going. I want to be her dog. I like the girl behind her more. A queen and a female assassin. Oh my god, I'm in love. Stop dreaming. That's Emperor Bai's woman. Everyone, go watch Emperor Bai's side. Go check Emperor Bai's side. Damn it. I didn't expect there to be so many high-level zombies." Scene shifts to the gathering area in the northeast mountains. Chen Bai's fist and the zombies clashed. He used the plague transmission move to infect the zombie. This tyrant zombie was one of the helpers summoned by the zombie lord. It was 5 times bigger than Chen Bai. Horn spikes grew on its body. There was even a slimy mouth on its giant hand, sticking out a long tongue. He punched in the chest, making it dizzy, unsteady on its feet. The system's live broadcast room was bustling again. What kind of zombie is that? Upgraded tyrant variant. Strength, evolution type. Name is the follower. You know a lot, bro. Have you seen it before? You new here? Their names were spoken by Emperor Bai. This one wasn't even finished yet. When the zombie lord threw a round meatball over, Chen Bai realized immediately, turning around vigilantly. The image was broadcast live. Everyone discussed excitedly. Let me tell the newcomers this. Emperor Bai waited for the Lord to summon all its helpers before he started making his move. That arrogant prick. He will definitely pay the price for his arrogance. There are always people who dislike others. Jealousy rising up. After the zombie meat ball hit the ground, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Chen Bai jumped into the air, dodging the ground tremors. From that massive explosion earlier, appeared a high-level zombie. Its whole body was enveloped in hellfire, burning furiously. This one is called the Heretic. Its body shape is close to human, signaling it would be a tough opponent. Suddenly, another explosion happened near Chunbai. He dodged agilely. Dust flew blindly. A giant, fat zombie appeared in front of Chunbai. Many red lumps of flesh and pale arms grew on its body. This monster shook itself, shaking the entire area. The live broadcast room was noisy again. Is this the Lord's final helper? Strength variant, Meat Mountain. I've seen a variant even bigger than this. Don't bullshit. It's true. The whole of Twin City was eaten by that kind of meat mountain jumping around. I was nearby too. I could see it from very far away, facing such an imposing aura and formation. Chunbai remained fearless. He borrowed momentum to leap up, summoning his fire ability. His whole body exploded with power. His hands mutated into hellfire clones. He shouted, "You think just this can stop me?" From Chunbai's small arms, his virus tentacles intertwined, forming a giant drill, stabbing straight into the fat zombie's massive chest. The ball took a heavy blow, leaving it breathless. It growled in pain. Immediately after, Chunbai rushed toward the zombie lord. He raised his claws, preparing to shred it. The next second, his claws transformed into chainsaws. He unleashed his power, tearing through its outer layer. Chunbai used all his strength, delivering a powerful slash filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "Trying to run?" Too late. The comment section was in an uproar again. "Is the Lord dead yet?" I went to the scene. "I'm not going back." "Hurry back and report after you've seen it." The zombies on the main front are in chaos. They're even starting to trample each other. The moment the Lord died, everything fell into chaos. Even that fat one stopped throwing zombies. Looks like this Lord was a real menace. To aid the zombie Lord, the fat zombie's giant hand slammed down toward Chunbai. It wanted to swat him like a fly. Boom! A powerful slam shattered the ground. Dust flew everywhere. There was no sign of Chunbai. In the giant zombie's hand, it opened its mouth wide. That grab was meant to catch the Lord, but this big guy was too greedy. It opened its mouth wide, wanted to swallow the zombie Lord whole. Just then, Chunbai leaped up. He used the giant's arm as a springboard, slashing down with a single blow. The fat zombie's hand trembled. Chunbai's face darkened. He said angrily, "Who gave you permission to eat my food?" He displayed his peak strength. With just one critical hit, he sliced the giant zombie in half like a watermelon. The virus-laced gas sprayed out violently. The forum was in an uproar again. Can't I absorb monsters? Why isn't he absorbing these? Probably not convenient during a fight. He could absorb them at will when he was dealing with the zombie tied before. How can those small fries compare to the enemies now? After dealing with the watermelon rind, it was time for the coconut shell. Seeing its comrade injured, the tyrant zombie immediately charged forward. A long tongue shot out from its palm. The long, coiling tongue extended for 10 meters. It whipped back and forth, aiming straight for Chunbai. He quickly leaped up, countering with a knife strike. Within a few breaths, Chunbai muttered, "Its strength is a bit weaker than before. Looks like the weakening effect of the plague infection isn't bad." The tyrant from before had already been hit with plague infection, so Chunbai confidently charged right in front of it. It opened its mouth wide, swinging its arm down to smash him. Before the tyrant could even strike, Chunbai used his smaller size to his advantage, charging forward. He met the giant hand head-on, saying, "Your resistance to the heretic's soul refining phosphorus fire is pretty good. Let me borrow it for a bit." Behind the tyrant's enormous body, the ferocious heretic zombie appeared. Flames blazed fiercely. It roared with all its might. The powerful shockwave lit up the entire area. They were also very good at coordinating. Chunbai pushed himself higher. He charged forward without any fear. The result was a ferocious slash. In a brilliant flash of light, he sliced the heretic in half. Chunbai's speed was no joke. In an instant, the tyrant flew to one side, and the heretic fell to the other. He said coldly, "Done." The chaotic battle had finally ended. Chunbai was the survivor. In the end, at his feet lay a pile of zombie corpses. Each one that fell signified a small prize. Chunbai looked around at his spoils. "I'd say my luck isn't half bad. I never expected that the materials I've been dreaming of for so long could be collected so completely and neatly." Biochemical Scourge card. C-Rank Crafting Blueprint. The necessary materials appeared before him. Zombie Claws. Flesh Mountain's Tendons. Tyrant's Bones. Heretic's Heart. Lord's Brain. Chunbai turned around at this moment and said, all top-quality stuff. Even half a rank higher than the blueprint requires. I have a feeling I can craft something good this time. An E-rank zombie card appeared. It displayed Agility +10. Strength +8. When hitting an enemy, you can receive healing. Attach skill. Ghostly Shadows Mark. Activate. Agility +10%. Attack speed +20%. Equipment requirement. Agility greater than or equal to 25. Evolver level greater than or equal to 2. From the zombies just now, Chunbai had reaped an incredibly rich harvest. All of this was broadcast live. And so, the forum was once again thrown into a frenzy. Is this something I'm even allowed to see? All these materials dropped from zombies. To be used for crafting equipment. I can't even imagine. Oh my god. Lord Bai, can you show us the stats of the equipment after you synthesize it? In your dreams. How could he possibly reveal the stats of something like this for us to see? Chunbai looked at these items. He frowned and said, C-Rank? Chunbai's system panel displayed. Biochemical Scourge. Special Weapon. C-Rank Gauntlets. All attributes. +35. Looking at the gauntlets floating before him, he was silent for a long time. On the forum, his every move was being discussed heatedly. He's looking at the stats. I want to see too. He doesn't look too happy. Looks like this thing is probably trash. A C-Rank. It seems he's not satisfied with the grade of this equipment. I think so too. A C-Rank is not worthy of what dropped from those zombies. Chunbai's system panel reported. Lord's Brain. Activated. Can permanently control 3 creatures with spirit power no higher than your own. Mutated Tyrant's Heart. Activated. Increases your own agility and strength by 30%. At the same time, increases attack motion speed by 50%. Effect diminishes over time. Lasts for 50 minutes. Cooldown of 3 hours. Now the system continued to display more detailed information. Mutated Flesh Mountain's Tendon. Activated. When defeating an enemy, can trigger a recovery state. Each enemy defeated can restore special energy. Spirit Power. Wounds and Stamina. All basic attributes except Spirit Power +1. Does not stack. Lasts for 20 minutes. Phosphorus Fire Heretic's Heart. Activated. Releases a comprehensive offensive and defensive spiritual force field to resist spiritual attacks and release spiritual pressure. Finally, a summary panel displayed. This equipment has activated a rare crafting effect. Obtain the special ability Scourge Evolution. After equipping Biochemical Scourge, defeat 100,000 mutated biochemical hostile targets and 100 high-level mutated individuals. This equipment will evolve into a sentient soul weapon. Seeing this, Chunbai was stunned. He said, a sentient soul weapon. Now he was thinking along a different line. Although some important parts of these guys have been stripped for materials, the rest of them are also very valuable for absorption. He couldn't help but wonder. I wonder if these things can evolve my monarch virus further. He stood amidst the pile of zombie corpses, unleashing countless tentacles that spread out in all directions, and began to absorb. The system immediately displayed a notification, devouring special mutated individual. Tyrant type pursuer. Receiving continuous growth points. Notification. A new ability for the monarch virus has been unlocked. Total basic awakening progress of the virus has reached 30%. The advanced skill tree has been unlocked. A long while later, Chunbai retracted his tentacles after having his fill of the mutated zombies. He thought about this new form. Then he spoke. Open the virus awakening panel and the skill panel. At this, the system immediately opened the awakening panel. Chunbai scrolled through the awakening percentages, stopping when he reached the monarch virus section. He used both hands to operate on the 2 system panels. Completely focused. First, add all the evolution points to the monarch virus. The gauntlets were new equipment. Chunbai was ready to put them on. He looked at his hands happily. All done, he thought. If this treasure can evolve into a sentient soul weapon, it will have even more new abilities. Right now, I'm really eager to test its effects. The next second, he kicked off the air and flew up, darting through the air in a Z pattern. The system panel displayed. Air dash. Consume stamina to fly through the air or change direction. The amount of stamina consumed increases with consecutive uses. In the office at the Jiangxing Villa Complex, Luli was busy handling the live broadcast work on the system. She called to report to Song Ziqiang. Sister Ziqiang, Lord Bai's side is completely finished. He's flying towards the city wall. I'm adjusting all the Universal Will's broadcast lenses to the main battlefield. Song Ziqiang was currently in a tent at the base inside the city walls. Her arm was injured. Su Xian was treating her. Song Ziqiang replied to Lu Li, "All right, Lu Li. I got it." The wound on Song Ziqiang's arm was healing quickly. She expressed her concern for the enthusiastic nurse with satisfaction. "Su Xin, this has been hard on you. You haven't rested at all since the siege began. After this wave of attacks is over, you can go get some rest." Su Xian's face was a bit pale, but she still tried to sound strong. "I could still hold on. There were also quite a few people injured in the last all-out attack. I can't just leave them." Looking at Su Xian's exhausted state, Song Ziqiang couldn't rest easy. She stood up, gently pushing Su Xian down into a chair. "You need to go rest for my sake. You're not the only one with healing talent. Besides, if you overwork yourself, Lord Bai won't be happy either." At this, Song Ziqiang blushed. She leaned in and whispered suggestively in Su Xian's ear, "If we don't have your recovery talent at the private celebration party after the defensive battle ends, us sisters are going to be in for it." Only then did Su Xian understand Song Ziqiang's meaning. Her face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple. She stammered, "Celebration party." Suddenly, the young lawyer Ling Yu pushed open the door, holding a piece of paper. She called out loudly, "Ziqiang, our situation isn't looking too optimistic right now." Hearing this, the two people in the tent were startled. Their faces showed worry. Ling Yu referred to the base's situation and explained, "Although the all-out attack order was nullified after the Lord died, and the zombies in the distance are no longer charging full speed towards the city wall, however, the zombies within a 1-kilometer radius of the city wall still harbor hatred for the settlement. They're frantically attacking us now." When mentioning the high-level zombies, Ling Yu's expression grew even heavier. She explained, "The worst part is the high-level mutated zombies that the Lord gathered. Although they've lost their command, they've all gathered together. According to Shi's overall observation, we've already had 3 sections of the city wall breached." She continued to emphasize, "The most dangerous area right now is from the 6th West section to the 8th West section. Our concentrated tank forces are completely unable to stop them." The scene changes to the observation point inside the city wall. She had been sent to this area to carry out a mission. Song Ziqiang immediately video called her. "Shi, how's the situation on your end?" She used her observation talent to see the zombies gnawing at the city wall. She quickly reported, "The 6th West section of the city wall, according to my abilities analysis, can only hold out for another 3 minutes at most. We need immediate support. The flesh wall is being gnawed at a faster rate than it can devour and regenerate, so it won't last long." She worked very hard. During the several days of defending the city, she didn't miss a single second. The young girl's eyes were bleeding from overexertion. Shi's panel appeared. Talent: SSS-Rank, unobstructed view. Any target within sight can be marked and zoomed in on. Can consume spirit power to quickly integrate all information within sight. Seeing Shi's face through the video call, Ling Yu said with concern, "Since the all-out attack began, Shi has been continuously using her ability to observe the entire battlefield, assisting with command and deployment. Her condition is very poor right now." Song Ziqiang said nothing. She was incredibly moved by the determination of these girls. Song Ziqiang thought to herself, "Little Ji's judgment of friends and men is really not bad." Now she turned and said a few more words to Ling Yu. "I'm going to support the main front. You tell everyone in Shi's school to make her go rest." Ling Yu immediately replied, "I understand." On the other side, on the city wall of the settlement, Song Gu led many people with classes to provide support. She held her weapon, shouting fiercely, "Sister Ali, I've brought people to help you." Knowing Song Ji's strength, Ali immediately put up a hand to stop her, shouting, "Don't come over here. Their speed is too fast. You guys won't be able to retreat." The 3 high-level evolved zombies were besieging Ali. They jumped back and forth. dodging her attacks. Feeling that she couldn't handle the three of them alone, Ali had no choice but to shout, "Everyone, charge for me!" Suddenly, Chunbai rushed over. He zipped past Song-gu and said, "Ali already told you not to interfere. What more chaos are you trying to cause?" Song-gu froze at his appearance. She called out in a daze. Chunbai flew past. He swung his arms, unleashing Gale Slash. Wherever he flew, zombies were paralyzed by electricity. He said, "Quickly, lead your people back and tell everyone. The zombie lord is dead. Leave the rest to me." Hearing this news, Song-gu was both shocked and overjoyed. She was speechless. The lord is dead? Lord Bai is back. These zombies aren't scary anymore. Chunbai's one blow cracked the earth, damaging hundreds of zombies. Song-gu watched that wave of power, completely stunned. She said, "Earth-shaking strike. Victory is decided." Chunbai's virus tentacles transformed into a whip in his hand. It extended for 10 meters. He swung the giant whip, lashing a group of zombies in half, sending them flying. Song-gu relayed Chunbai's words. She stood on top of the city wall and shouted to the other sectors, "Kill the enemy with all your might. The Lord is dead. Lord Bai has returned. Victory is decided." Chunbai's entire body radiated tracking virus and tracking heat energy. His whole body glowed purple. Chunbai shouted, and as soon as the words left his mouth, countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground, eliminating all nearby enemies. Just one advanced earth elemental move. Song Ziqiang also shouted, "Now everyone, hold nothing back and unleash your ultimate skills to speed up the end of this battle." Song Ziqiang unleashed confidence support. Countless iron pillars shot out, destroying the zombies. Meng Meng also took the opportunity to charge forward. She released a powerful burst of fire, incinerating a large group of zombies. She fought and cleared nonstop, until 4 days later. It was much quieter now. The surroundings were shrouded in smoke and dust. Chunbai stood alone, looking around. Ziqiang walked over. He looked around thoughtfully and said, "The losses from this defensive battle are much greater than I imagined." Song Ziqiang stepped forward and said, "That's right. The wall is almost completely destroyed. This battle lasted for 5 days." She looked at the embers and corpses on the ground and said, "We all overestimated our own endurance and underestimated the intensity of the battle. If it weren't for you and Meng Meng, we definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on." Suddenly, Lita appeared. He broke into a wide smile, speaking first. "I think you all should cheer up a bit." As soon as victory was clear, Lita immediately appeared. He congratulated the base and Chunbai on their achievement. Although the battlefield looks quite tragic, the death toll is lower than I expected. Congratulations to you all for completing the mission perfectly. Lita stood on a high wall, speaking excitedly about the next mission for Chunbai and the base. Now is the time to build your city-state. This is the next trial after the Advent, the first city-state. This caught the attention of Song Ziqiang and Chunbai. They looked up with renewed anticipation. As soon as Lita finished speaking, the Universal Will System panel appeared. Investment Quest. S-Rank Gold City Building Order. As soon as Lita finished speaking, the Universal Will System panel appeared. Investment Quest. S-Rank Gold City Building Order. Mission complete. Quest rewards have been distributed. Song Ziqiang looked up, brushing back her hair, and asked, "So, the city has been successfully built? Is that all there is to it?" Hearing this, Lita replied, "Of course not." Chunbai, who had been silent until now took Ziqiang's hand and said, "Let's go to the place where you used the city building token." Ziqiang looked at him, bewildered. At the foot of Mount Dongshan, where the Jiangshan gathering place was located, a sphere appeared. It radiated a brilliant blue light. People gathered around to watch, asking, "What on earth is this?" No one knew about the appearance of this strange object. "I have no idea. It just appeared out of nowhere." A man standing on high ground shouted down, "Everyone be careful." The sphere spun as it moved across the ground, emitting a blinding light. Inside it, a city could be seen. The system panel displayed, "City Heart, exclusive to evolvers and authorized users. After use, a city-state can be established." The sphere now floated upward, hovering at about human height. Only now did everyone realize what it was. A young man reached out to grab it, saying, "It's a city heart. The city heart belongs to Empress Song Ziqiang." Just then, someone saw a notification. The White Emperor and the Song Empress have arrived. The sphere flew higher and grew larger and larger, emitting an even stronger blue light. Chunbai led Ziqiang by the hand to see it. He spoke loudly. "Are we using it here?" Song Ziqiang quickened her pace and immediately replied, "MHM, before using it, I specifically sought out a planning expert. This location is perfect." Ziqiang lowered her head and explained further. "This place covers the mountainous region, surrounded by peaks and plains. Several important facilities and resources can be placed here. Jiangcheng also has a vast plain, and the waterway passing through the gathering place can be used for transport." Chunbai leaned in close to her. Intimate and incredibly satisfied, he said, "As expected of you, you really thought of everything. Let's go. Let's build our city-state." Ziqiang glanced at Lida. She was a bit hesitant. "Wait, I have something to ask Mr. Lida." Ziqiang turned around. She asked him directly and frankly, "Apologies, Honorable Mr. Lida. Although this is your investment in me, I want Chunbai to be the city lord." Lida adjusted the brim of his hat. He spoke clearly. "No need to ask me. The city heart already belongs to you. You just need to fulfill your promise to establish a Goblin Chamber of Commerce in the Central District." From afar, Lida used his power to project his voice. "Go on. I have already authorized him." Chunbai looked at Ziqiang with affection, giving a soft MHM. The two looked exactly like a king and a queen. Now, Ziqiang had completely entrusted everything to him. The system panel popped up. Notification from the will of the universe. "You have been authorized. Do you wish to use the city heart?" Chunbai reached out and touched the sphere. He said loud and clear, "Yes." The light from the sphere became even more blinding than before. Another system panel appeared. Notification from the will of the universe. "Please name the city-state with serial number S001. Chunbai thought for a long time. He looked at it thoughtfully, as if pondering something. He thought, "It's time to restart the legend of the menace." Chunbai's expression grew intense. He growled softly, "White Emperor's City." The system reported, "Notification from the will of the universe. Naming successful. Unlocked city management panel." Now, another notification. Notification from the will of the universe. City Heart Class S. The owner of the City Heart is the City Lord. Within the range of White Emperor City, experience gain and drop rates are increased by 20%. All attributes increased by 100%. You may choose to toggle a switch, causing enemies within White Emperor City to suffer a 50% reduction in all attributes. After the ritual was complete, the sphere spun around, moving close to his chest. Chunbai instinctively leaned back. Ziqiang's notification panel appeared. Notification from the will of the universe. You have been granted the highest level of management authority by the City Lord of White Emperor City. Within White Emperor City, all attributes increased by 80%. She read it intently and observed Chunbai. Now, a massive notification board appeared. Notification from the will of the universe. Announcement to all evolvers. Evolver Chunbai has established the city-state White Emperor City. Serial number S001. Received 10 fame points. All the people in the base cheered. 3 free attribute points. I only got 2 points. Damn it. If I'd known, I would have risked my life to kill a few more monsters. Long live the White Emperor. Long live the Empress. The massive notification board appeared again. Notification from the will of the universe. The city defense mission you participated in has ended. Received 100% experience reward. Additionally, based on contribution, received 3 free attribute points. Lida laughed heartily. Huh. He walked up to Chunbai and Song Ziqiang, clapping his hands, praising excellent. Song Ziqiang heard his voice and turned to ask, "Mr. Lida, is something making you happy?" From a distance, Lida now appeared in front of the two. He said, "Chunbai is the city lord. Ziqiang having management rights and the strongest backing. All of this suits me very well. This is a perfect transaction. Everyone got what they wanted." Having spoken his mind, he raised his hand, satisfied with the summary. "This investment has concluded. I am very pleased with the results this time." Lida was a bit short, so he stood on his tiptoes and whispered a reminder to Chunbai alone. "I must continue on my journey now. You must quickly complete my investment mission, Chunbai." Chunbai was amused. He wanted to haggle, but still replied politely. Just how difficult is the investment mission you gave me? Do you have any idea? Lita gently tugged the brim of his hat again. He cleared his throat. Haha, I believe in you, young man. It seemed Lita held Chunbai in high regard. A moment later, Chunbai handed a scroll to Song Ziqiang, saying, For you, this is the reward for building the city. The gold item I just pulled. Ziqiang accepted it with both hands. Chunbai continued, Didn't you already do the preliminary planning? Find a good spot for these. Holding the item, she viewed the details in the system panel. Galaxy-grade supercomputer core. The supercomputer core represents the highest technology in the universe. It can design blueprints for machinery used in the challenges. It has extremely high growth potential. Ziqiang asked in confusion. This is... Below it, another detailed system panel appeared. Class A integrated automated production line. Can be combined with a supercomputer core for automated production. Just put in the raw materials, and it can complete the entire production process. Chunbai patted Ziqiang on the shoulder, explaining further. The vehicles and mechs it builds can all be used in the challenges. With these things, the gathering place will develop at a breakneck speed. Ziqiang looked at him, realizing the implication. She responded with a soft hum. Ziqiang looked hesitant. She spoke haltingly, but things are different now. Even if we have guns. Chunbai picked up a scroll, pointed at it, and explained, The firearms made by this production line might not be the kind we used before the apocalypse. They have attributes. You have to let go of your pre-apocalypse mindset. He looked at the city management system. It didn't look like much right now, but his expression turned serious. His tone became more grave as he summarized. But later on, there will be more exclusive architectural blueprints for the city-state. You're going to be dazzled. He gave examples and explained clearly. For instance, the S-Class facility, Biological Exchange Center. It can clone your body, giving you a second life. S-Class, Anti-Gravity Foundation. It can help us build a city in the sky. These are all blueprints that only a city-state of rank S can use. Ziqiang happily clutched the two scrolls. She said with determination, I understand. Our city-state will definitely become the strongest one. The necessary instructions. Chunbai had passed them on to Ziqiang. The two fell silent. Suddenly, a voice called out, Master, Master. The two were startled. It's Meng Meng. She ran over energetically, calling Chunbai like she was calling for tea. Fighting monsters in the dream world this time was super awesome. I unlocked 3 new skills. Chunbai's system immediately notified him. Meng Meng has shared skill descriptions with you. The specific content was displayed by the system. Enhanced. Dream Totem. White noise. The Dream Totem can emit various sounds that cause others to fall into a dream. Enhanced. Dream Totem. Hypnotic Wave. The hypnotic ability of the Dream Totem is significantly strengthened. It also comes with a mental suggestion function, causing people to relax and lose focus. Chunbai finished reading and praised, good choices. Now the Dream Totem can force people into a dream without them needing to stare at it. Combined with Hypnotic Wave, it can be effective even in real-world combat. Meng Meng was very happy. She smiled, eyes curving into crescents. Master, you flatter me. Isn't this the combo you told me about after looking at my skill tree? Then she leaned on his shoulder, pointing at the system and continuing, Master, look at the third one. The third one is a newly unlocked skill tree. I tried selecting it. The system panel read, Enhanced. Dream Entry Ability. Awakening. Guess from the dream. Can choose to return to reality from any active dream totem. He finished reading and spoke up in confusion. This is a teleportation ability. Meng Meng was overjoyed. She pulled Han Xiao over as an example. That's right. If I pull Han Xiao into the dreamscape right now, I can use the dream totem to teleport to his side. Of course, I might not go myself, but I could bring you Master to his side. Seeing everything progressing smoothly, Chunbai made a special point to say, regarding skill selection, you are already very proficient. Meng Meng lowered her head modestly. She blushed and said, I'm still far behind in other aspects though. But she took the chance to invite him. Master, are you free? I happen to want to research the effects of the new skills. Chunbai didn't hesitate. He agreed readily. Of course. You go wait for me at the training ground on the mountainside first. I'll be there in a bit. Meng Meng squinted and smiled. With a cheerful yay, Meng Meng skipped away. Chunbai turned back to instruct Ziqiang. Pick a few people with different mental strength levels from our side to go over there, to test the actual combat effectiveness of Mengming's new skills. Song Ziqiang replied, no problem. Finding people is easy. I'll tell them to gather at the hillside training ground. Once Mengming was far away, Ziqiang hugged Chunbai tightly. She whispered a reminder. But don't train too late, okay? We have already prepared everything. Tonight, we're rewarding the city lord. He smiled and replied, I know. Speaking of which, Ziqiang even teased him with a preview, filling him with anticipation for the upcoming collective surprise. I heard Songgu even prepared a surprise gift for you too. Inside Song Ziqiang's villa, the girls were preparing for Chunbai's special reward. Songgu crossed her arms, watching air practice her greeting. She commented, not bad. Let's go with this outfit. Tonight is hosted by Songgu. She had poured her heart and soul into preparing a big gift for Chunbai. Songgu turned to everyone and said, sisters, are you confident that in tonight's battle we can make Chunbai submit to us? Before Chunbai returned, his harem was incredibly lively. Everyone was warming up to deal with the battle in the villa. Lingyu turned and replied to Songgu, of course we're confident. But Songgu, don't be like last time, fainting before we even did anything. Hit right where hurts. Songji's hair stood on end. She closed her eyes in embarrassment and shouted, that definitely won't happen again. I put all my free attribute points from leveling up into Constitution. Songgu shouted so loud that could be heard even outside, on the high-end royal bed. Chunbai was resting after his battle with Ziqiang. Resting his head on his arm, he asked in surprise, what did Mengming want with you? Ziqiang immediately said, she asked me if there were any dungeons nearby recently. She wants to farm some experience points. Chunbai said bluntly, tell her to come find me after she clears the dungeon. I have something I need her help with. Ziqiang leaned her head on his shoulder and continued, okay. I already told her. Ziqiang brought up the issue of strength. She looked at him affectionately, reiterating everyone's wish. By the way, White Emperor, actually, everyone wants you to give them some pointers on combat skills and skill selection. While they were chatting happily, Songgu popped out from under the blanket out of nowhere. She shouted, wah, startling her mother and Chunbai. That's right, that's right. Both of them were startled. She climbed onto Chunbai coquettishly, occupying a strategic position. Chunbai stroked her hair, saying dotingly, your C-class talent skill tree. I can see the whole thing at a glance. There aren't even many side branches. And you still want pointers? Songgu tilted her head. I want to. His eyes were gentle. His face relaxed. He said softly, all right, all of you, take screenshots of your skill trees and send them to me. The girls in his harem crawled out from under the bed, giving Chunbai a surprise. Everyone was beaming. Hadieting en alurignora. Chunbai laughed with satisfaction. Nice. Then Chunbai looked at the system panel. He didn't rush into action, but stroked his chin in thought. Purple star grade I technique. 3 evolutionary paths. That's quite a lot. Song Ziqiang replied, what do you think? I think the magnetic pupil evolution path is very useful. Chunbai continued, but you're the Empress, not the main combatant. Your upgrade focus should be primarily on upgrading the magnetic pupil evolution, and then adding points to mental reinforcement. In Chunbai's imagination, Song Ziqiang sat on the Empress's throne. He said, prison of the violet eye, boundless depth, noble gaze. These abilities can help you understand your opponent, added with new crowd control abilities. It suits you very well. Ziqiang leaned in closer to look at the system panel. She said, prison of the violet eye, see through attributes. If the mental strength gap is too large, you can even read thoughts. Boundless depth. Now Song Ziqiang rubbed her chin, just like him, and said, if they look at me, they will fall into a trance state and lose their sense of direction. Noble gaze. Chunbai waved his hand. Finished looking at that one. He said to Scherer, next is your A-class skill overview. Shia homet SH-Y-L-Y. I only have 2 skill trees. Chunbai pointed at the system panel, turning to speak to her. Having few skill trees isn't a problem. First, put points into this one. Threatening vision. Highlights targets in your vision that pose a threat. Then put points into Foresight. This shares your highlighted vision with teammates. In the future, you will be an indispensable God-tier support. She smiling gently. She said happily to him, Okay, I will unlock these two skills quickly. Chunbai looked at the beautiful girl with affection, encouraging her, do your best. Your basic abilities are actually already very powerful. Now it was Lu Li's turn. He turned around and said, Lu Li, your B-class illusionary image actually has a skill that can create miracles. Lu Li was also surprised, pointing at herself. You figure me out? My skills. I've looked through them all carefully. It doesn't have any raw damage capability at all. He immediately turned to the system panel. Speaking to Lu Li, no. Look at this skill, falsehood into truth. This skill works wonders. If the enemy doesn't understand illusions, to him, the illusion is reality. Do you understand? If he believes a nuclear bomb and the illusion is real, then he will actually be blown to bits by that nuclear bomb. He leaned back against the pillow to explain. That's also the reason this skill doesn't have any damage description listed. Because absolutely anything is possible. Song Ziqiang finally realized what it meant. Expressing her awe, she mentioned Lu Li. Lu Li, that ability is just too broken. Is this really a 3-star talent? Chunbai looked over to explain. Not necessarily. Lu Li's talent lacks the ability to fake power fluctuations or aura. Pure illusions are actually very easy to see through. Success or failure depends entirely on Lu Li's technique. Chunbai didn't forget his first love. He turned to remind Su Xin. It's time for your B-rank high-speed recovery. Su Xin digited, abitreslas. Chunbai rested his elbow on his knee, speaking to her. You can evenly distribute points across all 3 recovery stats, stamina, flesh, and spirit. Because your skills take effect on yourself first. Only after you actively use them can you help others recover. Then he looked at her thoughtfully, with a look of appreciation. Your ability is simple but practical. I haven't seen a healing talent stronger than yours yet. Songgu playfully hugged Chunbai. She pouted. Is Sister Su Xin done yet? Is it finally my turn? Chunbai teased her. The C-rank rookie speaks last. Songgu angrily gave his shoulder a love bite. Chunbai ignored her. He focused back on Lingyu. Next is Lingyu's B-rank focus. Lingyu spoke up shyly. Thank you, Master. Beautiful Lingyu looked at the system panel while Chunbai spoke. Your ability looks like it just grants a sharp mind. But this is a talent granted by the battle god. Activate the ability. Set a target. Focusing on the target can speed up your thought process and filter out all irrelevant information. After explaining clearly, Chunbai added a serious reminder. So you must choose skills that help you judge the flow of battle and practice combat one-on-one against enemies with different talents. Lingyu leaned in close, immediately showing off her full, pale chest. She said, Thank you, Master. Let Lingyu thank you for your guidance with action. Chunbai recoiled slightly at her boldness. He leaned back. Touching Song Ji's hand, she spoke up. This girl is definitely focusing on you right now. If I stab her with a knife now, she probably wouldn't even feel it. Chunbai suddenly stopped and said, That won't work. Chunbai snapped his fingers, signaling Lingyu to leave. She was just about to make a move. Who knew Chunbai would tell her to withdraw? Lingyu said in surprise, Master. Because I wasn't finished speaking about Lingyu yet. Chunbai continued with more details. You must control the target and the duration of your focus state. If you can't, then this talent becomes purely negative. Lingyu listened intently. She assured him, I understand. I will practice controlling the ability. Songga had waited ages. The playful girl leaned in close. My turn. My turn. Songga lay on her stomach, listening happily. Chunbai thought carefully, then told her. C-rank intellectual aptitude. It increases experience and proficiency gain. Not bad at all. Don't miss any skill you can use. After maxing it out, you'll have 10 times the comprehension speed. Then he looked at Songga more intently and said, What you need to work on is that 10-fold learning speed and 10-fold technical proficiency. In short, you'll have a growth rate 10 times faster than a normal person. By then, you can learn every combat stance, master your fighting skills, and refine your combat methods. He looked up, no longer teasing her. Although your physical strength will never surpass mine in this lifetime, with exquisite technique, who knows, you might just conquer me yourself. It seemed he really liked teasing Songga. Songga screamed feistily. Chunbai, you jerk. You only know how to bully me. I'll bite you to death. Song Ziqiang blushed in the background, smiling shyly. Song Ziqiang stood up on the bed, summarizing for everyone. All right, the White Emperor has given direction for everyone's future development. We must work hard. Don't let the members of White Emperor City be looked down upon later, or we'll lose face for the White Emperor. A crisp, happy chorus of girls rang out in the room. We will definitely do our best. Ollie stood outside, hearing everything. Notably, in Chunbai's harem, Ollie rarely appeared. She sighed. The White Emperor's guidance on the path of skills. I wanted to. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was half asleep. Chunbai was now in the bedroom of Han Zhao's home in Magic City. Seeing him, Han Xiao jumped up in shock. Meng Meng's skill is insane. Did she really teleport the captain here? Chunbai stood by the bed. He gave a gentle smile and a hum of affirmation. Just then, Meng Meng sent a message. Master, the teleportation distance was a bit too far. I'm dizzy. Chunbai replied. It's due to massive, instantaneous mental consumption. Go rest quickly. He quickly closed the system with a pop. Han Xiao hurriedly asked about the city defense from a few days ago. White Emperor, how are things on your end? Chunbai had already handled everything. He realized and said, what? You're asking about that now. The planning and arrangements are all done. Everyone is working hard to build a perfect White Emperor city. Suddenly remembering something, Chunbai added, right? How many attribute points did you get for the city building reward? After all, you and Meng Meng killed quite a few special zombies in the dream world. Han Xiao poked his 2 fingers together. He stammered just once. When Meng Meng and I went to destroy the zombies, an accident happened in the dream space. They screamed together. The mental attack was too strong. I used my psychic power to fly up, but got stunned and fell to my death. Han Xiao was screaming internally. Because his ability was so weak, he felt incredibly ashamed. Chunbai heard this and fell silent, not knowing what to say. Han Xiao stayed silent too, looking at him pleadingly, not saying a word. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Chunbai turned around. He spoke decisively. When you go out, don't tell anyone you're part of Team 001. I can't afford to lose that kind of face. Han Xiao cried out, don't. White Emperor. Only you and Meng Meng know about this. It's not embarrassing. For the sake of that chemical plant, I'll take you to see it right now. He was just teasing Han Xiao. Chunbai turned back. Smiling lightly, he said, all right, just kidding. If you're ready, let's head out. Han Xiao acted like a 5-year-old. He replied with great joy. Awesome, awesome. Chunbai just smiled tolerantly at his childishness. On Chunbai's hand, a pink butterfly mark was glowing. He stood at the door, contemplating it. The plague mark from the SSS-Rank mission had been active ever since he teleported here, reminding him. It seems the chemical plant and the zombie plague Han Xiao mentioned are indeed related. Walking to the window, Han Xiao vavid excitedly. White Emperor, please fly this way. Chunbai's mind was focused on the mission rewards and leveling up. He thought excitedly about White Emperor City. White Emperor City has just restored order. I need to get back there quickly. What kind of rewards will an SSS-Rank mission yield? Opening the system inventory, Chunbai scrolled to that mask. He couldn't help but wonder. What kind of reward does an SSS-Rank mission give? Back in Jiang City, I never dared to check this mask. Afraid Lito would discover I was hiding it. His system panel popped up. High-grade Devil Bloodline Essence. Item type, medicine. Description, Devil Blood crystals refined through a special method. Purifies and significantly strengthens the Devil Bloodline power within. Usage requirements, none. We've arrived at the biochemical factory. Just landed outside. He thinks, I never expected those Bloodline potions could be refined into grade S essence. Just like this. The best part is there are no usage requirements. Han Xiao arrived at the same time as Chunbai. He said cheerfully, it's right up ahead, Emperor Bai, that area with the blue mist. The two quickly landed safely. The surrounding blue aura gradually dissipated. Chunbai stepped forward and asked, do you understand the situation inside the factory? Han Xiao looked around, then replied, I looked into it a bit before the apocalypse. Chunbai replied, then let's begin. Hearing that he had to go in too, the timid Han Xiao immediately grimaced in fear and spoke up. I have to go in too. This blue mist and all this mold. I get a really dangerous vibe from it. Chunbai maintained his calm expression. He looked ahead and said firmly, don't worry. As long as you don't stray more than 10 meters from me, Nothing will happen to you. It works out perfectly. I'll take you to your father's workplace. It might trigger your quest. Han Xiao was startled. He immediately put on his mask and said readily, "Yes, Emperor Bai." A moment later, Chunbai raised his hand, the pink butterfly mark glowing. System panel display. Plague mark activated. Unlocked next quest to the Plague Sect. Plague Factory, Grade A. A special mutated entity has turned this place into a paradise for viruses and disease. Quest objective. Reach the source of the plague mutation. Un quest rewards facina felice. 10,000 EXP. Skill. Bacteria cultivation, Grade A. Extending his hand, Chunbai focused intensely. He said, "It's here." From empty hands, Chunbai opened his palm. He began absorbing the green virus. He thought, now that my level has reached 10, my innate talent has also been enhanced. Although there's no description, my ability to control viruses has increased significantly. He raised his hands higher, leaning back with a look of utter enjoyment, thinking, amazing. All microorganisms and viruses within a 10-meter radius are completely under my control. Poor Han Xiao didn't have a similar class, so he had to keep trying to cover his nose tightly to avoid infection. Han Xiao gave a thumbs up, looking impressed. To be able to enjoy yourself in a terrifying place like this, you're seriously built different. Chunbai turned around and lowered his voice. You just wanted to call me a pervert, didn't you? Han Xiao covered his mouth, snickering. Suddenly, a giant mosquito flew in from above. Han Xiao immediately pointed and screamed, "Emperor Bai, there's a monster over there." Chunbai instinctively looked up, also startled. His right arm twitched slightly. Viral tentacles immediately shot out, coiling into the shape of a scythe. He said in a low voice, "A mosquito?" In a flash, Chunbai surged forward with full force. To the amazement of the rookie Han Xiao, with just one critical slash, he sliced the mosquito, which was 5 times his size, in half. It was truly unexpected. It didn't even understand why it was attacked. Having dealt with the mosquito in a split second, Chunbai casually swung his weapon in the air and said, "I hate mosquitoes." On the corpse of the freshly killed mosquito, Han Xiao spotted a cluster of mushrooms. He shouted loudly, "Emperor Bai, look over here." That plague mosquito was guarding this mushroom patch. This might be a dungeon material. Chunbai loudly warned Han Xiao against his recklessness. Don't touch it, unless you want a gentle death. Just one sniff is enough. Starting to rot from the lungs is less painful than starting from the hands, though. About to touch it, but hearing that, Han Xiao immediately dodged away. He stammered frantically, "This." Chunbai pulled up the poisonous mushroom with his bare hand. He whispered, "This is a combination of plague virus and bacteria." The next second, Chunbai took a hearty bite. He devoured it right in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao whispered, "You ate it?" Han Xiao hurriedly said, "Emperor Bai, be careful." Chunbai chewed deliciously. He said, "It's fine. I'm immune to this stuff." As he ate, his system panel popped up. Notification. Absorb deadly fungal virus complex. Received 150 virus points. Chunbai tossed the last piece of mushroom into his mouth and said, "Not bad. One bite of this virus is worth a few of your elite zombies." Han Xiao let out a confused huh. The system panel reported, absorb deadly fungal virus complex. Received 350 virus points. Take point. Lead the way. Chunbai walked leisurely and said, "Let's go. We'll head to the workshop and your father's rest area first." Han Xiao was stunned for a few seconds. He replied blankly, "Yes. Yes, Emperor Bai. Later." At the staff dormitory of the Motto Plague Factory, scattered monster corpses lay outside the door. Moving to Han Xiao's father's room, Chunbai and Han Xiao searched for clues, but they still hadn't found anything. Han Xiao spoke up, "We've checked my father's work area. Nothing special. Maybe the next clue for the quest isn't here." Hearing that, Chunbai said, "Then come with me to explore the source of the plague. But if I tell you to run, you must leave immediately." Han Xiao replied, "Yes. I definitely won't hesitate. I absolutely won't be a burden." Chunbai pointed forward, speaking as he walked. "Over there has the highest plague level and virus concentration. Do you know what place that is?" Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, "That's probably the underground sewage tank. Chemical waste from the factory all gathers there." Then he mentioned the 2 tanks inside. There are two massive, deep tanks inside. I only went in once. The air in there makes you dizzy the moment you enter. Inside the sewage treatment plant of the plague factory. Chunbai opened a small door and stepped in. Inside was an earthen cave, filled with massive mushrooms. The place was damp and full of poisonous gas. There were also glowing insects. Han Xiao stepped back. He cried out in shock. Emperor Bai. Chunbai looked around. Itu is Shurdan Xiao. Wrap yourself in spiritual power, just in case you get infected while you're far from me. Han Xiao immediately replied, yes. Out of nowhere, a man in a cloak, looking very mysterious, appeared. He spoke, O children of the plague, servants of the virus. He stood atop a giant mushroom. Raising both hands high, he shouted, O children of the sect. Chunbai looked up. Then he gathered his strength and sprang up. He charged forward like lightning. A fiery punch slammed straight into the mysterious man's face. The punch emitted a blinding pressure. However, this guy wasn't easy to deal with. At that moment, Chunbai finally sensed his power. He thought, I can't break his defense. My blade form is my strongest attack mode. Is the defense of a grade, a difficulty boss, really this strong? The mysterious man fell to the ground. Struggling to stand up with his cane, he said, towards our god of destiny, we offer the noblest rites and the most devout prayers. May our god of destiny soon ignite the sacred flame. These words were indeed a bit hard to understand. Chunbai slowly approached, filled with suspicion. The mysterious man continued, spread the grace of the plague to every corner of the world. The cowardly Han Xiao also hurriedly ran over to Chunbai. Seeing how weird everything was becoming, Han Xiao leaned in and guessed, Emperor Bai, is he kowtowing to you? Chunbai also leaned in, shrugging. I'm not really sure. Maybe. Just then, the mysterious man propped himself up into a kneeling posture. He introduced himself reverently. Of course, am kowtowing to you. Great God, ordained by destiny. Kaosu is always ready to dedicate everything to you, be it life or soul. This man is the plague sect leader, Kaosu, Israel. Level 71. Chunbai's eyes widened. He felt a sense of shock. He thought, a level 71 Saint Apostle. The highest I ever reached in my past life was only level 79. Why would someone so powerful appear at the very beginning of the trial? However, when Meng Meng became my disciple, her mental perception was only D rank. With such a huge disparity, to be able to sense the name and level of Saint Apostle, it's unbelievable. He must have had his guard completely down around me. Only then did he slowly approach, asking, I'm your destined god? In this situation, the oaf Han Xiao was still completely dumbfounded. Gao Su lowered his head, not daring to look Chunbai in the face. Yes, he replied. The high priest sacrificed his life to guide the sect to your arrival. You, who received the mark of pestilence at the very beginning of the trial. You are undoubtedly our destined god. Chunbai smiled faintly. He thought to himself, in my past life, I heard that every high-level talent has its own unique opportunity. It's something incredibly precious. Perhaps this is the special opportunity of the monarch virus, the god of pestilence. This feels much stronger than Han Zhao's demonic bloodline from the main story. So he spoke up, asking Gao Su, what can you do for me? Gao Su was instantly overjoyed. He straightened up, replying at once, we paid a great price to be able to enter the trial early. It was so that we could assist you during the trial. Now Gao Su was brimming with confidence. His eyes shone as he looked directly at Chunbai, continuing, how fortunate that I was able to meet you so soon. Every member of our sect who has come here can, based on their own strength, offer you a treasure from the plague sect. After speaking, Gao Su adopted an even more earnest tone, as if he had wronged Chunbai. He continued to explain, I apologize. We cannot directly hand over all the treasures to you. This is to avoid detection and intervention from the universal will. Chunbai stood there, simply replying with a single sentence. It's fine. Gao Su replied with boundless joy. Thank you for your understanding. Destined God, may I ask which item you would like to eliminate? Chunbai opened his mouth and said, do you have a class change scroll? Chunbai's face was cold and expressionless. No one could guess his next move. Hearing this, Gao Su was a little surprised. He asked again, a class change scroll? Then Gao Su kowtowed repeatedly before Chunbai and Han Xiao. He said, Of course we do. He was overjoyed, but Shunbai tried to remain calm. He was a little taken aback by Kazu's reverence. A few seconds later, Gaosu took an item from his pouch. He held out his hands, showing off 2 items. He read, loud and clear, S-Rank Plague Knight, S-Rank Beastmaster. However, these 2 were still nothing. Gaosu spread his arms wide, channeling his power, causing a book to float into the air, glowing. He continued, and the most precious book of the Gaosu sect, the SS-Rank Summoning Tome of Who. Han Xiao was startled. He cried out in amazement, SS-Rank. Shunbai let out a long breath. Is there an SSS-Rank? No, because SSS-Rank is very rare. Gaosu hesitated for a moment. He said, perhaps you don't know, but an SSS-Rank class is almost impossible to appear from the very beginning. Many gods also started from an S-Rank, or even a B-Rank class before ascending to SSS-Rank. Hearing this, he spoke seriously and directly to Gaosu. I know, but I only need an SSS-Rank class change scroll. Han Xiao, behind him, didn't know how to explain. He could only smile wryly at the situation. Tears streamed down Gaosu's cheeks. He laughed through his tears. Only an SSS-Rank scroll, you say? His emotions shifted from joy to elation. Tears could not be held back. Gaosu fell to his knees. He raised his hands high and shouted, this is our future god. The plague sect has hope for a revival. Shunbai was a little disappointed at this point. He ran a hand through his hair, lowering his gaze and muttering, if you don't have it, I can look at something else. Unexpectedly, Gaosu cut Shunbai off. He quickly replied, no, we have it. We have a way to obtain an SSS-Rank scroll. Thinking that, given his earlier attitude, Gaosu wouldn't be able to meet his request, Shunbai asked, a little surprised, you do? Gaosu remained in his kneeling posture. He explained, yes, but it's not guaranteed that you'll get it, and you'll have to go get it yourself. Shunbai pressed on, focused. What way? Gaosu's emotions changed rapidly. He was ecstatic as he brought this up. I can open a special hidden instance. It can connect to the largest plague event in the history of the Blue Star. You will go in there and collect the plague seeds that have been recorded in history. Those seeds will be used to condense into a class change scroll, and there's a chance of obtaining an SSS-Rank scroll. After that, Shunbai crossed his arms. He put a hand to his chin in thought and said, if there's a chance, then I definitely have to try it. Gaosu Kotovith. He reached out and took hold of his scepter. He struck it firmly on the ground. The wind whipped his flowing hair. He muttered a verse. I offer my life, my strength, and my soul to become the stepping stone to my God, the divine path of pestilence. Gaosu opened his mouth and roared. His eyes shone like headlights. A green flame erupted around him. Now his entire body had transformed into a blazing green spiritual flame, radiating streams of light. A moment later, the slate-inlaid scepter fell to the ground. 2 notification panels appeared. Do you wish to enter the exclusive hidden dungeon? The Lament of 80 million souls. Time remaining to enter the dungeon. 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Shunbai and Han Xiao stood in silence. Gaosu had vanished. There was nothing before them. Only a giant mushroom. Shunbai looked up. How ridiculous, he said. This is an exclusive dungeon. I can't bring you in. Han Xiao scratched his head, saying awkwardly, Lord Bai, what you mean is a boss that powerful, sacrificing everything just to open the dungeon. I wouldn't dare go in either. Only then did Shunbai turn around. He looked up at the tall mushroom. He calculated with a worried expression. The dedicated opening time is limited. I'll take you out first. If I let you go out on your own, if you're not killed by insects, you'll be infected by the plague, near the Medu Plague Factory. With that, Shunbai safely brought Han Xiao out of the hidden instance, leaving Han Xiao standing in the middle of the road, watching Shunbai's figure disappear among the buildings. He said, what in the world did I just go through? Now that Han Xiao had some free time, he went into the chat group to talk with everyone, with a hint of showing off. Han Xiao started with his nickname, Your King Han. I'm in Medu. Just said goodbye to Lord Bai. You guys will never guess what I've been through. Yizzy, how is Lord Bai? I really don't have to make money. Help me ask Lord Bai and Meng Meng when they're free. I still have a dungeon I haven't cleared. You're King Han. You can go back to making money. I doubt Lord Bai has time to help you. Tyrant King, still being all secretive. Careful. I'll poke some holes in you, Imadu. You're King Han. No. Big brother tyrant, put away your gun. I'll talk, all right? You're King Han. A super powerful NPC knelt down and offered a class change scroll to Lord Bai, and he wasn't even satisfied. Even the Tyrant King was shocked. He commented, how super powerful. You're King Han. He was wearing a set of cloth armor. Lord Bai's full power attack couldn't even break his defense. Tyrant King. Was he really that strong? How is that possible? Ouya. What kind of class change scroll was it? You're King Han. 2 S-rank scrolls. And 1 SS rank. Guya. Holy shit. Shui Chuan. And Lord Bai wasn't even satisfied with that. You're King Han. Lord Bai said. If it's not SSS rank, he won't take it. Shui Chuan. You're King Han. Then that NPC sacrificed himself to open a dungeon for Lord Bai to get an SSS rank class change scroll. Yizi Ripieth. Sacrificed himself? Han Xiao was tired of sitting. He switched to lying on the chair and continued chatting. Successor of the 5 Needles of Wind said the gap between Lord Bai and us is probably even greater than the gap between us and ordinary evolvers. Tyrant King. Every time I go on a killing spree, as soon as I hear news about Lord Bai, my little bit of pride vanishes. You're King Han. I advise you not to look for trouble. Don't compare your strength with Lord Bai. You should use Lord Bai to show off. You're King Han. Being in the same group as Lord Bai. And it's chat group 001, no less. Isn't that cool? Easy, you're right. But I don't want to use Lord Bai to show off. I want to do the opposite. Louis asked, puzzled. Use? Chunbai stared intently at the hourglass hanging around his neck. He thought to himself, why did an hourglass appear? Then, Chunbai tucked the small hourglass into his shirt. He muttered to himself. Before him was a magnificent city gate. The place was both beautiful and grand. The tiny Chunbai looked up in awe. A Roman stone archway. Is this hidden instance Florence? Chunbai walked while shaking his head, looking around the hidden instance. He couldn't help but admire it. This must be medieval Florence, truly worthy of being the art capital of the world. However, only then did he notice, after stepping through the city gate, on the wide street, though houses and shops lined the road, there was not a single person in sight. Chunbai scratched his head, confused. Why is there no one here? A while later, Chunbai wandered and turned into a small alley. Looking inside, he spotted a figure wrapped in a shawl, huddled up, coughing incessantly. The person glanced at Chunbai, a little surprised. Chunbai thought to himself, there's someone there. So he stepped into the alley. The light was somewhat dim. The wrapped figure saw him approaching and spoke up, shooing him away. Stay away. Who are you? Cough, cough, don't come near. I'm a filthy sinner. Cough, cough. I was punished by the gods and fell ill. This person huddled up, trying to cover their face. Seeing their pitiful state, Chunbai stepped forward. He placed a hand on their head, drawing out the virus from their body. He said slowly, a pitiful soul. Do you want to live? System notification. Absorb Black Death virus. Bubonic plague virus. Virus points +3. Looking at the virus essence he had just absorbed in his hand, Chunbai thought to himself, so it's the Black Death. A system panel appeared. It displayed the details. Contact with the Black Death. Unlocked the hidden branch dungeon of the plague system. The source of the plague. The lament of 80 million souls. Mission introduction. In the history of the Blue Star, the Black Death caused at least 80 million deaths. The plague spread across this land. The plague sect has the responsibility and the ability to reclaim these sources of plague. Mission objective. Collect the seeds of the plague. Mission reward. The collected seeds of the plague will be transformed into a plague-type class change scroll. When the mission ends, Chunbai crossed his arms. He stroked his chin and thought, where are the seeds of the plague? How do I collect them? I need to figure these things out first. The person from before now took off their hood. It turned out to be a beautiful, red-haired young woman. The girl felt her body, now back to normal, in disbelief. She stammered, I think. She realized Chunbai was her savior. She immediately made the sign of the cross. She said to him with joy, thank you, sir. Messenger of the gods. Thank you for driving the plague away from me. I am willing to follow you and serve you. Chunbai said nothing. He just gently took the plague Dr. Mask slung over his shoulder. He thought, that's right. I do need followers and a reputation. That way, Gathering information and finding things will be much more convenient. He put on the mask. As he did, he said, "No need for the sign of the cross anymore. I am no messenger of the gods." The red-haired girl asked, confused, "Then whose messenger are you?" Chunbai stood with his legs apart. He declared proudly and sonorously, "I am no messenger." The girl, huddled on the ground, was utterly shocked. Before her, the innocent girl, Chunbai wore a mask, hiding his identity. He unleashed his immense power, commanding, "I am the god of pestilence. Go and tell everyone. I can eradicate their plagues. Tell them to come find me in the Lord's Square." After hearing these words, the red-haired girl immediately did as she was told. She ran out to the crossroads, calling out to the people in the city who were suffering from the plague. "Listen, the god of pestilence has descended. He is in the Lord's Square." She raised her hands in joy. She turned and shouted into a residential house, "Let's go to the Lord's Square. The god of pestilence will destroy our viruses." At this, a very frail-looking figure slowly peeked out the door, not daring to say a word. The girl ran through all the alleys, shouting loudly, attracting the attention of many patients who were also suffering from a plague like her. "Let's go to the Lord's Square." To add more credibility, she added, "If you don't believe me, you can come and see me for yourselves. You all know me, don't you?" A woman looked out from her house. A man wrapped in a blanket. Next to him, 2 children crying from illness. Asked his wife, "Who's that shouting outside?" The wife, standing at the door, observed and replied, "It's Elena, the poor girl. She must be delirious from a sickness." Elena honestly and loudly introduced herself. "I'm Elena, daughter of the wealthy merchant Henry. He donated all his assets to the church, but his whole family still died from the plague. Everyone come and see. Elena have completely recovered." To Elena's right, an elderly couple peeked out their door. They asked her curiously, "Child, are you really cured?" Elena honestly placed a hand on her chest and replied, "Listen, I've been shouting in the streets for so long without a single cough." A long while later, many patients had believed Elena's words. Despite being gravely ill, they still tried to get closer, surrounding her. Elena spoke calmly and clearly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please look. The god of pestilence has cured me. You don't need to donate. You don't need bloodletting. And you certainly don't need to pray. All you need to do is go to the Lord's Square." A woman placed a hand on Elena's forehead to check her temperature. Elena happily let her try, not resisting at all. The woman couldn't believe her eyes. She trembled and stammered, "It's true. It's true. No cough and no fever anymore." It seems the people here had despaired of this terrible disease. Now they saw a new hope. She covered her face with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. "Oh God, are my children saved?" At the same time, where Chunbai was standing, medieval Europe, Florence, the Lord's Square. While waiting for Elena, he paced back and forth, taking in the sights. He thought, judging by the situation in the city, this is probably the 14th century. The treatment for the Black Death relied entirely on faith and bloodletting. In the 14th century, the Black Death in Europe claimed the lives of about 25 million people. Globally, the death toll from the Black Death exceeded 80 million. He looked up pensively into the distance, continuing his contemplation. If the source of the plague isn't here, does that mean I have to travel the whole world? A loud call from behind caught Chunbai's attention. "Great and merciful god of pestilence." He glanced over. Elena, panting, ran up to Chunbai and said, "Please forgive me for not knowing the proper etiquette and address when meeting you. Following your command, I have done my best to bring everyone here." Following Elena were many patients. They were struggling to follow Elena to see him, begging to be cured. Standing before so many people, Chunbai spread his arms wide, making a friendly gesture. "Come a little closer. Don't be afraid. You pitiful children." A young family ran up to Chunbai. They were all stunned by what they saw. They couldn't stop coughing from the disease. Chunbai reached out his hand toward this small family. His virus magic spread out like roots toward them. As he unleashed his power, he said, "May you all be freed from the torment of the plague." Wherever Chunbai's energy went, the viruses were all absorbed. He absorbed the virus from the dying little boy first. Then, Chunbai's magic tentacles lifted the boy into the air and weaved among the people absorbing all. The disease causing viruses. The air fell into a prolonged silence. The small family from before was now healthy again. The little boy hugged his mother, crying and calling for her. The little girl, with tears of happiness in her eyes, looked at her father. The little boy in his mother's arms opened his eyes wide and said loudly, "Mommy, don't cry anymore. I don't feel bad anymore. Are you still not feeling well?" The mother hugged her son tightly, replying emotionally, "It's okay. I don't feel bad anymore either." The people Chunbai had cured said to each other joyfully, "This is amazing. I feel so much better. I don't have a fever or a cough anymore either. My strength is back. This is truly a miracle." Chunbai stood among them. A man shouted, "Great Bishop of the Church of Light." The woman next to him quickly corrected, "You fool. He's not the god of the Church of Light. Don't offend the great god of pestilence." The people here were extremely emotional. One by one, they bowed their heads in thanks to Chunbai. A man said through tears, "Great God, thank you for saving us from the plague. I will forever believe in you, god of pestilence." Chunbai was extremely gentle and benevolent. He wasn't arrogant at all. He gently spread his hands, telling everyone to stand up. "You all may still feel a little unwell. That's because the plague has caused some damage to your bodies. Leave this place. Go home and rest for a while. Your bodies will slowly recover." After that, he carefully reminded those who had recovered, "Go quickly. Behind you all, there are still many children being tormented by the plague." At this moment, Chunbai turned to Elena, saying calmly, "To avoid misunderstanding, your worship is not what I desire. What I hope for is that you all will no longer be troubled by the plague." An old woman, seeing Chunbai's compassionate heart, cried with tears in her eyes, "Oh God, how can you be so considerate of sinners like us? How can I praise your greatness?" Elena raised her hand, calling out loudly amidst the crowd, "We should not bother the god who has dispelled the plague any longer. Those who have recovered, please follow me. Leave the square. Let us spread the god's compassion throughout Florence together." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. Many of the townspeople looked over. They immediately recognized them. They all cried out in fear. "The knights of the church are here." Before Chunbai stood 3 knights of the church. They came from the church. They were trying their best to display their authority. The leader shouted, "There's a report that someone here is claiming to be a god, spreading a heretical faith. All uninvolved personnel, stand back." Hearing this, the townspeople scattered. A knight in front pointed at Chunbai and questioned, "Are you the one spreading a heretical faith? I hear you call yourself the god of pestilence." This person didn't wait for Chunbai to answer. He immediately charged forward, swinging his sword and shouting, "The plague is a punishment from the gods. How can there be a god of pestilence? You foolish heretics." Under the mask, Chunbai smiled contemptuously. He thought, the opportunity has arrived. He let the church knight charge forward, slashing him with a sword. At this moment, he was deep in thought. This is the chance to completely become a god here. Not just one sword. The 2 behind also charged forward, stabbing at Chunbai at the same time. He was pushed back slightly, but he was frighteningly still. The church knight thought he had finished Chunbai. He raised the sword in his hand and shouted, "The heretic has been vanquished. You sinners, are you still not repenting of your sins? Kneel and repent. You have been bewitched by heresy. That is why you must suffer the plague." However, the other 2 noticed something was wrong. They immediately reported, "Captain, in an instant, these men were both confused and terrified, because Chunbai was completely unharmed. He even took off his mask, revealing a rather handsome smile, completely unharmed. When Elena saw the men of the church, she picked up a large rock, preparing to throw it. She shouted angrily, "Damn you! How dare you!" Chunbai put out a hand to block Elena, stopping her from acting rashly. "Stop, Elena. I'm not hurt." Elena replied angrily in his stead, "I understand. The great god of pestilence would, of course, not be harmed by these swords. But they dared to strike at you." The red-haired girl gritted her teeth and continued, "You will surely deal with these ignorant fools of the Church of Light." Then, in a solemn tone, she said, "Let the punishment of the gods descend." The 3 men of the church were immediately speechless. They frowned, in a very difficult position. Chunbai remained gentle. He calmly continued, "No, you're wrong, Elena. They cannot harm me. I will not hold it against them. I will not resent them, nor will I punish them. Today, no matter how many swords they thrust into me, I will continue to help everyone escape the suffering of the plague. These words from Chun Bai further won the trust of the people. They cheered and shouted, "This is a true God, a truly compassionate God. Oh God, compassionate God of pestilence. We will follow you forever." The three knights of the church, faced with the attitude of the townspeople, were also stunned. They were like outcasts, not knowing what to do. In another place, at the Church of Light, in the grand cathedral, a blond man, who seemed to be of high rank here, stepped before the dais. He put his hands on his hips and said loudly to the person behind him, 3 days. That damned heretic, in just 3 days, has made at least 90% of the city's population his followers. Today is Sunday, and only 7 people came to the cathedral. This bishop did not look happy. He gritted his teeth, continuing angrily to Bishop Run. That day in the Lord's Square, I should have sent the entire knighthood to kill him. But you insisted on stopping me. Now all our people have run to his side. Even the knights, there are only 5 left. Not even enough to protect the cathedral. The other bishop's face was expressionless. He turned around, replying calmly, "I still hold to my opinion. Archbishop Haken, you've also seen what has happened in the past 3 days." Haken frowned, very displeased. The older Bishop Jian, with his profound gaze, continued. He appeared too suddenly. He displayed the ability to dispel the plague. In just 3 days, he traveled throughout the city, curing everyone of the disease. Bishop Jian led Archbishop Haken to look toward the townspeople. He calmly analyzed. He gave his followers methods to prevent and inhibit the spread of the plague. He led his followers to care for and rescue those who were free of the plague but had not yet recovered. After that, his expression became serious. He began to acknowledge Chun Bai. Although his doctrines are difficult to understand, full of new words like tiny organisms, hygiene, bacterial proliferation, but not a single one restricts the followers. He doesn't ask for offerings. Bishop Jian's judgment was probably correct. He analyzed and added. He also told everyone that a benevolent God would not let good people fight amongst themselves over faith. Archbishop Haken was very displeased. He gaped. So Bishop Jian continued. If we had moved against him that day, then in the eyes of everyone, who would be the God and who would be the devil would be beyond doubt. Hearing this, Archbishop Haken seemed very displeased. He retorted, "It sounds like you've become a follower of the plague, sect yourself, John." Then, he maintained his angry and arrogant expression, gritting his teeth and questioning John. "Are you not the least bit worried for the Church of Light? For our Lord?" Bishop Run placed a hand on his chest. He looked straight up to the heavens, saying sonorously, "Our Lord is the one true, supreme God. We need not worry for him. What we need to worry about is ourselves. I've already written a letter to the Pope, reporting what has happened here." The scene shifts to our protagonist. In his hand floated a glowing pink energy ball. He thought, this is the seed of the plague. Chun Bai was sitting in a nobleman's room, on a luxurious chair, enjoying the tea that was formally served to him. During his break, Chun Bai thought to himself, the virus that spread throughout Florence after being extracted by me has condensed into. Knowing how to obtain the seeds of the plague is a good thing, but to only get this much progress from all of Florence is truly bad news. A system panel appeared, displaying plague's origin, condensation progress, 0.001%. Ability received, plague column. Establish a plague column. Those who pray and receive baptism before the column can transfer their plagues into the column. The plagues in the plague column will transform into plague seeds. Chun Bai lowered his head, his gaze profound. He said to himself, looks like I'll have to travel this entire world to completely condense it. Just then, Elena pushed open the door and entered. Sir, she said, your most loyal followers are waiting for you. Chun Bai, lost in thought, was startled. I know, he replied. He immediately stepped outside to meet his followers. As Chun Bai passed, Elena knelt respectfully. As soon as the townspeople saw Chun Bai appear, they all cheered with joy, calling his name. Thousands of Florentine citizens gathered before the house where Chun Bai was resting. They bowed to Chun Bai as if he were a saint who had descended to save the world. He stood before the crowd, chanting his name, God of pestilence. All things decay. All living beings are eternal. Chun Bai waved his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. He spoke up. The plague in Florence has been eradicated. I must go to other places. Before I leave, I will leave something for you all. Chun Bai held out his hand to the side, unleashing his energy, forming a column of magic. The virus swirled like a burning fire. He pointed to it and explained to the people the plague column. This is the plague column. Those who pray and receive baptism before this column can eliminate their plagues. The people of Florence were extremely emotional. They were so happy they cried, shouting, "Thank you, great deity, for bestowing upon us this miracle," worried that the people would become reliant on the plague column. Chun Bai carefully instructed, "Don't depend on it too much. After I take away the plague this time and leave this world, it will lose its effect. You must remember the key points I have taught you about the origin, prevention, treatment, and even research." Then, he looked gently at the pitiful townspeople, reassuring them further. "Do not be afraid. My children, you can all live together in this world. Use them reasonably, and they will also help you. Finally, never forget the teachings of the plague sect." After hearing these words, Elena proactively approached Chun Bai. The girl blushed as she expressed herself to Chun Bai. "We will surely remember your teachings. We will remember the teachings of the plague sect. We will build a church for the plague sect here. We will spread your teachings throughout the world." Chun Bai affectionately patted the adorable Elena on the head. "Thank you," he said. "From now on, I'm counting on you." Now, feeling that everything was settled, Chun Bai, like a savior, stood before the vast crowd of people he had saved. He bid farewell before leaving. "In that case, may you all no longer suffer from the plague. Farewell, my children." Outside the city walls echoed the cheers for Chun Bai's plague sect. All things decay. All living beings are eternal. He stepped out of the city gate, glancing back for a moment. He could still hear the cheers. All things decay. All living beings are eternal. All things decay. All living beings are eternal. Chun Bai strode away, turning back. He felt a sense of pride and gratitude. Even from this far away, he could still hear the people in the city loudly reciting the doctrine. The fanaticism of the people of this era is truly beyond imagination. At this moment, Chun Bai stopped. He turned completely to the right, deep in thought. "But this is exactly what I want. It will be a great help in my collection of the plague seeds." In Chun Bai's mind, it was as if he were looking down upon the vast world. He calculated his path of development in the impending apocalypse. Chun Bai wanted to go further. Not just as a human, the reputation of a god would cause humanity to gather to him, saving a lot of effort on the path of collecting the plague seeds. Without the title of a god, I'm afraid it would take me at least 15 years to complete the condensation of the plague seeds. Now, it will surely be much less effort. Chun Bai's face was grim. He resolved to himself, in that case, let's complete this dungeon as a god. His gaze was more determined than ever. A few days later, at St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican, a pink-haired man in a blue robe was bowing respectfully to a pope sitting on a high platform. "Your Holiness, may your blessings be upon you. You summoned me. Is there something you require?" The man called the Pope, sitting on his throne, spoke up. "The failure of the Eastern War has greatly disappointed God with us. The devil has taken the opportunity to release the plague, harming all living things." This Pope mentioned Chun Bai's matter. At this crucial moment, a heretic has used the plague to steal the followers of our Church of Light. The knight in armor below was the captain of the Holy Knights, Sorrel. He asked the Pope back, "Are you talking about the one who calls himself the god of pestilence? Who can eradicate the plague? These people of weak faith, do they have brains at all to believe in such a hoax?" The Pope stood up, leaning on his hand, and continued, "No. From Florence to here, he has indeed repelled all plagues." Knight Sorrel was very surprised. He confirmed again, he can really eliminate the plague? Could it be? The wise Pope. He walked out. As he strolled, he made his judgment about Chun Bai. Sorrel, he can eliminate the plague. So he is definitely a demon. The demon releases the plague, and then goes to reclaim it, thereby faking a miracle, deceiving the followers of the Church of Light, harming them, using them, preventing them from entering heaven. After hearing this, the knight was furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Cunning devil, to use such a trick." The Pope touched a nearby stone statue. He carefully added, "That follower has arrived in the Vatican. I have sent people to lead him to the square. I have also sent people to gather the populace, telling everyone to go to the square." With that, the Pope stopped before a holy spear displayed in a giant glass case. He pointed to it and said to Knight Sorrel, "Take the spear of Longinus. In front of everyone, kill that demon. Go and proclaim the glory of the Lord. For our Lord, for the followers of the church, to cleanse the evil of this world." Knight Sorrel clenched his fist and struck his chest. He said resolutely to the Pope, "May the Lord protect you. Slay the demon. Let the world know the truth." In the great square, an excited little boy introduced the place. "This is the largest square in the Vatican." The boy skipped ahead of Chunbai, leading the way. He was so happy his eyes were squeezed into a line. As he walked, he said to him, "Please wait a moment. I'll go and let everyone know you've arrived. Everyone has heard of your miracles. They're all eagerly awaiting your arrival." Chunbai stopped. He replied to the boy with a smile, "Thank you, little one. Go on now. I'll wait here." Now he crossed his arms. He sneered inwardly. Hith. After leaving Florence, the churches of light in other cities either blocked the roads outside the city or sealed the city gates shut. At the same time, they spread rumors that I was a demon. But here, they've changed their tune and sent someone who's not infected with the plague to greet me. Chunbai looked up at the sky. He let out a chuckle. "Huh, what a despicable trick." He looked at the statue carved with the symbol of the Church of Light, placed in a prominent and crowded area. He approached it. The statue was indeed larger and more magnificent than it looked from a distance. Chunbai tilted his head back and stared at it for a long time, thinking, looks like they finally couldn't hold back anymore. They decided to deal with me for good in their headquarters. After that, his furrowed brows relaxed. He showed more interest in what was about to happen. He said to himself, "But this is also a perfect opportunity to deal with this troublesome church once and for all. An opportunity I've been waiting for a long time." Chunbai curled his lip into an arrogant smirk. "Bring it on. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Just then, at the Church of Light, a man shouted amidst the crowd, "Come and see. They're about to judge the heretic who cured the plague." All eyes were now on Chunbai. A young, black-haired man pointed at him suspiciously and whispered, "Did he really cure the plague?" A blonde woman in a cloak next to him frowned and said, "It must be a fake. Otherwise, why would the Holy See declare him guilty?" At that moment, the Pope also appeared. He walked with firm and angry steps, saying loudly, "Demon, the Lord has commanded that you must be destroyed." Leading him was Knight Sorrel. He menacingly held a giant spear. As he strode forward, he made a show of his power. "With the spear of Longinus here, you won't be able to escape, demon." Chunbai observed them from a distance. He thought to himself, judging by their attire, they must be the Pope and a knight. How thoughtful. They've even set the stage. Chunbai leaned back, spreading his arms wide. He shouted before everyone, "O servants of the glorious God, I have come to the mortal realm to destroy the plague. How dare you, in the name of God, slander me as a demon?" Seeing Chunbai's divine demeanor, the Pope immediately counterattacked. "All eyes. The Lord has made it clear to me. You are the demon of the abyss, using poison to shake the people's faith in the Lord." Now, the Pope pointed at Chunbai, spouting his foolish reasoning to the public to create a misunderstanding. "First, you released the plague to harm all living things. Then you treated them, luring those who didn't know the truth, thereby abandoning their faith in the Lord." The people were thus led by the nose by the Pope. Their thoughts began to change. A girl in the crowd said loudly, "Did he really cure the plague?" The man next to her replied, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes on the way to Florence." A tired woman held her child, crying in sorrow. "Then why doesn't the Holy See let him cure the sick before punishing him? My son is about to die." The people were in a heated discussion. The Pope turned to one side and thought to himself, the fear brought on by the plague has shaken the people's faith. And so, this shameless Pope shouted again, "If you could eradicate the plague, the Lord, in his mercy, would spare your life. But your fault is that you dared to cast a spell on them." Now, he narrowed his eyes, emphasizing his words, "And their souls, after death, will suffer eternal torment in hell." The people heard these words and swallowed them whole. A young man was shocked. So that's how it is? The woman behind him said fearfully. What a wicked demon. Once again, sharp gazes focused on Chunbai. He was surrounded by countless curses. Kill him. Judge him. Judge him. In time, with the rhythm of the crowd, Knight Sorrel immediately swung his spear and charged at Chunbai. He shouted, "The followers of the Lord are calling. Demon D." A brilliant light emanated from the tip of the spear. Chunbai blocked the thrust of the strongest knight here with just the tip of his index finger. He looked weak, but no matter how much strength the knight used, he couldn't overcome Chunbai. He stared in shock, trembling before this contemptuous power. In contrast to the knight's haste, Chunbai was extremely calm. He gently waved his hand, saying with a blank expression, "Give up. This spear has already made a mistake. That is, harming the Son of God. Now it doesn't want to make the same mistake twice. So don't force it, using softness to overcome hardness." Chunbai had cleverly turned the tables. Even Knight Sorrel began to question his life. He thought in astonishment, how can this be? After saying that, Chunbai ignored the knight. He calmly walked toward the Pope, saying, "From Florence to here, I've been thinking, why has the Church of Light repeatedly prevented me from destroying the plague?" Chunbai majestically exposed him before the Pope, making even him ashamed. "Now that I see you, a demon in a Pope's robes, I finally understand." Exposed, the Pope's face changed with anger. He frowned, gritting his teeth in rebuttal. "I'm a demon? What nonsense are you talking?" The surrounding people stubbornly clung to their long-held beliefs. They sneered in rebuttal to Chunbai. How can the Pope be a demon?" Chunbai sneered coldly. He clenched his fist, then charged. "You'll see, whether you're a demon or not. Everyone will soon find out." Chunbai punched the Pope in the stomach, knocking his entire universe out of him. The Pope took a punch and flew back. His large hat also fell off. His eyes rolled back. The clergymen under his command saw this scene and fell into chaos. They drew their swords and shouted, "The Pope! He killed the Pope! Quick, save the Pope!" The Pope lay motionless on the ground. Knight Sorrel angrily drew his sword and shouted, "Damn you! I was truly bewitched by you, distracted by your lies. You truly are a demon." Chunbai completely ignored Sorrel. He looked at the convulsing Pope and said, "Show yourself. The demon who has usurped the Pope's throne." The next second, Knight Sorrel suddenly hesitated. He stammered, This is..." Everything Chunbai said was true. The Pope had finally revealed his true form. He had turned into a zombie, with sharp fangs and long horns. His face was pale, his eyes red as blood. He let out a terrifying laugh. "Ha ha!" The people standing behind him scattered in fear, screaming. "Those are the horns of a demon." A man, unable to stand steady, was shocked. What happened to the Pope? The hypocritical Pope from before had successfully transformed into a muscular demon. Standing before Chunbai, he slammed his face on the ground in anger, his body trembling as he said, "I must kill you." Chunbai was not at all frightened by this hidden boss. He looked at it with both interest and seriousness, thinking, this is what I've been waiting for. Now is the best time to unleash my power. His virus. But he thought again, my power is too frightening for the people here. If I use this power, it will make everyone completely believe the Pope's slander. He remembered the mask in his inventory. He continued to think, so arguing with the Pope is too foolish. Even if I release the virus and kill him, I still won't be able to convince everyone. Luckily, I have this. He held the bloodline essence in his hand, saying to himself, this is the A-rank demon bloodline essence. I condensed when I picked up Meng Meng. He remembered the moment he attacked the Pope. That was when he had implanted the demon bloodline essence into the Pope, causing him to turn into a zombie. When I pushed it into the Pope and crushed it, I simultaneously injected him with the zombie virus. No matter which one took effect, the Pope would be suspected by his followers, and he was indeed seen as a monster. At this moment, the demon Pope opened his mouth wide, spitting out a small, dazzling fireball. The next second, from the small fireball, he spewed a vast sea of fire, engulfing everything around him, attacking many innocent people. The people called to each other, "A demon! It's a demon! Run!" Chunbai got into position, thinking with satisfaction, the horns of a demon and the rage of a demon. These are the effects of the bloodline essence. The die is cast. The requirements for using an A rank. bloodline are very strict. Poor Knight Sorrel. He went from one shock to another. Now he stared blankly at the Pope, blurting out, "The Pope is really a demon." Chunbai stood still, letting the demon Pope wreak havoc. He watched him from a distance, thinking with a sanctimonious air, his body will soon completely collapse, because it cannot withstand the power of this bloodline. Chunbai understood the current situation better than anyone. He began to play the part of an actor. He raised both hands to the sky, speaking loudly before the people to win their trust. A demon from hell has possessed the Pope, twisting the doctrines, harming the followers of the light. Now you dare to stop me from eradicating the plague and healing the living? I cannot forgive you. Knight Sorrel was completely stunned at this point. He was like a sapling in a storm, not knowing who to rely on. Just then, Chunbai pointed his index finger straight at the Pope. He said sternly, "Today, I will deliver divine punishment." He had timed it perfectly for when the Pope could no longer withstand the power of the bloodline. After Chunbai said die, the demon Pope's body exploded, spewing a thick, black, viscous liquid. It was a truly tragic sight. A while later, under the watchful eyes of Sorrel and everyone else, everything became clear. The crowd erupted in a flurry of discussion. He killed the demon. He really killed the demon. The knight was also completely convinced. He bowed his head before Chunbai, repenting of his own accord. "Knight Captain of the Church of Light, Sorrel, repents to you. My mind was clouded by the demon. I committed the sin of hindering you. Sorrel is willing to accept punishment." Chunbai immediately forgave him with magnanimity. He extended his hand, saying gently, "I appreciate your courage and faith, but I want you to know, God does not punish mortals. God does not care about these things. I have come this time only to do one thing, that is to take away the plague." Knight Sorrel looked at Chunbai with admiration and respect. He immediately replied, "I understand. Great and merciful God of pestilence, I will immediately bring all the infected in the city before you." Since the demon was vanquished in the Vatican, the Holy See quickly declined, and the plague sect quickly rose. His actions in Europe no longer faced any obstacles. Everyone had heard of the god of pestilence. All the cities ravaged by the plague welcomed Chunbai's arrival. The source of the plague had long since spread throughout the cities and villages of Europe, but the condensation of the plague seeds was far from over. Chunbai had to keep moving forward, traveling across Africa, Asia, and Oceania, witnessing many different races, religions, and dynasties. A year later, in the dungeon, Chunbai was carrying out his mission. He condensed virus energy in his palm, saying to himself, 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days. Finally, success. He sat on a high step, with rolling mountain ranges behind him. On Chunbai's face, a look of even greater determination. He was about to achieve his goal. Chunbai calculated his next step. Next, I just need to reclaim the source of the plague. Although this dungeon has no strong enemies, it is indeed very difficult. Chunbai looked into the distance, starting to feel regret. He thought, if I had known it would take this long to complete this, I really wouldn't have wanted to enter this dungeon at all. After all, a year and a half is extremely precious in the apocalypse. Chunbai stood in a place that resembled the Great Wall, magnificent and grand. A question appeared on the system. Do you wish to reclaim all the plague seeds in the plague? Chunbai confidently raised his head and said, yes. The scene changes to medieval Europe, the square where the plague column was placed. Here, all the townspeople were gathered, praying before the column that was constantly emitting pressure to absorb the virus. Great God of pestilence, may your journey be smooth. May you soon complete your plan. Everything was going very smoothly. Suddenly, Elena's whole body shook. A slight tremor occurred around them. At this moment, everyone was very confused. The knight standing next to Elena asked loudly, "What's wrong?" "High Priestess Elena." Elena seemed to have sensed something. After praying, she said through tears, "The god has completed his journey. Now he will return to his divine kingdom." Next, Elena turned and said to the knight, "Please have everyone chant the doctrine that the god entrusted to us, so that the god knows we have remembered it in our hearts." The knight looked at Elena, striking his chest and replying resolutely, "Yes." High Priestess. After Chunbai stabilized Florence, the people no longer believed in the Holy Lord. Elena became the high priestess representing Chunbai's sect. The girl clasped her hands, saying with emotional tears, "We are called the Plague Sect, not because we worship disaster and destruction." High Priestess Elena and many people behind her looked reverently towards the energy column Chunbai had left behind. She continued, "Nor is it because we praise decay and death." On the streets of medieval Florence, the people heard the positive signal from their god, Chunbai. They all looked up. People on the street or in their homes, even the animals, stopped all their activities. Then they began to sing to him. "It is because we desire peace and well-being for the world, for the people to be healthy and happy." The pressure from the plague column grew stronger. Streams of purple light surrounded the sky above, swirling and churning. Countless monks and townspeople bowed before the virus column, singing in unison, chanting the doctrine. "Therefore, we need to understand the plague, so that it can never harm us again." Elena said, "Therefore, we wish to control the plague, so that it can help us destroy evil." A layer of ethereal virus smoke appeared above their heads. Not just Elena, all the devout followers had this strange smoke appear, and it began to spread throughout the space. The people sang to him, "When we were ignorant and foolish, we fought and killed each other." Looking from a distance at the place where the virus column was, a bright bolt of lightning could be clearly seen shooting out from it, straight up into the sky. Now, those purple mists rose and spread out over the vast kingdom. Following that, the thunderstorm also grew larger. Soon it covered the entire area. The singing echoed through every corner, reaching every home. Now that they understood the plague, the people everywhere no longer encroached upon each other. In the future, when they could control the plague, they would fight side by side. The plague would ultimately become a weapon to fight for the protection of all living things. It will make the demons who wreak havoc in the mortal world tremble. It will make the cruel devils fear. It will destroy the enemies of all living things. All things in the world will eventually come to decay and ruin, but billions of living beings will cooperate for eternal life, never to be extinguished. All things decay. All living beings are eternal. All things decay. All living beings are eternal. Chunbai, in another place, felt the urgency of the people. He couldn't help but think, "I can hear it. That's their voice." The singing continued to echo. "May the light of the Lord shine upon the world forever." It reached Chunbai, far away, clearly and vividly. Chunbai looked towards Florence, saying with emotion, "Is this all their sincere prayer?" Just then, a notification panel appeared. "Mission complete. Exiting Dungeon World. The Plague Factory in Medu." A new notification panel appeared. "Mission reward is being generated." Immediately after, a new item appeared. According to the system display, it was SSS-Rank, Class Change Tome. Scourge of Life and Death. All things are born, bringing countless possibilities. All things intermingle, bringing countless surprises. All things struggle, bringing endless calamities. All things perish, bringing countless rebirths. Fear not, you are a part of the Scourge of Life and Death. And the Scourge of Life and Death is the power that belongs to you. Usage requirement. Possess the SSS-Rank talent, Monarch Virus. Chunbai slowly descended, his feet touching the ground. The class change scroll fell into his hands accordingly. Holding the class change scroll, Chunbai said to himself, "This means I can't see the specific abilities. I really want to change my class right now." Then he quickly tucked it away. At this moment, he left the hidden instance gate. As he walked, he thought, but Lita's mission requires seeing 2 tomes, not 2 SSS rank classes. Now that I have 1 SSS rank class change scroll, I need to find a second one quickly. As soon as he stepped out, the system announced, "Mission. The Plague Factory has failed." A little surprised, he looked at the system panel and realized, the Plague Factory mission failed. What's going on? Now, Chunbai was stunned. He was completely surprised by this result. Chunbai kept asking himself, what's going on? Didn't I already find the source of the Plague Factory? No. When I found Gao Su, there was no mission completion notification. It seems the source the mission required me to find was something that had changed because of his existence. After he sacrificed himself, the source must have lost its power and disappeared. That's why I failed the mission. Now, Chunbai looked up at all the places in the hidden instance. For sure, It must be these mushrooms. A while later, he completely stepped out of this tough dungeon. He took out his system panel and thought, I wonder how Baidi City is doing now. And everyone in the chat group. Baidi sent a message asking Ziqiang, how is the situation in Baidi City now? How is everyone's strength now? Ziqiang immediately replied, the reconstruction work has officially begun. I have already chosen the location for the supercomputer and the production line. Ziqiang continued, after your guidance, everyone has a direction to work towards. But it's only been 4.5 days. Everyone is also helping to build Baidi City, so their strength hasn't changed much. Reading this, Chunbai was completely shocked. He was stunned. 4.5 days? I was clearly in the dungeon for 1.5 years. The time Chunbai spent on the dungeon mission hadn't changed much. Only then did he raise his hand and take the hourglass hanging around his neck, understanding. It seems it's because of this hourglass. He remembered when he first entered the hidden instance. The hourglass naturally lit up. Until now, only now did Chunbai remember. It had already fused with me, appearing and disappearing according to my consciousness. But in the dungeon, it appeared on its own, and only it could make a year feel like a day. In the chat group, Han Xiao sent a message. Guys, I just got a notification. My and Lord Bai's plague factory mission has failed. Seeing this, the others immediately showed their concern. How is Lord Bai? How is Lord Bai? Isn't that the mission to get the SSS-Rank class change book? Did you not get it? Don't worry about the class change book anymore. I wonder if Lord Bai survived. Don't worry too much. It was just a failed mission. It doesn't necessarily mean something happened. Reading this, Chunbai scrolled through the chat group, saying, so Han Xiao also got the mission, but it's definitely not the same as mine. After all, I have the mark of pestilence. With that, Chunbai said to himself, a little embarrassed, let's see what he's been saying in the group these past few days. Then he sent a message in the group. The plague factory mission has indeed failed. Seeing him send a message, the others immediately showed their concern for him. Lord Bai, are you very sad? I can give you a warm hug. Lu Hui sent a message, always ready to take in a Lord Bai who's disappointed because of a failed mission. The warmth I can provide is a lot, not just a hug. The person who spoke earlier saw this. She immediately replied angrily, Sister Lu Hui, do you want to fight? Fight me now. Black Fruit side. A mission that even Lord Bai failed. My goodness. Shui Chuan also comforted. It's okay, Captain. You are already the strongest person I have ever seen. Tyrant King. A true man is never afraid of failure. It's just an SSS-Rank class. You're King Han. Someone over level 70 sacrificed themselves to open the dungeon. Failure is normal. Seeing that everyone was comforting him, he decided to tell the truth. At the same time, he sent an image of the SSS-Rank class change scroll, Scourge of Pestilence, which had just been split into the group. The SSS-Rank class change scroll dungeon. It didn't fail, because the important NPC sacrificed himself to open the dungeon for me. The mission objective disappeared. That's why the factory mission failed. After speaking, Chunbai crossed his arms, smiling. He watched with interest the subsequent movements in the group. Seeing this, some people in the group understood, while others didn't. They asked in the chat, what does that mean? What does that mean? Someone explained. Didn't you hear what he said? Congratulations, congratulations. My God, that's an SSS-Rank class. Chunbai smiled. He didn't show off too much. He just quietly continued to observe the attitudes of the group members. Han Xiao, Lord Bai, should we upgrade the chat group to an alliance? Tyrant King immediately asked, what's an alliance? League of Legends? The others continued to offer their opinions. I know. After upgrading, we can add the alliance name to our speeches or announcements. I'm looking at the chat group upgrade guide. The benefits are many, but the upgrade fee is very high. Seeing that everyone was discussing in the direction he had planned, Chunbai replied, I had this idea long ago. I just didn't know if the brothers and sisters in the group would agree. An alliance, after all, is an organization where glory and shame are shared. A chat group is a little more relaxed. Then he immediately initiated a vote. Group leader by D has proposed a vote. Should the chat group be upgraded to an alliance group? Everyone, please think carefully. Don't rush to a decision. If the number of people who agree exceeds 2/3, we will upgrade. Han Xiao immediately replied excitedly. Received. Lord Bai, you just finished a dungeon. Do you want to go rest? The bed is already warmed up. Reading these lines, Chunbai knew immediately how excited this guy was right now. He immediately replied, "Who wants to sleep in your bed? Just show me a villa in Medu. I'll go clean one up and rest." Han Xiao immediately replied, "Yes, boss, bye." The conversation ended there. This long mission gave Chunbai a headache. He logged out of the chat group, wearily holding his head. The scene changes to Medu, a high-end villa district. At this moment, Chunbai had arrived at the place Han Xiao mentioned in the chat group. He stood before a huge house, unable to help but be amazed. The villa district Han Xiao recommended is really beautiful. Now he looked up and around. After observing the situation here, he said with relief, "Neither heat sense nor virus sense has detected any living creatures. Looks like it's safe." In the basement of the villa district, the faint figures of two girls were talking. The white-haired younger sister looked very scared. She said to her sister, "Sister, someone's come in. I'm so scared." The older sister, who always maintained a high level of alertness, comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'll go defeat him." The weak younger sister cried out in alarm, "No, don't kill him, sister. Just chase him away." Not long after, Chunbai had entered the high-end villa in Medu. He casually chose a room and fell onto the large bed to rest. The surroundings were covered in a lot of moldy dust. He rested his hands under his head, saying leisurely, "Modern conveniences are still the best. Just release a little virus, and I can rest soundly. Oh, right. Now, I'll use the medicinal pillow made by the Chinese doctor in the dungeon." With that, he immediately took out from his system panel a yellow pillow with exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns. Chunbai looked up at it, unable to help but sigh in admiration. "Using this when I rest, I really sleep so well." Suddenly, Chunbai let out a sound of surprise. The system panel displayed information. D-Rank Ancient Dragon Medicinal Pillow. Daily use item. Calms the mind and spirit. Made from a secret formula. When used, can improve sleep quality and provide a little defense against spiritual attacks. Relaxes the nerves. Increases lifespan. Long-term use helps to strengthen and develop spirit power. He shot up. He looked at it again and again. Then he said, "How did it turn into an item?" It was clearly just a normal medicinal pillow in the dungeon. Now, Chunbai stared blankly at the system panel, thinking, "What the hell? What's with my item inventory?" Then a series of cards displaying item information appeared. C-Rank Song Dynasty Blue and White Dragon Vase. Faction Exhibit Item. An exhibit that embodies the craftsman's heart and soul. When displayed in a city-state's architectural museum, it will provide a bonus effect to the city's buildings. Buddha's Flower Saraira. C-Rank Special Material. A physical particle crafted using high-temperature, airtight refining technology. This is a rare material. When carried, it increases luck by 1 point. Defensive ability against evil spirits increases by 5 points. D-Rank Mura Gold Coin. City-state exhibit item. An ancient coin tinged with the color of time. When displayed in a city-state's museum, it will provide a bonus income effect to the city-state's buildings. Eye of Horus Gold Ring. C-Rank equipment item, accessory. This ring, decorated with the Eye of Horus, increases recovery ability by 5% and can actively trigger a shield charged with moonlight. Chunbai suddenly sat up straight. He looked in astonishment at the item cards that had appeared before him. It could be said that more than half of the items he brought out of the dungeon had turned into items. I've never heard of items taken from a dungeon turning into items before. Chunbai's eyes widened even more. A plan formed in his mind. He calculated, that's right. I also brought the Spear of Longinus out of the dungeon. Because in my past life, there was a powerful emperor. His weapon was an SS-Rank Spear of Longinus. So I paid a little more attention to it. Thinking of this, he reached out and pressed the box displaying the image of the spear. He thought to himself, the Knight Captain of the Holy See, Sorrel, saw that I liked the Spear of Longinus. Chunbai immediately and neatly pulled a real spear from the displayed image. He smiled with satisfaction, looking at this still warm item and saying to himself, so he gave it to me before I left the Vatican. The Spear of Longinus has also turned into an item. The system panel displayed information. Spear of Longinus, unawakened. F-Rank special weapon. All attributes +3. Purge the darkness. The Spear of Longinus will repel evil, dark, and abyssal creatures. At the same time, damage dealt to these creatures is increased by 200%. Seal of the Mortal Dream. Defeating evil creatures will gradually awaken the Spear of Longinus. Number of evil creatures remaining to be defeated for the first awakening. 0 out of 10. After reading, he looked up with a little doubt, thinking, things like the Spear of Longinus already existed on the Blue Star. The things that became items due to the appearance of a universal will all contain unique characteristics. Chunbai sat cross-legged on the bed, completely immersed in his own deductions. He stared at the spear and said, although the reason is unclear, the only Spear of Longinus is now in my hands. If he doesn't get this spear, will he still become a powerful emperor? He gripped the spear tightly. Suddenly, Chunbai's hand was electrocuted. He was startled. He let go and cried out, why does my hand hurt a little? Putting the spear down again. He then discovered a problem with his palm. Chunbai frowned in confusion. His entire palm was red. Is this Spear of Longinus rejecting me? The injured palm was immediately healed by Chunbai's self-regeneration ability. He leaned in closer to the spear, whispering, it seems that in its judgment, I belong to one of the 5 types: evil, dark, abyssal, or filthy. I can't use it. It's only F rank, and I already burned my hand. Finally, Chunbai decided to put it away. He thought at S rank, it would probably cook me alive. It's truly a weapon that counters me. Just let it rust in my inventory. That way, the world has one less thing that can threaten me. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. The door opened on its own. Light shone in. Chunbai looked up, saying to himself, half believing, I clearly locked the door. Outside the door, a dagger flew straight at Chunbai's heart. He was sitting on the bed. He had already sensed this signal. With his superhuman reflexes, Chunbai immediately caught the dagger between 2 fingers, stopping it before it could do any damage. The dagger in Chunbai's hand buzzed. He stared at it, deducing, neither pestilence nor thermal vision can see it. It must be a spirit controlling this dagger. It can only control items to attack, and its level is very low. He held the dagger with just 2 fingers, as if someone was trying to pry it from his hand. It wouldn't stop vibrating. Chunbai thought further. Using hellfire could incinerate it instantly. But this bedroom would also be destroyed. Chunbai loosened his grip slightly. The dagger slipped out, hovering in midair before circling behind him. He turned his head to look at it, whispering, what a headache. My spirit attribute is almost 300, but I only have 1 skill that can damage a spirit. After slipping from his hand, the dagger immediately swung towards Chunbai's head. He gently ducked to avoid the blow. Then he looked at the system and thought, using the virus points I collected from defending the city and the dungeon, let's see if there are any cheaper, effective skills. Now he deliberately spoke aloud, pretending not to care. The Monarch virus doesn't seem to affect spirit power at all. What about the spirit virus lineage? He said this, but his body stood up wearily. At the same time, the dagger stabbed into the mattress with a thud. Chunbai, still pretending not to know, continued. Without a pathogen, I can't unlock the skill tree. It's best to see if I have any viruses on hand that can evolve into spirit power. He put his hands in his pockets. Strolling leisurely, he tilted his head slightly. He dodged another sneak attack from the dagger. Chunbai smiled, deliberately speaking aloud. My points are just enough to use now. A system panel appeared. Virus enhancement successful. Zombie virus has evolved into progenitor virus. Virus enhancement successful. Progenitor virus has evolved into T-virus. Virus enhancement successful. T-virus has evolved into spirit-enhanced T-virus. Perhaps the invisible stranger had realized Chunbai was doing this on purpose. So they threw the dagger to the ground. He turned his head, also quite surprised. He widened his eyes. Chunbai said with a look of surprise, why did you stop stabbing? Did you run away? Now he gritted his teeth, his face grim. Let me see what kind of spirit this is. A system notification announced. Exclusive skill of the spirit-enhanced T-virus has been unlocked. Mind control. Exclusive skill of the spirit-enhanced T-virus has been unlocked. Telekinesis. Virus enhancement successful. Auxiliary skill for telekinesis. Spirit sight has been unlocked. The aura of the virus spread out, binding people within it. Chunbai closed his eyes, focusing his mind to sense the power of his mind. After the condensation was complete, he looked up. He saw the souls of 2 girls struggling with each other. The The younger sister was trying her best to stop the irritable older sister who was brandishing her fists. The younger sister cried out, "Sister, let's go." The older sister gritted her teeth and roared, "Let me finish him. This bastard dared to break into our house." Seeing the scene clearly, Shunbai exclaimed his heart, "A complete spirit. And it doesn't look bad. It's probably not a low-level soul. Why can it only use a kitchen knife to attack people?" He looked straight at the two souls before him. He focused his mind and unleashed his telekinetic power, thinking, "Now I'll use my telekinesis to lock them in place and observe them for a bit." Sound waves emanated from his temples. The older sister's soul had bloodshot eyes. She glared angrily at Shunbai, shouting, "Let me finish him. The intruder in this house. I have to protect my sister." The system panel displayed, Evolver, Meng-Chi. Talent, Twin Spirits, Evil Spirit. Level, 2, Spirit, 15. Talent abilities, Control of all things. Material intrusion, Sound nullification. The younger sister was on the verge of tears. She kept trying to calm her sister down. "He's not hurting me. Calm down, sister." The system panel displayed, Evolver, Meng-Shui. Talent, Twin Spirits, Good Spirit. Level, 2, Spirit, 15. Talent abilities, Control of all things. Soothing good thoughts. Exorcism. After carefully reading the information on the two souls, Shunbai crossed his arms and thought, "I didn't expect them to be evolvers. I haven't met many evolvers whose forms have changed due to their talent." The older sister started to get agitated again, a knife in her hand. She crouched down and rushed toward him. Shunbai sensed that this girl was trying to attack him. He grabbed Meng-Chi's knife hand, coaxing, "Meng-Chi, right? Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you." Now, he channeled his spiritual power, unleashing a brilliant viral pressure. And he tried to say, "Release your telekinetic power. You can feel the distance between us. My spirit power is 20 times higher than yours. I'll give you one last chance. If you keep causing trouble, I'll kill both you and your sister." Meng-Chi was so angry she was speechless. She was forced to stop, gritting her teeth and cursing, "You dare." The younger sister, Meng-Shui, ran over, pleading, "Please, sir, don't hurt my sister, Meng-Chi." After calming down, Shunbai calmly plopped down. He nodded cheerfully and promised, "I won't hurt you, but you have to listen to me." The older sister got agitated again, shouting, "Damn it! What kind of perverted thoughts do you have? Just aim for me. Don't bully my sister." Meng-Shui hugged her sister's arm tightly. In contrast to their attitude, Shunbai was very relaxed. He tilted his head, asking back with a sneer, "I have perverted thoughts? Oh, what kind of dirty things are you thinking about?" She felt embarrassed after saying it herself. The older sister was so angry she gritted her teeth and cursed, "I'll kill you." Shunbai raised his hand, pointing at them, preparing to tell them the current situation. "You two stand still. I have a few questions. Do you know what's happening in the world? Do you know how to use the Evolver panel?" The younger sister replied softly, "We know. We also know how to use the Evolver panel." Meng-Chi was still not very cooperative, but she still added a sentence. "I've also looked at the Evolver forum. Of course, I know a lot of people have died. A bunch of bugs. They might as well all be dead." Shunbai was stunned. He pressed, "If that's the case, why are you only level 2? Are you too lazy to go out and kill monsters for experience?" Meng-Chi crossed her arms, watching. The younger sister, Meng-Shui, was quite shy. "I was the one who stopped my sister." She hugged her arms, asking in a small voice, "There were people before, right? I can't bring myself to harm them. Besides, they can't harm us." However, these words earned her a glare from Shunbai. He scolded her directly, "Foolish. Someone who can harm you will appear sooner or later. When that time comes, are you going to rely on your level 2 strength to deal with them? Seriously, your talent is very dangerous, because your power is tied to your emotions." At this, he looked up, looking closely at the two girls who were stunned by his recent point. He continued, "Don't let your emotions affect your power. Becoming foolish and slow. Close your eyes. Feel your power carefully and control it. Then use your reason to think about what you should do." Both of them must have felt that Shunbai had no ill intentions. So the two sisters unconsciously followed his words. A moment later, the state of the two sisters suddenly changed drastically. The illusionary images flickered violently. The younger sister tried to resist, crying out in surprise. I should help others. Become a good person. She did her best to help everyone. The older sister, Meng-Chi, tensed up, screaming in pain. End it. All the trash who bully my sister in this garbage world deserve to be erased. Whoever bullies my sister must die. The two pitiful souls trembled incessantly before Chunbai. He remained seated, watching their movements and saying, "It seems their reason has been severely eroded." Now his expression became more serious. Chunbai rested his hands on his thighs, muttering with some concern for them. Without proper training, they will soon turn into two low-level creatures, acting on instinct, completely turning into monsters. Chunbai stood up straight, looking at the two struggling souls before him. He thought a way to help them. To train this kind of soul affected by emotional power, I must first reduce the influence of the energy on them. Chunbai pushed his palms straight forward at the two of them. A stream of bright purple energy flowed from his palms. He seemed to have grasped the method of treatment, whispering, "I just need to play with them for a while using my mental induction energy. I can also train my ability to control my mental induction. First, I'll try complete suppression." Around his palms, the bright purple energy swirled, crashing into the two sisters, Meng Shui and Meng Chi, making them both cry out. "What are you trying to do?" Chunbai's face was stern now. He whispered to the two sisters, "That's right. Resist with all your might, until your energy is depleted." Chunbai used both hands to control two sources of red and blue energy, surrounding the two sisters, while thinking, "I can train my ability to shape and control my mental induction energy. After all, in my past life, I wasn't an expert in the spiritual field, so this ability wasn't very strong." Just like that, Meng Shui and Meng Chi were squeezed together by Chunbai. The two girls trembled, extremely uncomfortable, especially Meng Shui. The two girls' posture was a bit odd. Chunbai watched, continuing to control them, clicking his tongue and saying, "If I control two souls at the same time, I can grasp the overall posture, but the details are still lacking. Plus, because they're still resisting, their movements look a bit strange." A moment later, the two sisters, Meng Chi and Meng Shui, fell asleep. After struggling and resisting under Chunbai's control for a while, they were suddenly like this. Chunbai was extremely surprised. He looked at their movements in confusion, saying, "Why have they stopped resisting? There's still clearly energy in their bodies. Has their intelligence recovered a bit? Do they feel I won't harm them?" At that moment, he approached them, both hands releasing more energy. As Chunbai walked, he threatened, "It seems you still don't understand the situation. If you don't learn to control your emotional energy, you will sooner or later turn into mindless monsters." The Meng sisters jumped up again, tensing up to resist. The offensive was nearing its peak. Chunbai swung his arms back, shouting, "In that case, I might as well send you on your way now." With that, the two sisters, Meng Shui and Meng Chi, were enveloped by a powerful storm of energy. The energy tore the clothes from their bodies, turning them into countless shreds. The two sisters displayed their naked bodies before Chunbai. Immediately after, from outside the door, piercing screams could be clearly heard, distorted and accompanied by violent vibrations. That was Chunbai simultaneously treating the two sisters. An hour later, the two girls were exhausted after their battle with Chunbai. Meng Chi rested her head on Meng Shui, covered by a blanket, and fell asleep. Our protagonist, after a satisfying pushing the cart session, was feeling very content. He sat at the end of the bed and asked, "Now, if you encounter a monster attacking a human, what will you do?" Meng Shui suddenly opened her eyes. She lifted the blanket and immediately replied, "I'll save the person, then send the monster on its way." Meng Chi's voice was also much gentler now. "Do what you can. If you can, first send that monster to see the king of hell." After the test, just now, Chunbai praised him seriously. "Very good. It seems you've regained your reason now. Although you still distinguish between good and evil, you won't be influenced by energy and become extreme." Now Meng Shui replied cheerfully, "Thank you, big brother." As for Meng Chi, she pouted like a puppy. "Oomph. That crude trick you used on us. Sooner or later, I'll make you taste it." Ignoring the older sister's words, Chunbai bent down, slowly standing up. He explained gently, "Before, you didn't know how to control your energy. but with the talent of yin and yang complementing each other, you can still automatically absorb energy. Now you'll start from scratch. I'll teach you some basic skills. With that, he turned his face away, raising his right hand. Try to gradually release the accumulated energy outside your body, manifesting it in the form of clothes. Hearing this, the two sisters blushed and looked at him, both nervous and excited. They immediately followed Chun Bai's instructions. The energy Meng Shui released transformed into a very cute bow on her head. As for Meng Qi, she released it in the form of a pair of charming gloves. The two girls had done it. Chun Bai continued to approach, explaining further. The amount of energy retained in your body must be decided based on your own abilities. When you've completely mastered it, I'll take the opportunity of these few days off to level you up a few times. Not long after, at the Red Star Asylum dungeon in Medu. Now Meng Shui was neatly dressed, with a very practiced posture. She directed her energy towards a zombie. Good spirit, purify. Over here. Meng Qi was also very professional. This cool girl, wearing a new outfit, was also controlling her energy to attack another zombie. Evil spirit, evil contamination, distortion. The two sisters enthusiastically destroyed every zombie in the hospital, practicing their coordination as they fought. A system panel appeared, reporting, Mini-boss. Head nurse has been defeated. The mission was thus completed. After understanding Chun Bai's intentions, Meng Qi had become much gentler. She ran over, eager to show off to Chun Bai. Big brother, how do we do? Chun Bai gave a satisfied smile. Then, he sensed Meng Qi's ill will. He pointed at her and warned, don't secretly send your evil thoughts at me. It's useless. Busted. Meng Qi suddenly retracted her hand, saying stubbornly, it must be because you're a bad person yourself, that my evil thoughts are useless. Used to this scene, Meng Shui just yawned. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Chun Bai turned around in surprise. Is it a message from Meng Meng? On the forum, Meng Meng sent a message. Master Bai, Sword Immortal wants to ask for our help to clear a nightmare-level hidden instance. I'm really not just making money, sent a message. Big brother Bai, if you have time, you must come and help. Chun Bai replied, send the dungeon introduction to me via private message. I'm really not just making money, replied. Immediately, Yeezy's account sent a message. There's still one spot left in the team. What should we do? Can I give it to my little sister? Immediately after, another system panel displayed. Dungeon, Mount Shu Path. Special dungeon, nightmare level. Dungeon introduction. The path of Mount Shu is treacherous, harder than climbing to the blue sky. The ancient immortal mountain shows no sign of immortals. Only the sound of swords ringing echoes in the air. The mountain path is long and winding. Who can climb to the cloud-shrouded peak and unveil the unanswered destiny? Every step, every rock, is a challenge. Without the consent of the immortals, your corpse will fall into the abyss. Entry requirement. For evolvers only. I'm not just making money. Evolution code 098. Only as the team leader can you enter the dungeon. The number of team members cannot exceed 4. The maximum level of the team cannot exceed 10. After reading, Chun Bai stroked his chin and thought. So it's because there's a level limit. That's why he's in such a hurry. He scratched his head and thought for a long time. Chun Bai continued to ponder. Maybe in my past life, I never heard of Sword Immortal. Or maybe he couldn't find a reliable teammate and ended up dying in this dungeon. The forum was lively again. Chun Bai sent a message. Perfect. I haven't changed my class yet. My level is capped at 10. Let's team up. The Tyrant King's account replied. The last spot must have fair point distribution. Lu Hui joined in. I'm here. The account I'm really not a shill replied. Everyone. Fellow Taoist, making money, has already notified the channel. I'm going with him this time. My apologies, everyone. Scrolling down was a message from Han Zhao's account, your King Han. What's with this backroom dealing? Old Taoist. Did you sell your chrysanthemum to making money? The Tyrant King replied. How much did he pay? I'll pay double. The chrysanthemum is not for discussion. Yeezy added, not fair. I'm not just making money, reassured. Everyone, don't be angry. This dungeon is related to our country's traditional priorities. That's why I decided to bring my brother. I'm really not a shill. Next time there's a dungeon, I'll definitely give you all priority. Chun Bai watched everyone's discussion in the chat group and just chuckled. As he closed the system, Chunbai turned and said to the Meng sisters, "All right, that's enough for today. Let's go home." Meng Qi was still not satisfied. She asked with some disappointment, "Are we not continuing? I can still fight." So Chunbai bluntly stated their skill level. "All right, the monsters behind you can't beat. The boss attacks with spirit. If you go now, you'll just be feeding yourselves to it." Meng Qi was not very happy. She crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Her younger sister, Meng Shui, on the other hand, replied obediently and sweetly, "Yes. We'll listen to whatever you say, big brother." The scene changes to inside the Mount Shu dungeon, in a thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. Chunbai had now arrived here, thanks to Moming's ability. She was standing next to a man. Seeing him appear, she opened her mouth to greet him. "Master." Meng very politely introduced the newcomer first. "Master, this is Jun Subu Su." The handsome man in ancient costume behind her also politely waved to him. "Senior Bai, hello. Just call me Jun Su." Then, the sudden appearance of another character made Jun Su look over in surprise. A young man full of vitality, stylishly dressed. He had a sword on his back. As soon as he entered, he cheerfully clapped Jun Su on the shoulder. "Big brother Bai, I finally get to meet you." This person was the owner of the account. "I'm really not just making money." He pointed to himself, introducing himself before Chunbai. "My name is Chu Zixuan. The making money account is mine." Chunbai was also very friendly. He waved to everyone. "Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you." Meng also quickly pulled her master's hand, leading him over. Looking at Chu Zixuan, Chunbai was extremely surprised. He widened his eyes, asking Chu Zixuan in surprise, "You have so many swords. So you have a weapon talent?" So Chu Zixuan immediately reached behind his back, drawing his sword. He said with gusto, "That's right. Everyone look at this." Chu Zixuan's system panel displayed talent, making money with swords. When using a sword-type equipment, can activate sword chi. The intensity of the sword chi depends on one's own spirit power. Can create your own sword skills. Every time a sword skill is created, all of one's own attributes will be permanently increased. The increase depends on the grade of the sword technique. After a cursory glance at Su Zixuan's abilities, Chunbai evaluated. "Your talent isn't bad." Su Zixuan immediately laughed out loud. He blushed, scratching his head. "It's just average." "Brother Bai, you flatter me too much." Now that the four of them were acquainted, Chunbai spoke up enthusiastically. "Since everyone is here, let's move out." Su Zixuan chimed in excitedly. "Let's go." Meng and Jun Su were also in high spirits. Inside the instance, at the starting point of the Mount Shu path, Su Zixuan took the lead. He turned back to ask, "Did everyone get the mission notification?" Chunbai nodded in response. Climbing from here to the peak completes the Mount Shu path. Looking in Chunbai's direction, Meng said with wide eyes, "Judging by the description, this mountain path definitely won't be a walk in the park." Chunbai stood with a determined posture. Looking into the distance, fully prepared, he said, "I'm actually looking forward to seeing what surprises this climb has in store. Let's hit the road." The four-person team, led by Chunbai, climbed halfway up the mountain ridge. Jinsu looked around and remarked, "There's fog." Having been through many dungeons, the experienced Chunbai turned around to warn everyone. "Everyone, watch your step and observe carefully. I'm afraid this is the first trial." Looking at the path ahead, Chunbai saw a hunchback man. He wore a straw rain cape and a conical hat. His mouth muttered incessantly. "The mountain road is hard to travel. The mountain road is hard to travel." The appearance of a new person made Chunbai incredibly excited. He suddenly used his cultivation to fly up the steps, shouting, "Old man, hello." Then he abruptly stomped on a rock and skidded to a halt. Chunbai slammed his foot down. Although he landed in a hurry, his eyes remained fixed on the small figure of the man in the distance. He was utterly astonished. Panting, he exclaimed, "I just ran at full speed, yet I still can't get close to him. Could this be?" He immediately spread his arms wide, channeling his cultivation. Looking straight at the person ahead, he began to unleash the power of the virus monarch. A magical arrow formed of purple virus appeared in his hand. Chunbai gathered his strength, extending his arm to control the arrow. He suddenly launched it toward the figure of the climbing man. Strangely, aside from a few wisps of white smoke drifting away, The man remained completely unharmed. He continued muttering without pause. The mountain road is hard to travel. The mountain road is hard to travel. Heaven and earth, the 5 elements are hard to pass. Then it quickly returned to normal. Chunbai watched, confirming in his heart. Sure enough, it's an illusion. Meng Meng and the 2 new teammates caught up to Chunbai. As they got close, Su Zixuan asked curiously, Master, what's wrong with that old man? Chunbai, still staring intently at the illusion ahead, replied, It seems to be a guide illusion. The words he's singing, everyone needs to remember them. Hearing this, Su Zixuan smiled smugly, eyes squinting with delight. He happily recounted what he had heard. I heard it very clearly. He said, Heaven and earth, the 5 elements are hard to pass. He was singing pretty slowly. Junsu, who had been analyzing the situation the whole time, was still fixated on the fog. He stroked his chin, thinking hesitantly. This fog can be considered water in the 5 elements. Climbing the mountain with visibility like this. Is this the first checkpoint? But as if answering Junsu, the illusion of the man above chanted another verse. Water vapor rises. The mist is hazy. Viewing flowers in the fog, it is hard for one to return. Guessing that the situation wasn't simple, Chunbai summoned the system. Equip. The biohazard gauntlets were equipped. Chunbai clenched both fists. Energy surged. He whispered anxiously, This sword force is unexpectedly strong. Just as the thought occurred, a sword immediately flew at Chunbai from the right, slashing toward his head. With Chunbai's current abilities, his detection of assassination targets was incredibly sharp. He startled, turning around vigilantly. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Only a flash of light was visible. Freakishly fast, Chunbai transformed his right arm into a shield just in time, blocking the long sword controlled by an invisible force. He couldn't help but be wary of this power. He said bluntly, My physique plus the shield's defense, and it still pierced through. A few moments later, the long sword automatically pulled itself out of the shield. It hovered mysteriously in midair, then slowly flew away. After a while, it disappeared completely. At that moment, Chunbai lost his footing. He slipped, almost falling. Meng Meng ran over anxiously to support him. Master, are you hurt? Su Zixuan and Junsu remained on high alert, looking around. Su Zixuan frowned, speaking seriously. Everyone, be careful. My sensory abilities can't detect its sword intent. Even Junsu felt bewildered. He turned to Su Zixuan. Su Zixuan, quick, activate the talisman I gave you. My spiritual power can't sense its location either. Heeding Junsu's words, Su Zixuan immediately pulled out the talisman. Instantly, a golden spiritual barrier enveloped the 4 of them. Su Zixuan shouted the name. Golden Light, Guardian Talisman. Junsu immediately took a stance, forming hand seals with both hands, constantly glowing and radiating spiritual energy. He swept his vigilant gaze around, shouting a warning. Here it comes. Due east. Thunder spell. The sword from before reappeared. This time it was caught by the energy of Junsu's seal. However, Junsu's energy couldn't withstand that sword either. It plunged straight into the protective circle around the 4 of them, aiming directly for Chunbai, who was standing in front. Meng Meng covered her eyes in fear, daring not to look. It paused at the barrier, gathered force, and collided. Chunbai reached out to block the sword tip. He had to admit, this really is a good sword. Noticing many cracks appearing on the barrier, Junsu shouted anxiously, White Emperor, look out! The golden light barrier can't hold it anymore. But when they looked again, Chunbai was holding the sword in his hand. He had completely conquered it. Chunbai looked at the sword with fascination and told everyone, It's fine. I've subdued it. Meng Meng admired her master immensely. She exclaimed in amazement, Master, you're so awesome. Junsu thought they were done for. Who knew Chunbai was this terrifying? He said with a look of reverence, This. When on earth did you subdue it? Su Zixuan was also very curious about the sword. He noticed this flying sword seemed to have a consciousness. Why didn't it resist at all? He looked at the new item and said, Let me show you guys how powerful this sword is. Sword Spirit type, Baya level, 12, Strength, 60, Speed, 120 of Physique, 60, Spirit, 60, Skill, Jade Water Roaming Dragon. The more water vapor there is, the greater the power. When in water, all attributes are multiplied by 10. Armor penetration of attacks is multiplied by 10. When not in water, all attributes are reduced to 110% of the base value. 5 elements generation and inhibition. When fighting metal attribute, sword spirits can receive bonus attributes from the metal sword spirit. When fighting earth attribute, sword spirits, all attributes will be reduced. When all 5 elements are present, all attributes are doubled. Sword integration can be attached to various types of swords. Add skills to the sword and grants attribute bonuses. Jun-Su scratched his head after reading. He remarked, "The more water vapor, the stronger the power. No wonder my golden light barrier couldn't hold it for half a second. In this misty water fog, its power probably increased 3 to 5 times." Su Zixuan also praised it happily. Good sword spirit. Unexpectedly, Chunbai made a move. He handed the sword to Su Zixuan and said, "If this sword spirit is in Su Zixuan's hands, it will surely be more effective. But I used a special method to control it." Su Zixuan became shy. He hurriedly waved his hands to refuse, replying to Chunbai, No need. I will raise a sword spirit myself. That's the only way to bond with it." Meng Meng curiously approached Chunbai again, asking repeatedly, Master. This mountain path, heaven and earth, 5 elements are hard to pass. So there must be 5 types of sword spirits, right?" Chunbai thought for a moment. He didn't answer her. Then Chunbai held the hilt, studying it. He replied with a bit of regret, "Unfortunately, I can only control 3. If there's a chance later, I'll come back to collect all 5 sword spirits." The system panel displayed the skill description. Biohazard disaster. High-level overlord brain. Can permanently control 3 creatures with mental strength no higher than your own. The situation gradually settled down. Chunbai continued walking toward the thorny path ahead. The danger has been resolved. Let's keep moving. After this display, Jun-Su and Su Zixuan developed a sense of admiration for Chunbai. Jun-Su laughed and praised. Senior White Emperor is truly both powerful and versatile. This humble priest sees that. We will surely succeed easily in a dungeon like this. Su Zixuan also turned his head to chime in. Now I understand why Crow gave me the equipment and skill books and demanded a spot for me. They happily followed behind. 10 minutes later, Chunbai, Meng Meng, Jun-Su, and Su Zixuan, the 4 of them, had climbed all the steps of the towering cliff. They stopped on a patch of lush green grass. After walking around, he said, "The fog has lifted. It seems the first trial is over." Meng Meng stretched and asked, "This mountain road is way too long. 5 elements are hard to pass. Does that mean we've only covered 1/5 of the journey?" Suddenly noticing strange movement, Su Zixuan pointed ahead and shouted, "Everyone look ahead!" From the giant trees in the distance and behind the hillside, Su Zixuan pointed and said, "It's that woodcutter." Chunbai turned around, straining to look as well. He narrowed his eyes to see clearly. Because of the considerable distance, he suddenly realized it was the same illusion from before. He startled. It was the old man from earlier. The conical hat covered half his face. He continued to repeat the profound verse. The Shu road is hard to travel. The Shu road is hard to travel. Heaven and earth, the 5 elements are hard to pass. Amidst the chanted verses, a bizarre scene in the forest opposite appeared before Chunbai's team. There are monsters in the forest. Grass and trees form an army. How terrifying. Several giant ancient trees, roots tangled together, massive and rough. They even had eyes and mouths. On the ground, many radishes sprouted arms and legs, pulling themselves out of the soil and standing up. Chunbai's group immediately took defensive stances. Everyone drew their weapons, ready in hand. Chunbai smiled slightly. With glowing eyes, he said, "Looks like it's going to be a brawl this time." Not bad. From Chunbai's perspective, an army of radishes could be seen crawling out of the earth. They gathered from all over and started moving toward Chunbai's group. Chunbai's eyes widened. His expression darkened. Very interested in this new game. Chunbai said in a low voice, "Because I like this the most." Jun-Su and Su Zixuan followed behind Chunbai. Jun-Su looked around curiously from the back. He speculated. According to the song lyrics, this level definitely hides a lot of monsters in the bushes. The sword must be hidden in the bushes too. Su Zixuan, walking in front, spoke up. No need to ponder the meaning of the woodcutter's song anymore. Su Zixuan looked ahead, scared speechless. Is it over already? In front of him was Chun Bai. He was dual-wielding two swords glistening with virus energy. Beneath his feet lay the radish monsters, dead on the spot, chopped into pieces. The sword in Chun Bai's hand glowed. The system panel below displayed sword spirit type. Corpse drinker, level 12, strength 50, speed 120, physique 70, spirit 60, skill, grass and trees are soldiers. Where vegetation is dense, ability increases drastically. All attributes multiply up to 5 times. Can hide inside any plant or wooden object to accumulate power. Shoots out after charging. And penetration power increases tenfold. 5 elements generation and inhibition. Sword integration. After reading the info on this sword, Chun Bai was very satisfied. He raised his hand, caressing the sword fondly. He said, water generates wood. Very good. It can merge into any plant or vegetation. Its sneak attack capability isn't bad either. With that, Chun Bai walked ahead, leading the way. Meng Meng turned back to wave at the two behind her. Don't just stand there gaping. Let's keep going. The two young men, Jin Su and Su Zixuan, were left speechless. These two felt that their presence in this secret realm was truly superfluous. Su Zixuan scratched his head. What am I even doing here? Chun Bai's group led everyone up the mountain, following the shadow of the woodcutter above. The woodcutter's silhouette kept chanting verses. The Shu road is hard to travel. The Shu road is hard to travel. Heaven and earth, the 5 elements are hard to pass. Steep, jagged cliffs. Bones smashed, falling into the abyss. As soon as the chant ended, rocks and earth rolled down from above. Chun Bai and Su Zixuan looked up, startled. Immediately after, this layer of dust quickly slammed into Chun Bai's group. Everyone hurriedly covered their eyes with their hands. Not only was there a lot of dust, but it was accompanied by very strong winds. Jin Su couldn't walk at all. He exclaimed, "It's impossible to move forward." He had to pull a talisman from his person. Golden Light Guardian Talisman. Just seeing Jin Su take out the talisman, Meng Meng stopped his hand. Wait, turns out she had an effective method. Meng Meng took out a pair of dust goggles and handed them to Jin Su. She said, "That talisman of yours isn't easy to make. Use this instead." Jin Su turned around. Extremely grateful, he immediately accepted the goggles from Meng Meng. As soon as he put them on, he looked at her like she was a superstar, praising, "Big shot Meng Meng. You really brought full equipment." Meng Meng replied smugly, "I just made them using dream creation." So the whole team had glasses to wear. Chun Bai up ahead gave Meng Meng a thumbs up. "Very good. At least we don't need to cover our eyes anymore." Outwardly, he reassured everyone. But in Chun Bai's heart, he was still worried, thinking, although the sand and dust can't hurt my eyes, the dust blown up by the wind is still quite annoying. After walking a bit further, the surroundings suddenly shook. Everyone stopped, looking around anxiously, not paying attention. Rocks fell from high above toward Chun Bai and Su Zixuan. Su Zixuan was unlucky. He was hit by a large boulder, falling off the cliff. Jin Su and Meng Meng screamed in shock. "Fellow Daoist Master!" Both were absolutely terrified. Jin Su looked down and yelled, "What do we do now?" "Senior Meng Meng, because the sand is so thick, I can't see where they fell." Meng Meng hurriedly comforted him. "It's okay. Let me look." Looking down, she saw no sign of anyone. Only a layer of sandstorm swirling like a tornado. Meng Meng couldn't help but worry. She slowly descended, seeming to spot Chun Bai. Meng Meng muttered, "Master." Chun Bai had just flown down after him and saved Su Zixuan. He was holding Su Zixuan, panting heavily as he spoke. "Big boss Meng Meng, I just ate a whole ton of sand. This secret realm is definitely not to be trifled with. Even Chun Bai has drained a significant amount of stamina." He whispered a reminder to Meng Meng. "In this dungeon, flight is restricted. The consumption is much higher than usual. I've only used it a few times, and I'm already sweating. If you had jumped down just now, it would have been big trouble. Extremely exhausting." Meng Meng held out a water bottle to Chun Bai. She was dazed, thinking her master was just too manly. She looked at him, not knowing how to respond. Now, Jinsu really wanted to find a solution to the problem. I think we should consider how to avoid being pushed down by the cliff swords. He crossed his arms, looking upwards. Zensu spoke furtherly. Since this sand also blocks spiritual probing, I can't judge the timing or position of the next attack. Chunbai quickly pointed out the flaw for Jinsu, so he could fix it. It's simple. Before the wall suddenly attacks, there'll be about half a second of vibration. Use your heart to sense it. Don't let the wind and sand distract you. Once you feel the vibration, just dodge immediately. Speaking of which, Chu Zishuan spoke up unconvinced. Chunbai didn't give him a choice. The remaining options are likely metal or fire. A moment later, still immersed in the silhouette of the woodcutter, the old man continued to chant his verses continuously. The road to Shu is hard to enter. The road to Shu is hard to enter. Heaven and earth, the 5 elements make dangerous passes. Scorching sun, burning heat, dizzied eyes, spinning heads, hard to speak a word. After singing this part, the heat became unbearable. Zhen Su and Chu Zishuan, dripping with sweat, complained, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to be roasted alive. I'm not even sweating anymore. I'm dehydrated. Does the fire spirit sword want to bake us to death? This is definitely the most insidious sword spirit I've ever seen. It was truly pitiful for the only girl in Chunbai's team, Meng Meng. As a girl, having to brave the wind and elements, Meng Meng was soaked to the bone, as if she had just taken a shower. Any water she created evaporated instantly. Even the sunshade is useless. Master, I'm about to turn into a dried disciple. No matter how tired he was, Chunbai showed no sign of weakness. He tried to be the solid pillar for the whole team. He turned back to encourage them, don't rush. It's coming soon. Explosion has never been the only form of fire. He continued thoughtfully, burning slowly, patiently waiting for the wind. Only when there is enough fuel can the energy burn fiercely. That is fire. Understanding Chunbai's point, Chu Zishuan seemed to find hope. He approached and asked, if Boss Bai says that, have you determined when the fire sword spirit will arrive? Of course. The woodcutter's song said it very clearly. Wait until your eyes are dizzied and heads are spinning. Hard to speak a word. In intense heat just now, Zhen Su was indeed speechless. He stuttered a few words. He looked up at the sky, staggering. Zhen Su's eyelids drooped heavily. He was too exhausted. Suddenly, a sword appeared right in front of him. It was Chunbai, pointing a sword straight at Zhen Su's face. He whispered confidently, Gotcha. Turns out Chunbai had collected another sword. This startled the already exhausted Zhen Su even more. The sword in Chunbai's hand displayed, Sword Spirit Branch. Center grade, 12. Strength, 70. Speed, 100. Constitution, 70. Spiritual power, 60. Trait, Fireheart. The higher the temperature, the stronger the power. When temperature exceeds 100 degrees, all attributes increase tenfold. Can utilize sunlight for concealment. Ignores environment. Evaporates moisture within a designated range. Chunbai used his power to hover the sword in midair. He looked at it, saying with great satisfaction, I've subdued the fire spirit sword. Let's quickly finish this path and replenish our water. After escaping that stretch of road, Chunbai's group sat down to rest by a large rock. Everyone drank water. So refreshing. In the distance, the silhouette of the woodcutter remained. He continued humming those verses. The road to Shu is hard to enter. The road to Shu is hard to enter. Heaven and earth, the 5 elements make dangerous passes. Golden light flashes, body and path sever. Hard to return. Chunbai noticed. He turned his head to look. He raised his hand and put on a new glove. Chunbai seemed completely ready. He looked ahead, calculating in his mind. Sounds like the metal spirit sword is a combat trial. Perfect. I'm already fired up from sunbathing. The fire spirit sword has been subdued by me. So, I'll have to treat you roughly then, metal spirit sword. Finally, Chunbai's team of 4 arrived at a plaza in the middle of the mountain. In the center was a large arena. Right in the middle, something resembling a sword hovered in the air. Chu Zishuan looked at the place and said, looks like the territory ahead belongs to the metal spirit sword. Chunbai replied, seems like this is a simple and straightforward combat stage. Getting closer, Everyone got a clearer look at the sword. It was a massive sword. The patterns on it were very classical, though it looked a bit old. Chu Zixuan saw this sword and said skeptically, "Is this an unrefined sword?" Jin Su blankly chimed in, "Unrefined. And unsharpened too." There was a flash of golden light somewhere, though. "Doesn't look simple." Chunbai's thoughts mirrored theirs. "True, but no need to overthink it. Just fight it and we'll know." He controlled 3 swords to fly up. Chunbai looked ahead and shouted, "Fight and we'll know." Unexpectedly, a force from out of nowhere knocked Chunbai flying. He quickly stabilized his body. Standing on the ground, he used his mutated virus hand to resist the unsharpened sword. After the sword made contact with Chunbai's viral tentacles, cracks appeared on it, but it quickly restored itself to its original state. Chunbai seemed to find the key to solving this predicament. His eyes widened. He said confidently, "I get it." Saying that, he crouched down, trying to channel his magic power, his virus. He shouted, "You have the ability to increase your stats after being attacked, right?" He crouched low, facing the great sword head-on. "Steel forged through 100 temperings. Or true gold fears no fire. Whatever. I don't care what your ability is called." Chunbai's expression became much more serious. He chuckled softly and whispered, "Then let's see." After saying this, Chunbai transformed his arms into 2 giant muscular hands. Chunbai clenched his fists tight. He turned and gathered his strength. He leaped from the ground, swinging his fist. He frowned, pursing his lips in a smile. His expression looked very bizarre. The sword and Chunbai both charged at each other. The collision created a violent vibration. The surrounding rocks and earth shattered. In the distance, the trio of Meng Meng, Jin Su, and Chu Zixuan were watching Chunbai fight the sword. Jin Su said, "Did you guys hear what Senior Bai said?" Chu Zixuan replied, "I heard it. I am wondering, does that sword upgrade infinitely?" Jin Su's face was full of anticipation. He said, "I thought of that too." Finally, the old sword being slapped and honed by Chunbai was finished. After the dust settled, a brand new interface appeared, sparkling. Chunbai grasped the sword in his hand and raised it high. "Is this that golden light?" "Thin as a cicada's wing. But the resistance is incredibly strong. Although this sword looks powerful, it feels incredibly light in the hand." Now that everything was over, Chunbai looked at the new sword with interest, assessing it. Estimated strength is nearly 200. Constitution value must have decreased in exchange for an increase in strength and speed. The total attributes of the other swords are all 300, but your constitution converted into strength and speed. Saying that, he held both ends of the sword, which was thin enough to bend, with both hands. It vibrated ceaselessly in his grip. Chunbai whispered, "So, what is your constitution value?" Then he snapped the sword in half. System notification popped up. Destroyed 100 tempered metal spirit sword. Received 25,000 EXP. Received based on contribution in battle. After destroying the sword with his own hands, Chunbai let go, letting it fall to the ground. He said, "This feeling only gets a 10 out of 10. Good thing I didn't choose the metal spirit sword. I don't like the feeling of constantly getting beaten up. Just a bet on one final strike. Besides, this guy died too easily." A moment later, Meng Meng, Chu Zixuan, and Jin Su ran over to Chunbai. Meng Meng ran up first, reporting, "The woodcutter has come out." Hearing that, Chunbai was extremely surprised. The silhouette of the woodcutter appeared again. He continued humming his verses. "The Shu Mountains are hard to cross. The Shu Mountains are hard to cross. Heaven and earth, the 5 elements are hard to pass." At this moment, amidst the dust and smoke, the woodcutter's silhouette walked straight through Chunbai. He stood still like a rock, trying to listen. The woodcutter continued singing verses. "The 5 elements spread across the mountains. The road is long and arduous to walk. This old man advises you not to proceed. If the Tao heart is unsteady, the path is blocked." Then the woodcutter walked out of the area. He returned to the step path, still humming continuously. Why not return and seek the immortal path? Why not return and seek the immortal path? Hearing this, Meng Meng was extremely confused. She didn't understand and asked Chunbai, "Master, what does he mean by that?" He crossed his arms. Looking down, he replied, "Not good. He immediately turned and called out to Chu Zixuan. From now on, we have to walk a very long road. You have to walk in front. Chu Zixuan was startled, his face blank. Zhen Su happily draped his arm around Chu Zixuan's shoulder and said, I get it. The road is long and arduous to walk. If the Tao heart is unsteady, the path is blocked, and this dungeon belongs to you. Only you possess the heart seeking the Tao. Even so, Chu Zixuan was still quite slow. Chenbai, Jeffrey Vets Zhen Su. This fellow Taoist has very high perception. Then tell me, what is the meaning of the woodcutter going down the mountain? Zhen Su scratched his head shyly and replied, That, I can't say for sure. Then Chenbai said seriously, I feel like this is a trick, to deceive those taking shortcuts, feeling that after walking a long road, the real path lies below. He recalled the moment the woodcutter passed him. He continued, Moreover, when that old woodcutter passed by us, I felt a chill run down my spine. He might kill anyone who tries to go down the mountain. Hearing Chenbai and seeing Zhen Su grasp the rhythm of this secret realm, Chu Zixuan held his head in confusion and shouted, I'm done for. Why don't I see anything at all? Am I unworthy of passing this stage? This silly appearance of Chu Zixuan made Chenbai remind him, as long as you have the heart to seek the Tao, it's fine. Be a bit more steadfast. I don't want to stay on this long, arduous road for too long either. It all depends on you. A moment later, Chu Zixuan said happily again, A heart seeking the Tao? Of course I have that, and it's very steadfast. For hours later, the system panel popped up a notification. Secret Realm Dungeon. Shu Mountain Path, cleared successfully. Everyone looked at the notification, both surprised and delighted. A moment later, at the spot where the four were standing, for golden beams of light descended from the sky. That was the reward for each person after completing the secret realm. Each golden beam carried a small orb the size of a fist. Everyone reached out to receive one. Everyone was both excited and curious about this reward. System report. Clearing members receive special reward. Shu Mountain token. Then, a large chest appeared from ground. A notification panel appeared. Rewards have been distributed. You may leave the dungeon at any time. This dungeon cannot be re-entered. It will convert into a standard one-time dungeon for all evolvers. In Chenbai's hand was a Shu Mountain token. It was displayed in detail on the system. Special item. Shu Mountain token. Possessing this item grants the title, Shu Mountain Disciple. Equipping this title allows entry to the special map, Shu Mountain. Token is personally bound, cannot be transferred, gifted or lent. He looked at it, whispering, From level 10 to 89, this map is really brutal. I didn't expect Shu Mountain to be this powerful. Currently, Chenbai still had a lot to do. He looked at the things in his hand, planning in his head. My urgent priority now is to quickly go collect the grade SSS scroll. Second, complete Lita's quest so I can change my class. If I don't complete the class change, I'll be stuck at level 10. After the class change is done, I'll go check out Shu Mountain. That kid Chu Zixuan was very interested in the large chest the team received. Chu Zixuan approached, not daring to open it yet. He spoke to Chenbai first. Big brother Bai, you choose the clear reward first. Chenbai approached and replied, Thanks. At this moment, Chu Zixuan was extremely excited. He looked up, chanting, Big brother Bai is number 1. Boss Meng is number 2. As for Jin Su, he was even happier. He hugged the token, saying joyfully, You guys don't need to leave anything for me. Receiving this token, I am already incredibly grateful. Scene shifts to the villa in Mado. After a period of conquering secret realms, Chenbai woke up on a soft bed. Opening his eyes, 2 beauties were by his side without him noticing. The younger sister, Yin Shui, saw Chenbai return and was overjoyed. You're awake, big brother. The older sister, Yin Shi, stood at a distance, pretending to be cold, but actually very concerned about him. Sleeping in broad daylight. Must be because your body is too weak. Hearing these words, Chenbai, who was lying down, propped himself up with his hand. Looking at Yin Shi, he retorted, Me? Weak, even if you used all your strength. A soul cannot touch matter. What are you going to use to defeat me? After Chenbai's absence for many days, Yin Shi seized the opportunity to signal a challenge. Are you bragging? Want to test it? I think I can take you down in 3 seconds. This statement piqued Chunbai's interest. He swung his legs off the bed, saying, just now in the secret realm, I obtained a book, a skill suitable for you. Chunbai stood up, holding the spirit-nurturing art book. He approached Yin Chi, insinuating, defeat me? This book, this skill will be yours. Yin Chi looked at him with a softer gaze. Who knows what Chunbai did, but the two girls were rolling endlessly on the floor. No, no more. I'm about to dissipate. Me too. Chunbai sat on the bed, calmly crossing his legs. He looked smugly at the two girls and said, now you know the difference, right? I haven't even retaliated yet. Hearing this, Yin Chi blushed red with embarrassment. She tossed and turned, looking at Chunbai, and said loosely, do you have a girl you like or something? Do you have to be so rough when interacting with others? Faced with Yin Chi's question, Chunbai just smacked his lips and replied, it's just that my constitution is relatively strong. Besides, I can control my strength very well. Then, Chunbai took out an item book from the dungeon. He said, seeing how hard you tried, I'll award this to you. Saying that, he tossed the book towards the two girls. The book fell to the floor. Yin Chi rushed to grab it, but it was a physical item. It passed directly through Yin Chi's hands. Chunbai had forgotten about this. He froze, not knowing what to say in this situation. So Yin Chi just gave up. She looked at him helplessly and said, are we supposed to learn it after we recover? The skill book isn't going anywhere anyway. With Chunbai's help, the two girls were able to stand steady. Chunbai stood up at this moment and said, you can learn it whenever you want. I should go handle my own business too. Yin Shui flew to his side, asking curiously, Brother Bai, are you leaving? Didn't you promise to take us to Dragon City? Chunbai summoned an item scroll. He looked at it and then promised the two of them, this is very important. I'll take you there tonight when I get back. Meng Qi and Meng Shui were overjoyed. The two girls were as happy as blooming flowers. Meng Shui replied politely with a yes. Then we'll wait for you to come back. The thing Chunbai was holding was the S-Rank Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. Looking at it, he thought to himself, the current hints have reached their limit. It's time to go to the Abyss to get the SSS-Rank class change scroll. At this moment, an image of Lita appeared in Chunbai's mind, making him a little flustered. After all, if I don't complete Lita's mission, I'll be stuck at level 10. A system notification appeared. S-Rank Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. Only drops when the first pure-blooded demon creature is killed. Possess the unique special class change quest scroll. Complete the mission within it. It can be transformed into a Demon Hunter class change scroll. After reading the system panel, he pondered, actually, when I first got this scroll, I didn't think I would go and get that class change scroll. After all, that's the challenge that's said to be impossible even for gods to overcome. Chunbai was deep in thought, reaching out to press the system screen. But now I don't have any other clues about an SSS rank scroll, so I can only go and try. It seemed he had made up his mind. After pressing yes, the system transported him to the first layer of the abyss. Very quickly, Chunbai was taken to a dark place full of goblins. The red-skinned goblins, scantily clad, saw Chunbai. They couldn't help but be surprised. Is that a human? Then they started to get excited. A human. A human. Let's eat him. He glanced around the place, sighing with emotion. In my past life, after changing my class to Demon Hunter, I often came to the Abyss. I didn't expect to feel like I was coming home this time. These goblin minions were a small matter for Chunbai. 3 of them charged forward to attack. But Chunbai simply controlled 3 spirit swords and ended 3 lives. The system displayed Fallen Demon Mission Progress 3/100. At the same time, he was still wearing the gauntlets. Another mission request appeared on the system. Using the scroll will allow you to enter the first layer of the Abyss. Kill 100 demons and 100 fallen demons to complete the mission and leave the Abyss. After reading, he looked at it and thought, completing the mission will teleport me out of the Abyss. Looks like I have to save one for last. Chunbai now just wanted to quickly achieve his main goal. He walked around the place, saying in a low voice, after all, I'm just using this to get into the Abyss. The goal is the challenge at the center of the Abyss. A day later, things weren't as simple as he thought. He had just escaped from a goblin nest. Flying over towering rocks, he muttered in annoyance. This mission is impossible to complete. What a pain. There are too many demons and fallen demons on the first layer, and they're so stupid. They just know how to chase endlessly. Not only that, the numbers are also very annoying. Even if I manage to shake off this group, the next group will quickly gather after I slow down. A while later, Chunbai arrived at an erupting volcano. He stared at it, realizing that the center of the abyss had erupted. This was of no benefit to Chunbai. He watched the erupting lava with a worried expression, thinking, what bad luck. Although the eruption doesn't affect the challenge, it will fill the abyss with energy. All creatures with demonic bloodlines will be strengthened. Moreover, countless demonic blood eggs will be spewed out, giving birth to countless demonic creatures. Thousands of enemies fell from the sky. This time, he couldn't stop even more. Otherwise, he would easily be surrounded. If he accidentally completed the mission while breaking through the encirclement, he would be teleported out of the abyss, running through the rain of blood eggs. A sword was hurtling towards Chunbai from behind. Chunbai sensed it. He immediately did 3 flips, successfully dodging the sharp sword by a hair's breadth. On the tip of the sword, a rough, red foot stood firm. This one was much stronger than the ones Chunbai had just encountered. It balanced perfectly on the blade. It cleared its throat. Look what I found. A fine dinner. This demon was called the Forger Demon Warrior, level 16. It continued, human. You'd best kneel and thank me. You will fill the belly of the great forger. He could fluently use the demon language to communicate with them. Chunbai asked back, a pure-blooded demon warrior? On the first layer of the abyss. How rare. Did you come from the deeper layers? The demon looked at him with contempt and laughed. That's right. A coward who only knows how to run. You're quite knowledgeable about demons, aren't you? You even know the demon language. However, food that knows about its master is meaningless. Chunbai's eyes narrowed. He retorted loudly, only knows how to run. But do you know why there are only low-intelligence demons and fallen demons chasing after me? The demon started to go crazy. It gripped the hilt of its sword, savagely preparing to charge at Chunbai. It roared, I don't know, but I can let you tell me the answer before you die. For that, I will mercifully eat your head first. Faced with the demon's fury, Chunbai had no reaction. He said coldly, now I'll let you know. Chunbai gently glided past the demon. It was knocked to the ground, its legs in the air. Its face darkened as it cried out in shock. No, impossible. Chunbai just gave it a gentle kick. To him, this demon was nothing more than a flick of the wrist. The next second, the demon fell freely from the air, its head planting in the ground. Chunbai turned his head, looking at it with ice-cold eyes. He spoke in the demon language. Because the other kinds were all killed by me. The words had barely left his mouth when, on the ground behind him, those blood eggs hatched into many small goblins. They broke out their shells on their own. Chunbai turned his head with a worried expression, thinking, I have to hurry. Otherwise, I'll be surrounded. 6 days later, at the abyss well, Chunbai arrived, dragging his heavy feet. He said to himself, finally here. It looked close, but it was actually so far. He leaned wearily against a rock, letting out a long sigh. In my past life, after changing my class to Demon Hunter, I used to come near here for refuge. Most of the demons on the first layer don't dare to come near here. It's a good place to rest for a bit before the challenge. Chunbai, alone in this deep and dark setting, pointed at the system, making a plan. Give all the demon bloodline potions collected over the past few days to Indee's mask. My backpack and secret storage are both full. I wonder what level of bloodline essence these tens of thousands of potions can be synthesized into. Thinking this was the safest place, Chunbai quickly lay down to rest. Not far away, a giant demon foot appeared. The demon said in surprise, I can't believe there's a human here. How interesting. Hearing the demon's voice, Chunbai woke up with a start. He turned his head to look. This demon had a long and wide mouth. Under its chin, 2 catfish-like whiskers drooped down. It cleared its throat at him. I receive a report from my subordinate. A human has made it all the way to the abyss well. This ugly big guy was the fishing demon, level 17. This guy had a human-like body, but his limbs were thick and large. His head was a fish head, and he also had bull horns. He spoke in a deep voice. He has killed almost all other demon species besides the demons and fallen demons. It seems it's you. Seeing the human who had slaughtered so many of its allies in the abyss, the demon couldn't help but roar at Chunbai in anger. Over here, seeing the demon carrying a long spear, staggering toward him. Chunbai sat up, saying in a low voice, "A fishing demon. Why is something that shouldn't be on the first layer here?" Then he stood up, replying to the demon with great composure. "What? Do you all like to come here for a stroll when the abyss well is erupting?" The demon couldn't hold back any longer. It roared directly. "I, the demon prince, came here specifically to kill you. A mere human, daring to cause trouble in the abyss." It opened its giant fanged mouth, at the same time gathering its strength to charge at Chunbai. Attacking fiercely, the demon raised the demon trident. Water spewed from the tip of the trident. The demon leaped up with all its might, striking down. The water then attacked Chunbai in a fan shape. A water-playing demon. Then will play with fire to deal with it. Just as the water was about to hit, Chunbai channeled his spiritual power. His entire body erupted in blazing flames. He crouched down, spreading his arms wide. The huge flame that erupted accordingly neutralized the catfish demon's water attack. Having neutralized the blow, Chunbai extinguished the flames. He glanced at the demon and asked, "Demon Prince? Which layer's lord are you the descendant of?" This guy was truly insane. It puffed up its body, charging with its slimy mouth open. It growled as it answered Chunbai, "My father is the lord of the 17th layer." The words had barely left his mouth when it attacked Chunbai with all its might. He quickly dodged to the side. The demon roared, "You useless thing who only knows how to use hellfire. Are you so scared you've pissed your pants?" Chunbai quickly used his ability, Muscle-Enhancing Virus. His arm quickly mutated into a new form. He caught the trident. Chunbai sneered. Then he took advantage of the catfish demon's opening. Chunbai's palm was almost pressed against its face. The demon opened its ugly mouth in shock. In just a moment, Chunbai smashed the demon's head into the ground with his bare hands. The ground at the point of contact immediately shattered. The demon's legs were in the air. Chunbai hovered over the demon's head, controlling 3 immortal swords to appear. He said, "I was about to enjoy a good meal, and you showed up to bother me." The words had barely left his mouth when Chunbai sent the 3 swords plunging straight down into the catfish demon, which was unable to move on the ground. It was already weakened. Now it was grievously injured, unable to resist. Chunbai, from above, said in the demon language, "To atone for your sins, use your blood as an appetizer for it." With that, Chunbai summoned a mask from the system. He stood in front with his hands on his hips, sighing about the bloodline potion vials. "My backpack and storage must have tens of thousands of bloodline potion vials. I wonder what kind of good stuff I can synthesize them into." The system displayed detailed information about the catfish's trident. C-rank Blackwater Trident. Polearm weapon. Strength plus 25. Agility plus 25. Blackwater, when wielding this weapon, you will receive the effects of underwater breathing and dark vision. Wave Rider. Harness the power of water to launch a powerful attack. Equipment requirement. Strength 60. Level 15. After reading, Chunbai chuckled softly, finding it very interesting. He said, "Can breathe underwater. Not bad. I wonder when this ability will come in handy." With that, he looked at the erupting volcano opposite. Chunbai made up his mind, his tone firm. The troublesome matters are over. It's time to begin. He quickly climbed up to the crater. Deep inside was a bottomless abyss. Chunbai stood at the edge and looked down. He looked incredibly small. After observing for a while, only now did he understand, muttering, staring into the abyss. "Now I understand that hint." Looking down, in that pitch-black cavern, there were many purple streaks of light, looking very strange. Above, a black inscription was floating. "When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you." Chunbai's eyes lit up with the evil aura emanating from the volcano. He seemed to have sensed something. He said in a low voice, "Here it comes." A system panel appeared. "It has seen you, a creature with intelligence." The more he stared into the abyss that radiated that strange energy, the more Chunbai couldn't control himself. His whole body trembled, as if in fear. He also didn't understand, saying in a low voice, "There's a feeling of panic in my heart. This is an unavoidable feeling when staring into the abyss. But I can't back down. Otherwise, I'll be immediately eliminated. Then there will be no more chances." A system notification appeared. "It has seen your level is 10. Now Chun Bai's hands and feet were trembling uncontrollably. He wrapped his arms around himself, his eyes not leaving the abyss. He thought, in my past life, countless level 10 geniuses or disciples of peerless experts also stopped here. Among them, only a small fraction could escape this gaze. In the end, not a single one survived. A system warning appeared. It has seen you. You have not changed your class. It has seen you. You do not have a noble bloodline. A huge system panel appeared before Chun Bai. Constant warnings. It has seen you have no equipment of rank S or higher. It has seen you have no short-term external benefits. It has seen that everything you have stolen. It has seen that your strength belongs to you. It has seen that you have enough strength to control yourself. It has seen that you do not know what you are about to face. It has seen your name. It has seen your fear and hatred. It has seen that you do not have any strange shields. Chun Bai was breathless. He bent over, letting his body calm down. A while later, a system panel appeared. It has judged you to be qualified and has opened the path to the Abyss trial for you. Chun Bai was extremely surprised by this notification. He couldn't believe he could pass. Immediately after, another system panel appeared beside it. After completing the Abyss trial, you will receive the SSS-Rank class change scroll, Abyss Lord. This scroll is bound to the person who completes the trial. He gritted his teeth. Chun Bai opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. He was in disbelief. I succeeded. The system continued to guide him. Jump into the abyss. Begin the trial. Retreating will be considered a permanent forfeit. Even retreating was not an option. Chun Bai was so tired he bent over. He tried to stand up. I'm coming. Sad. Chun Bai, from the high cliff, decided to jump down and continue. A system notification announced. Trial content. Under special conditions. Defeat the illusory incarnation of the level 10 demon lord on each floor. Each time you pass a floor, you will have from 1 minute to 1 hour to rest. If some floors of the abyss do not have a lord, an image of the lord from the previous floor will be extracted. He fell down through that strange vortex of light. The system continued to display. All states of the trial participant will be restored to their initial limits. All item and skill cooldowns will be reset to 0. All equipment will be repaired. After completion, the trial begins. Now, he seemed to have understood. His gaze seemed to see through everything. He said, everything resets its cooldown. So the 75-year hourglass can also... Suddenly, the system announced, important error, unable to restore the trial participant to their peak state. The sudden stop left Chun Bai suspended in midair. He stared blankly at the system screen, unable to help but curse in frustration. I didn't expect this unexpected incident to happen. Now the system suddenly displayed another urgent notification. Active skill. Return to the past. You can return to any point in the past and erase everything you have received in the vanished timeline. Remaining cooldown. 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. This skill cannot have its cooldown reduced by any skill or equipment effect. The hourglass on Chun Bai's neck appeared. He saw this movement, finding it strange. Why did the hourglass automatically appear? It seems the abyss cannot reset this skill. What should I do? What followed was a dense barrage of system warnings. Error, error, error. Faced with this situation, Chun Bai was truly panicked. He didn't know what to do. The system continued to display a supplementary notification. Active skill. Return to the past. You can return to any point in the past. Everything you have received in the vanished timeline will be erased. Skill limit. You cannot return to the time before entering the abyss. Cooldown time. None. At this moment, Chun Bai had also landed at the bottom of the deep pit. Meanwhile, the screen continued to display. Challenger status has been fully restored. Challenge start. Finally got past that last phase. Chun Bai looked at his hand, surging with virus energy. He let out a sigh of relief. What a stroke of luck. No unexpected incidents occurred. Moreover, the cooldown for the hourglass skill really has disappeared. In that case, clearing this abyss challenge shouldn't be a problem. A moment later, a tall, burly demon appeared in front of Chun Bai. It carried a massive blade on its shoulder. Its skin was a deep purple. It grinned, looking at Chun Bai greedily. Floor 1. Low-level lord. Level 10 demon warrior. Special condition, none. The demon stomped its foot hard, looking at the confident demon before him. Chun Bai evaluated silently. low-level demon. Poses absolutely no threat. Just as he thought. To Chunbai, it was trivial. He leaped up and sliced through the purple demon. The system announced, "Pass floor 1. Please choose recovery time." Next, he beat a long-haired demon until it couldn't breathe. "Pass floor 2. Please choose recovery time." Chunbai beat an albino demon to a pulp. Dead on the spot. "Pass floor 5. Please choose recovery time." Next was a naked, insect-headed demon. Sent flying with a single punch. "Pass floor 17. Please choose recovery time." Just like that, Chunbai, with his overwhelming power, choked a giant crazy buffalo demon to death, leaving it unable to move. "Past floor 26. Please choose recovery time." A flurry of finishing moves. He slashed 3 white demons in half mid-air. "Past floor 34. Please choose recovery time." He kept going like this. The system constantly announced, "Past floor 41. Floor 59. Please choose recovery time." On floor 66, a demon with 2 horns on its head pointed a greatsword at Chunbai. "Human. Your journey ends here." The information below displayed. Blood-armored demon clanlord. Level 10, roaming sword demon. Special condition. Can only be destroyed by hitting the weak point. Attacks on other parts are ineffective. Right then, as the demon rushed forward, Chunbai seemed shocked. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. There's a special condition. Starting from floor 50. My stat advantage has begun to fade. Combat skills from 2 lifetimes can't match a demon's lifetime of battle experience. Plus a condition like this. My advantages in stats and combat skills are gone. And I still have to find its weak point." The two clashed. The deeper he went, the more exhausted Chunbai became, gradually losing his initial dominance. Its sword slashed Chunbai's shoulder, staring at the demon lord's ugly face. Chunbai calculated. Facing a demon lord one-on-one right now. Stats and combat skills are no longer an advantage. I still have to find its weakness. I'll just have to pay a small price. Chunbai and the demon charged at each other. The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Clang. Boom. Both were knocked back. Flung away. Chunbai rolled several times. He quickly stabilized his posture, preparing to land. The demon seized this opportunity, quickly thrusting its sword at Chunbai, shouting, "Struggle in vain. Chunbai grunted. His expression changed. His whole body ached from the impact. The sword thrown by the demon had pierced through Chunbai's body. He was sent flying. Chunbai was completely injured. He lay on the ground. His strength was now fading. With hazy eyes, he watched the demon pull the sword from his chest. It said, "Human, your abilities and recovery speed are excellent, but you are too foolish." With that, it turned and swung its sword violently, continuing, "I'm blessed by the rules of the Great Abyss. You cannot defeat me." At this moment, the system displayed toxic state. Chunbai reacted. He lifted his head, trying to prop himself up. Chunbai calculated silently, clenching his teeth. Struggling to stand up, he said smugly to the demon, "You're celebrating a bit too early." The demon turned around in anger, discovering Chunbai wasn't fully dead yet. It was furious. However, before it could strike again, Chunbai had quickly risen. His hands tore 2 chunks of flesh from the demon's waist. It was ambushed. Howling in pain, the demon's entire body was infected by toxins. Its flesh dissolved in patches, as if being crushed. In its final moments, it struggled, unwilling to accept defeat. How? The system announced. "Past floor 66. Please choose recovery time." The demon collapsed, face down on the ground. Chunbai was the victor. He stood over the demon and said, "The foolish one is you. When you weren't attacked in your weak point, you didn't even bother to dodge, acting high and mighty before the winner was decided. Thanks to your stupidity, I was able to clear this stage so quickly." Some time later, Chunbai reached the 100th floor of the abyss. The system announced, "Floor 100. Fallen Swordsman Merov. Level 10. Special condition, none." Reading this information, Chunbai touched his hair, thinking curiously. The weakest fallen demon. No special conditions. The light here is a bit blinding. He shielded his eyes with his hand, looking around for the demon. Filled with suspicion. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Is it hiding? Then he stroked his chin in thought. In the abyss, the relationships between races are complex. Personality and strength on each floor varies. A weak fallen demon becoming a lord due to various reasons isn't impossible. He was now very intrigued by the demon on this special floor. Chunbai focused his gaze ahead, deep in speculation. Looks like on this floor, I have to find that fallen demon. Playing hide and seek, are we? He didn't notice. Within his own shadow, a small black shadow emerged from the ground. Turns out the demon of this floor was trying to ambush Chunbai. From behind, it raised a sword larger than its own body, slashing toward Chunbai. He immediately caught the movement. Chunbai turned around, glancing back vigilantly. Slash! Unbelievable. The tiny shadow of the demon decapitated Chunbai. His body stumbled. Everything stopped. The scene shifted to the first floor of the abyss. Chunbai reappeared. He gasped for air, unable to hide his horror. I was insta-killed twice. Both lives from the hourglass are used up. Chunbai couldn't believe it, exclaiming repeatedly. The moment I was decapitated the first time, I had already activated the toxic state. The result was still instant death. The system panel popped up. Lord of Floor 1. Demon Warrior Ban, Level 10. Special condition. None at the same time. A demon wielding a great sword eagerly slashed at Chunbai again, while he had just returned and hadn't recovered yet. Human, just die already. However, even though he was in a weakened state, to deal with a first-floor demon, a wave of his hand was enough to kill it instantly. Chunbai ignored that demon, focusing on his own thoughts instead. If I hadn't used my remaining consciousness to activate the return to the past, I probably would have really died. Having dealt with the first-floor demon, it lay face down, motionless. Chunbai was still fixated on the 100th floor, thinking to himself, then, what on earth is that fallen demon on floor 100? He opened his mouth to ask the first-floor demon, do you know the lord of the 100th floor? The guy coughed in pain on the ground. Glaring at him sideways, it said, humph. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. The system announced, past floor 10, please choose recovery time. Chunbai turned his head away in disgust, thinking, these demons all know I'm a projection. Also, they don't fear death or pain. I need a different approach. I'll use this chance to gather some information about floor 100. On floor 72 of the abyss, Chunbai easily defeated the demon using its own sword. Rolling up his sleeves while looking at it, he muttered, a fallen demon of the scorched plains. The demon race with the lowest base stats, not even equal to human militia. To become the lord of floor 72 must have been sheer luck. The demon lying face down heard this. It said weakly, human, you will pay for your arrogance. You will eventually die at the hands of a fallen demon. The demon's stubborn words actually made Chunbai tired. He put his hands on his hips, bending down, with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Don't tell me there's a fallen demon lord even deeper in the abyss. Despite the pain, that demon continued to cough, answering loudly, of course. Lord Robert on floor 100. He relied on the past Karma Shadow sword cultivated from a legendary fallen demon's body. That Lord's Shadow sword once slaughtered a demon Grand Duke. Then, this guy declared decisively to Chunbai, you will definitely die by his hand. That sounds irritating. Chunbai stomped the demon's head into pulp. He looked down with cruel, icy eyes and said, thanks, by the way. The system announced, past floor 72. Please choose recovery time. On floor 100 of the abyss. Back on this floor. Unlike last time, Chunbai now had experience. He looked around, thinking, past Karma Shadow's sword. Only a shadow assassin with a third-class advancement can master it. Rated as S-Rank. Aside from its one-hit kill capability, it can also use shadows to unleash unpredictable sword strikes. Surprise attacks. Thinking of this, he seemed to realize something. Chunbai looked at his hand. Assured, dealing with a shadow, sword demon. I have no advantage, but dealing with a fallen demon, I naturally have a stat advantage. He stomped his foot, flying off. As he leaped, he reminded himself, always guard against my own shadow. Don't get close to shadowy areas. Keep moving. Release the virus while running. If he keeps chasing me, waiting for me to show an opening, then this virus will definitely infect him. After a long while, loitering on floor 100, that demon still hadn't appeared. Chunbai stopped to rest, exhausted. He whispered wearily, it's been so long, having to be on guard constantly. Takes too much energy. I have to use the toxic state to recover my stamina. Otherwise, it'll be hard to maintain focus. Recovering for a moment, he pushed himself up with his hand. Suddenly, a sword flew out from nowhere, attacking Chunbai. He startled, blocked it with his hand. The lighting is drifting. Is this his trick? While undefended, Chunbai was still visually scanning for the floor 100 demons' whereabouts. He thought angrily, something's wrong. He didn't notice. Right above Chunbai's head, that demon poked its head out from another dimension. It was the ambush move again. The demon quickly leaped out, preparing to behead him once more. But it wouldn't be that easy. Chunbai transformed his arm into a giant shield to block. His other hand immediately summoned a sword. He jumped back to create distance from the demon, simultaneously controlling 3 swords to strike. The Floor 100 demon was the most highly evolved of all the demons he had encountered. It could even speak human language. Retract your sharp blades, human. You have one. The system popped up a notification. Floor 100. Fallen Swordsman Merov, level 10. This demon wasn't as arrogant as those on the lower floors. It accepted defeat calmly. Looking straight at Chunbai, it spoke graciously. The limits of the challenge prevented me from unleashing my full power, and your virus has already infected me. That was my final all-out attack just now. At the same time, Chunbai transformed his arm back into a blade form. The demon was gradually fading away. It stood tall and proud, speaking its final words to Chunbai. Human, be careful. If you can pass the challenge, you are welcome to come to the 100th floor of the abyss to duel me again. Although with your current ability, it's still not enough to clear the stage, but I still hope you can succeed. After this battle, the system announced again. Past floor 100, please choose recovery time. Chunbai looked seriously at the fading figure of the floor 100 demon. He said firmly, I will succeed, Robert. Standing before the dissolving demon, Chunbai deeply respected its spirit. He promised, next time we meet, I will definitely seek instruction in your swordsmanship. Now, Chunbai was on the 200th floor of the abyss. Surrounding him was a magnificent palace, extremely luxurious. This place was completely different from the previous 199 floors of stone. Chunbai, as soon as he appeared, saw the silhouette of a woman lying on a sofa. He spoke first. Hello, Lord of the 200th floor of the abyss. Fallen angel, Lady Emma. He looked around, continued. Summoning me here. Is it to start the combat challenge? The system displayed. Lord of floor 200. Fallen angel. Six-winged fallen angel Emma. Level 10. Special condition, none. In front of Chunbai, it was a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her wings were dyed black. Her demeanor seemed incredibly tranquil. Emma opened her mouth to reply. How could that be? Cleaning this palace is such a hassle. The woman looked at Chunbai with captivating eyes. Continuing. I actually wanted to just let you go, but I'm still a little curious. Then she waved her hand, beckoning Chunbai. She said softly, come sit here. In an instant, from beneath her slender, white hand, a magnificent table and chairs appeared, along with 2 glasses of red wine. She looked like someone waiting for Chunbai. Chunbai politely obeyed her, approached and pulled out a chair. Curious about what? Lady Emma. The fallen angel leaned back comfortably in her chair. She covered her mouth. Smiling mysteriously, she asked Chunbai, with your strength, how did you reach the 200th floor? Even if you were lucky enough to beat that annoying guy. Glob only knows how to train and ambush. So what happened after that? There are quite a few guys tougher to deal with than him afterward. Chunbai sat down properly. Hand resting on the chair back, he replied. My winning trump card cannot be revealed to Lady Emma. This tone only intrigued Emma more. In this place full of demons, the angel rested her chin on her hand, inviting him. I don't intend to probe too deeply into you. It's just that lying here today is a bit boring. So, sit down and have a drink with me. Tell me how you pass the levels. Then I'll let you go. Deal. Too tempting. Chunbai picked up the bottle, courteously pouring wine into the glass first. He said, then, what does Lady Emma wish to know? Beautiful Emma stroked her exquisite face. Tilting her head, she said softly, I want to know. With that, she leaned back, wearing an expression of emotionless curiosity. That slime monster on floor 105. That survivor. Recalling floor 105. Strange insect demon lord. Blood aggregate hybrid Sarubi, level 10. Floor 105 of the abyss. Swamp. Chunbai was very honest. recounting what he had witnessed. That guy was like a puddle of minced meat spread all over the ground. Just one touch, and you get swallowed whole immediately. Its devouring speed is much faster than mine. The moment I touched it, it had already eaten half my body. Emma leaned back in her chair, entranced by Chun-Bai's story. She asked curiously, pressing for more. So how did you win? She drained her glass of wine. Chun-Bai was very cooperative. He also drained the empty glass on the table. He stood naturally before the fallen angel and told her, if he likes to eat that much, then I let him eat his fill. After all, I'm not that easy to digest. He raised his hand, channeling the virus power. He boasted about his tactic. I must have let him eat 100 of my arms. Eventually, I gave him food poisoning. He finally turned into a puddle of sludge. Listening to Chun-Bai tell the story with fascination, the fallen angel lay back on her chair. She toyed with the wine glass in her hand. She said, how interesting. I didn't expect you to solve his problem so easily. Chun-Bai waved his hand, speaking without arrogance. It wasn't easy. Tearing arms off my body hurts a lot, you know. Now, Emma became curious about another demon. She looked up at Chun-Bai and asked playfully, what about that stinky old man, Fungu? He's definitely hiding under the skeleton sea, isn't he? Recall, floor 136, Demon Lord. Bone Island Fish Demon Lord, Fungu, level 10. Chun-Bai held up 3 fingers and shook them. He calmly pointed out, if he wants to blame someone, he should blame his grandson for gifting me such good equipment. This story amused Emma. She sat up straight, laughing, haha. You really know how to take advantage of people. But the girl on floor 153, there's nothing to take advantage of there. Recall, floor 153. Variant Lord, Balrog Yanin Harry, level 10. A girl made entirely of fire. A perfect body, but an appearance that was extremely hard to touch. Mentioning the Balrog's spirit, Chun-Bai swirled the glass in his hand, unable to hide his admiration. That's true. She was genuinely strong. She killed me 15 times in a row. He lowered his eyes, explaining, but her high temperature was completely useless against my virus. That lava body of hers, however, made it very hard for me to attack. Recalling the struggle back then, Chun-Bai grappled before the river of lava. He muttered in frustration, damn it, she hit again. Every time she got hurt, she would hide in the lava to regenerate. Just mentioning it made him never want to go back. Chun-Bai sighed and continued. It took me 5 whole days just to fill up that lava lake. Only then did I drain her enthusiasm. She was the toughest opponent I met in these 200 floors. The two chatted animatedly, like friends, rather than enemies. Emma sat up straight, speaking frankly to him. Speaking of tough ones, the guy on floor 186 isn't far behind her. Caught up in the banter, Chun-Bai joked, don't even mention her. Recall, floor 186. Well, floor 186. Filth Queen Oman, level 10. A demon that was both fat and smelly, lying in a sea of rotting filth. Just the thought of this image was enough to make one nauseous. Chun-Bai eagerly recounted the thing he found most terrible in the entire abyss. There is no one more disgusting than her. In a pit full of rotting corpses and feces. And she still managed to feel comfortable. Just mentioning it, my stomach is churning. I want to throw up everything. Chun-Bai confided in Emma with a look of disgust. It took a lot of effort to forget the smell of that floor. Why did you bring it up? I can't even drink this wine anymore. Emma wrapped her arms around her knees, tilting her head as she said to him, her strength isn't that great, but no demon wants to challenge her and take her territory. However, Emma approached the large table. Her eyes drifted to the wine glass. She said, before I mention her, you hadn't taken a single sip anyway, had you? Chun-Bai noticed only then. He picked up the wine glass. Dropping the formalities, he looked straight at Emma and replied nonchalantly, fine, because I don't dare drink wine made from the spiritual power of a fallen angel lord. 1 sip and I'm dead. Turns out Chun-Bai had reached the 200th floor and already knew the fallen angel's tricks. Bullshit. I already died from drinking this wine once. So naturally, I won't drink it this time. Seen through. Emma's expression immediately changed. She gritted her teeth and smiled arrogantly. So you figured out? As long as you drink it. With just a single thought from me, I could tear you into pieces. What a pity. I can't kill you now, can I? As soon as the words fell, Chun-Bai abruptly stood up. He stared intensely at the fallen angel, his aura blazing. Then, get up and fight me. Contrary to Chun-Bai's preparation, Emma leaned back. She declined. This time he was speechless. Chun-Bai clicked his tongue. Miss, you are unbelievably lazy. Then she pulled her legs back. She waved her hand in front of Chun-Bai, ordering, Shoo, get out. I'm going to sleep. Creating these projections consumes a lot of my stamina. Saying that, Emma's expression turned colder. She lowered her voice. After all, there are many strong ones ahead. Among them, there are 6 who are known as gods. So I don't really need to lift a finger. System panel appears. Cleared floor 200. Please select recovery time. The angel's words left Chun-Bai with a lot of confusion and anxiety. He selected 1 hour of rest. Chun-Bai muttered, 6 known as gods? Are they real gods? He used the rest time to plan for the upcoming stages. Against other lords, I can rely on the hourglass to rewind and challenge them infinitely. But these 6 gods, a moment later, Chun-Bai entered the rest space. The system announced the countdown start. Chun-Bai sat on the bed, head bowed in constant thought. Every god holds the authority of a rule. During the rest period, he racked his brain, unable to hide his worry. So I can only hope. They don't have the ability to kill me instantly, or even erase me. Chun-Bai cherished the hourglass on his collar, stroking it. Chun-Bai looked up. He had made up his mind now. I can use the hourglass's rewind function. Even if he is an evil god, I will definitely find a way to kill him. On floor 235 of the Abyss Wilderness, Chun-Bai failed again against a large, fat one-eyed demon. He leaned against a rock in front of it. Chun-Bai's gaze was hypnotized by it. He stared blankly into the void, his eyes glowing. This floor 235 boss wore a giant wizard hat. It had only one eye on its head, no visible mouse, but it could still produce sound. Sleep forever in the illusion. Filthy human. System display. Abyss floor 235 Lord. Variant Demon Tribe. Cyclops Salabari, level 10. Special condition for this floor. Unknown. Chun-Bai was completely under the Lord's hypnosis. His head spun, ears ringing. He couldn't think of anything. The Lord's eye widened. It bent down curiously and said, Haha, how curious. What beautiful dream are you dreaming of? In his dream, a girl was bowing her head, begging, Respected Master Chun-Bai, please accept my loyalty and dedication. Chun-Bai dreamed he owned a demonic realm. Chun-Bai realm. His harem was here too. He sat firmly on a massive throne, surrounded by many women. He dreamed of goddess heroes, the woman he hated to the bone. She was kneeling at his feet, begging, I am willing to dedicate everything to serve you, whether as a servant or a slave, a tool, or even your toy. It is my infinite honor. Chun-Bai looked at Heroes with satisfied eyes. He said, What if I told you to hand over your powers, and then go die? Heroes looked at Chun-Bai in anguish, tears welling in her eyes. She remained silent. Then, terrified, she continued to beg, Master, do you not trust me? I'm absolutely loyal to you. Chun-Bai replied coldly, Stop acting. I know what kind of person you are. You just want to survive, that's all. Your ambition does not allow for loyalty. In your life, the word loyalty has never existed. Saying that, he approached Heroes, toying with her delicate chin. He whispered, However, I can spare your life. She was as weak as a dog thrown a bone. Thank you, Master. I'm willing to do anything for you. Chun-Bai handed her a chain. He ordered, Then put this on. Chain yourself to the door. And be a watchdog. The chain dangled in front of Heroes. She looked at the chain indignantly. She gritted her teeth, then said nothing, bowing deeply before Chun-Bai. He sat on the chair, immensely satisfied. Chun-Bai rested his chin on his hand, asking with disgust, You don't want to? Unexpectedly, Heroes, driven to a dead end, was willing to put it on. She even said to Chun-Bai herself, I am willing to be the master's dog. It is my infinite honor. Back to reality. Floor 235 of the Abyss. Wilderness. Chun-Bai was mumbling. In the dream, he satisfied his resentment. You're talking? That's right. That sounds more like a noise a dog would make. This scene was overheard by the Lord. Its eye widened in excitement. Just listening, the Lord got excited too. It said, TSK tisk. This human really knows how to play. Saying that, it approached Chun-Bai, while he was still immersed in the pleasure of the dream. Don't be afraid. I will absorb your soul. You will stay in my body forever. enjoying this beautiful dream. Behind the Lord's back, Chunbai's 3 swords were controlled to fly over. The 3 swords charged at the Lord, instantly knocking it down. It absolutely didn't expect it, not knowing where the swords came from. Notification appears. Special condition for this floor. See through and escape Salabari's illusion. Right then, our tough-as-nails protagonist woke up. He recalled the 3 swords to serve as a shield, then slowly stood up and said, "Although this dream was beautiful, ultimately, it isn't reality. If I dream forever, it will be extremely boring." The demon lord, attacked and bleeding slime, used a bandage on its face. It couldn't help but be amazed by his performance. "When did you see through the illusion? And you could escape without me even knowing?" He stood dangerously in the shadows of floor 235. Chunbai said solemnly to the Lord, "Seeing through it wasn't hard, because you couldn't simulate the pressure of a god. Perhaps your true form could do it, but in this trial, you're only level 10. Finished speaking, he waved his hand, deploying the 3 swords. He stood up fully, directly facing the Lord. He shouted. The way to escape was even simpler, because sword spirits aren't dragged into illusions. They have independent thought. The Lord was annoyed. Its eyelid drooped. With a humiliated look, it glared at Chunbai and said, "So you could have killed me from the start. Did you just want to toy with me?" Chunbai lowered his head in thought, not looking at the Lord's face. He said honestly, "No, I didn't intend to toy with you. I just wanted to rest a bit. After all, after descending 200 floors of the abyss, my mental energy was exhausted." Inside, he felt like he was dragging tired feet, walking aimlessly. He told himself, these 200 floors, thousands of loops, thousands of battles, thousands of calculations. Although physical strength and spiritual power can recover. If it weren't for this dream, Mao would have completely collapsed. Looking up at the Lord, Chunbai frowned, his gaze more determined than ever, because he still had a hatred etched into his bones. Chunbai thought, "Luckily, you helped me remember the reason for my existence. Otherwise, I would have long become a madman trapped in this loop, fighting ceaselessly." The Lord was still confused. It asked again warily, "If that's what you say, did you not feel tired from the previous 200 floors? Did you really rest inside my virtual world?" The Lord knew it couldn't beat Chunbai. It turned to leave, leaving Chunbai with some important clues. "But you don't need to worry too much. There won't be many battles left." Chunbai immediately pressed. "So, the final floors are coming soon?" The Lord looked up high. It revealed a piece of information to Chunbai. Maybe not even 300 floors. But many floors are still empty. These words from the Lord made Chunbai even more curious, but didn't clarify things for him. Chunbai said loudly, "It seems you don't know. There won't be a final Lord floor. The will of the abyss will always summon the Lord of that floor to fight me. Just like the smoke demon on floor 215. It used to be the Lord of floor 192. It had the exact same attack patterns. I fought it many times already." Chunbai's suspicions and conjectures made the Lord of floor 235 laugh out loud. It glanced at him, replying mysteriously, "Ha, I'm not saying anything. Everything will turn to nothingness in the struggle." Seeing the spatial light appearing ahead, the Lord explained to Chunbai about the upcoming floors. Battling with high-intensity entities will inadvertently destroy multiple consecutive spatial floors. The deeper the floor, the faster and stronger this phenomenon occurs. Gradually understanding, Chunbai asked blankly, "Really?" Then he was very grateful to the Lord of this floor. Chunbai bowed respectfully to thank Salabari. After clearing all the floors, "If there's a chance, I will come visit you." The Lord just gave him a gentle glance. It laughed loudly, making a promise to him, "Ha ha! When that time comes, I'll let you experience the most perfect illusion. If you can't solve it, I won't let you out." System notification panel appeared. "You have cleared floor 235. Please select continuation time." Looking straight at the system, Chunbai seemed to have regained his strong will. He knew how to escape this loop and could fight to the end. He cracked his knuckles, joints popping. He shouted confidently. He silently cheered himself on. "Let's go. I'm hyped to the max." After that, a series of floors were destroyed by Chunbai, and empty floors were skipped, just as Salabari had told him. Moving through space across the new floors, he thought, "Skipping? Turns out I can skip collapse floors. I don't know how many levels I'll skip ahead. System notification. Entering floor 279 while flying through space. He couldn't help but wonder. Actually, I can already skip 40 floors. Why this many? Next time I start over from the beginning, I'll ask the fallen angel in Salabari. A moment later, Chunbai finally set foot on floor 279. The system panel immediately announced. Floor 279, Goat Demon King, Lord of Herding Beasts, Baphomet, level 10. Special condition for this floor. Cross the maze. Defeat Baphomet. After reading the system notification, Chunbai looked around. He said in a low voice, Baphomet, Lord of Herding Beasts. I know this character. He is the god of the Minotaur tribe, the faith of the barbaric class. This is one of the 6 true gods the fallen angel mentioned. However, still no movement. Chunbai looked around the place, unable to help but sigh. The ground is covered in blood. It's so dark. Then he looked up at the maze before him. Chunbai reminded himself. Although the previous 200 floors were extremely difficult, the real challenge is only just beginning. I've heard that as soon as you step into this maze, you could be attacked at any time. So I have to be extremely careful. As he took his first step into the maze, Chunbai was still cautiously looking ahead. Unexpectedly, behind him, Baphomet appeared in the shadows, huge. Raising its fist, the silhouette of the demon, Baphomet, slowly appeared behind Chunbai. It was trying to remain silent, preparing to ambush him. Hearing the footsteps of the big bull, Chunbai realized it. He carefully turned his head to look. Baphomet charged like the wind, its giant fist punching toward Chunbai. However, his movements were also very agile. He immediately used his virus-powered arm to form a shield to block the attack. The two forces collided, creating a reaction. The mad bull was sent flying. Chunbai also quickly returned to a defensive posture. Seizing the opportunity, Chunbai transformed his arm from a shield into a longsword. He created a weapon to fight Baphomet. Flying high, Chunbai spun around, swinging his sword to attack the bull. It was repeatedly counterattacked by Chunbai. Baphomet roared in pain, its face turned to the sky. In just a few rounds, the big bull, predicted to be very strong, was knocked down by Chunbai. It fell backward, sliding a long distance on the ground. With that done, Chunbai slowly approached, looking at Baphomet. He also couldn't believe it would end so quickly. Looking at it, Chunbai wondered, is it dead? Chunbai bent down to observe the bull-headed monster closely. The scene before him left him utterly astonished. Something wasn't right. Its corpse was slowly sinking. Chunbai immediately jumped up, trying to grab Baphomet. He took a running start and jumped, but was still a step too slow. Now, Baphomet had completely sunk into the stone tiles of the floor. Chunbai swung at empty air in regret, stomping hard on the solid ground. That was just a probing attack. Chunbai kept staring at the spot where the monster had disappeared, muttering in disbelief, turned into a pool of blood and disappeared. Could this be a blood clone used to hinder intruders? At this moment, incomprehensible rustling sounds echoed all around. Chunbai felt it was strange, so he turned to look in all directions. Deep within a maze, a dark figure with bull horns appeared. As soon as he saw that dark figure, Chunbai was startled. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, "It's back again." The next second, Baphomet appeared. It charged at Chunbai with its horns, but his strength was no joke either. And so, Chunbai fought one-on-one with this frenzied monster. Two colossal forces clashed. He looked at the monster with a triumphant expression, looking very optimistic. Chunbai thought to himself, its attack power is much stronger than before. A system notification appeared. Baphomet, level 2. Strength, 150. 30 multiplied by 5. Agility, 125. 25 multiplied by 5. Un physique 175. 35 multiplied by 5. Spirit, 150. 30 multiplied by 5. Talent ability. Berserker's desire. The greater the desire to fight, the higher the strength and agility. The more you enjoy the battle, the higher the physique and spirit. Can be increased up to 5 times. The words had barely left his mouth when the frenzied monster hadn't even had time to react. Chunbai delivered a kick to its snout. Baphomet was kicked backward, while Chunbai did a flip in the air and landed steadily, his right foot firmly planted. Chunbai said, "Level 2. This talent is too overpowered. Russell. Chunbai continued to attack. He used his virus ability. Countless earth spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through Baphomet's body. It was an extreme agony. Unable to resist, Chunbai shouted, "Earth spears!" Looking at the giant earth spikes, Chunbai was deep in thought. In that case, when I first, Baphomet was only level 1. Then, the system displayed Baphomet, level 3. Chunbai pierced its throat with a single blow, finishing it off cleanly. Next was Baphomet, level 4. It was defeated by Chunbai's virus-transformed shield sword arm. The frenzied monster fell before him, leaning against the wall. Chunbai realized, the deeper I go, the higher the level of the Baphomet that appears will be. Until Baphomet, level 5 appeared. Strength, 450. 90 multiplied by 5. Agility, 75 multiplied by 5. Physique, 550. 110 multiplied by 5. Spirit, 450. 90 multiplied by 5. Talent ability, resistance. After defeating this one, Chunbai was panting heavily. Chunbai looked at the giant corpse and calculated. It seems I have to fight 10 Baphomets. But this level 5 one, its stats are already close to mine. After a long and arduous battle, Chunbai dragged his weary body. He finally met the level 10 Baphomet. He was exhausted, but he still encouraged himself. Now is not the time to hesitate. I have to keep moving forward. 30 minutes later, Chunbai was completely exhausted. He collapsed on a slab of rock. Baphomet's bone had pierced through his abdomen, and he was trying to pull the sharp horn out of his body. Chunbai writhed in pain, cursing, "Damn it." Every time it levels up, the degree of enhancement is greater than I expected. Just then, a level 7 Baphomet charged at Chunbai like a rocket. Its eyes glowed with a red light, looking extremely dangerous. Chunbai was horrified. He endured the intense pain, watching the thing charging at him. He muttered, "Because my spirit power is too weak, I can no longer use my mental induction to probe its specific attributes. But during the fight, I can feel its attributes are already 1.5 times higher than mine, even almost double." The words had barely left his mouth when the frenzied monster charged. Chunbai was slammed deep into the wall. Its force was comparable to a subway train collision. In this moment of life and death, the hourglass around Chunbai's neck emitted a light, automatically flying off his neck. Chunbai was still troubled by his suppressed attributes. Using the virus to weaken it takes too much time. What should I do? Next, the hourglass glowed with a golden light. Chunbai used the hourglass's ability to turn back time. He lay on the floor, thinking, I need more information. I have to try to find a way to defeat Baphomet. Now, Chunbai had returned to the moment he had just entered this stage. At the entrance of the maze, he tried to stand firm, gathering his spirits. Chunbai's eyes locked on, and the target before him. He made up his mind, crouching down. This time, I'll try not killing Baphomet. Let's see what happens to the low-level one. A system notification announced. Baphomet, level 1. Chunbai lured the frenzied monster to chase him for a while. Then he stopped, lowering his head and saying softly, "Ahead is where Baphomet, level 2 appears." Chunbai was trying to lure Baphomet, level 1, and level 2 to fight each other. However, man proposed. Chunbai froze in place. He looked left and right, his face blank. Why isn't it appearing? He looked around, thinking, could it be? Then he immediately dashed off like a flash. I've already passed the area of Baphomet level 7. This is a place I've never been before. Chunbai's eyes were full of doubt, pondering. Could it be that as long as I don't kill Baphomet level 1, I can easily pass? It doesn't feel. Just as he was distracted, Baphomet suddenly appeared behind him. Chunbai's reactions were also very fast. Sensing something behind him, he immediately turned around. At the same time, the monster's huge fist was already close to Chunbai's face. He was hit by Baphomet and immediately used the hourglass's function. Chunbai's heart was pounding. His breathing was rapid. He was both shocked and impressed. That was close. I almost didn't have time to use revive. Its speed has surpassed my reaction limit. Standing at the entrance of the maze, he looked back, still scared when he remembered the scene just now. The one just now was definitely level 8 or higher. But why did I encounter a Baphomet of such a high level? Clearly, the low-level ones before didn't appear. After dying and rewinding time, several times. Only then did he discover the damn rule of this place with a shock. I get it. There's probably only one Baphomet in the maze. I was probably caught up by it. He looked inside, realizing, if I kill it when its level is still low, it will revive in a deeper place and level up. If I don't kill it, it will chase me forever. Chinbai formulated a plan in his head. When I first entered the maze, its level was low, its stats were poor, so I could easily deal with it. It will gradually level up, receiving a massive stat boost. Therefore, sooner or later, I'll be caught by it. If so, I'll have time to use the virus to weaken it. But now he felt confused again, not knowing what to do, because when it levels up, its stats will skyrocket. Thinking of this, he looked at the system interface. To be on the safe side, I need to see what skills I can upgrade with the remaining virus points. The system displayed the information. Soul Corruptor can transform one's own spirit power into a swarm of insects and infect the target. The infected target will suffer a significant decrease in mental stability. At the same time, negative emotions will arise, causing mental problems, even a tendency for self-destruction. After reading the description of Soul Corruptor, his spirits were lifted. Chunbai looked at this skill and said confidently, I didn't notice this before. It's a new skill that appeared after unlocking my telekinesis. This time, I can go in with confidence. Chunbai stepped steadily inside. Negative emotions and mental problems will surely inhibit Baphomet's Berserker's desire, thereby weakening its amplification effect. Baphomet